Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it, Jalen Reed. I hope you're healing. Hope you're healing well, my friend. But your energy, we take it on a Football Friday. We're pumped up, man. Cardinals and Texans. Even if the rest of the nation is just sort of flying by the radar on this game.
Yeah,
I blame the Cardinals for that.
I'm upset with the Cardinals for being so irrelevant because it's taken this national love fest for the Texans that we've seen from the national media and kind of relegated it. All of a sudden, they flipped the switch yesterday. And boom. I'm also annoyed that the Cardinals uniforms, when they wear their red or blue, look so much like the Texans.
You're offended by that?
It's really, I get my football dyslexia while I'm watching. I keep thinking, is that? No. Oh, that's right. That's right. The Cardinals are playing the Rams here. The Texans aren't out there.
Yeah. This is what it's got to feel like. If you're a band, I should say, you're on tour and you just played Madison Square Garden. Maybe you played Soldier Field in Chicago. You go to L.A., you play SoFi. And now you're playing like the VFW in Topeka, Kansas, or something.
Or they booked you. They booked you in a place that doesn't it has
music.
Like you're just you're some pop singer, and they book you in a honky tonk, and everybody's just you're this far away from having a whiskey bottle thrown at you.
That's right. And this is how people talked about the Texans like 4 years ago. Like, oh man, we just got done with the with the Bills and the Chiefs, and now we're playing Houston. This is Arizona. Arizona is that now.
And if you look at the dark periods for the Texans, they're a lot like the Cardinals, and where they are right now is nobody really thinks about them except for when there's some kind of HR scandal or something like that. Right. The Cardinals have had some dicey situations, some drama in their front office.
Yes.
Of a different variety than what the Texans have had. Mm-hmm. The Cardinals' drama in their front office was, illegal stuff, whereas the Texans, it was more all interpersonal stuff.
Yeah. So we're basically doing in the first 2 minutes of the show here what we hope the Texans are not doing, which is completely taking the Cardinals lightly.
Right. I don't think they will be. I think the biggest thing is the offense has no reason to take anybody lightly. You know where the Texans' offense is ranked in scoring? One notch above the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah.
Of all the AFC teams, the Texans have the worst. Of all the AFC playoff contenders, the Texans have the worst offense.
Yeah.
And so they've got serious things that they need to continue to work on. I don't worry about that. And then I think the defense is just kind of hardwired for violence, and they're going to go out and give a good effort.
Yeah, I don't think this defense is going to allow the Texans to put a turd out there on the field. If they may win an ugly, closer than expected game against the Cardinals, I don't think this defense is going to let them lose these games.
Yeah, that's where I'm trying to figure out. With a 9.5 point spread, it's hard to beat NFL teams by 10 points. It's
really hard to beat them by 9.5 points
when you don't have a good offense. It's easier said than done. Yeah. So I'm weighing the options on that one.
Oh, are you?
Well, not for myself personally, but
just where you're at
to others.
Yeah. I got you.
Sean, I am like a very successful financial advisor. This is not my money we're working with; it's yours. Yes.
Right. Don't have to worry about it. So I think that's if we're looking at major storylines for this game, I think no letdown, especially coming off not just the Chiefs game. You're coming off an intense slew of games here. Really, I mean, every game. Pretty much until last week, every game you'd played for the last 2 months has been a must-win game. Really, since 3 and 5, since dropping that game to the Broncos, you're finally in a spot now where you're you're not comfortably in the playoffs in terms of the standings, but the percentages really are tipped in your favor right now?
It gives you so much leeway. These next two games, which are eminently winnable, and if you take care of business, you should. If you win these next two games and lose the two games after that, the ones where you've actually got a challenge versus the Chargers and whatever the Colts are, you've still got an 80% chance of making the playoffs.
Yep.
So in terms of putting yourself in a good position, you cannot drop the ball right here at this point. Because then you go into those final two games. If you just split those, it's like a 99% chance of making the playoffs.
Okay, so Jacoby Brissett, this is the second storyline. So no letdown. Jacoby Brissett, the Brissett curse. Mm-hmm. Jacoby Brissett is 5-1 against the Texans in his 6 starts with 3 different teams, by the way. Most of them with the Colts, because Jacoby Brissett was the starting quarterback for the Colts in 2017, the year that Andrew Luck missed with an injury, and then in 2019, the year that Andrew Luck retired out of nowhere. Jacoby Brissett was the starter for the Colts, but started as a rookie, 3rd game of the season during the Tom Brady suspension. Tom Brady suspended, Jimmy Garoppolo hurt, 27-0. The Patriots beat the Texans and Brock Osweiler on a Thursday night game in 2016. And then there's 2 games in 2017 that Jacoby Brissett beat the Colts. That was Deshaun Watson's rookie year. Both of those games took place after Deshaun Watson tore his ACL. So those were Brissett versus, I'm guessing, Tom Savage games. So the 2017 games, that's in a different category. 2019 is interesting because that was a year the Texans went 11-5. Jacoby Brissett beat the Texans, Seth, in Week 7, the week after they beat the Chiefs in Kansas City, the Texans. Texans beat the Chiefs in Kansas City, which was that was a trademark for O'Brien. He would get these huge wins that were the biggest wins of the Bill O'Brien era. Like the Patriots win that same season, and then the next week he's dog-cussing a fan because it's 38-3 at halftime of the Broncos game at home. Jacoby Brissett and the Colts beat the Texans the week after the Texans had a huge win over the Chiefs.
You know what? And teams sometimes or often usually take on the personality of their head coaches. And if there was one thing about Bill O'Brien, he was emotionally volatile.
Yes.
There were a lot of ebbs and flows with him. So in terms of just staying the course and having the same approach every week, I trust D'Amico Ryans a lot more than I trusted Bill O'Brien in that regard. I think his ability to kind of approach it like a baseball player and just focus on that at bat or that game and utilize all the cliches about keeping an even keel. D'Amico's much more like that.
The last 2 Brissett games later that year after he beat the Texans in Indianapolis, the Texans beat him. The one win they have over Brissett, it was a Thursday night game. DeAndre Hopkins had a huge game that night. I remember 20-17. They beat the Colts on a Thursday night, I think in like week 12. And then the last one, we talked about this game yesterday. The last one, Jacoby Brissett, people may not remember this, but Jacoby Brissett, it was actually in 2021, the David Culley season. The Dolphins beat the Texans 17-9, and that was the game we talked about yesterday where the Texans turnovers, and the Texans committed 4 turnovers, but lost the game. Yeah. And afterwards, David Culley said, well, you just can't win a game when you commit 4 turnovers. And everybody's like, well, the team that beat you committed 5. So,
which is not 4.
Yes.
Yeah, so there you go.
Correct. Yeah. Thank you.
That's the key, the distinction there. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, your defense took the ball away 4 times and you couldn't win that game. I mean, look, the Texans have had some games this year where they won but barely, and they were +3 in turnover margin.
Yeah.
I mean, this is I don't know. I feel like in a lot of ways we've been slow pedaling this, at least personally, is that I keep looking at the offense like, okay, well, all right, I'm frustrated about this and I'm angry about that, but it's a long season. And then all of a sudden I look up and there's 4 games left in the season and the offense still isn't a good offense. This is where I'm starting to have a little bit of internal panic because it's really, really hard to have a playoff run no matter how good, based on defense, no matter how good your defense is.
Yeah.
I mean, the extreme example of this is the Browns this year where they can't even be a good football team despite having probably I don't know where they are statistically right now, but I think if they had any kind of a competent offense on the other side of them, they'd be a top 3 defense.
Oh yeah, no, that's a really good defense and a really good point. The Texans, they need to step it up offensively. I don't know if this is a get well game or not for them. I mean, you're at home, you're against a bad team that's kind of cashed in their chips. They got destroyed by the Rams last week. They gave up 45 to the Rams last week.
Sean, I mean, look at the top 7 defenses by EPA, by expected points added per play.
Yep.
I mean, which one of these is not like the others? The Texans, the Seahawks, the Browns, the Rams, the Jaguars, the Chargers, the Broncos. I mean, they're just it's the Browns, the poor Browns defense. They're out there just fighting for pride and loving the game and a boatload of money as well.
You know what jumps out at me about that list you just recited there?
Yeah.
Is that other than the Browns and the Texans themselves, the Texans have played all those teams.
Right.
That's
they've had some showdowns. They've played a bunch of the top 10 offenses.
Yeah.
And if I went down, I cut it off at 7 because the Vikings are at 8. They're not in a happy place. But then the Eagles, the Patriots.
Yeah.
Oh, and then the poor Saints are 11th.
Are they really?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I say the poor Saints. I mean the poor Saints defensive players.
Yeah. The reason I went through the Jacoby Brissett game log there briefly was would this be the worst one? Like, is it Jacoby Brissett beating the Texans on Sunday? Would that be worse than losing to rookie Jacoby Brissett and the Patriots back in Week 3 in 2016?
Yeah, the Patriots were still a good team.
Yep.
That's and it was on the road.
Yeah.
So, and it was an unknown. You know, there's always, I go into any game versus a rookie quarterback nervous as hell because you have zero film on them. You don't know exactly what they're going to do. And that's what Jacoby Brissett made a play in that game that Tom Brady certainly would not have, that 40-plus yard touchdown run that he had. So, this would be a much worse loss.
Yeah.
This would be much more devastating.
Yep.
Although, there'd be a part of the, when they lost to Jacoby Brissett, you knew at that time in the season that you knew the Texans offense or the Texans team had some flaws. You knew that it just wasn't the same as, say, this Texans defense, which is just so solid throughout.
Yeah. Well, it was Week 3 of that season, but that was the game that ended J.J. Watt's season, that Patriots game that year. Like the very next day we got news like, nope, J.J. needs back surgery. So it's this one. Given that was early in the season, you can recover from it. This would be if you take your foot off the gas pedal and lose to this Cardinals team on Sunday, it's inexcusable. Will Anderson, does somebody get in Will Anderson's ear and say, hey man, go out there and get you a 4-sack game? This is the team that thought it would be a better idea to trade the pick they could have used on you.
No.
Okay.
No. Talking about sacks, I thought about this in terms of motivationally. Yeah. I told you that some coaches will talk about like, hey, you guys are ranked number 1, and that's what you should be shooting for in scoring defense and everything. I very much doubt that Dico talks to his team about that much because he's so process-oriented. Yeah. And the trouble sometimes if you start talking about things like being the number 1 scoring defense, or if you start talking about, hey, getting 3 sacks in this game, you start focusing on the outcome more so than the things that you really need to do to get those outcomes. Yeah. Because you can't always control whether you get 3 sacks. Yeah. Sometimes if the Cardinals come in and the ball's coming out in 2 seconds every single snap, Will Anderson could have the game of his life and have 0 sacks.
My question wasn't so much about the sacks. It was more about Will Anderson. Like, does Will Anderson look at this? Is there any part of Will Anderson that looks at the Cardinals as the team that decided to trade that pick?
Oh, yeah, that part maybe. That'd be a nice little chip on the shoulder. Yeah. That part of it. But in terms of, the grudge match against him, against them for just casually trading out of that spot.
He had a great game. You pointed this out yesterday. He had a great game against them 2 years ago.
Against
in
Paris, what's-his-face, the tackle that they had drafted.
Who's so scared he got hurt this week.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not
the Cardinals have one of the worst performances out of the right tackle position in football this year.
Awesome.
So whoever they've been lined up there right tackle in any given week has just been awful. Yeah. Will Anderson plays about 80% of his snaps over the right offensive tackle. Yeah. So there's a real good chance that Will Anderson does have 3 sacks.
Yeah, I know what you say about D'Amico and the defense, perfectly valid, and they've only had 3 sacks as a defense in the last 2 games, and they've been 2 of the best defensive performances of the year overall. I just need to see that graphic where Will and Daniil are climbing back up, back in the top 3 or 4 in sacks.
It's tough. I always grade against it because sacks are not a great, year by year, they're not always the best indicator of who's actually playing the best.
Yeah.
And I think Will Anderson, in a lot of respects, is playing like one of the best couple of defensive ends in football, aside from Myles Garrett. The sack numbers aren't always going to reflect it.
I'm basic, though, man.
Yeah,
I'm a basic B.
You're a basic B.
I'm a basic B. I like the sack numbers.
Jacoby Brissett, he doesn't have the mobility
It's not mobile.
Of, say, a Patrick Mahomes. And he'll stand back there and he'll take some punishment. So this is if Will Anderson has a really good game this week, it might end up being a 3-sack game.
Brissett, you know where he's going to be. He'll be back there in the pocket. My last one, storyline-wise, can the Texans end the Jonathan Gannon era this weekend? The Cardinals are 3-10. They have lost a bunch of close games, but it's not been as good in the second half of the season. And they got run off the field by the Rams. If the Texans run the Cardinals off the field, can Jonathan Gannon be the third head coach fired this year? Can they get that job done? After the few from a few years ago, that would be very gratifying.
I haven't seen a whole lot of reports that the Cardinals look like a team that's checked out or anything.
Yeah.
Maybe I just haven't read enough. That it doesn't feel like that.
Yeah.
It feels like the kind of situation where they're just going to wait until the end of the year.
Yeah.
So I don't know if we'll get that.
Yeah.
We didn't really get when Callahan got fired, I believe it was after they lost to the Raiders. When the Titans lost to the Raiders.
Okay.
But you know that Amy Adams-Strunk was still smarting from the loss to the Texans.
For sure.
I would imagine.
Yes.
But losing to the Raiders, which ironically enough might be the next coach that the Texans end up getting fired.
Oh, that's a good one. So is there a better chance they get Jonathan Gannon fired or Pete Carroll fired?
Oh, I would hope that the Raiders wouldn't fire Pete Carroll in season.
It's week 16. He gets to go home for Christmas.
Yeah, but
I'd rather get fired in week 16. You get paid.
You know how much lifelong NFL head football coaches are wrapped up in the emotional importance of Christmas.
Pete Carroll seems like he might be actually.
I think being home on Christmas would be the worst insult of all for somebody who spent 5 decades working on Christmas.
I don't know. I think it'd be kind of nice to be able to wake up in the morning and have some hot cocoa with your family.
I want to see if we can get Tom Brady relegated to a basement office.
I like that better. Yeah, I like that.
Tom Brady shows up and they're like, "Oh, Mr. Brady, I'm sorry, they moved your office."
Yeah.
Nobody told you.
I am kind of excited for. I don't want to look past the Cardinals, but I am kind of excited next week to dig in on the Raiders and just see how much blame is like. What's the blame percentage pie look like there? How much?
Yeah.
Because Brady is, Brady's been really hands-on reportedly with that team. And it's arguably the worst team in football this year.
Brady, I wonder how involved Brady was in picking Chip Kelly, and then Chip Kelly getting fired. Midway through the season.
Yeah.
Brady's in that sweet spot though. I was talking to an old NFL guy a couple of years ago, and it was funny. He was talking to me about asking me questions about the whole Easterby dynamic and everything. And he's like, "I'll tell you what, man, team president, not team president. It was like director of football. It was whatever, one of those positions that's not team president, not Mike Toman's side, but the other side where you're in the perfect position of always being able to blame somebody else."
Yeah.
He's like, that's what I tell young personnel people. You got to angle yourself to. Don't be the GM. Be the guy that helps hire the GM and works side by side with the owner, but that can always be in a position of blaming somebody else.
I think Easterby's title was Executive Vice President of Football Operations.
Yeah, I think it was Executive Vice President of Football Operations. Whatever Easterby's position was, that he said that's the sweet spot.
Yeah.
The only thing you could do to get fired is if all of a sudden everybody realizes that you've been lying and creating factions against them, other factions within the organization, and doing all this really dodgy stuff. Other than that, you're in the catbird seat.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Football Friday. We've got a couple of anonymous executive quotes on the Phillip Rivers situation in Indianapolis, and it looks like we're getting what we want here. This is going to be amazing. I'm going to be very distracted on Sunday trying to watch a Texans game with this going on. We'll have that for you Coming up next, but first, I'm talking to you folks out there. You guys.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we'll get to the latest Phillip Rivers reports in just a second. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Football Friday. A couple of things. One, Texter, is Circle of Swarm today? If so, Petrie has to be in it. Circle of Swarm will be at 7:20 today. And I would, spoiler alert, imagine that Jalen Petrie might have found his way into Circle of Swarm for the rest of the season based on that hit on Rasheed Rice last Sunday.
Yeah, that was a good one. Yeah, but there's a part of me that I don't like people telling me what to do. So I don't know. We'll see.
We'll see. Yeah.
By virtue of you telling me that somebody better be in the Circle of
Don't
Swarm,
piss
you
Seth
might have
off, man.
You might have pushed Jalen Petrie out of Circle of Swarm. Everybody be careful in being the overbearing parent talking to the Little League coach, okay?
Texter,
you don't want me as a Little League coach of your child.
I didn't take it
I will
that way.
boot you off the field.
The other thing that I'm tempted to send this to Ben because it's amazing audio. The Falcons beat the Buccaneers. The Buccaneers are in a tailspin right now. Falcons walked it off 29-28 against the Bucs last night, and by virtue of that, now the Panthers are in first place in the NFC South. Todd Bowles went on an uncharacteristically expletive-laden tirade after the game.
Yeah.
There's so many F-bombs in here, I'm worried Ben might not be able to bleep them out. We might not be able to play it till Monday. There's so many F-bombs in
It
this
might be
thing.
more bleeps than words.
Yes, yeah.
And he was doing it kind of fast too, so I actually started in on it. I got one bleep into it, and I was like, nah, if this is going to get done, it's Ben.
Oh, yeah, it's a Ben project. All right.
Otherwise I'm going to be ignoring Sean trying to edit this during a segment or something.
Bleeps. Yeah, so Ben, just take this as a warning. You might be getting some labor-intensive audio headed your way. Boy, it was incredible. And by the way, Buccaneers, thanks for losing. You just hurt the Texans' strength of schedule. I'm looking at stuff like that now, Seth. You know, these tiebreakers and everything.
Oh, yeah.
Buccaneers are on the Texans' schedule.
You go down the tiebreaker list. It's harder to remember than the list of succession for president.
Yes.
We're down to Bureau of Interior, like the Secretary of the Bureau of Parks and Recreation.
We're way down the list, man. Yeah, we're way down the list. All right, so in Indianapolis,
let's go down this rabbit hole.
In Indianapolis,
let's start talking about succession for U.S. president plans.
Don't look it up. Stephen Holder is the athletics beat writer for the Indianapolis Colts, and he's had eyes on Colts practice this week. Just to refresh, this was Shane Steichen a couple of days ago when he was asked about Phillip Rivers. Is he ready to play? Will he play? This is a Q&A back and forth here.
How soon? It's been 5 years. Is Sunday possible? Does he need a week and a half? What do you think?
Yeah, we're going to go through this week of practice, see how it goes, and then we'll make a decision at the end of the week probably. So we're going to get him through practice.
What's Riley's situation?
Riley will practice today. He's dealing with the knee, but he will practice.
If Riley's healthy, will he start?
We'll see how the week goes. We'll get to the end of the week and make that decision.
All right, so this is Stephen Holder tweeting this yesterday, Seth. This is after Thursday practice. 2 days in now, and my time in the building this week has left me only more convinced Phillip Rivers is this week's starting quarterback. It isn't difficult to tell who a team is prepping to start. That player is Rivers, period.
Oh, boy. Oh, versus one of the best three defenses in the league he is.
Defense.
Man. Oh, wow. We talked earlier about how I hate facing rookie quarterbacks, no matter who they are, because you just don't know. Mm-hmm. This falls into that same category, and it wouldn't be as interesting if Jonathan Taylor didn't exist. If this was a team where they just had a mediocre rushing attack or something.
They were the Cardinals this weekend against the Texans.
Yeah, okay, well, what are they really going to do? Are they going to put it on Phillip Rivers' shoulders? They don't have to put it on Phillip Rivers. They just have to have him back there handing the ball off, and not that that's simple to do against an NFL defense. And remember, the Seahawks have a stud defensive line.
Yes,
so,
I remember.
But 80% run, 20% pass, when Phillip Rivers is the guy that can maybe dial up the opportunities for shots downfield, or when to bring an extra couple guys in for protection because you know that the Seahawks are going to blitz or whatever it might be.
Yeah.
Like all those little things. This could go one of a million different directions, and I'm fascinated by it. It all ends with Phillip Rivers having a ghastly injury at some point in the next 4 weeks.
Probably.
But before that point, it could be really, really interesting.
It's really, I tell you, the group that it puts tremendous pressure on is the Colts offensive line. Because at least this season when the offense was cooking with Jonathan Taylor, the quarterback that you had back there in Daniel Jones, there was some layer of deception that you could put on the opposing team where there was the threat of Daniel Jones running. Daniel Jones, he's not a great passer, but he's a good enough passer.
He can drop some dimes.
Yes.
As they used to call him, Danny Dimes.
That's right.
Yeah.
So there was an element of you didn't know where it was coming from. This is going to be a lot more predictable, like you said. I mean, they're going to pound Jonathan Taylor with a quarterback who is no threat to do anything with his legs back there.
Yeah.
Well,
and the Seahawks are a very good rush defense, and that's the really interesting part of it all. Is the matchup couldn't be worse in a lot of ways.
Yes.
For this style of game that you want to play. It's gonna be awesome, man.
I can't wait.
This is really, and it's in Seattle.
Yeah.
Oh.
So it's after
J.J. Watt's on the call.
J.J. Watt's on the call, and it's after the Texans game. So Texan fans, if you want to tune into it, you probably can.
This is going to be some great. I wouldn't call it hate watching. It's just
theater.
The funniest thing though is it's going to be a spectacle, but probably a really boring spectacle.
Yeah, maybe so.
The biggest thing that really might happen is that the Colts defense continues to show that they're not the defense they looked like in the first half of the season, and that's Darnold. It might end up being a boring game just because the Seahawks build enough of a margin early on that they really go into protection mode for Phillip Rivers.
Yep, I could see that. So Jeff Howe of The Athletic did a long article about this very thing yesterday, the Phillip Rivers return to the NFL, and he talked to 9 coaches and execs to get their take on it. So obviously anonymous, coach anon and exec anon. So he talked to 9 of them. 3 of them think Rivers is getting this job just because he's better than any of the alternatives that they've got right now. It's better than Riley Leonard, a 6th-round pick who hasn't played any football in the NFL. The rest of them, the other 6, were skeptical at best, he said. So you got 3 that are like sort of understand it. You got 6 that are kind of on the other end of things. The 2 quotes that were in the story from anonymous executives, the one, fun story, but I think it's going to be a disaster.
Oh, yeah.
End quote.
That's the thing I'd be interested in is the executives that were very skeptical. I wonder, though, if they still might do the same thing in this situation.
Yeah.
I think people are skeptical of it. I haven't seen a whole lot of people lambaste it because they're in dire straits. They're firing up the last flare really at this point as their water supplies have run out.
I'm with the 3 that say it's just better than the alternative right now. I'm with those guys. The other quote from the article, looking at their schedule, it's not going to work. They have a tough road with some really good defenses. Phillip is going to be a sitting duck. Yeah, the worst defense they probably play the last 4 games of the year is Jacksonville, and that's not a bad defense.
If Phillip Rivers gets hurt, as he inevitably will, then they're back to the same situation with Riley Leonard. Do you still go shopping the scrap heap? Do you call up Cam Newton? Do you call up Tom Brady? I don't know. What do you do? Tom Brady cannot.
Yeah, be a little
now
messy.
That he's an owner of the Raiders, he just simply cannot.
That'd be a little messy.
Right? I don't even know what the rules are. You just can't, right?
Well, he'd probably have to sell his interest in the Raiders, and I don't know that deal gets done on eBay or something like that. It's probably, So Brady's probably in the best shape to do it. Like that. Brady's probably a guy who still throws a football and is in a gym every day.
Still very pliable.
Yeah.
He's probably, and there's probably a part of him that's like thinking he's going to turn jiu-jitsu at some point and beat up his wife's ex-boyfriend.
He may be.
His ex-wife's ex-boyfriend.
Yeah. Derek Carr is the one I always thought might get a phone call from a team.
That would make the most sense, right? Is he he's the most recently retired starting quarterback?
Yes, that was still playing at a level that you could go, okay, we might be able to win a game with this guy.
I wonder if Derek Carr is at home seething right now.
I'm just pissed off.
He and David are doing a podcast. I've seen some good clips from the podcast.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
David's got a pretty good sense of humor about it. I can't remember who he was talking about somebody that he wished he had gotten drafted to the Panthers.
The year that he he got drafted by the Texans.
Because he would have been in a Super Bowl, he said. which he was saying tongue in cheek because obviously, like Jake Delhomme was, I don't know,
Okay.
or he was
that's
basically
right.
saying like, oh yeah, if I were starting there, of course we still would have gone to the Super Bowl. I think he was saying in a way it was like, okay, obviously I as a young quarterback, I probably wouldn't have led them.
Right,
to the Super Bowl.
right. They made the right decision. Well, they didn't even get to make the decision. They were picking second. Yeah. No, he's probably being self-deprecating.
And I don't know if they would have made the Super Bowl at Julius Peppers.
That's 100% true. All right, headlines. We'll get you up to speed on the Texans injury report. I think good news yesterday on the injury front for the Houston Texans. A lot of guys back at practice, including one of the most important guys they need to win on Sunday. Rockets win last night, Thursday Night Football. We got some NFL news to get to as well. We'll do all of that in headlines. Coming up next, Prize Picks. So Prize Picks.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, we thank the Men's Tea Clinic for powering today's headlines. Not a ton of headlines today. Let's start with the Texans in the injury report. Did not practice yesterday. It's a short list. Nick Chubb with his rib injury, Kamari Lassiter with his foot injury, and then Titus Howard didn't practice for personal reasons. So the two that are actual injuries, Chubb with the rib, Lassiter with the foot, I choose to believe Kamari Lassiter is going to play this Sunday because he played last Sunday, and it's the same deal. He did the walkthrough on Friday last week, and he played a great game on Sunday. I think it would be nice. And Chubb, I'm more nervous about. He left the game with the injury, only had one carry, and he hasn't done anything since. I'd be a little more concerned.
And this offense, as we all know, is not in a situation where, hey, don't worry, you
need Nick Chubb.
Chubb wasn't that great this year anyway. Yeah, right. But he was the best that we've had, and in certain situations, he's been very good.
Yep.
That there's a razor's edge margin of error or latitude right now for the running back position.
Okay, here's one for you for Sunday. Over under on Cody Schrader carries in the game.
That's a really good. I do think, just based on D'Amico's comments about Woody Marks on Monday, where he just talked about how banged up he is and how he's fighting through it and everything, that I think that they signed Cody Schrader that same day or the next day.
Yep.
I think there's a good chance that Cody Schrader gets 7 touches.
7 touches? Wow. Okay.
He is like he's a miniature version of Woody Marks.
Yeah.
So Woody Marks is not big, and no. Cody Schrader is probably about the same size. He's just not as explosive or as fast as Woody Marks.
Right.
So but you can look at the skill set and think, okay, well, maybe some of the things that they want to do with Woody Marks, they can do with Cody Schrader.
I think he's active. And I think he gets touches in this game.
And remember, he was with the Rams his first 2 training camps at least, so he's got some familiarity with Nick Caley.
Absolutely. And we say all that to say Woody Marks back at practice. Anybody not named Nick Chubb, Kamari Lassiter, or Titus Howard practiced to some degree yesterday. So that's where the Texans are medically right now. We'll keep an eye on it today as well. So keep it tuned here on Sports Radio 610. I'm sure the guys on In the Loop and The Drive will have updates on it throughout the day. Rockets win last night. Boy, it feels like they haven't played in about 3 weeks. They beat the Los Angeles Clippers in what was a fun game. It was probably more back and forth than you'd want it to be if you're the Rockets going against this year's version of the Clippers, although Kawhi Leonard and James Harden did both play last night. Clippers not a good team this year. 115-113, the Rockets win the game. The big play down the stretch. 110-110, and Amen Thompson gets a tip-in off of an offensive rebound, a three-point play. He got hoop in the harm to put him up 113-110. Nicholas Batum with the Clippers down 3 stepped on the end line inbounding the ball, which kind of sealed the game for the Rockets.
It was a really exciting classic Rockets play with 30 seconds left to put the Rockets up with an offensive rebound. And then
like 3 offensive rebounds.
Amen Thompson with about 3 rebounds and 3 shots at the same time missed, and then Amen Thompson gets it and gets the end one. But then I think there were, by my count, 378 officiating circumstances between then and the end of the game.
It was a long last couple minutes.
Yeah,
it was long. It was not for the faint of heart. That's what's going to drive everybody to the highlight culture that the kids love these days, is just these last 2 minutes of a game take too damn long.
The end of the NBA game is just so
brutal.
Painstaking.
It's brutal. There's way too many. They give teams way too many. You look at the bottom of the screen and the timeouts left bar there, and you look and it's like teams get 7 timeouts for the entire game. There's
that's what they should do. They should just you should lose all but a certain number of timeouts in the last couple minutes.
Yeah.
That's what they should do.
Trim it
We're
down.
gonna fix basketball right now.
That's it. You and I. 115-113, the Rockets beat the Clippers. Thursday Night Football last night, a game that you could have heard on Sports Radio 610 if you chose to. The Falcons walk it off against the not even suddenly, the now for a while reeling Buccaneers. The Buccaneers were a month into the season, Baker Mayfield was in the MVP conversation, and the Bucs were 4-1.
Emeka was in the Rookie of the Year conversation, and now both those guys, from what I can tell, people with the Bucs, having not watched any Bucs games, are Many people are blaming Baker Mayfield for Emeka Egbuka's drop-off.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Mike Evans getting hurt probably didn't help. Mike Evans, believe he was back last night, but Mike Evans getting hurt probably didn't help turning Emeka Egbuka all of a sudden into the guy a lot of attention. But yeah, the Bucs lose. So don't look now, but the Carolina Panthers, first place in the NFC South right now. Bryce Young is in first place in the NFC South.
Well, and if you go back to early last year when it looked like Bryce Young might never play football again.
He got benched.
It's just like, hey, sometimes these rookies need a little time, man.
Yep.
He hasn't been good this year.
No.
Like, let's not. He had that one huge game, and people acted like all of a sudden he's arrived.
Yeah.
No, he'd been pretty bad.
Him getting a contract after this year would be way more Trevor Lawrence-like than it would be Joe Burrow-like.
Way more.
Yeah.
Because he hasn't had any stretch. Trevor Lawrence had a couple of really nice stretches of
He got a team to the playoffs, actually, in his first 3 years. Yeah. And Bryce still might, but you're right. They're winning more in spite of Bryce Young than because of Bryce Young this year, for sure. The other big news out of the NFL yesterday, T.J. Watt, Pittsburgh Steelers star rusher, brother of Texans legend J.J. Watt, was sent to a local hospital for evaluations on his lung. He was having discomfort at the practice facility on Wednesday. They played the Miami Dolphins on Monday Night Football this week. His status for the game is up in the air right now. Mike Tomlin said after Thursday's practice that TJ was experiencing discomfort at the facility yesterday, so we told him we took him to the doctors, and they're going to go through some procedures. He stayed overnight at the hospital. He has a lung situation that's being addressed. I think he has some testing and so forth ahead of him this
afternoon. I feel better for him. I was really worried at first because the way it was initially reported, it sounded like he had to go to the hospital because of something they had done in the facility, and immediately I thought of Tyrod Taylor, who a doctor tried to drain some fluid from his chest, and he punctured his lung.
And he started the Justin Herbert era.
Well, this is what happened. This is why I got nervous, because sometimes in NFL medical situations, because you have orthopedists who maybe haven't drained somebody's chest cavity since they were a resident back at the local hospital at 3 a.m. to somebody that came in the emergency room, doing stuff that nurses do every day and are good at. So initially I was worried that that's what it sounded like with T.J. Watt. From the reporting since then, it sounds like they recognize he has some kind of issue and they come to the hospital. So hopefully it's not a huge deal. Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, best wishes to T.J. Watt, no doubt about that. Those are your headlines for a Football Friday here. All right, let's take a look back. This game coming up on Sunday between the Cardinals and the Texans has some stark similarities to the last time these two teams played. They played 2 years ago at NRG Stadium at a similar point in the year under very similar circumstances. And it wound up being one of the tightest games of the year for the Houston Texans. So can we take any warnings away from the game 2 years ago? That is coming up next.
Hey, if you are looking to do something really special,
AILT. AILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
It's going to be another tricky circle of swarm coming up in about 20 minutes, my friend.
People are going to be angry. There's going to be people left off the circle of swarm. The only thing about it is that it's going to be so heavily defense that I mean, nobody's going to be upset if you leave a single offensive player off the circle of swarm this
Probably
week.
Probably not. I was about to list a couple of names, but we'll save that for 7:20. I think there's some offensive guys that are in the conversation.
Oh, they're worthy, but I don't know. We'll see.
We'll find out in 20 minutes. Circle of swarm. Seth and I picked the 6 swarmiest Texans from last week's game with a glance ahead to the Arizona game on Sunday. We each picked 3.
There can only be 6.
6 and 6 only, man. 6 and 6 only. Yep. Here's DeMeco Ryans on his coach's show a couple of days ago, earlier this week, discussing the Texans' upcoming opponent, the Arizona Cardinals.
The Cardinals, they'll present some different challenges, especially defensively. Yep. Gannon has done a really great job, but he presents a lot of different looks, 3 safety looks that can be tricky at times. So the communication, the awareness, identification of what's going on is going to be very key for us. Yep. Offensively, you got 2 good receivers. Tight end McBride is playing really well. Guy catches passes every game. I think he has some record of consecutive catches or something in a game. But it's just, for us, you got to be on your coverage. Brissett is a veteran quarterback. He's been a starter at multiple spots. He's been around the league for a while now, and it's a credit to him because he can come in, he can make plays. So we got to get after him up front. Of course, our D-line, that's going to be key for us this game, getting after their front. And in the back end, can we go take the football away again?
Okay. So he laid it all out right there.
Trey McBride is their leading receiver. Trey McBride, the tight end. And I was kind of brainstorming ways that DeMeco can motivate these guys without just coming in and saying, hey, they suck. We got to just, go take care of business. McBride's a guy, I think, that you can show clips of, using the TV copy especially. Yeah. Because he does a couple of things. A, he breaks tackles. He bulldozes people after the catch. And B, he gets up sassy. Whole lot of mean mugging and gesticulating and everything after the play. Okay. So you want to get guys kind of ready to be like, okay, this guy thinks he's going to come and do this to us.
He's
sassy,
show some clips.
Huh? Yeah, he's sassy, very sassy. This Trey McBride.
Okay.
So if you want to show guys in the linebacking core and in the secondary, hey, this is what this guy thinks of himself.
Yep.
He's going to come and be tougher than you guys. What do you think of that?
Okay. I like it. I don't like that he does that. I would really be angry if I were a Houston Texan, but I like the angle you're taking with that.
Yeah.
Sassy.
You're getting the bloodlust, Sean.
Is he sassy? Is he zesty, too, or just sassy?
I think those go hand in hand,
Do
they?
Yeah, well, Mahomes gets categorized as very zesty for the way he walks.
That's just the way he runs.
The way he walks,
pigeon-toed and weird. He's just kind of, like he's got a poop.
Yeah,
Like he's pinching one in.
Yeah, but McBride is a yapper, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and he's really tough. Look,
he's a good player.
He's their leading receiver, and he plays a certain style of football that, I think the Texans, when they watch it, will be like, all right, okay, this is the guy.
Right.
This is the guy.
Right.
2 guys you really got to worry about, Michael Wilson and Trey McBride.
Yeah, if Marvin Harrison is not, and Marvin Harrison has not practiced this week, to my knowledge, so he's been banged up. Similarities to the game a couple of years ago. Feels like longer than 2 years ago, but it was only 2 years ago, almost to the week, that these 2 teams actually played. Kyler Murray was just coming back from his knee injury. As you pointed out yesterday, he was tired at the end of that game.
Yeah, and I wasn't saying in a critical way. It was
literally tired.
It was an offense that I think somebody got upset because I said he had to run a lot more in that offense than in college. It's the style of running like on bootlegs and him operating the play calls and everything. There's just a lot more constant work for him in that offense, and he got tired. It was just he didn't have his legs underneath him yet coming off an injury.
Yeah, I don't know if this is DeMeco's style at all to point out something that happened 2 years ago and use it as something instructive for this year. But I think it's worth noting that the Cardinals are coming to NRG Stadium under very, very similar circumstances. It's a different team. Certainly functionally, it's a different team because it couldn't be more different, Kyler Murray and Jacoby Brissett. But Jonathan Gannon is the head coach, and the similarities are this. In 2023, Seth, Cardinals were coming in here. The Texans were getting about the most love that they've gotten as a team up until these past couple weeks. Mm-hmm. They were coming off a 3-game winning streak that got them to 6-4 on the season, and they had just beaten in back-to-back weeks the Tampa Bay Buccaneers with a huge comeback at the end of the game, and the Cincinnati Bengals with a healthy Joe Burrow in Cincinnati on a last-second Matt Amendola field goal. So they were coming in. We're going to play audio here. The NRG crowd was chanting MVP for C.J. Stroud at this game. Like, that's the period of time we were in as Houston Texan fans. Meanwhile, the Cardinals were 2-9 and left for dead. And I didn't go back and look and see what the spread was on this game. I would imagine the Texans were a substantial favorite in this game with 2-9 against 6-4. But this is very similar. I mean, the Texans are on a 5-game winning streak. They just beat the Chiefs, the Colts, and the Bills back-to-back-to-back. They're the toast of the town. There's press clippings galore. And now here come the Cardinals' wounded animal at 3-10. So it's very, very similar in circumstance. And so we'll go back through the game here from a couple of years ago, just via a few highlights from Mark Vandermeer and Andre Ware. But that ended up being a really, really close, tightly contested game. In fact, the Cardinals took the lead right away in that game, I believe on the first series, with a deep touchdown pass to Rondale Moore.
Murray in the gun, gets the snap. A lot of time for Murray. Now heaves it long downfield and caught. Touchdown, Rondale Moore. 47-yard strike from Kyler Murray, and the Cardinals score first.
What made that exactly. What made that even more infuriating, Rondale Moore was the player that Jonathan Gannon walked up to in the facility in that pew, 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 pew clip.
Oh, yeah.
And said shots, explosives. And the fact that they got an explosive on the first series against the Texans, I'm like, no, you're making this idiot look correct.
Yeah, that annoyed me.
Yes. Yeah, very annoying. Very annoying. So they took the lead early in the game, and that set the tone. This was a close game pretty much throughout most of the day. Some of the other things that happened in that game, Derek Stingley Jr. back off the injured list. And this is sort of a precursor of what the next year and a half we're going to look like for Derek Stingley Jr., his first interception of the season off Kyler Murray.
4-man front for Houston. Murray fakes the give, steps back, steps up, now guns it long downfield, wants Brown, and intercepted. Derek Stingley Jr. with the pick. The takeaway by the Texans. Stingley's second career INT.
Isn't that crazy? Like, second career INT. He's had a ton since then.
Right, he's had a ton since then, but he was also, I mean, those first couple of years were dicey from an injury standpoint.
Hell, yeah.
He just didn't play a whole lot of football. He came back the second half of that rookie season, or when he came back, he was playing at a really high level, but it largely escaped public notice just because all the talk was about Sauce Gardner.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, a lot of talk about Sauce Gardner. There was a time early in 2023 that people wanted Nick Caserio fired over the Derek Stingley Jr. pick.
Oh, yeah.
Because he got hurt. He missed the whole second half of his rookie year with a hamstring injury, which, I mean, that was a lost year anyways. That was a Lovie Smith year. But then he goes out after 2 games, an 0-2 start, mind you, in C.J. Stroud's rookie year, D'Amico's first year, and it looked like, oh my God, you drafted a lemon. You drafted damaged goods.
He didn't play in. He played in the first 2 weeks of that season, and didn't return until the 9th week of the season.
Till the Bengals game, I think. Yeah. So that's that was. I just put that in there just because of that. The Stingley journey has been interesting.
And now he's back at the point. He's established himself as a good enough corner that he probably won't get a boatload of interceptions for the rest of his career.
That's correct.
Because he just doesn't get targeted all that often.
Yeah, you don't even these last 2 or 3 games, there have been points in the game, Seth, where really the last 3 games, because it started in the Buffalo game for me, I'm like, is Stingley out? It'd be the third quarter, and I'm like, is Stingley hurt? We haven't seen him at all. No, you just look over there. He's out there. They're just not throwing it in his direction at all. This was the game. And again, we're going back and looking at the 2023 win over the Cardinals, which I think is a PSA label for this game, given how similar the situations are. This was the game where CJ had that touchdown to Tank, where he rolled out to his right, CJ did, and kind of motioned, kind of told Tank to, they kind of played a little
Keep
playground
it
ball.
your route.
Yeah. and he hits Tank for the touchdown.
Offset eye. CJ drops back in the pocket, looking, flushed out to the right. CJ guns it long downfield and caught. Touchdown! Wow. Amazing catch, Tank Dell. What a throw by Stroud. And Dell with the reception jumps into the stands.
Go Cougs! That's my guy.
There we go.
Unbelievable.
Okay, so that was this box score, Seth, depressed me.
Yeah, I know where you're going with this.
Because Tank Dell had 8 catches for 149 yards in this game.
Yeah.
And a touchdown. That touchdown right there. It made me sad. And if I'm going to do anything on a Friday, if I'm going to be sad, then everybody else has to be sad with me. You're all coming with me.
It was you know what? It was a game in which people were chanting MVP for C.J. Stroud. He did throw 3 interceptions in that game.
He did. I was going to get to that. Don't worry. Yeah. I was going to get to that. Yeah. This is the point after the Tank touchdown right there, and you can hear the crowd chants.
Extra point by Amendola, up and good. And the crowd is chanting MVP for C.J. Stroud.
That was good. Yes, C.J. threw 3 picks in this game. A big reason this game was close. 21-16 was the final score, and the Cardinals had the ball at the end of the game to go down and take a lead in this game. We'll play the final play here in a second. But a big reason this game was close is C.J. Stroud had some very ill-timed There's never a good time for an interception, but I remember a couple of them he had as the Texans were driving down the field. Like, this should not have been a 21-16 game. The Texans moved the ball. C.J. threw for 336 yards in this game.
Yeah.
And Devin Singletary had over 100 yards rushing. This game should have been a 3-touchdown game, but turnovers kept the Cards in the game. And I think if we're bringing this into this year, Seth, the one thing the Texans have done really well offensively over the last 5 or 6 weeks is protect the football. They haven't moved it the way you'd want to, but they protected the football really well.
Yeah, no, they're playing that boring brand of football that you got to try to be very careful and measured when you've got a really good defense on the other side of you. Just don't blow it and take your opportunities where they are. And there's more to it. I'm not saying you play that style of football and still score points.
Yeah.
The Texans just haven't been doing the scoring points part all that great.
No. This is the last part here. The final possession of the game. Kyler Murray's got the ball, and it's 4th down, and you need a play made. 21-16, here was the score. Final minutes of the game. Here it was. Turnover.
4th and 8 at the Houston 27. Murray in the gun. Murray throwing downfield to his left, and incomplete. Knocked away Steven Nelson, and the Texans take over on downs. 21-16, they have the ball with 30 seconds to go.
We do not want a game like this on Sunday.
Yeah.
That's my point with all this.
It would be we'd be left wanting. This is a classic where people want to see a beatdown. That you're headed into this playoff run. You want to see CJ take another step forward coming off of his concussion, and you want the defense to do what you expect them to do, but it's really about this offense by some of the projections out there, the way the Texans offense matches up versus this Cardinals defense, they should really put it over on them. Like, they should really.
Oh, really? You're seeing good
yeah.
stuff?
They're up in the upper right quadrant for projected points and all that. So just do that. If the Texans have to win this one in a squeaker, people are not going to be happy about it after. We're going to come in on Monday, and it's going to be a lot of angry people.
Yeah, that's a big difference between that 2023 game and this game on Sunday is there are a lot of people that feel like this game and the Raiders game, I'll add into that, people are hoping this is a get-well 2 weeks for the Texans offense. 2 years ago, the offense was well. There was no get-well about it. They were coming off 2 games where they had over 500 yards of offense against the Bucs, and this game against the Cardinals, they had nearly 500 yards of offense.
And you look at
the Bengals.
Look at the Rams a couple weeks ago. They lose to the Panthers. Yeah. Huge letdown. Embarrassing loss for them. Then they came out and they beat the snot out of the Cardinals.
Yep.
So the Texans certainly didn't have an embarrassing game last week. But it was a game where, man, we called this on Monday. We knew that over the course of the week, we'd go from being really excited from the defense to being back to, all right, hey, what exactly is going on with the offense anyway?
Well,
I just don't want to, versus an inferior team like this, I don't want to be having conversations on Monday about, okay, seriously, what is going on with the offense?
We all want to go to a Super Bowl, right? I mean, if they don't go to a Super Bowl, the reason's going to be the offense is not living up to expectations.
Yeah.
You know, and I don't know what expectations are for the offense. I just know it's higher than what they're doing right now.
It's higher. It's the what if that you never. It's not fun to play at all. Is just okay. What if Joe Mixon was out there?
Yeah.
And anybody see Joe Mixon lately? Didn't he tweet something?
He tweeted. Yeah, he tweeted something about H-Town after the game on Sunday night.
Okay.
So he's
not emotionally absent from
his
us.
fingers work, unless he's doing the voice to tweet thing. So we know that we know that he's alive.
Yeah.
We know.
We saw him walking around at a Texans game a few weeks ago.
Yeah, Brandon Scott spotted him.
No boot or anything.
No.
He looked like a normal human being, like a normal running back in street clothes.
That's what I understand. Yeah. D'Amico Ryans was on Pardon My Take. We played a little bit of that yesterday when they told he's one of the top 3 most handsome coaches in the NFL.
And I'm glad, Sean, by the way, I meant to send you these 2 clips that you had pulled.
Okay, good.
Because these are the exact 2 clips that when I went back and listened to the whole interview yesterday really piqued my interest.
Okay, good. Well, here we go. So
did I send these to you?
No, I pulled these yesterday.
Oh, wow,
I think.
good.
Yeah.
Look at us.
Well, simpatico,
We're pretty much on the same page.
Absolutely.
Except for the actual getting stuff done part of it.
Yeah. Well, that's
your part.
We both have our glitches there, too.
Yeah.
Ask Ben. Ben, half the time Ben comes in here 15 minutes before the show. He's like, Did you
send me the email?
Did you send me the email with all the audio in it? I'm like, oh, no, it's in my drafts folder, Ben.
Yeah.
Why do you ask? Here was D'Amico Ryans on Pardon My Take talking about how the third down drills between the Texans offense and defense, it started to skew a little bit more evenly throughout the year.
Yeah, we do a competitive period where we do a third down compete period every week, and it's been pretty lopsided. For most of the year, our defense has been winning a lot of those, but when CJ came back for the past couple of weeks, he's gutted us on a lot of plays, so it's balancing itself out now. So it's very competitive. We do the periods, and I love it when you go just good on good in season to make sure the competitive fire, the competitive spirits are still up with our team. Always enjoy watching that.
Okay, the thing I liked most about that caught my ear was, oh wait, since CJ came back, they've started gutting the defense a little bit and being more competitive. So it's as close to, I think, maybe love that we've heard from D'Amico about CJ all season long.
He's been very measured in his
He's
CJ
been doing
talk.
better than Davis Mills was in those competitive practices. The other thing that I liked about it is that NFL teams don't always have their ones practice versus their ones. It's the defense is going versus the scout team and vice versa. Yeah. And I do like that they do it on but it makes sense they do it on third downs because that's the least physically punishing one. So you can get really good competitive pass rush reps, but without, when you do it on an inside run drill or a 9-on-7 or something, it's more violence than you necessarily want on a Wednesday or Thursday.
D'Amico sounds like he watches that set of drills with a bucket of popcorn under his arm. He sounds so in that clip there, he really seems to enjoy that.
Well, and remember JJ was telling a couple weeks ago about how CJ had said sometimes the clock in his head gets a little bit too hurried because he's always going against the Texans defense. So in those third down drills, I don't know. Am I going to get mad at the defense for being too good versus CJ in practice? No, I cannot make that excuse for CJ or the offense.
I remember in training camp, it was a tough watch at times, and it was always ones against ones. There were times in training camp I'm like, can you let him go against the twos maybe? Oh,
no. Yeah, we had a lot of discussions about that. Yeah. Remember we had our one listener that called you soft for suggesting that.
Oh, really? I forgot about that.
And I don't think – this is the problem. When we would talk about that, I understand having the knee-jerk reaction of like, oh, yeah, whatever. You're gonna make it easy for the offense. You have to understand how bad it was. Yeah. Like that you couldn't practice. It's kind of like trying to learn how to walk as one of the parents is shoving you down each time you start to get your little knee up.
Yes.
That's what it looked like. It looked like the offense was just about to get its chubby little knee up, and get 1 foot in front of them, And then D'Amico Ryans would go and shove him down.
Yep.
Or Will Anderson would go shove down your toddler.
Yep.
And you're at your point where you're like, all right, Will Anderson, just let the little chubby toddler take a step or two, and then we can work on you guys going Oklahoma drill versus the toddler.
Kramer in the karate kick class with the 8-year-old kids.
Yeah.
Back in the day, yeah.
It did. It looked like Will Anderson was in an Oklahoma drill versus 2 toddlers.
Yep.
An offensive lineman toddler and a running back or quarterback toddler.
I had never heard of the pinky bet that Big Cat does for
every year
Barstool.
Big Cat picks a team that if they win the Super Bowl, he'll cut off the tip of his pinky. I didn't know that.
They have to start 0-2, though.
Yeah, it's an 0-2 team.
Yeah.
And Big Cat says, if this team wins the Super Bowl, I'll cut off the tip of my pinky.
Right. In 2018, it was the Texans when they started out 0-3 under Bill O'Brien.
Did they win the Super Bowl that year?
They did not.
Okay.
They did not.
You've got a better memory for these
He's
things.
He's still got his pinky, Big Cat. And he still has it. So he has yet to have to pay off on this bet. But
he's got to be Ron inspired, right?
Probably. Probably, yeah. So this is Big Cat from Pardon My Take from Barstool sharing that story with D'Amico Ryans and asking D'Amico a favor if the Texans do go on to win a Super Bowl.
Every year for the last 9 years on this show, a team that starts 0-2 with Super Bowl aspirations, I say it's done. They're done. They're not going to win the Super Bowl. And part of me saying that is that if they do win the Super Bowl, I'll cut off the tip of my pinky. You guys are my pinky team this year. I'm very nervous. So the only times I think the 2017 or 18 Texans.
It was 2017.
2018. They were a pinky team. Last year's Rams team was the pinky team. So I think out of the 9 years, only 2 of the teams have gone to the playoffs. You guys look like you're going to go to the playoffs. If you win the Super Bowl and I have to cut off the tip of my pinky, will you at least let me do like a Make-A-Wish, like come down to camp and put on the pads and run a play with the boys? Like do something for me?
If we make that Super Bowl, you can do whatever you want, baby. Welcome here anytime.
Okay, so there you go. He went on to ask, okay, could you maybe put me in for a play and I can get sacked by Will Anderson in practice or something like that? Yeah.
Yeah, that's I don't think the guys at Barstool should allow him to get away with that. I feel like he's got to get the pinky taken off.
Yeah.
I guess my next question from that would be, like, how do you find a doctor to do that? Because it's not. It's not medically necessary.
No.
It's not for cosmetic purposes. I guess a cosmetic surgeon of low ethical standards or something?
Yeah, right. If you're a doctor, ethically, if somebody goes in and says, I'd like this removed, there's doctors perfectly capable of doing that. I imagine there's a stat out there that there's a pinky removed every 2 minutes in the United States.
Yeah. But it's the ethical part of it.
Right.
We're going to cut this off just because.
It's a good
because
question.
You lost the bet. I feel like you might have to go to a different country to get that done.
Probably so. Yeah, probably so.
Okay, I take that back. Yeah. Well, you know what? To get it done to camera. There's not going to be there's not going to be a doctor in America, because even if he thinks that he can make an argument for it being ethically okay to do, he's not going to want to have to face the board on that one.
How in danger is Big Cat's pinky right now, Seth?
I think right now like 6% or so is what the Super Bowl odds are.
Around there. I've seen anywhere from 5 to 9. I even saw somewhere of 9%.
So he's got a 9% chance of losing the tip of his pinky.
Right.
And I hope they've defined that as at the first joint.
Yes, got to be.
Like just a little sliver or something shouldn't count. You got to lose the nail.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, the nail's got to be gone.
It's got to be gone at the first joint.
I think you're. Well, first we'll find out, but I think you're 100% right about that being Ronnie Lott inspired, and if that's the case, then yeah, the nail is gone.
Well, Ronnie Lott didn't actually lose his finger. That's a myth.
Did he lose a tip of it, though?
He showed it to me. We had an interview with him, and he's like, yeah, it's urban legend.
Did you call him soft or anything like that?
No, I did not. Rich Lord and I interviewed him.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, a long time ago.
Okay. Yeah, and the big key with that one is that Big Cat said it's got to be a team that had Super Bowl aspirations, going 0-2. You can't just the Jets go 0-2.
Right? Yeah, you can't just pick the low-hanging fruit.
Right. You got to pick.
And he's gonna, as long as he keeps doing this, he's gonna lose a pinky at some point.
At some point, he's going to. Yeah. At some point, he's going to. Hopefully this year. I mean, I know I wouldn't wish losing a pinky on anybody, but if the bargaining chip here is the Texans winning a Super Bowl, bye-bye pinky. Sorry, Big Cat. There you go.
Yeah.
Are you ready to do the Circle of Swarm, my friend?
I am.
Okay, let's do it. Circle of Swarm time.
What we're looking for is players, right, who are looking to swarm.
The swarm mindset, that whole mentality.
Right, we want players to have a special work ethic and a relentless mindset in everything that they do.
Who's in?
This is a special group of men, believe it.
It's the Payne and Pendergast Texans Circle of Swarm.
All right, Circle of Swarm for this week. And there are a lot of candidates, especially on the defensive side of the football. We do this every week. We pick the swarmiest Texans from the previous game with a glance ahead, a glance ahead to who might need to be the most swarmy to get the job done this coming Sunday. So we've got the box score open right now, Seth. I do for the win over the Kansas City Chiefs last Sunday. Seth and I each pick 3. There can be more than 6. I've got the scoreboard, the season scoreboard. I'll do a summary of it maybe in the next segment after we pick this week's 6. But as always, the honor is yours, Your Honor. Go ahead.
I'm going to go with the obvious choice in that game, with one of the best clean and legal hits I've ever seen in any era of football. Yep. Whether it was back when you were allowed to do whatever you wanted to do to a guy or this, Jalen Petrie.
Jalen Petrie's an easy one, yes, for sure. 2 of the best plays of the season for any Houston Texan in that game. That interception, go back and watch the interception, people. He tips the ball. He gets in the passing lane, tips the ball. The ball sails over the head of the receiver, and he runs around the other side to catch the ball. It was
that was crazy.
It was
Talk
remarkable.
About a swarmy play there. And tip of the cap to Kalen Bullock on that one, too, because he cleaned up. Who was the receiver?
I forget who was targeted.
He cleaned him up.
Yeah.
He came in and destroyed him.
Yep.
If that ball hadn't been tipped, I still don't think it would have been a catch because Kalen Bullock really walloped him.
Yep. So Jalen Petrie's a good one. I'll go with one that is fairly obvious just looking at the box score and watching that game, and especially when you consider that the Tex all of a sudden a little undermanned at defensive tackle with Tim Settle out for the year. Your leading tackler in that game was Tommy freaking Togiai, man.
Yeah.
When you have an interior defensive, sometimes tackle stats can be a little misleading, especially when it's a corner or a safety leading you in tackles, because that means that there was either some completions or some big chunk plays. When you have an interior defensive lineman leading your team with double-digit tackles, 10 tackles, that dude is getting it done, man.
And he also, the biggest thing was, too, a lot of, he had, depending, I mean, the pressures are such a stupid stat. I've seen some people, like, you never know. The PFF has him with 4 pressures in that game. He had some critical ones. He was hitting Mahomes as Mahomes threw the final pass to Travis Kelce that he bobbled and ended up being behind Travis Kelce.
Yep.
He was hitting Pat Mahomes as Pat Mahomes threw the ball into the end zone that was broken up by Kamari Lassiter. And that ball was a little bit imperfect. It was a little bit behind him.
Yep.
So the 2 really critical pressures that led to huge either interception or incompletion.
Yeah, that's a good add-on there for sure. So I'm putting Togiai in this week's Circle of Swarm. So Jalen Petrie, Tommy Togiai, those are easy ones. What's your next one?
Will Anderson.
Okay.
Will Anderson, where part of this is because I got so frustrated with people making comments about how I thought this pass rush was supposed to be good. Yeah. Where are all the sacks? He had a boatload of pressures in the game, and Pat Mahomes had the worst game he's ever had in his entire career, and a lot of that was because of Will Anderson.
Yeah, yep, no doubt. All right, my next one, Azeez Al-Shaair. Obviously, all over the place tackling, but Azeez has been part of that shutdown that they've had of these tight ends these last 2 games. Azeez has been in on a lot of coverage. He was the one that maybe Rashee Rice was hearing some footsteps from on the incompletion on 4th down late in the game as well. And, of course, Azeez, he had his first interception after several opportunities to get interceptions over his 1+ seasons as a Houston Texan. Azeez finally secured one at a crucial time to seal the game. So Azeez Al-Shaair is my second pick.
Okay. It's getting tough now. There's a few guys that I really want in here. And I think I'm debating between Kamari Lassiter and Danielle Hunter.
Okay.
And Daniil gets the shaft a lot of times just because Will Anderson is homegrown and so lovable and everything.
Yeah.
And just it plays a slightly more violent version of the game than Daniil Hunter. But Kamari Lassiter did some things in this game, including one play where he was in coverage and from deep, from 10 or 15 yards past the line of scrimmage, recognized that
blitzed.
His receiver was blocking. I think it was Daniil Hunter.
Might have been.
This is a tough part of it. So Daniil Hunter has a tight end and a wide receiver blocking him, and Kamari Lassiter turns it into an add-on blitz and ended up creating a pressure on the play. And yet it was Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson, who's already in the circle of swarm this week, who at various times had the Chiefs using every man available on the field to try to block those guys.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go with Daniil Hunter.
Daniil Hunter, okay. Then I made a choice to put Kamari. Lassiter belongs in there for this week. Had the interception, had the big pass breakup, that blitz that you talked about. He is always outstanding in either run or screen game support with tackling.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Kamari is about as perpetual or perennial a circle of swarm guy on this defense that there is. So I'll put Lassiter. It is a defensive sweep. The only offensive player that I debated with, and if you had taken Lassiter, I would have thought a little longer and harder about the 6th spot than I did, would be Nico Collins, who was outstanding in the first half of the game, but then they really took him away. I mean, it took everybody away. There were only 3 completions for the Texans offense in the second half of this game. It's just you're absolutely right. When we were talking about the circle of swarm earlier in the show, and we were speculating that it might be a sweep of the defense, and now that we've talked it through, obviously it is. There needs to probably be a rule that any offense goes 3 and out for negative yardage for an entire quarter. Everybody's ineligible for the circle of swarm that week. It was so bad.
I thought about Jaden Higgins just because, for one,
2 big catches in that game.
2 big catches, and he also remembered to fight for the first down on one of them. Remember, a couple weeks ago, he just ran towards the sideline instead of towards the line to gain.
Yep.
He had to fight against a couple of Chiefs defenders to get a first down in that game. But you're at 3 receptions, and I want to say all 3 of them were third down conversions.
It might have been. Well, one was a reviewed and unreviewed third down conversion, remember?
Oh, okay.
One got taken away, but they were all on third down. The other 2 were.
In the second half.
The other 2 were third down. Yeah, he had 3 catches for 34 yards. They were all on third down, and they were all conversions until replay assist corrected themselves.
And they were all, I think all 3 of them, CJ had to step up in the pocket.
He did.
Or scramble.
Yep.
That was the frustrating thing was the Texans versus the blitz. And it's a cautionary tale for this week is that the Cardinals aren't a good defense, but when they do well or do good things, do a lot of skies and a lot of things that have flummoxed the Texans this season. So that's the snake waiting in the grass there for the Texans is that it's not a good defense, but some of the things that give the Texans offense trouble, the Cardinals do.
Yep, for sure. Okay, let's see how the people are reacting to a lot of people reacting to the pinky thing from Big Cat. Someone suggests that, okay, I'll bet Captain Mickey knows some redneck taxidermist out there in Viter that'll remove Big Cat's pinky if he needs to.
You know what the myth about Ronnie Lott was? The myth was that they amputated his pinky. It was just like I guess it was just the very tip of the pinky.
That's yeah.
So it wasn't. I think the myth is that it was as drastic as it was.
I knew there was a procedure that was done.
Yeah.
I knew there was something. Do y'all think the Texans would have signed Saquon Barkley last year? The Texans offense would look any different? Someone's asking that. No, I think Saquon would have looked a lot different last year than he did in the Eagles offense if he were in the Texans offense last year. That's what I think about Saquon Barkley.
Saquon Barkley wouldn't be. I mean, it would look more like Saquon Barkley and what he's doing for the Eagles this year.
Yeah.
Like the Eagles are struggling in a lot of respects, and that's it's Saquon Barkley isn't having an all-time Hall of Fame caliber season.
All right, so I have the revised Circle of Swarm scoreboard here, Seth. The leader in the clubhouse now is still Will Anderson. He's been in the Circle of Swarm 7 times. Daniil Hunter is second place with 6 times. Dalton Schultz and Jalen Petrie now tied with 5. Dalton's been out of the circle of swarm for a few weeks now, though. He was getting in there a lot because of the injuries he was playing through for a while.
Yeah, oh, that's right. Yeah, there was you were giving him credit for fighting through all of that. And he's now had, part of it is the emergence of Jaden Higgins and the rediscovery of Nico Collins.
Yep.
Has put Dalton Schultz less at the forefront of who we're thinking about on offense.
No doubt.
But he has this, look, Dalton Schultz versus Trey McBride. The two guys who won't face each other on the football field this week. But that's what I'd love to see is Dalton Schultz have a better day than Trey McBride.
If the defense has anything to say about it, defense has held Travis Kelce and Tyler Warren to 4 catches the last 2 weeks.
Couple of bums. Travis Kelce is just flat out depressed.
Scrubs.
They had to keep him on. He might need to sleep with a friend in the room. I'm worried about him. He might just go. He might just disappear. Go off on a soul-searching journey.
Yep.
A vision quest or something.
So Will Anderson 7, Danielle Hunter 6, Dalton Schultz, Jalen Petrie tied at 5 weeks in the circle of swarm, and then there's just a slew of guys tied at 4, 3, 2, and 1. The guys tied at 4: Jalen Knoll, Woody Marks, who I thought about a little bit just based on 26 carries this past week.
Oh, yeah.
I thought about him, but at 68 yards, you got to be a little swarmier than that. Ed Ingram, who you love putting him in the circle of swarm.
Well, I used to. There wasn't a chance in hell this week.
Can't take him back. He's got 4 of them.
Yeah.
C.J. Stroud, 4 of them. Thought about C.J. a little bit, too. I thought the box score is a little deceptive about the – he played a much smarter game than he would have played maybe earlier in the year with, dirting some of the blitzes and things like that as opposed to running
plenty
backwards.
of people can go out there and do the right thing. That's different than doing it in a swarm-like fashion.
That's why I didn't put him in.
As some of the plays that he did make were really good. The whole pre-snap operation of the Texans, there's things right now where it's easy to blame Nick Caley for a lot of it, but some of it is also C.J. Stroud being a young quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I went back and watched yesterday. There's times in that game where the Texans got beat by blitz when there's 15 seconds at the snap on the left on the play clock. Some of the stuff that quarterbacks can do to diagnose blitz and everything, this offense needs to get better at. Hard counts, dummy counts, things like that. That's the next step that makes light years of difference.
Yes.
As a former defensive lineman, I get frustrated when teams aren't good at manipulating the snap count because I don't think so. I think a lot of them don't understand and realize how lethal it is and how effective it is. But if you're trying to do a lot of this exotic stuff and you're not manipulating the snap count, it's like trying to learn algebra without being really good at your multiplication tables.
Yep.
It's really hard to do it quickly because you got to keep going back and just like, oh, hold on a second. Well, like you're not going to be good at it until you nail your multiplication tables. But so many coordinators are so enamored by what they see on the whiteboard that they don't realize this very basic thing of get your quarterback and your offensive line to be able to manipulate the snap count. You're missing out on what you can do.
Good question on the text page I want to hit in the next segment. Texter saying they asked their dad the other night if you could have had one guy healthy this entire season, who would it have been?
Good question.
Joe Mixon or Tank Dell? We'll give our answers to that coming up next. Stay there.
Hey, if you could have one investment that gave you predictable passive income and it's based right here in Houston, would you be interested? Of course you would. Hawthorne.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
It's so nice having the Texans playing well during Football Fridays, man. It makes Football Fridays so much more fun. You missed
Never more fun than Marvin Harrison Jr.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you know, his saga is he's got some kind of a heel issue, but that comes on the heels of an appendectomy. That's yeah, he's had a rough go.
It's a bad year, man.
Marvin Harrison Jr., very unlikely to play this week.
Okay, good. Yeah, we'll get to the Mokaram injury report at the end of this segment. We got an interesting text. We actually got it yesterday. So if hopefully you're listening right now, Texter, 7537. Texter says, I asked my dad the other night, who would you guys prefer to have been with the team this year? Healthy Joe Mixon or healthy Tank Dell?
Oh, that is such a tough one. Because I think, look, we're not super thrilled with the production. Okay, I'm going to have to back up a little bit. First and foremost, Tank Dell plays the majority of his snaps on the outside. He's not a slot receiver. And he's got the body size of a slot receiver. And with Jaden Higgins on the outside and Nico Collins on the outside, you know, Tank Dell might transition into more of a slot role. But we haven't, of the small, speedy guys on the roster, not super enthusiastic about Christian Kirk or Jalen Noel so far this year.
Yes.
So, yeah, I think he could have added a much different element and a more potent attack. The problem is, I don't know what good it would have done as long as the run game was just as tepid as it's been. And with Joe Mixon, things would open up a lot more just simply by having a more potent rushing attack.
I'm writing my answer down now to see if it matches yours here.
Okay, so my answer is I'd rather have Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon is what you said. You spelled it right, too. Good job.
There's
a tendency to want to do an I and an apostrophe at the end.
Yeah, sure.
Joe's Mixon.
Oh, yeah.
Tony Romo would do something like that.
He definitely would do something like that.
But then he would, in a very dad joke way, really call attention to it.
Yeah, here.
Joe Mixon?
Jim?
Nance? Did you hear me, Jim? Did you see what I did there?
Gene, did you hear it, too, up in the booth? Well done, Ben. Well done. My answer would be Mixon, and it has a lot to do with the defense of the Texans. Ironically, I think this defense. With this defense, I'm going, okay, what do you need more to complement this defense? And I think you need the running game. I think you need to be able to possess the football. I think, too, the lack of depth in the running back room. Like, I think they can find ways to move the football through the air with the receivers that they have. Tank brings a completely different element than any of the guys on the roster right now. I think there's hope that maybe Jalen Noel turns into some version of that, the guy that can, is quick in a phone booth kind of thing, work tight spaces and whatnot. Nobody is Tank Dell when he's healthy. Nobody. I don't know that. I think he's one of the most unique players in the league when he's healthy. I picked Mixon just because I feel like, man, Mixon. I think Mixon would have given a much higher floor to this offense.
Yeah, you know who had both Joe Mixon and Tank Dell on the roster last year? The Houston Texans.
They did.
So, like, obviously there was a lot more to it than just the presence of those guys.
Yep.
Unfortunately, Tank Dell was having what would have ended up being the best game of his season versus the Chiefs when he got injured.
Yeah. Yeah. If you could have had this year's offensive line on last year's Texans, you would have had something there, I think.
And I think especially in the run game, because Joe Mixon was dodging people in the backfield so frequently last year. They've done a better job this year of it just not taking those lethal hits in the backfield. They've been a more solid and uniform front as an offensive line, and there's been some yardage left on the table by the running backs. I think there's times where Woody Marks and Nick Chubb have both not necessarily either seen it or hit it the same way that Joe Mixon would have. That some of those 15-yard runs might have been 50 and 55-yard runs by Joe Mixon.
Mixon's getting some love on the text page. Joe Mixon, for sure, this offense looks different with him. Another text, the combo of Mixon and Marks in the backfield. And that's the other thing, too. I mean, if you have Joe Mixon, you're not running Woody Marks into a wall 20 times a game.
And it's right, and it becomes way more complimentary.
Yes.
It just, teams are you can run a diversity of effective run plays.
Yeah.
And it does. It would open everything up. It would be the classic, It would be the classic establishing the run to set up the pass, that's a cliche for a reason because it's true. It works.
Should I Pender poll this one? Should I see what the people think? All right.
You know what? I hesitate a little bit to put it out on social media just because it ends up being one of those things where it feels like you're throwing shade at Tank for no reason whatsoever, even though you're not. It just becomes I don't know. I feel like Tank needs to just be able to just be unclouded by any kind of I almost said it like the English people. Controversy.
Any
kind of controversy.
That is how they say it. Yeah. Well, the question will be neutral. It'll be who do you want? This guy? Tank
I
might
know
win the
what
poll.
the question is, Sean, but it's like the Hall of Fame discussions where you say, should this guy go in or that guy go in, and it ends up feeling like you're skewering the guy that you don't choose to go into the Hall of Fame.
You're assuming Joe Mixon wins the vote of the people right now. What if Tank wins the poll?
Go ahead, throw it out there.
Yeah.
You muckraker.
Yeah, I'm going to throw it out there just to piss you off. I'm going to throw it out there. Hike them out.
I'm not accusing you of doing any of that. I'm just saying this is a reality. This is how things go. I'm asking you to practice some defensive driving. Okay.
Not going to happen.
Nope. Sean's going to bulldoze. I've got the right of way. I don't care if the whole family dies. I have the right of way. I will do what's right in this situation.
Yes, I will. Text message, people weighing in on this. I can see CJ carrying Tank and singing my buddy, wherever I go, he's going to go. Okay. I don't know what that means, but you don't. Okay.
No Tank Dell on the field. There's been less of a chance of an emotional breakdown by CJ in a game. So that's been good.
Factual.
That's been a positive.
Do you believe this, that we with Joe Mixon in the backfield, they don't lose the Rams, the Jags, or the Broncos games?
Oh, that's a great question.
Those are games that they score. Those are 3 games, Seth. The Rams, Jags, Broncos. Assuming they mean the Jags loss, obviously, early in the season. They scored 1 touchdown combined in those 3 games.
I would say there's a really, really, really good chance they win at least one of those.
I agree.
And probably, the Rams game was dicey because I know we love to call all those one-possession games. They got beat by the Rams. So does Joe Mixon make them more competitive? Yes.
Yeah.
Because remember, even down to, if it weren't for Azeez Al-Shire's forced fumble there at the end of the Rams game, the defense didn't be getting driven on. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, it turns out, had made a couple of egregious errors.
Yep.
So I hesitate with the Rams, but I would say the other 2, yes, there's a very good chance they win those games with Joe Mixon in there.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. If you want to weigh in, 713-572-4610. What would you have preferred, a healthy Joe Mixon or a healthy Tank Dell this season for this Texans offense? Up next, there is a quarterback in the NFL, and it's not C.J. Stroud, who seems broken right now. Which teams should be calling the Cincinnati Bengals about Joe Burrow? We will discuss that. We'll do 5 Reasons I Hate You at about 8:25 here on the show. But for now, Seth, the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Injury Report.
The Mokaram Injury Lawyers Report, one in which I will not attempt to read off all of the names on the Cardinals injury list because it would extend on into the next. I would say there's like at least 15 just glancing at it.
I just looked at this. It's incredible.
Marvin Harrison Jr. is the biggest name that people would know and recognize, and he's very unlikely to play. He's got a heel injury following an appendectomy from a few weeks ago. With the Texans, the guys who did not participate, Nick Chubb with a rib issue, Titus Howard not injury-related, so it shouldn't be anything to see there. Kamari Lassiter out again with his foot, but it was good news that Woody Marks did practice. That's your injury report. Injured by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. If you've been injured in an accident, call 281-222-2222. Mokaram Injury.
content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, into the 8 o'clock hour we go. Payne and Pendergast with you. I sent the Todd Bowles audio from last night's postgame press conference. Todd Bowles, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers head coach. 7 F-bombs, 3 S-bombs in a 31-second clip of audio. Ben, how many days are you going to need to edit that audio? Will we be able to play that by the Pettycast on Tuesday? We will? Okay, good.
We probably could have just searched the internet for one that's already radio edited.
We probably could have. You're right. You're right, yeah.
Sorry, Ben. Well, it's a morning show. Hazards of doing the morning show.
That's it, man. Yeah. Ben knows what he's getting into, all right?
Yeah.
Now, Ben, do you think you could get it done maybe like by next segment or like the segment after? Or like, I'll see. Okay.
He signed on for this. Ben loves it. He loves the suck.
He does.
You know, Ben's not like if you join the Marines and all of a sudden 2 weeks into boot camp, you're like, oh, I wasn't aware there'd be all of this physical activity.
He
knows what he's getting into.
He's a second-generation radio guy. He knows. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he knows. Here was Joe Burrow, who sounds like he didn't know what he was getting into by signing an extension with the Cincinnati ratchet-ass Bengals. This was Joe Burrow earlier this week at a press conference saying, he's going through some stuff right now.
If I want to keep doing this, I have to have fun doing it. I've been through a lot, and if it's not fun, then what am I doing it for? So that's the mindset I'm trying to bring to the table.
Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but it seemed frustrating.
There's just a lot of things going on right now.
Football related, personally?
All the above. Like you said, there's nothing. All we can do is focus week to week and try to win games. I don't think anybody's really thinking about the playoffs right now. That's within reach, but on our fingertips. So we just got to keep doing what we're doing and try to get better.
Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat-tat.
Yeah.
Somebody banging on their keyboard.
Typing. Joe Burrow sounds depressed.
Yes.
He does sound depressed.
Very.
This is the thing. I think a lot of people, it's weird. It's weird that I feel like people of a certain age should know this and know their history. I saw so many people talking about, Joe Burrow sounds like he wants to retire. Joe Burrow sounds like he wants to retire. And without following up with no, he also plays in an organization that already once drove one quarterback, Carson Palmer, to threaten retirement if they didn't pay him. Mm. And I mean, when that, it's kind of like when you're in that situation, you've seen it happen before. Joe Burrow knows that story really well.
Yep.
And he's probably heard from various former Bengals along the way about just how bad that organization is, why they don't like it, why they can't win, all that other stuff. That he's probably angling. If I had to guess, A, he's genuinely upset about the way the season has gone on. But B, he's probably had a lot of thoughts about what it might look like in different franchises.
No doubt. And Dan Orlovsky touches on that. We'll get to Dan in a second. I think just to your point, Seth, I think the reason a lot of people are looking at that clip and thinking retirement is because of the comparison to Andrew Luck. Yeah. Who actually did retire.
Yeah.
Because Dan Orlovsky posted yesterday, these are the pass pro win rates of the Cincinnati Bengals offensive line during Joe Burrow's career so far. This is where they ranked 20 in his rookie year moving forward. 29th, 30th, 27th, 32nd, 28th.
Yeah. and that's why I go more towards Carson Palmer, though, than Andrew Luck. Because Andrew Luck, maybe this is unfair, and obviously I don't know, but he never struck me as a guy that was as driven about football specifically or as passionate about, playing football as a guy like perhaps Joe Burrow. Partly because, like Andrew Luck, he has an architecture degree, and he has this, and he has all that. And maybe that's unfair. Maybe that's just their personality types. But he'd gotten beaten the crap out of him. And I think he was just very few people have ever thought that Andrew Luck was going to come out of retirement. Mm-hmm. Whereas if Joe Burrow retired for the next 3 years, people would be wondering if he's going to come out of retirement.
Yes.
With Andrew Luck, he never gave a single hint of it. I think Joe Burrow if anything, he's frustrated right now because he finds himself in this situation yet again on this team that seems to be underperforming.
I agree with you. Here's Dan Orlovsky making some suggestions as to which teams should be picking up the phone and calling the Cincinnati Bengals.
It would shock me if he retired, yes. Obviously, there's a lot of similarities here to Andrew Luck. It would shock me if 3 teams were on the phone today after what he said yesterday, figuring out how do we make him part of our football team now, 3 months from now, 6 months from now, a year from now. He obviously is in a bad place with that organization. It's not surprising. But I would be very surprised if he chose not to play football.
Are you 3 teams you're saying offhanded, or do you have 3 teams in mind?
I have 3 in mind.
Care to share?
Jets, Raiders, Steelers.
Ooh.
Those would be the 3 that if I were those 3 organizations, I'm in a brainstorm meeting now. We are figuring out a way to propose a way to get Joe Burrow.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's not going to be now, Orlovsky, but immediately after the season's over, when you start working on a trade that would be executed on the first day of the league year, then I think that's at this point, because we read that tweet by Scott Quesenberry yesterday, who talked about he was saying, if you can't be happy making $50 million a year, et cetera, et cetera. I get where he's coming, but there's the other side of it too, which is the hyper-driven competitive people are, sure, they're driven by money like all of us, but it's not like that's the thing that they really, really, really want in life. It's that he can go make $50 million a year anywhere. On any other number of NFL teams.
In the NFL, right.
Half the teams in the NFL, right, not anywhere else. But the money is a foregone conclusion. That's there. What he's focused on and driven towards is winning, and he wants to win a Super Bowl. He's tasted it. He's been close. That's the part of it to where if he's frustrated with the situation he's in, as any hyper-driven, focused, competitive person would be, that's the part that's making him upset, it would seem.
Yeah.
And I would guess. And I think it's the Bengals, they traded away how much, what would it take? The Bengals, it seems like, are the team that would be perfectly willing to just sit through a bad situation for a long time. They might not be as motivated to trade him, but somebody's going to, which means that somebody's going to have to offer up a boatload to get him.
Well, I think, so 2 things there. One, the Bengals also seem like an organization, though, that would be happy to get a $50 million contract off their books.
That's true.
That would be, they'd be thrilled to, not thrilled, maybe I'm miscategorizing it, but if Joe Burrow wanted out and he was unhappy and somebody came, and this is the second part of what I was going to say, if they came with a Deshaun Watson type of offer, look, they haven't been that great with Joe Burrow since that Super Bowl year.
Yeah, and they've done it once before. They traded away Carson Palmer.
Yeah. Burrow's a better player than Carson Palmer was at the time.
And this is the hazards of revenue sharing, is that you do have teams like the Bengals that kind of just sit and collect the annuity. Yeah. And they know they're going to make money no matter what. Oh, our fans are going to be upset. Oh, no.
Oh, my God.
They make from the TV, they can cover their payroll with the TV money alone.
Yeah.
So that's
What a horribly constructed roster you have, though, if you trade Joe Burrow and decide to rebuild, because you've committed $30 to $40 million a year for T. Higgins and Jamar Chase,
which is a really nice spot for a young quarterback to be in.
I suppose.
For a first-round quarterback, if you want to give your young quarterback as many assets and weapons as possible.
I guess, but ask how's that working in Minnesota right now with Justin Jefferson for J.J. McCarthy?
Well, yeah, but let's be honest, J.J. McCarthy.
Sure.
So we don't know if anybody could make J.J. McCarthy into better.
No, I get it. I'm just saying, and I know you know this, like a rookie quarterback is a totally unknown commodity.
Right, it's a totally unknown commodity. Yeah. Right, but you do have, everything's an unknown commodity. Like in the NFL from year to year. The Bengals sucking as bad as they do is an unknown. That you couldn't have predicted that necessarily.
Yeah. I just think if they trade Joe Burrow, they might start listening to offers for those other guys too. Just do what the Jets did with their defense.
No, and all of a sudden Jamar Chase is going to be disgruntled again.
Yeah,
and
totally.
T. Higgins is going to be unhappy.
Yeah, that's
you might as well go complete and total fire sale.
Yeah, that's the ripple effect of the whole thing.
And then the Bengals ownership is super stoked because they got nothing but rookie contracts on the team.
That's right.
They're like, we're the Jets.
Yeah,
we're the Jets.
What did you Right. We're even better. We have more first-round picks than the Jets
We
do.
traded for the right to be the Jets.
Yeah.
Huzzah!
What did you think of the 3 teams that Orlovsky said there? He said the Raiders, the Jets and the Steelers. The Steelers, Joe Burrow's not getting traded inside the division. Let's just start there.
Didn't the Bengals just trade the Browns.
The Browns traded them. Flacco. The Steelers are a team that if I were in that division, I'd be worried about trading him to the Steelers. They're an actual well-run team, unlike the Browns and the Bengals.
We're in fire sale mode for the Bengals. Yeah. Where we're talking about them as a team that's capable of doing anything.
Which one of those three teams is the most interesting to you as a football fan? Let's pretend that all three teams can make the trade.
No, realistically, which one's more interesting to Joe Flacco? Or excuse me, to Joe Burrow. Because Joe Burrow's got it's like every quarterback has a de facto no trade clause because no team's going to trade for a guy that really doesn't want to be there.
Right.
Does he? Let's see. It would be I think the Steelers would be most appealing.
Yeah, he gets to play the Bengals twice a year.
So, but I almost wasn't even considering them because it does seem unlikely.
Right.
Between the Jets and the Raiders.
Yeah. Tom Brady and Joe Burrow together.
I feel like Mark Davis, for all his oddities and quirks and flaws, does seem like he doesn't seem like as bad. He doesn't seem as kind of thin-skinned and hyperreactive as Woody Johnson.
Better than the Johnsons are. Yes.
I haven't heard reports of Mark Davis's kids, mocking his players in the locker room after games or anything.
No, he has kids. Yeah.
If he does, they're probably like 50 years old anyway, right?
Right.
So I think the Raiders, especially Tom Brady, him being able to have some conversations with Tom Brady would pull him in.
A Texas.
It's kind of like it was the same way with the Broncos when John Elway was able to have conversations with Peyton Manning.
Yeah.
That's a pretty big pull for a sales pitch.
Be great if the Browns traded the exact same package they traded for Deshaun Watson, and then Joe Burrow started to suck like Deshaun Watson did. That would be fun for Cleveland to live in misery for another several years. I would be down for that. Speaking of misery,
what was that? Were you about to read a text message? Or was it?
I interrupted you. No. I was. It's somebody sent in a list of teams that should be making phone calls for Joe Burrow. I don't know how good a radio it is just to read off the list of teams, so I aborted. We've got the extended version of Travis Kelce's post-Texans depression from the New Heights podcast. I think on a Football Friday, I think getting to swim around in Travis Kelce's misery for 90 seconds instead of 20 seconds.
As any psychologist would tell you, taking joy in the misery of others is one of the healthiest ways to feel better about yourself.
Schadenfreude, yes. Yeah. Here's Travis Kelce, extremely depressed after the day after the Chiefs lost to the Houston Texans.
Yeah, man. It's been a tough go around for the past 2 days. Yeah. It's just you put in all this work in hopes that it pays off, and right now it's just for whatever reason, man. It's little things. It's, I don't know, discipline. I feel like I've always had the answers in years past, and this year I just can't find them. And I keep thinking if I show up to work and I put in the work and I fix the issues through my practice habits and through perfecting the game plan and my fundamentals and what I'm being taught, and go out there and try and play my ass off for my guys next to me, it's all going to come together like it has in years past. And this year is just not, man. Yeah. Not to say that I won't keep doing that. It's all that I can do. It's all that I'm going to always show up to work and give it my all. And if there's a game to be played, I'm going to make it the most important game of the world.
Yeah.
But obviously looking at the playoffs, this is a tough reality to be in. Especially with, I don't know, just how we've always found a way in years past. So it's a shitty feeling, especially dropping the ball late in the game like that when we were on our last chance to make something shake. It's a shitty feeling, man.
All right.
I hear you.
You put in all this work to, be there for your guys, and I just wasn't that.
I'm going to call this a guys we don't feel sorry for segment, because I don't feel sorry for Joe Burrow making his $50 million a year not having fun, and I don't feel sorry for Travis Kelce finally missing the postseason. We're not going to make the playoffs this year.
Yeah, I know. I look at it. Well, plus, they have a chance of making the playoffs.
Right.
they do have a chance of making the playoffs, but they haven't been in this situation, and things aren't going the way they'd like. It's fun. I feel bad for them in that it's the ultimate team game. There's just so many players, and you're always looking at yourself, blaming yourself when you're on a team that's either underperforming or just sometimes bad, and it's a tough to be in because you always feel like you should be doing more.
Yeah.
But they're also look. He could also mention that Pat Mahomes gave him a crappy ball to catch.
He should have. That would have been better if he pointed fingers at his teammates. I would have liked that a little bit more.
You're like, I'm trying to do everything I can. I'm trying to reel in this crappy pass, but that number 0 there for the Texans, who's really scary.
Yeah.
I saw him out of my peripheral, and I got to be honest with you. I thought at that moment, is this really worth it?
Yeah.
Probably not. Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie. Like, a big reason we're playing this is because it was the Texans they're the last team they played before that cut was put out there. I understand this is a more long range thing that's been going on with the Chiefs, going back to last season when they needed to win a bleep ton of 1-score games to get the record that they did. So I get all that.
Getting the crap beat out of you in the Super Bowl like that. That's what this season is coming on the heels of really just getting destroyed in the Super Bowl.
Yep, and I think, and two, I will admit, like, we're just having some fun with this. I would be hypocritical throwing shade at Travis Kelce for caring too deeply about something. Like, we always throw shade at the athletes that, like, they got their money and they got their bag and they just don't care anymore. Travis, he cares. He cares deeply about this stuff.
When he was a younger player, he didn't, and he was very much just a kind of a jackass. I think is probably how he would agree that he was a jackass.
He's
when
matured.
He was younger. He's matured. Yeah.
Yep.
He got a little bit distracted by being on world tour with Taylor Swift last year.
Yeah.
But then he figured it out and like, okay, how do I lead the same lifestyle but also have this superstar girlfriend?
All right.
Are they engaged, by the way?
They are engaged. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I think they might have even set a date. I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
That'll be it for him.
Yeah. Once he's locked into that marriage, he's donezo.
Dude, if he thinks he's seen media scrutiny so far, wait until she gets preggers.
Wait until they get divorced and she does a whole album of Travis Kelce divorce songs.
But he'll be off, doing. He'll be well out of the public eye at that point. He can just go whatever. Well, except he doesn't want to be out of the public eye. Jay Cutler, you get the feeling like Jay Cutler was on that reality show with his wife. Basically because he had to be.
Right.
It's probably one of the things that led ultimately to the divorce.
Yes.
But you could tell that Jay Cutler wanted no part of being in the public eye.
Travis
Kelce, it'll be tough because he does want. He like guy.
They paid $100 million for his podcast. He's at least going to be doing that when he's done playing football.
Yeah.
He'll be out there. All right, Payne and Pendergast. Hey, by the way, Ben got the Todd Bowles thing all bleeped by the end of this segment. We'll play it a little later on this hour. Maybe we'll play it after we do 5 Reasons I Hate You. Because that's what we're doing in the next segment. 5 Reasons I Hate You, Arizona Cardinals edition. We do it every Friday. We'll do it coming up next. But I'll tell you a couple people I don't hate. The complete.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. Before we get to 5 reasons I hate you for the Arizona Cardinals, Seth, you were right. I did put up the poll from a texter to Payne and Pendergast. If you could choose one player to have been fully healthy this season, which one do you choose, Joe Mixon or Tank Dell? You were maybe a little concerned the outcome might be a little lopsided in favor of Joe, and it would be viewed as shade towards Tank. One of these debates where whoever the loser in the debate is looks like a loser, not the actual good player they are.
Yeah, instead of like acknowledging that it's a tough decision or whatever, it looks like you're just piling on Tank Dell. Well, he's trying to recover from a horrific injury.
He looks good out of practice.
I cautioned you against this.
Yeah.
And yet you just plundered on.
Yeah.
And what do we have now?
Content whore that I am. Do you care to take a guess?
I think it's probably pretty heavily in favor of Joe Mixon, and then a lot of people pissed off that you're even having this discussion.
What do you think the percentage is?
70%.
74%. I'll give Seth a ding for that one. 74% Joe Mixon. You and I both said Joe Mixon. I think Tank's okay. Tank looks pretty happy out there out of practice, hanging with the fellas. He's not practicing right now, but he's dapping everybody up, and he's very present for a guy who's injured. Very present right now.
I feel bad because every time they show that, there are a lot of people that are excited about maybe Tank Dell returning or something, and it's just if he did come back this season, it would be really, really impressive. I would dare say almost miraculous, but then B, I think ill-advised for his long-term future.
Really?
It's just those injuries for speed guys especially are really real. Look at Joe Mixon. And I know Joe Mixon isn't that old. He's at that age when running backs start to decline a little bit. But Joe Mixon had a similar kind of multi-ligament/tendon injury, and he's just not nearly the same guy he used to be.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that – and this is 2 years out from it. Yep. So you got to really – give yourself every opportunity to go step by step through the rehab.
One text, then we'll get to 5 reasons I hate you. Texter says, I like the Mixon Tank debate you guys are having. If Tank is healthy, that means they may not sign Christian Kirk and save the $16 million on Kirk's contract.
When I just said that, I meant Nick Chubb.
You meant Nick Chubb. You said Mixon, and I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure
I meant
Mixon,
Nick Chubb's injury.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah.
That's okay. I wasn't sure if you meant Mixon.
Mixon didn't have an injury anything like what Tank Dell's is.
The point by the texter is a good one. The $16 million they would have saved by not trading for Christian Kirk would have been nice to spend somewhere else.
Yeah.
You're probably not making the Christian Kirk deal if you have a healthy Tank Dell this year. I would guess.
The problem with Christian Kirk is, too, that it's that he's got a recent injury history going into this season, and sometimes that's just dumb luck, and it's flukish. Nico Collins had an extensive injury history. Derek Stingley did in college, and it's worked out. Those guys have figured out how to stay healthy. But the bang for the buck, even though it was on a one-year deal, that's the part that kind of stings with it. But I think the thing you have to remember with either Cam Robinson or Christian Kirk or any of those guys is they're one-year deals. It isn't. That's the thing that keeps it from being a truly horrendous free agency signing. A one-year deal doesn't really keep you from doing much of anything at all because it's so easy to maneuver around it and to kind of spread it out a little bit. So you can't look at it as, this is $16 million that kept you from signing some other guy to a 4-year deal.
Yeah.
They're just different buckets.
Let's get to 5 reasons I hate you, Cardinals edition. And, this is a team we don't see very often, although we did see them 2 years ago. But it's an NFC team, don't see them very often. And yet, not as hard as I thought it would be to come up with 5 reasons to hate the Arizona Cardinals. Let's go.
Good job.
Thanks.
The hatred is, the dark side is strong within you.
I'm feeling it. Yes. Let it flow through you, young Skywalker. Number 5, Rich Gannon. No, not Rich Gannon, Jonathan Gannon. Nerd.
Let's throw Rich Gannon in there, too, just for the hell of it.
For his little 2-point card that he carried around in his jacket.
Yeah, his little conversion chart thing he had there.
Yeah, he's reason 5A that we hate the Cardinals, even though I don't think he ever played for them.
Jonathan Gannon, already widely hated in the city of Philadelphia.
Yes, for bailing.
For not blitzing enough.
And for talking to the Cardinals during that. Remember, that was Biflorio's big co-celebra at one point, was the Cardinals tampering with Jonathan Gannon during the Super Bowl run. I just hate him. because he's very nerdy. Like this right here, where he walks up to Rondale Moore on Gannon's first day in the building and says this to the wide receiver.
What's up? Hey! What's up, man? How you doing? Good. Good. Shots. Explosives. You can run.
It's worse now than it was at the time.
I like it.
Oh, get out of here. It's not 5 reasons Seth likes the Cardinals.
That's one of those classic things that if he ends up being right about it, if Rondale Moore were just lighting it up and everything, like this guy just thinks different.
Well,
he's just, you know what he is? He's a visual guy. He knows how to speak in visuals.
This made me hate Gannon even more. We played the audio earlier in the show. The very first series against the Texans in 2023. What happened? An explosive play to Rondale Moore for a touchdown.
He went pew-pew on him.
He did. You could hear it in the building. Yeah.
That's the problem. I don't like that. I don't like the onomatopoeia he uses for lasers.
Yeah.
It was like shroom, shroom, shroom,
yeah.
shroom.
Okay,
like
good.
Like it came off of a psychedelic hernia.
So you hit him for something at least.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Okay, good. Number 4, Jacoby Brissett. He has a spell over the Texans. He's 5-1 against the Texans. I would say the worst. We went through the game log earlier in the show. We won't go through it again game by game, but I would say the worst one was the first one, where he was a rookie 3 weeks into his career.
Yeah.
And started against the Texans when he was with the Patriots, Jacoby Brissett, and beat them 27-0. The Texans are actually favored in that game up in Foxborough, and he beat them 27-0. You and I workshopped this earlier. This would be way worse than that if he were to beat them this Sunday.
Oh, it would be 100% worse. And the problem with this is that with Jacoby Brissett, it's that constant, like, why don't you just suck? Why don't you suck?
Yeah.
Why are you not? It would be so easy for you to be a little bit worse than you are.
Yes.
But he's been a functional bridge quarterback for much of his year. At times he's played well enough for people to think, hey, maybe he could be the guy. But it would be just so much easier for all of us if you would just suck.
Go away.
And he refuses to do it.
Yep. He's not great.
And he seems to have a pleasant enough personality, which annoys me that much more. Can you at least be a jerk? Can you at least be like overly cocky or something?
I think he's going to get his head handed to him on Sunday. I think with the missing their left tackle, as you pointed out earlier, they get poor play from their right tackle.
Yeah.
He's unlike Mahomes and Josh Allen and Daniel Jones when he doesn't have a broken fibula. Like, they can move a little bit. Jacoby Brissett is a statue.
You know, this is the problem, and this is why Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson won't end up being as the elite sack leaders, no matter how well they're playing this year, is that teams know that they're facing an offense on the other side of them that isn't as it's not all that threatening. Mm-hmm. So they play it close to the vest too. They keep in their tight ends. The Chiefs are keeping in wide receivers to help out on double teams on Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson.
Yeah.
They're just flat out saying, well, we'll see what we can do, but we know that the Texans' offense probably isn't a huge threat to score a bunch of points, so we'll just play safe football. And I think Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter could have another type of game where they absolutely destroy the offensive line of the Cardinals, but only end up with one sack between the two of them because the Cardinals are going to be in bunker mode.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll find out Sunday. Reason number 3, 5 reasons I hate you. Did you know that Jeff Driscoll is on their practice squad?
Oh, what the hell?
Jeff Driscoll.
This guy?
To me, he's one of the faces of the David Culley era. Jeff Driscoll, backup quarterback, who was at one time categorized by a Texans assistant coach, the tight end coach Andy Bischoff, as being even more athletic than Lamar Jackson.
No, not more. He was there was nobody in his same category other than maybe Lamar Jackson.
Okay, gotcha. That was a direct quote.
He put him up there.
Either way,
he put them up. He put those two guys up as the cream of the crop when it comes to athleticism and speed in the NFL.
Yes, and as it turned out, Jeff Driscoll had no lateral movement. Straight line speed, pretty good. Lateral movement, not quite
straight line speed, but ask him to turn or anything. No, he is pure drag.
He'd have been a good drag racer. Yes,
he's got big fat tires on the rear, but nothing up front. Andy Bischoff, by the way, bookmark this for a couple of weeks from now.
Okay.
Tight ends coach for the Chargers.
Chargers, all right, okay. It's bookmarked.
Remember,
Nice.
Jeff Driscoll was a tight end for the Texans for a while.
I do. He was a tight end for the Texans.
He was a special teamer.
Yep.
I remember that he was a special teamer because somebody made sure to point out that on one of the Texans' good special teams play, Jeff Driscoll was out there.
Yeah.
And it got reported as such.
Yeah.
I went back and watched.
Yeah.
There was no Jeff Driscoll on the field at that moment.
Oh, okay.
Perhaps somebody like a Jack Easterby, hypothetically, tried to feed that to somebody in the media who just reprinted it.
Hypothetically, yeah.
And there was no factual basis for it.
Yep.
Yeah.
The other thing.
But I hope he gets in the game.
The other thing.
Go run the Driscoll cat. Please do.
The Drizzy cat is what I like to call it. The Drizzy cat back in the day. And by the way, Jeff Driscoll, if you were a media member standing in that media area next to the field, if he was throwing, you had to keep your head on a swivel because that dude would sail it even against air.
I remember in training camp being like, why is this guy on the roster?
Yeah,
what the hell is this? It was it was crazy. Remember, it was the kind of stuff that would happen with regularity. You would I might be watching the line during training camp, but then I'd see that the ball was gone, and I'd watch, and I'd say, oh, that's a Driscoll. I didn't even know who was in at quarterback. I was like, yep, that's a Driscoll.
You'd know.
It was that bad.
Yep. All right, last two. Reason number 2, Monty Ossenfort, their GM. And really, this isn't as much about Monty Ossenfort as it is the Cardinals social media team, who put out that completely one-sided video of the Will Anderson trade, trying to make Monty Ossenfort look like he was just some wheeler dealer getting the best of the Texans guy.
Yeah.
And as it turned out, the Texans won that trade in a landslide, I would say. Will Anderson Jr. is one of the 30 best players in the sport. They did wind up with Paris Johnson, their left tackle, through that sequence of events. But he ain't no Will Anderson. I'll tell you that right now.
No, and he's not even playing football this weekend.
Not this weekend.
He just ducked out.
He's frightened. Is
what
he is.
Yeah.
Hiding behind an injury. Reason number 1, this is easy. The DeAndre Hopkins, the sequence, the year that the Cardinals, basically the year the Texans became the Cardinals' biatch from a personnel standpoint. Where the DeAndre Hopkins trade, they completely destroyed the Texans. Not only did they take DeAndre Hopkins, but the resources, the currency they gave back to the Texans ended up being negative. David Johnson was on a bloated contract.
Yeah.
And seems like a nice guy, but on a bloated contract. And the second-round pick they got was used for Ross Blacklock.
Mm-hmm.
Bad. And then J.J. Watt going there. Man, saying that you'd rather be an Arizona Cardinal than a Houston Texan, that hurt at the time, man.
Yeah, that was the other part.
I don't blame JJ for that.
Their uniforms, a couple of their uniforms look exactly like the Texans' uniforms.
You hate this part about them.
Yeah, no, it annoys the hell out of me because my football dyslexia, it really gets triggered. And I start forgetting that I'm not watching the Texans.
Yeah.
Especially this year, that's tough. You know?
Yeah.
Because the Cardinals haven't been playing well.
They're bad. Yeah. So there you go. 5 reasons I hate you. Cardinals edition.
Boy, the Jeff Driscoll one really got me.
That got
It just
you.
brought back bad memories.
Yeah.
It was a bad time in the organization. They're trying to push Jeff Driscoll on us like they were onto something.
Yeah.
They discovered something, telling us how fast he was, and I'm watching him run, and I'm like, he must be awesome on the Mondo surface or whatever, but this is not football speed.
No. That was the one where I'm like, do I include this? But I'm glad I did. That got you appropriately heated. I like that. All right. Ben edited the Todd Bowles audio, so we'll get to that coming up in the next segment. Could you ever? Everything I've seen is, oh my God, this guy is mad about his team because this guy never does this. Will we ever see D'Amico Ryans get to this level of anger in a press conference? Yeah. You want to hear this? We'll do it coming up next. But first, Men's T Clinic, mensteclinic.com. I'm headed there right after the show today. Not the website. I'm headed to the actual Men's T Clinic to go get my Friday testosterone replacement.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Someone said that Keaton Slovis is also a backup. Brent in the Heights, also a backup for the Cardinals. Yeah, I don't hate Keaton Slovis, though. You know, the Keaton Slovis is not a 5 reasons I hate you worthy backup quarterback. Jeff Driscoll.
They never tried to push us. They never tried to push Keaton Slovis down our throats like it was some kind of coup on the rest of the league.
Right.
That people don't realize how good Jeff Driscoll really is. Yeah.
Okay, so last night, Thursday Night Football, the Atlanta Falcons had a walk-off field goal to beat the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, 29-28. The Bucs are now 7-7 on the season. Boy, well, I tell you one Texan thought I had watching that game, Seth, is like, man, so much of it in the NFL is when you catch a team.
Yeah.
You know, you caught the Buccaneers early in the year when they were playing pretty good football, and you lose at home. Really a game you should have won. If you just make a play on a 4th and long at the end of the game, you win that game. But you didn't, so it is what it is. The teams have gone drastically different directions since then. The Buccaneers have been awful over the last month, and the Texans have been very, very good. Todd Bowles, I think, is considered one of the more kind of buttoned-up head coaches. He's kind of
He's always seemed really even-keeled to me.
Even-keeled, yeah. And I've never known him to be a press conference curse machine before. He's, even-keeled, soft-spoken, however it is you want to put it. This was Todd Bowles. Todd Bowles not happy with his team right now.
It's inexcusable. You don't make excuses. You got to care enough where the hurts. You got to care enough where the hurts. It got to mean something to you. It's more than a job. It's your livelihood. How well do you know your job? How well can you do your job? Well, you can't sugarcoat that. It was inexcusable, and there's no answer for it. There's no excuse for it. That's what you tell them in the locker room. Look in the mirror.
Yeah, because he was asked, what do you tell him in the locker room? So this is after he'd already addressed his team in the locker room. So it sounds like they got an earful of that, too.
This is, I mean, you rarely see head coaches in the NFL nowadays do this. You know, that's a Jim Mora late 90s rant right there.
Yeah,
almost.
That is right. That's the kind of stuff that every now and then you see grainy footage of a baseball manager or something going off, a Tommy Lasorda.
Yes.
But, you hear more profanity from players now than you used to.
Yeah.
Because of podcasting mostly. But from the coaches themselves, it's probably gone the opposite direction.
Well, and just the comparison I was making to Mora was because of the cursing is what jumps out for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, he is putting all the blame on the players right there, and you just don't see. I
wonder if he saw some guys afterwards, like when he talks about you got to care and everything.
Guys laughing.
I wonder if the couple things in the game that happened or afterwards, if he had that moment where you're in a bad mood after a game that you lost, and you see guys just a little too glib, a little too chummy with their pals and everything, and it might have just set them off.
You know what I'm going to guess Todd Bowles is not a fan of, Seth?
Jersey swapping.
Jersey swapping, yes. Yeah, jersey swapping.
Oh, gosh, who was it? I think it was Joey Porter Sr. was on a podcast. I saw a clip of him the other day talking about how he never understood why coaches were so upset after games, but then he started coaching, and he realized how much it sucks when you're a coach. It does. It just sucks worse when you're a coach that loses a game than when you're a player. As a player, you can always kind of not excuse yourself or anything, but it just feels like you have more control over the matter of everything. As a coach, there's stuff that happens that you're second-guessing yourself, or you're mad at players that didn't perform or whatever it might be. And that's the way Joey Porter was describing it. It sounded exactly emotionally like how Todd Bowles sounded there.
Okay, what's more likely, that DeMeco Ryans actually drops a curse word in a press conference, or that DeMeco Ryans does what Bowles did there and put the entire blame on the player's care factor?
Just flat out blames them and not caring. I don't know. I think they're both unlikely, partly because I think, but Todd Bowles is real mild-mannered too.
Yeah.
Publicly, at least.
Yeah.
And I think I could see DeMeco. I think he and Nick have put together a team that's very much in his image. Yep. They have a lot of guys that their give a damn factor is very high on that team. Where I don't know if Bowles has had as much input into the types of guys on that team as DeMeco has had.
Yeah.
So I think it's more likely, because we've seen D'Amico get a little bit testy. This year especially was the testiest we saw him get at one point in the press conference. I don't know about the swearing part, though. I don't know if he swears at all.
I don't know either. I don't know either.
He does. I don't think he swears ever.
I was listening on the way into the national show that's on before ours, and their sports update guy used to cover Bowles when he was the head coach at the Jets.
Yeah.
And he said that behind the scenes, Bowles was a curse word guy. Like what we saw in that press conference last night, when he was privately with the media, he was very, like you just said, like at least publicly, we've never seen Bowles be like that. My understanding from listening, it was Chris Lopresti who was saying it was that, no, behind the scenes, there was a salty, sailor mouth version of Bowles.
Yeah,
I'm with you. I don't know that version of D'Amico exists.
Yeah, I don't think D'Amico swears at all, ever.
Yeah.
So that's that would be the part that would be a surprise.
Yeah.
But it would be kind of like when your grandma swears. The one time I ever heard my grandma use a bad word, I was in deep trouble. Deep trouble.
Oh, yeah,
really
you knew.
I can't even remember what it was. I just remember being scared I've ever been in my entire life.
Was that the only time you'd ever heard her curse?
Ever.
Before or after?
Yeah, my entire life, before or since.
It's very jarring. It's very jarring. Now, my grandmother was from Philly, so she cursed all the time.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah,
so it's no big deal.
No big deal. Yep, no big deal.
Flipping off people and everything.
Oh, booing people, booing Santa Claus. Yeah,
encouraging you to moon the opposing team's bus. That's the thing I couldn't quite get over in Philadelphia was how much bare ass I saw on the way to the stadium when we were playing the Eagles. I was like, oh, it's cold out, too. These guys are really committed to the bit.
It's different, yeah. It's funny, totally off topic. I walked back to get a soda during the break, and I walked past Jesse Watt's cubicle.
Yeah.
And Jesse's on Mix 96.5. She's on there from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. So she's getting ready for her show, and she's staring intently at her computer screen. I'm like, what are you so intense about right now? What are you reading? Mm-hmm. And she said, I'm reading this story about Martha Stewart wanting to compost her body when she dies.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay. And then first of all, I was like,
they sell these like blankets that they wrap you in a shawl. Yeah, that helps you become compost.
Okay.
Yeah.
She revealed on a podcast, the 50 Plus and Unfiltered podcast. So you and I are technically eligible to be on that podcast, Seth. I'm assuming that the 50 is the age thing. She said this: when one of my horses dies, we dig a giant hole really deep in one of my fields. We have a pet cemetery, and the horse is wrapped in a clean white linen sheet and very carefully dropped down into this giant, lovely grave, she said. She said, I want to go there.
Yeah, I'd like to become fertilizer.
Okay.
I wouldn't even mind. I don't know. Like, I would, to accelerate the process, I might just have myself put through a wood chipper or something and spread around. What the hell do I care? This is my earthly body. It no longer belongs to me. I'm going to go feed some trees.
Are you going to donate your organs first before you put it through the wood chipper? Yeah. Let them harvest your body and then go throw it through a wood chipper.
Yeah, I need to be able to virtue signal, so I have that little thing checked off.
Yeah.
That's what Brandy and I are planning on doing. There's certain things for a human burial that you have to get permits for and everything.
Yeah.
On my father-in-law's farm, I was going to do it.
Okay.
And then, maybe plant some trees and stuff.
Right around.
And then that way those trees can grow and use some of the nutrients from your body.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Become big, beautiful oak trees until some new ash borer type of creature comes along to destroy them.
Okay, so you got to get cleared legal. I know nothing about this. Jesse told me this story.
Yeah, every local ordinance is different.
Okay.
And have I started the process? No. But that's an area of the country where basically I think just people don't investigate.
You know what I want to do? As long as we're living out these fantasies of what to do with our dead carcass.
Yeah.
I'm totally cool with throwing it in a hole dug in the woods, but I want my family to act out a scene from Goodfellas where they drive me off into the woods with my body in the trunk, and then they dig the hole late at night. You know what?
Oh, get buried mob style.
Yeah, mob style. I'd like to get buried mob style.
That would be cool. Well, in that instance, ideally
film the whole thing.
Well, if you really want to play it out, you need to go and dig the hole yourself. And then it'll be delayed. You should go dig it now, but then that way they can put you
light it together.
They can put a shovel in your hand and then just kick you into the grave. Something about what a bum you were.
Yes, this is my idea of a fantasy camp, or at least do a cameo about what a bum I am. Yes.
Oh,
yeah.
You could start a whole new TikTok trend if you just go dig your own grave.
Yeah.
Literally. Yeah,
Man.
and just have it just waiting there for you.
Need a TikTok trend. Oh.
Yeah. And then wait until it's always the worst when it's in the winter.
Yeah.
First, because of the improbability of them digging the hole like over frozen ground, but then also because there's a thought of them being killed by the mob and then dumped into a frozen grave.
Yeah.
That's rough.
Yeah, that's rough. That's rough. But if that's what it has to be, that's what it has to be. I just want to make sure they drive somewhere very rural, maybe even in South Jersey. That's where I want to be buried. Pine Barrens, South Jersey. Homage to The Sopranos.
Is that where that episode took place?
Yes. Yeah, where Russian got away in the woods. Yes, that's where I want to go.
I want to watch you work a pickaxe and a shovel.
Dude, any tool, really.
Sean, do you know what a pickaxe is?
Google it real quick. Is that the thing Andy Dufresne used to dig his way out of Shawshank with the wall? No, that was a rock. That was a rock hammer.
Yeah.
That was a rock hammer. It was very sharp, though. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Take-a-mania. Bad takes of the week. Somebody's going to take down Perk. We'll see. This week, Kendrick Perkins, can he get taken down in our bad take of the week segment? We call it Take-a-mania, and we do it next.
Easy Honda has
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
We'll get to Take-A-Mania. Just a couple quick follow-up texts. Seth Payne dies, then gets used as a body double in a hit horror movie. Body goes through wood chipper. Posthumous movie credit. Family gets royalties. Win-win.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
That's a hell of a plan. That's a good that's a way to leave your heirs a little extra. A little
the other thought I had when we were talking about Martha Stewart planning on becoming compost when she dies, as do I and my wife, it was we got to revisit the Astros. My idea for having a retirement home.
Oh, yeah.
Out in the outfield at Dyken Park.
Yeah.
It'd be awesome. And I feel like you could sell it for a song. 81 games a year that they could sit behind a screen of some sort in the outfield. And then also a mausoleum to add to it.
Okay.
You could be buried there.
Well, or how about being buried in the outfield, being compost to the outfield?
A subterranean mausoleum in the outfield at Dyken Park.
Yeah, you can choose either a coffin to go into like one of those Mickey and Rocky style mausoleums, or become compost beneath whoever's playing left field.
Tal's Mausoleum.
Yes. Yes. Tal's Mausoleum, or Chaz, we could do it some sort of homage to Chaz McCormick now that he's not here anymore.
They could bury you in in that same pose that he was in on the ground.
Yes. Yeah, right out there in the warning track in the outfield. I like that. By the way, I walked over to Jessie and I told her that we talked about the Martha Stewart thing on the air. And she said, "Oh, what did the segment turn into?" I said, "It wasn't really a segment. We just brought it up on the air." And it turned into Seth and I talking about how we would both we'd like our dead carcasses to be treated.
Yeah.
Seth said wood chipper. I said mob style reenactment of Goodfellas. And Jesse goes, "Ooh, I like the wood chipper idea, but I would add confetti cannons to it."
Put the
pieces in a confetti cannon.
I would go see. Yeah, that's how I think I could get around the burying ordinances. Is if I just have my body turned into fertilizer.
Yeah, exactly.
Then it's just we're just spreading fertilizer here.
Right.
We're not turning it into a cemetery or something.
you.
I don't care. In the future, they could build condominiums on top of me. It's fine.
Yeah.
Nobody's gonna stop construction when they find a little tiny chunk of something that might be a jawbone.
That's right. And I think this text sums this up perfectly. How the hell do we get to this point in the show? Well, welcome to the program,
the
sir.
Arizona Cardinals. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, which, by the way, we'll get to in the next segment. We'll get back to the main storylines for the game coming up here on Sunday. But Take-A-Mania time, Seth. Let's do this. The reigning defending champ, who we have toyed with the idea of retiring this take.
I'm just tired of it.
Yeah.
So, here we go.
Here we go. This is Kendrick Perkins after Shedeur Sanders' first win, saying he is the most powerful man in sports.
Shedeur Sanders is the most powerful black man since 2009. You know what happened in 2009?
Right.
That's when President Obama got elected in office. He's the most powerful black man since 2009. You said you were sitting there watching the game in your house, and what you did? You ran with the TV.
Yeah, right.
Right? What was you doing, DB?
I was cheering. I was happy.
You was cheering like a motherfucker. When Shedeur Sanders is on the field, and when I say powerful because there's two sides of it, right? Think about it. Okay, you got the black community. He bringing the whole black community together. I ain't ran across one black person that didn't said one bad thing about Shedeur.
We want him.
And guess what? Not one, because he has the balance. He has the balance of that. I'm arrogant, but I'm humble too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
right.
Have fun with this.
And having fun with this. And on top of that, y'all want me to say it ain't. Y'all want me to feel it ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, he talking.
He's the most powerful black man in sports. No other. Matter of fact, black man. He the most powerful player in sports.
Yeah,
Perk would have kept going if he would have been the most powerful person in the universe in another minute if he kept talking.
The biggest problem I think that I have ultimately with this is what I didn't realize until last week, which is wait a second. Obama was president until 2017.
Right.
What the hell are you talking about?
He's more powerful than 2015 Obama.
It's like at the very least you have to say 2017, unless you're saying that he's more powerful than Obama. So it's like whatever.
Yeah.
Kendrick Perkins might be disqualified henceforth, because I do think he's just saying things just to say them.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's got a lot of bad takes that are so bad that I think he knows what he's doing.
Yep.
He's just throwing it out there knowing that it's going to get a big reaction.
Yeah.
So let's see what we got.
Okay, let's see what we got. This one, I don't know if this one's going to stand up, but you've seen this one. This
one I really, really like.
You retweeted this, so you set this one up from yesterday.
This is
Fernando Mendoza.
This is Fernando Mendoza, the quarterback for Indiana. When asked something about his personal success this season, he said some really nice things about his teammates, but really, really botched the analogy.
Okay,
going back from the journey, it just speaks volumes that I couldn't have done this by myself, and I'm shining now, but only because there's so many stars around me. There's an analogy like. The only reason we're able to see stars in the sky is because the light reflects from all different types of stars. And I have so many stars around myself, whether it's my teammates, my coaches, my family, the support staff, that I'm able to shine now in this light. And I'm just so happy for everyone to be a part of this.
Okay,
right,
okay, so Copernicus, what did he mess up here?
The problem is that he confused the stars with the actual moon.
Okay.
Which happens.
Yeah.
It happens,
Yeah.
all right?
Yeah.
Jared Goff didn't know that the sun met in the west. I'm not gonna disqualify a guy from being a quarterback just because he doesn't understand basic astronomy.
It's bad. Yeah, it's bad.
I was just trying to figure out exactly what metaphor and how he messed it up. Because I guess you only see the moon because of the reflection of the sunlight. Which is a star, after all.
Yep.
So there's something there. There is some metaphor there. But the kid's just so damn likable.
Yeah.
And I liked his message. But I do have to point out, man, did he botch that analogy.
He botched it bad.
You see the stars because the stars are really bright. And that light goes directly to your eyeball.
Yes,
yeah.
but at something called the speed of light.
Yeah.
So, but is it bad enough to beat Perk?
No, as tired as I am of Perk's take, no, because ultimately I like the spirit of this take.
So there you go. Okay. I was going to say, if that one beats Perk, we're just trying to get Perk the hell out of here, which we may be trying to do. I think these two stand a better chance.
If he had gotten up there and said, the funny thing is the celestially accurate analogy would have been a horrible analogy, and he might have won Take the Week. He's like, I can only be the moon.
Yeah.
Because there's another big star shining its light on me. I was like, what the hell? Who wants to be the moon?
Right.
The most jackass, useless thing we have, other than if you're into tides.
It's a place to go land shuttles.
If you're into tides and menstruation, I guess.
Okay, on to the next take. Sharon Moore fired as the Michigan head coach earlier this week, and not because he was a bad coach, because he was probably a really bad person. Sharon Moore is alleged to have assaulted his girlfriend. Oh, by the way, he's married with 3 children.
Yeah.
He is also accused of paying for an abortion, coercing her into getting an abortion. This is the girlfriend we're talking about.
Yeah, there's a few things here that are downright factual.
Factual
much.
stuff.
Nobody's even reporting them as allegations or anything. Like, this stuff totally happened.
There are 911 calls to back up a lot of this stuff.
Yeah,
right? And stories of people keeping some of these allegations secret at Michigan, like concealing them because it's the head football coach. Adam Schefter, Michigan man, went on SportsCenter yesterday and said this.
What we haven't heard yet is Sharon Moore's side of this, and he gets his say into this particular situation as well. And I do know that he felt like people had it in for him for an awful long time there while he was at Michigan. He felt like there were people who were out to get him. So all these things can all be true. It's possible that, yes, Michigan does have evidence that he had an inappropriate relationship with a staffer. And it could be that Sharon is right, that people had it in for him. But the whole situation itself is just sad and tragic, because now we have a individual who had his professional life, his personal life, completely upended. We have a school with a bunch of players who don't have a coach to turn to right now. We have a school in search of a program, a new coach to lead forth that program. There are a whole host of things that have transpired here that have led this to be a completely surreal, wild situation that if you heard about it, you wouldn't believe it because it almost seems made up.
All right, you know what? I was going to give him the benefit of the doubt at first because he was stating something that's factual. We haven't heard Sharon Moore's side of it.
Yeah.
And so I was trying to not read too much into tone of voice and everything.
Yep.
And say, all right, well, maybe he's saying, like, look, there's probably more to this. But then he really He really tried to paint Sharon as potentially one of the victims here. He's
had his life thrown into upheaval.
Yeah,
no,
he's had his life thrown into upheaval.
He did it allegedly. He didn't have it done to him.
It was kind of, remember who was the commentator that basically made it sound like Joe Mixon was treated unfairly by.
I don't remember who it was.
Yeah, like they almost made it look like the stuff he's been through.
Yeah.
Since he punched that girl in the face,
right.
Like all of that. Schefter, this is coming off the heels. I don't know how this one escaped our Take-A-Mania last week. Remember Schefter? Schefter went on ESPN and was talking about why didn't Ole Miss? Why could they not try to compete with the salary? And that wasn't the issue at all with Ole Miss. Schefter was completely unaware of the actual situation as he was talking about it. That should have been in Take-A-Mania. Yeah, I'm tired of Kendrick Perkins, and this is Michigan man Adam Schefter carrying water for somebody in a way that I think Sharon Moore himself probably would have said, like, hey, back off a little, man. Like, I'm gonna take responsibility for a lot of this eventually. Please don't try to paint it like I'm the victim here.
Yeah, okay, so here we go.
Yeah.
Perk looking up at the lights. Adam Schefter.
Yeah, and this is the part that bothers me. It's because he's a Nugget hussy, and the Nugget hussies are hussies, call them hussies for a reason.
Right.
They're a whore for the people that give them the nuggets. And he's trying to cover all his bases here. Let's be sure that I get the nuggets out of Sharon Moore.
Well, it's ironic for somebody who's a Nugget hussy to go to the, hey, innocent until proven guilty, man.
Right,
hey, these reports over here,
Yeah, all right, Mr. One Source. Everybody just hold
Mr.
on now.
One Source.
We need to hear everybody's side of the story here.
Okay, so Schefter the champion. All right, we've got one more. And I think we may need to invoke a rule after this one that we play here.
What, no more Shedeur Sanders?
Yeah, we might need to. We might need to. There's nothing against Shedeur. It's just Shedeur brings out the worst in the hot take people.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is, we played this.
I feel like, with a lot of Shedeur, I think there are a lot of Shedeur Sanders takes that do more harm to Shedeur than good.
Totally.
A lot of people defending, just like Adam Schefter there, if anything does more harm to Sharon Moore than good.
Yep.
I feel like some of these Shedeur Sanders actually are worse for Shedeur.
Okay, and I think we both feel like this take we're about to play is one of those, right? This is Shannon Sharp basically thinking that that Stefanski should be the starter for the rest of the season is some sort of conspiracy to make him look bad.
That looks like it might be promising. They still have an issue with that. So it looks like what they're trying to do, based on some of the things that we've seen, some of the things that we've heard come out of that locker room or that organization in general, they still don't think the person that is at the helm right now is the answer. They don't.
Yeah, I mean, and I really hate to feel this way, but a part of me is like, yeah, we're going to let him start the rest of the season. Oh, Bears, Bills, Steelers, Bengals. If I'm Shedeur, I'm like, nah, I'm good. I already showed y'all what I can do. Put Dylan in there.
Nah, matter of fact.
We can cut it right there because that's the crux of the bad part.
Okay, this is the problem, and I thought about this because I'm tired of some of these takes out of these guys. What would the take be if they benched him for the rest of the season?
That, especially if it were for Dylan Gabriel, it would be the right guy is not playing quarterback for the Cleveland Browns.
So
that Dylan Gabriel is Kevin Stefanski's teacher's pet.
Right. That's the problem with where I feel like has lost credibility here is that it seems like any step along the way when anything good happens for Shedeur Sanders with the Browns, it's still evidence that the Browns, the team that drafted him,
the
first team that was willing to actually draft Shedeur Sanders, has somehow an axe to grind with Shedeur Sanders or doesn't like him or whatever. And I have a really, really hard time believing that if the Browns had benched Shedeur Sanders, that Shannon's take would be, oh, yep, see, now they're doing right by Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah, he doesn't.
After me clamoring for them to make him the starter and everything, now they're benching him and they're doing right by him.
I'll tell you what.
By the way, as they face 3 of those 4 teams don't have good defense.
That's what I was just going to say, Seth. If they had benched him, Shannon actually would have gone and done the research on those 4 teams and said, oh, they're not giving him a chance to show out against the Bengals and the Steelers and the Bills, I think was the other. The Bills. The Bears were the only legitimately good defense of the four.
Yeah. So there's not nobody on earth could convince me that if they had benched Shedeur Sanders for Dylan Gabriel, that Shannon Sharp was going to say that was the right decision.
Okay, so is it worse than Schefter? Are we pulling a Shedeur freeze here? What are we doing with this tape?
No, we're not going to pull a Shedeur freeze.
Okay.
Boy, but yeah, I do hate the Nugget Hussies carrying water.
Yeah.
And not making any sense at all.
Yeah.
But I also, this is the thing. With Shannon, they're vilifying Stefanski for doing what they've been asking Stefanski to do all along.
Yes.
And they're convinced at this point, no matter what Stefanski does, that he's the demon that is trying to do in Shedeur. So, yeah, this is the new take of the week.
Okay, news. Schefter only a champ. Pins it. Sorry, Shefty. You're a transitional champ, man. That's it. You were just one take champ is what you were.
Yeah, Shannon's the opposite of Kendrick in that I feel like Shannon's take is really misinformed, but also he's dead serious about it.
Yes.
Kendrick Perkins might just be disqualified because I think he's just throwing stuff out there.
I would agree with you.
Schefter really, yeah, he was close just partly because of the whole sleazy nature in which he went about that.
Yes. Hey, if they've been in a different order, Schefter might still be the champ. Who knows? They were that close with each other, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So
we need some more good, funny takes.
I know. I'm trying, dude. We've been a little bereft of the entertaining bad takes. The Cam Newton one I never got to. The Cam Newton being angry about Phillip Rivers getting signed instead of him.
Yeah,
had some elements that looked like it was pretty funny, but it was one of those Cam mashup videos where, the camera's zipping all over the room and there's all sorts of sound effects.
Didn't really necessarily, okay.
It's not, I
think pretty much any retired quarterback right now, I could say, who would have predicted that Phillip Rivers was going to get signed or called? And you find out that Steichen and him already have a relationship, so that makes more sense.
Yep.
I might actually stick up I haven't listened to that take, but I might actually stick up for Cam Newton.
All right, up next, let's circle back to the Texans and the Cardinals on the field this weekend. The major storylines, I think the biggest storyline is one that we can be informed by from the Texans' win over the Cardinals 2 years ago. That should be a PSA label for this game. That's coming up next.
Trajan Wealth. You want somebody on your...
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
2 years ago, the Cardinals came into Houston in week 11, week 12, something like that, midway through the season, and the Texans had won a few games in a row. They had a nice win streak going, and the Cardinals came into town 2-9, and the Texans let them hang around all day long in that game. Now, it was Kyler Murray at quarterback, not Jacoby Brissett, but I think it's a similar dynamic, Seth. And at that time, the Texans were playing really good football. They'd beaten the Bucs, they'd beaten the Bengals to get to 5-4, and so they had won a couple games in a row. This year they won 5 games in a row, and the Cardinals are coming in similarly downtrodden, 3-10. It's a little later in the season, but the Texans have not really pounded teams this year. They've let bad teams hang around, other than the Ravens game with no Lamar Jackson, where they were just good from beginning to end. And for most of that 49ers game, they were in control. Other than that, I mean, I know the first game against the Titans was 26-0. That thing was 6-0 in the fourth quarter.
They weren't doing anything until the very end of the third quarter. And the Jaguars game as well. I mean, that was the score is way more lopsided than the majority of the game went.
Yep. So they haven't really been pounding teams. That's my biggest concern. Is okay? The Texans are the toast of the town. Now you're playing a game that's buried down the Fox lineup. Chris Myers is on this game. If you want an idea of where this game kind of stacks up there's no shade at Chris Myers. It's just he and Mark Schlereth tend to call games that are off the beaten path in the NFL. Don't treat it like that. The offense needs to treat this as a get-well game. The defense needs to treat this as another opportunity to show the football world why this is the best defense in football.
Yeah, and this is where I think really it's kind of like the Colts game in some respects. I think it left people a little bit wanting because you're facing Daniel Jones, who's banged up and, obviously not moving as well as he typically does. And it still felt like, okay, there's a lot of meat left on the bone there. D'Amico said as much after the game.
He did.
Wow. There's a lot more that could have been a better and more convincing victory than it was. I think with this game, you're facing a team that has every reason in the world for the players to be a little bit less tuned in. And it's not that guys don't play hard on game day. It's the whole week of preparation when you're on a bad team. Things just start to fray at the edges a little bit.
Yeah.
And that's where you start to see teams look like they're losing focus. It's not that they're not trying hard on Sunday. It's that the preparation during the week just doesn't have that same focus and drive.
Mm-hmm.
And you've got a chance to really just have something click for the offense in a way that, after the Colts game, I felt like there were some good things on offense that didn't result in an outpouring of points, but it looked like things were clicking better. Some of the pre-snap stuff, some of the way that CJ was able to operate, all of that looked like, okay, things might just be starting to come together. And I didn't feel that way after the Kansas City game. When you watch the offense go 3-and-out after 3-and-out after 3-and-out after 3-and-out, it's hard. So yeah, I'd love to see them just absolutely put down the Cardinals.
Yeah.
But just bury them into the turf.
Yeah. If they lose this game, why do you think they lose this game? Is there any matchup is it just Trey McBride going haywire?
Because I don't think Trey, it'd be very unlikely for Trey McBride to be the guy to go haywire.
Yeah.
Because they don't really put themselves in a whole lot of positions where Azeez Elshire has to cover Trey McBride one-on-one down the seam.
Yeah.
They don't put themselves in the position where that's the issue. If the Cardinals are able to get down into the red zone with some deep shots, perhaps, which they're capable of, they've had a bunch of explosive plays this year. And then they get down into the red zone. That's where some of the things with Trey McBride and some of the quick passing game might hurt the Texans.
Yeah.
That's the one. Like the Texans defense has very few actual weaknesses. They've got some statistical oddities.
Yeah.
But the quick passing game, when teams are able to do it, like when they're able to complete some of those passes, they've been able to get some like mini chunk yardage.
Mm-hmm.
But there's not a lot that I can look at that Cardinals offense and say, okay, yeah, this is a very serious and real threat to the Texans.
Yeah, if we're being honest, I'll harken back to that game 2 years ago. If the Cardinals are hanging around in this game, it's probably for a similar reason they hung around in that game 2 years ago. C.J. Stroud throwing multiple interceptions.
Yeah.
He threw 3 interceptions in that game, and I'm trying to rack my brain. I think that's the only 3-interception game that he's ever had. Up to that point that season, he'd only thrown 1 interception. Remember what a big deal it was when he threw an interception? Like, C.J. went the first 5 or 6 games of his career, and even the first one, they got back because Titus Howard recovered the fumble of the.
Oh, that's right.
Immediately. I think it was Zach Bond back when he was with the Saints intercepted it.
Was it Nico that caused the fumble too? I think
it was.
I think Nico came back and tomahawked
I think it
the ball
was.
out.
I think you're right about that. Yeah. So I think if the Cardinals are hanging around, it's probably more about what the Texans' offense is not doing, or and that being protecting the football than it is anything the defense has done.
He's had as many 5 touchdown games as he's had 3 interception games.
1,
as far as I can see.
Yeah. The 5 touchdown game was the Tampa Bay game. That's as I'm looking at it. It's only 3 interception game came against the Cardinals.
Like in terms of just ball security this year, that's going to be a key moving forward because the team is what it is. The offense I don't think is all of a sudden going to become one of the top offenses in the league, but the defense very much is the top defense in the league.
Yep.
And looking over CJ's game log, the number of 2 interception games is pretty sparse as well.
Yeah.
And which sounds like okay, whatever, no big deal. Jacoby Brissett's had 3 2-interception games in the second half of the season here?
He's only thrown 5 all year.
He's had 5 interceptions though in the past 4 games.
Is it? They've all come in the last 4?
Yeah, he's just it's tailed off a lot
Has
over the
Okay. 713-572-4610 if you want to weigh in on the text page. Larry in Stafford has a Jalen Petrie story.
Apologies. He's had 4 interceptions in the last 4 games.
Okay, so he's been coughing it up a little bit lately. That's good. What's going on, Larry?
Hey, what's going on, son? It's Football Friday, man. Just wanted to tap in, and I'm going to get to the Petrie story. But if the Texans don't destroy the Cardinals with Jacoby Brissett at quarterback, it's going to be hard for me to sit in my seat and not really be angry and go back to the Crown Bar and do double shots of everything. Because these next couple of games should be the game that Nick Caley decides these are going to be the games that I am going to show the world that I'm not a mediocre play caller. I'm going to open up this playbook for everybody to see that we have as much talent on offense as anybody in the National Football League with a franchise quarterback, and I'm going to be as creative as I can possibly be, i.e., as if my wife was walking around the kitchen in a pair of pants. You got to be able to open up this playbook and let these boys on offense show that they have the talent to match that defense we have over there. Because if you can't do it against the Cardinals and the Raiders, who are absolutely garbage, then there is a problem. And I think Nick Haley has to be the catalyst behind letting CJ become the kind of quarterback that we know he can be going to the playoffs. Son, look, I was born and raised in this city, man, from 3rd Ward to Sunnyside to South Park to Fondren Southwest. My parents went to Jackie Yates. I know everybody over in Kelly Courts. I'm born and raised in this city. And the thing about being born and raised in this city, I know a lot of people. And a lot of people get upset with me because I have takes that I stand 10 toes down on. Let me talk about Jalen Petrie real quick. When Jalen Petrie played for the Stafford Cobras, right, he started in Stafford Cobra football from flag football all the way up to middle school. Jalen Petrie was playing middle linebacker on the Stafford Cobras one year. And he saw one of the defensive linemen didn't understand what the coaches was trying to have them do on the defensive line. And so Jalen Petrie went and moved the defensive lineman ass right out the way, and he blitzed the quarterback and hit his ass so hard that we was all standing over there like, this boy been a monster since day one. And what we see out of Jalen Petrie right now is the same Jalen Petrie that we saw at the Stafford Cobras when my boy Chris Carter was coaching him, when my boy Turner was over there with him. Jalen Petrie has been that dude since day one. And if there's anybody on that team that epitomizes what DeMeco Ryans likes when he talks about swarming, it is Jalen Petrie. That's why we got rid of C.J. Gardner pocket-watching ass got his ass out of Houston. Because if you was concerned about what Jalen Petrie was getting paid, dog, you don't understand what Jalen Petrie means to the entire team. Go ask Kamari and all them boys exactly what it's like when he's out there. And you can just see the entire energy. And so everybody understands that this defense is predicated on being able to swarm. And if you understand football, and if you watch enough football, you'll see that every time somebody on the opposite team has the football, there's about 6 or 7 Texas players flying at their ass, led by number 5 in our hall.
Yeah, appreciate you, Larry.
I don't feel like that would have been one of his unpopular takes.
No, I think everybody seems to be in Jalen Petrie's corner right now. I forgot about C.J. Gardner-Johnson throwing a little shade at the Jalen Petrie contract at one point.
Is that who he was throwing shade at?
Yeah. That's what it seemed like.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing that bothered me the most when the reports came out that C.J. Gardner-Johnson had been pointing fingers and everything. There were a lot of people that said, he just wanted people to be accountable. That apparently the Texans are too sensitive for that. And I think it's hard to, obviously not seeing everything that goes down in the locker room, but I know the way those young defensive backs operate.
Yep.
Those guys are accountable.
Yes.
Those guys are very, very professional. C.J. Gardner-Johnson has an established history of not being professional or a good teammate.
That's right.
That part pissed me off.
Yep.
Anybody would bother to stick up for C.J. Gardner-Johnson, he was getting cut because he's too real or something.
Right.
No, there's keeping it real and there's keeping it stupid.
Yep.
And that's C.J. Gardner-Johnson's version of keeping it real.
Amen. All right, final segment coming up. We'll find out what the guys got going on In the Loop today. Guide to Sunday scoreboard watching for Texan fans in the final segment. That's coming up next. But first, a guide to getting you sleeping better. Yeah, that's right. Sleeping better, this guy right here who's snoring right there. That was me. That was 8 years ago or 9 years ago, Sean. Probably about 8 years ago. It was February of 2018 when I went and met with Dr. Ben Salento for the first time. And it is one of the best things I've done for myself. I've been speaking for him ever since because I feel passionately that that him fixing my sleep not only probably saved my career because I think I'm better at what I do now because I get good sleep, probably saved my life. It probably wouldn't matter how good I was at doing what I do now because I wouldn't be here because of the sleep apnea that I had. I had horrible, almost record-setting sleep apnea is what they told me after the sleep test. They said, we've never seen anything like this. You definitely don't want your doctors to be saying that when they're talking about sleep apnea. Maybe other things, but sleep apnea, no. And Dr. Ben Salento fixed that for me, and he can do that for you. Airline pilots go to him to get their sleep fixed. First responders go to him to get their sleep fixed. These are people that have to have good sleep. These are people whose lives are being entrusted to them. They go to Dr. Ben Salento. That's how great he is. He's got a comprehensive array of solutions, and he can get it done for you. 346-413-9313. That's 346-413-9313 or online at drbensalento.com.
The Drive is live on a Football Friday. Join Clint and Ron at BB's Tex Orleans off 249 in Tomball this afternoon from 2 to 6. Stop by, pick up your limited edition Drive pint glass. Enter for your chance to win the ultimate tailgate package plus other incredible prizes and get ready for Sunday's matchup against Arizona with us. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday, supported by Tomball Ford. We'll see you there.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713-CALL-LEE. Your traffic report is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Natural Alpine Spring Water. Heading west, I-10 East Freeway, traffic is heavy from I-69 to the I-45 interchange. Allow an extra 15 minutes to get through the area. Kelly Rush, Sports Radio 610.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycle plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
At MD Anderson Cancer Center, our goal is to cure cancer, not simply treat the symptoms. We go beyond standard diagnostics and conduct in-depth tests to ensure our patients receive an accurate diagnosis and the right treatment plan from the start. This deeper level of precision gives our patients peace of mind and the best hope to overcome cancer. Because at MD Anderson, we know cancer inside and out. Choose us first at mdanderson.org.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Getting more as a MyLowe's Pro Rewards member is easier than ever with the Lowe's app. Download it today and earn 500 points the first time you log in. Plus, your digital wallet helps you scan, save, earn, and access what you need to manage it all in one place. Download the Lowe's app and take advantage of your Pro benefits today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid 12/1/25 through 1/7/26. Offer valid for first login per organization only. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Additional restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for more details. Subject to change.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The night sniffling, aching fever, best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Oh, Derwin, loyal listener to the show, texted a good one. This goes back to about an hour ago when we did 5 Reasons I Hate You. This is one that's probably more specific to a group of people outside of Houston, but he said, one reason I hate them, I lived in East St. Louis when the Cardinals snuck out of St. Louis. We woke up it used to be the St. Louis Cardinals. We woke up one morning to 18-wheelers pulling out of Busch Stadium, sneaking out of the city. Screw them.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So that's, they're like the Oilers leaving here or the Colts leaving Baltimore. Yeah, they're one of those vagabond franchises that left in the middle of the night.
Yeah, they're there for hire. They'll just, whatever Colin Cowherd had said about Kevin Durant.
That's right. Oh,
easy
yeah.
Money
easy money sniper. Yeah.
They are what Colin Cowherd accused Kevin Durant of being.
Right, Seth. Where are those takes the last few weeks? Where are the ones that are easy to
I've muted
entertaining
Colin
and
Cowherd.
make
That's
fun
part
of
the problem. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, plus Skip Bayless has a show. Like, are you going to try to tell me that Skip Bayless doesn't have a bunch of bad takes floating around?
You're probably
out there?
right. You're probably right. That's on me. My scouting, I've not been good at scouting over the last few weeks.
Yeah,
I was much better earlier in the year. I'll find some bad ones. Don't worry, they're out there.
You're losing your focus. Get it together, man.
Thanks. Yes, I will. The card on Sunday. Boy, there are a lot of games that are going to be very distracting to Texan fans on Sunday in the early window here. The big ones are the Chargers at the Chiefs, future opponent versus the team that you just almost put almost killed them. The Chargers can put the Chiefs out of their misery this weekend.
But it's also one that's very you get to it feels like we've had a bunch of games this year where
who do we root for?
Relevant opponents played right before us.
Yeah.
Well, the Chiefs and the Jaguars, you're watching both of those closely. Yep. There have been a lot of those types of games, and then this would be one of them. It's Chargers versus Chiefs, and the Chargers have their issue. Look, Chargers have a real bad offensive line issue. And yet they continue to soldier on and play productive offense. It's just that their offensive line is really bad. And we just watched Chris Jones run roughshod through 3/5 of our Texans.
Yep.
I would love to see,
ostensibly,
I have to cheer for the Chiefs.
Yeah, a Chiefs win is better for the Texans. You're chasing the Chargers right now. And yet, if it were any other team, I would say, yeah, that's better. They beat the Chargers. And yet it's the Chiefs. And I'm like, boy, this would bury the Chiefs, though. This would officially kill them. And you do get to play the Chargers in a couple weeks. And as long as you remain a game behind them, if you beat them, you'll have the head-to-head over them.
Yeah, but I'd rather have more cushion for the pushing is what I always say. So Chargers over for the push into the playoffs.
Right.
I want as much cushion as I get as I'm pushing for the playoffs.
For the playoff push, yeah.
And in this situation, I will be a fan of the Chiefs. Because I know the Texans can beat the Chiefs.
Yeah, that's true.
Pathetic.
Yeah, good point. Why am I scared of that?
Let's just go ahead and make it give the Texans a leg up in the playoff race. Yes.
The other big one is Bills at Patriots. I think we're rooting for the Patriots there. There's very little chance the Texans catch the Patriots for, say, a 2-seed or something like that. Beating the Bills would be very beneficial to the wild card cause for the Texans. So I think we're rooting for the home teams there, Seth. Chiefs over the Chargers, Patriots over the Bills. Boy, how about if the Jets could pull off an upset in Jacksonville? These are all games that are in the noon window going on at the same time the Texans are playing the Cardinals on Sunday. If the Jets could beat the Jags on Sunday.
I was thinking about the Bills game and Stephon Diggs.
Yeah.
The fact that he's been on the Patriots too. Plus, he went off the first time around.
Had a great game against them.
He had a really good game.
Huge game.
I feel like the Patriots might actually have. Boy, what a weird saga it's been for him over the last couple of years.
Yeah, on and off the field.
Plus now he's got an extra baby on the way, right?
Yeah, he's
not just from Cardi B, but from somebody else.
He's got two on the way. Yeah.
Okay. On from the Bills. What was the next one?
I said, can you imagine if the Jets were able to pull off the upset against the Jags?
Oh,
how huge that would be for the
Stranger
Texans.
things have happened.
They have. To the actual Jaguars, they've happened before. Like losing to Tennessee late in the season a couple years ago.
Yeah, the Jaguars, who at various times in their past have had 90+% chances of making the playoffs, and they blow it in the end.
Yep.
Liam Cohen, I think, he's a much better coach than I want him to be. I think he's going to be all right.
Yes. The Jags are 13.5. Like the Texans, the Jags are 13.5-point favorites this weekend.
This is the one thing that surprises me about the Jets. Given that, especially with a guy, I think Aaron Glenn. Look, Aaron Glenn, it took him a couple years to turn around the Lions' defense, but he did.
Yeah.
But they've got 2 takeaways this season.
That's it?
The entire season.
That's it?
2.
Aaron Glenn's defense has 2 takeaways the entire season.
Every other team has 7 or more.
God, and
so if you're hoping for
7 is horrible.
You could either say, "Hey, they're due," or man, if there's a chance of the Jets beating the Jaguars, it's likely going to have to be fueled by turnovers.
Has to be, right?
And the Jets are the team that is apparently the least capable of actually doing that. I had to triple check that when I saw it.
That's a great stat.
I don't know how often that might be a league record. Oh wait, yeah, here it is. The fewest takeaways through the first 13 games of a season in NFL history.
Got to be. I mean, it's got to be.
I know, just by sheer luck, you'd think somebody
fumble.
would just drop a football. So can somebody not just drop the ball before they cross the end zone line or something?
Man. Yeah. Ball bounces off a punt returner's face. something like that. I said 13.5. The Texans. No, the Texans are 9.5. I was thinking of the Colts-Seahawks game, which we'll get to right now.
Real quick, Jaguars have a 97% chance of making the playoffs.
Yep.
Jumps to 99% with a win.
Yeah. They're in really good shape right now. And the schedule, a big part of that, Jets, Colts with a backup quarterback, and Titans are all still on the schedule. The big game for the Jaguars that Texan fans will keep their eyes on will be next week when they go to Denver. Denver is our best friend. If we're going to win the division, if the Texans are going to win the division, they need the Denver Broncos to beat the Jags in Week 16 next week.
Yep. That's a fun one. I like watching the Broncos play.
I do
it's
too.
Good for. I mean, it's really good defense, and then it's whatever the hell Bo Nix is going to pull out of his hat in the fourth quarter.
Colts at Seahawks. 3:25 p.m. Houston time.
This is the one to watch, and hopefully the Texans game doesn't go into overtime or something.
Right.
We want to see Phillip Rivers versus one of the best defenses in the league.
Yep.
And Colts offense, and I'm guessing, is going to rely very heavily on Jonathan Taylor, who, by the way, I mean, you want to talk about just how everything is hanging in the on the brink for the Colts. Not only might they be relying on 44-year-old Phillip Rivers, but they're also going to need Jonathan Taylor, a guy who hardly ever plays every game in an NFL season, to stay healthy for these last 4 games.
No doubt.
As they're leaning on him probably for 30-plus carries per game.
Just to hang around. They're on the outside looking in right now. I mean, Seth, this isn't them trying to – they're not the 8-5. This isn't them as one of these 11-2 teams that now have to start Phillip Rivers at quarterback. They're outside. They need to win games.
Did you know that the last 3 games in a row, Jonathan Taylor hasn't had 100 yards rushing?
I do, because he's on the best of my fantasy teams that I own. He is on my fantasy team. I'm well aware that I'm limping into the playoffs. With Jonathan Taylor, although usage should not be a problem for Jonathan Taylor over these next couple games. He'll get plenty of carries.
Yeah.
Just will he be averaging 4.5 yards a carry or 2.5
right,
yards
that's what I mean. They just haven't. Now, I felt like in the Texans game, even though Jonathan Taylor only had 3.2 yards per carry or whatever it was, he had that screen that was a pretty big blow to the Texans on that screen.
Yep.
I felt like if he had gotten 5 or 6 more touches in that game, the Colts would have a much better. The more touches would have been good for the Colts in that game.
He was 16 carries for 48 yards at one point, and I want to say he finished with like 20 carries for 80-something yards in that game.
It started to click and grab a little bit.
He had his last 5 or 6 carries. Now, granted, a few of them were when Azeez Al-Shaair went out injured in that game.
It was, yeah. Azeez went out, and
advantage.
they ran right up the middle a couple times.
They took advantage of that for sure. That's the one I'm looking forward to. That's the one I'm glad that on postgame we've got the Red Zone channel on, and I'll be able to keep eyes on that Phillip Rivers against the Seahawks.
I think Green Bay Denver is going to be going on at the same time. That's a late window game, is it not? Yeah, there's some really good late window stuff.
Lions Rams in the late window. The late window, you're right. The late window is stacked.
Yeah.
Packers, Broncos, Lions, Rams, Colts, Seahawks, all in the 325 window.
It works out pretty well. Buffalo, New England is really the only. There's some good. Yep,
it's a good weekend.
Games.
It's a good weekend.
I'd say half the games are pretty damn good and intriguing games this week.
Even Jets-Jaguars has impact on the Houston Texans.
Yeah.
That's a bad game, but if the Jets are able to rise up and do the unthinkable, then that's great news for the Texans. Ravens-Bengals is on this thing, and we haven't even talked about that. Like morose Joe Burrow versus ratchet Lamar Jackson right now.
Sad Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
Poor Joe.
Poor Joe, man.
Is ever going to find happiness or love in this life?
I don't think so. Doesn't seem like it. 2 happy guys that I do know, though, are John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You don't know my life.
Outright blissful.
Rich, just say you don't know
my life. Well, you seem happy.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
It's working.
Yeah. No, you're a hell of an actor. Reggie Atatula, thespian.
I'm happy. It's hilarious, though, that we're doing this with Colts Seahawks because it's like, oh, man, this game is interesting. 2-touchdown game.
Oh, yeah. 13.5-point spread.
The Seahawks are going to leave a hole.
13.5 points. No, it's like they picked a fan out of the crowd to play quarterback. Like, oh, that's all right. This is interesting.
But I was telling Reggie, it still will be the most watched.
Yeah.
He's like the emergency goalie in hockey. When they just it's like some guy that he's a locksmith in Pittsburgh or whatever, but the Penguins they need a goalie.
Forgot about the emergency goalie, the Zamboni driver, all of a sudden putting on the pads. How we doing?
Great, man.
That's
Football Friday,
yeah.
Big game. Well, yeah, big game.
The air is just fresher. The food tastes better. Mm-hmm. Everything on Football Fridays when the Texans are winning.
That's right.
It's just better.
100%.
It's just better.
Yeah.
So what is the question du jour?
Did you know that Houston is globally one of the top ranked cities.
Wait, don't levy those accusations now.
Cities.
Globally, Houston is one of the top ranked cities for OnlyFans spending.
Subscribers, okay.
Yeah, subscribers and spending. It was what, $32 million a year or something.
Got to support independent entrepreneurs.
Hell yeah. They're putting themselves out there.
$32 million a year comes from Houston to OnlyFans.
Okay, where does that rank us?
11th in the world.
In the world?
In the world.
Oh
it goes New York, L.A., London, Milan.
Yeah.
Shout out to Milan. Sydney. They're lonely there. Chicago. Melbourne, Australians, very lonely.
Yeah.
Brisbane, again, very lonely people, Australians.
Yeah.
Mexico City, Paris, and then Houston.
Okay.
I'm surprised. Oh, and then Houston,
Yeah.
Chicago. Well, Houston actually, by the rankings of the largest cities in the U.S., we're kind of, because we're pretty much right on pace with Chicago now. I feel like we're more morally, maybe we're a little bit more puritanical than Chicago is.
But we're not.
Well,
no, because they we were far below Chicago. Those big three American cities were way up in the world rankings.
This is true.
Yeah.
Chicago is 6th. Houston's 11th.
Houston's 11th. And were New York and L.A. on there?
Yeah, New York and L.A. are number 1 and 2.
Of course they are.
I will say.
Ne'er-do-wells.
That's right.
Yeah.
It does feel like with the amount of people that New York has, their number should be higher. It's 87 million compared to like Houston's 32
$87 million.
Yeah. And it's like, don't they have almost twice
they got like, how many people live in New York
18 million,
City?
something like that, 20
Yeah,
something
it's
million.
a lot.
State income tax gets you though.
So the question of the day becomes,
course,
what makes
LA.
you just throw away your money?
Oh, okay. This is an easy one for me.
Something that just, and not gambling for you, and not
It's not gambling. No,
not
it's not
fishing stuff for
it's
me.
not gambling because I make millions gambling.
I actually
Actually,
counted. I actually counted my rods and reels the other day when I was doing some service.
Oh yeah.
It's not.
Oh, so fishing's yours.
47.
Yeah, but at least that's for you. At least that's a hobby.
Right.
That you're going out, you're enjoying the fresh air, and you're catching fish. You may catch dinner. You know, that kind of
you can only throw one at a time.
Yeah.
And I have 47.
Mine is. Okay, maybe that's a lot. That's a lot. I know what mine is because not all that long ago. And by the way, I still throw away money at this thing because I'm a vibes guy.
Okay.
I, at one point, realized to myself, boy, I spend a lot of money on touch tunes when I go to bars.
Oh, yeah.
I like to control the music at the bar. Yes.
I have never been that guy.
Yes.
Ever. Maybe the old jukebox
I
days.
like to control. Well, touch tunes basically is the jukebox.
Yeah.
But the dangerous thing is you can do it from your phone.
Oh.
It's like $1 a play or something?
It's no, it's not. Well, not when you buy the credits in bulk like I do.
See, heady play.
When I buy the $50 worth of credits and I get 115 of them.
I never would have guessed that. I never would have guessed
touch tunes, man. And one time, so realizing, wow, I'm putting a lot of money in here. It all goes to this. I just use Apple Pay for it, so it all goes to the same credit card. And I don't look at my credit card statements all that often because I don't charge a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
But I went and looked on that credit card, and boy, I had touch tunes. The whole thing was touch tunes, and I'm like, are the vibes worth this much? Ironically, it turns out the answer is yes.
You'll still do it.
The answer is yes.
Did you lay it up?
I did. It was over the course of like 2 months. It was hundreds of dollars.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
Wow.
it was hundreds of dollars. Yes. Yeah.
Seth,
Here you are complaining about your Apple TV fees and everything.
Yeah.
For me, it's because of my haphazard travel planning. Just the number of times I've had to change flights or buy a ticket on 2 days' notice. Yeah,
$2,000.
That's more than a couple $100. Yeah, that's having to be like, oh crap! It's 2 days before Christmas and I don't have a flight yet. Yeah,
that's funny.
That's by far.
Oh
that's
my God,
bad.
Yep.
It's really bad.
We
and stupid.
we all have that. Just throwing away. Mine, as you can probably imagine, outside of fishing, is probably going to be like really unique. Like ingredients or gadgets for cooking.
Okay.
Like last week, and the reason I thought of this one is last week I bought some Czechoslovakian curing salt, juniper berries, and lingonberry jam.
Yeah.
Because I was going to make some stuff, for our big Christmas international thing.
Yeah.
I buy the most bizarre ingredients.
See, I don't look at if it's your hobby, if it's something you're passionate about.
Yeah.
And I suppose some would say sitting at a bar, smoking a cigar, listening to music is
That
my
is
favorite
100%
hobby.
your
So I
hobby.
guess I am investing in my hobby. But
and
I'm
in your
not gonna-
happiness.
I guess my happiness, it's an intangible, but
100%.
Thank you, Reggie, for
Absolutely.
rationalizing several bad decisions.
I may not be a happy person, but I'm very much going to aid you in your vices.
Thank you. I
Yeah.
appreciate that. But even the fishing thing for real.
Yeah.
That's I don't even count that as
It's
throwing
me.
away money. Yeah, you're passionate about
It's me.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's one. John, do you have any stupid devices though? Because that's what I know. I know cooking snobs really hate it when people buy something like a custom avocado slicer.
Well,
or something
I think the
like
one that people make fun of me for is I have a spatzel maker.
A hoomst?
A spatzel maker.
I don't know what that is.
Okay, yeah, me neither.
Honestly, I'm going to assume that that's a curse in some other language.
Sounds like something you buy at Cindy's.
Spatzel is those German noodles that come with
Sure it
some German
is.
German noodles.
yeah.
That's
Okay.
what they call it now.
Spatzel.
You got to have a spatzel maker.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotta?
Yeah, you got to have one.
Okay.
Oh, I got another one.
Spots. I'm going to Google
And it's going to
this.
happen soon.
Mm-hmm.
I don't go to Barnes & Noble all that often, but I do go at Christmas time, books for people
Mm-hmm.
that request books. And I always end up buying, I always walk past a book. I'm like, oh, that looks like a really interesting book. And I must have a stack of 25 books that I've not even turned a page on yet.
You're Aaron Rodgers.
that I
Yeah.
bought. Well, I don't, but I don't lie about it. I don't.
Well, he was honest about it.
Yeah.
He said he had because he used to go on McAfee and had all these books behind him.
Oh.
He's like, yeah. I figured I might as well start reading them. You know?
yeah.
All these
Oh,
books.
okay.
Like
No.
classic guy that wants people to think he's smart. Yeah.
I'm thinking of LeBron. LeBron's the one who
Okay.
lied about reading a book. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But I do that, and I've got a stack of books that have never. Look, if I ever all of a sudden wind up with a bunch of time on my hands, Odyssey, if you're listening, please don't put me in that situation. But maybe I'll fire open some of those books.
Yeah.
But for now,
Yeah.
and my other thing.
Oh, I've got a sausage maker too.
You.
Y'all clearly make too much money. What is happening over
Do
here?
you use it?
I make my own sausage.
Okay.
Do you, John? I've done that
Yeah.
a couple
Yeah.
times. The biggest issue I've had is just the cleanup. I hate it.
Oh, it's awful.
It's ridiculous.
So bad.
But is it worth it?
Yes, I'm
Is
making
the sausage that good?
Yeah, I'm making some venison and pork sausage this week.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
For me, it wasn't worth it. The cleanup was too much. I couldn't do it. I gave that to somebody.
This is a low level one for me, but if I ever go into a convenience store, like if I, for whatever reason I don't pay at the pump or whatever, and I always have to buy I need a bag
You
of
feel
chips.
guilty. Yeah.
I don't feel guilty. I just I like buying snacks in convenience stores for some reason.
No, it is. Yeah,
It's very tempting.
And then you go into the convenience stores that the only size of trail mix they have is like 2,900 servings.
I wish it was trail mix.
Yeah,
Trail
I
mix.
need 3 days calories worth of trail mix, please.
Dude, I'm like sour cream and cheddar ruffles. Oh, this bag is the biggest bag. Oh,
I try to
damn.
stay somewhat healthy and get trail mix. They do the same thing at the airport.
Yeah.
They're like, nope, you can buy a bushel of trail mix or nothing else.
Yeah. And you got to carry it on a plane.
You got to put it in your garage like the
That's it.
Mormons.
John, there's an authentic Twinkie maker you can get for $29.95. This looks
John, you
delicious.
need to do this.
I'm listening.
What do you mean?
Fresh Twinkie? Oh my gosh.
You've got my attention. Oh man.
Oh,
Yeah.
you could buy an egg cuber.
An egg cuber.
What website are you on
It
right
somehow
now?
makes a hard-boiled egg into a cube. I don't know how it
Oh,
works.
it like compresses it?
I guess so.
There is a line.
I think I've seen that before, actually.
There is a utensil or
For everything.
or some sort of machine for
Yeah.
everything.
Yeah.
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 A Twinkie
I'll send you a
maker.
video of my sausage making this week.
Okay, yeah, your sausage maker.
Yeah,
That sounds
yeah,
like
you
a
will.
euphemism. Yeah, I don't like that at
glad you
all.
kept
How
going
did
after the
Houston
word
get to that
sausage.
lofty perch? Yeah, OnlyFans. Yeah.
All right, boys. It is Friday, Football Friday. By the way, Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. You're listening to KLTM, KLTFM HD2, Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. Crosstalk still brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Seth, I'll see you 9 a.m. on Sunday.
Antibodies to you, and may all of your eggs be oblong.
Thank you very much. Antibodies to you as well, my friend. We are done. We are out of time. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. It is a Football Friday on In the Loop. They start now.
Football and Fun Friday, as you can tell by the crosstalk. Again, brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. All right, let's get going on this Football Friday. You know the deal. That's John Lopez over there. Very, very much just basking in the fact that he owns a lot of things that
I'm not basking. Trust me.
No,
I'm
it
not
sounds like
basking.
you are. It does indeed. You were very proud to let it be known that you can make your own sausage at the house.
It's the best way.
I don't agree with that, but you know what? I don't have time to argue that. I'm Reginald Datatula. Figgy Fig on the ones and twos with the hair down on a Friday. That's how you know we're ready to have fun with
Friday
this. Yeah,
now.
man, go ahead and stretch
it's
out.
It's a Friday now.
Let's have fun with
Look
it.
out, Cardinals.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, let's have a lot of fun here. You also get involved on the Football Friday fun. 713-572-4610 is the number. Text. Go and do that for me right now. Whatever you want. Just send in a message so I know that you're there. It's calming for me.
He's not a happy person. He needs it.
I've said it multiple times. But I am happy about the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers and them giving us the live stream.
We keep it 100.
On the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610 and the Twitch chat 610 Houston. John Lopez, were you as fascinated as I was listening to Nick Haley talk this week? I feel like this is actually an every week occurrence.
Yes, it is.
And sometimes it's a morbid curiosity, to be entirely honest. It doesn't always come from the best place if I'm going to be real.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is of great importance and intrigue to me, especially as we get further along in this process with these Houston Texans, and it feels more and more like this defense can hold it down to the degree of a Super Bowl. You wonder, what is the other side of the coin going to do? And so we keep looking at the offense, and namely, we keep looking at Nick Haley.
Yeah, here we are, second week of December, and we're still talking about playing cleaner, getting to the line faster, the offense clicking. And I guess I'm kind of complaining. I don't mean to complain. I think where I landed on this is.
Bleep it, let's complain.
Yeah, let's go ahead and complain. But I think where I landed on this, and I don't know where you are, is all right. We know it's been forever. It's December. If you can't get it going this week, can you get it going? Will you ever be able to get it going?
713-572-4610. It feels like the answer is no. You know what the weird thing is as I'm gearing up for this week, one of the things I like doing is I like checking in with some other national folks that cover football, especially the dorks that really cover it in a way that speaks to me. One of those being, or two of those rather, being Mina Kimes, Ben Solak. They were talking about this game, and they both seem to be like, yeah, the Cardinals actually defensively in the pass game, not as bad as you would think. And I keep going, I'm looking at all these underlying metrics, and I'm like, I don't feel like that's the case.
No, it's not the case.
Maybe I misheard them or misunderstood them. And so it feels like this should be an opportunity to be a little bit of a get right, especially coming off of the heels of you seeing a few flashes is the way that I'll describe it with this offense. Obviously, running the football was, 2.5 yards per carry?
2.6.
Yeah. That was not particularly what you wanted, but it served its purpose, I guess, especially in the waning moments as you're able to just kind of battering ram your way through the end of it. But the pass game showed some flashes, right? Making some plays off schedule, seeing the continued development of Jaden Higgins as a foil to you wonder, and can you push that forward, especially against a defense like the Cardinals that isn't great? They have their things, right? It's an NFL team. They have their things, especially when they start dialing up disguised blitzes and things of that nature. But it feels like this should be the time where you come out and put it on the table. And if you don't do it here, I don't know. I mean, like the Raiders feels like part two. Yeah. You have the Chargers headed, and that's a team that actually is clearly better than this Cardinals team, even if you go, I don't know exactly what team shows up on any given occasion, or I don't know how great they are. And then the Colts, we know that's a team that's admirable, if not necessarily set up for super success right now. Yeah, I don't know what the better occasion is for you to put your best foot forward than this week versus the Arizona Cardinals at home.
Yeah, and that's why, look, the Texans like to run the ball, and they want to make sure that C.J. Stroud stays upright. Well, the Cardinals gave up 249 yards last week. Rushing. 6.9 yards per carry. 6.9 yards. I mean, come on.
Nice. That's indeed nice.
If you can't establish the run against the Cardinals, and oh, by the way, you talk about dialing up blitzes, the Cardinals rank 28th in scoring defense and have just 24 sacks for the season. For the year, I think that's 7th or 8th worst. So what I'm saying is, if you can't do it now, are we going to be in let's go defense?
Yes. Yes, you will, I think. And we've heard enough, and we've heard it a lot, the idea of, we've got to carry our own weight in essence.
Yeah.
This is the moment for you to prove that you can. And I see you on the text line immediately jumping up, 281 and 832 to the same idea 832 says, don't jinx us with the get right nonsense from the 281. The overconfidence is completely unwarranted. Well, to the idea of jinx, I am amazed that you think I have that kind of power. I swear, if I had that kind of power, I'd have a lot more money in my pocket right now.
And are we overconfident? We're asking the question.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I think that this is the antithesis of overconfidence. This is like, hey, man, if not now, when? Because there's been a lot of instances where we look at this offense and we go, all right, can we see something? And to the large degree, we haven't been able to see a lot, right? They've been able to do just enough in some of these instances. And it's like, can you be average, or can you even show us a little bit above average in a circumstance that might be situated for you to do it? That is the question that we're asking, and I don't think we're asking it in a definitive way either. I don't know that we're asking it in such a way where we go, yes, the answer is definitely yes. The answer is, I don't know, let's see.
Yeah. And I guess let's hear from Caley, because I guess when I listen to him speaking, obviously, you're hopeful. But it's just, how many times have we heard this?
Yeah, I think playing clean football consistently, eliminating pre-snap issues. Like we have to rid ourselves of that, and you can't. Again, we've had too many of them happen for too many weeks now. We got to clean that stuff up to give ourselves a chance to really stay on schedule, play well. And I think still want to continue to move the needle in the red area for sure. Same thing on third downs. Short yardage has been a point of emphasis. So those things I think across the board want to improve on everything. But I think first and foremost, not beating ourselves, especially prior to the ball being snapped.
You want to know what the question was there? What do you feel like your offense still needs to unlock? Which is somewhat an aspirational question, right? And I get it, Nick Caley especially, but I think coaches in general tend to be, very locked in on where they are and what the game plan is for a given week. In fact, Frank Ross was talking about that, and he kind of a little bit disparagingly for himself was like, look, my brain ain't big enough to be able to worry about anything other than this week, which I found to be charming, as Frank Ross typically is. And so that might be the factor here, but the idea that he jumps in and he's like, what do you need to unlock? Just being all right, just being clean, just getting done what we can get done, right? Focusing on the things that we can impact. And maybe like there was two parts of me. One of those was like, hey, we can't dream bigger, but also second part was like, yeah. If you can unlock that, can you just find a way to be normal, right? Can you just find a way to be okay?
It's week 15. So getting it done now, and I'm not saying we saw some stuff. You touched on it earlier. We've seen a few things better. We've talked about them this week. Obviously, there's hope in how C.J. Stroud is sort of embracing the offense. But again, you're facing a defense that lets you run all over them and really doesn't pressure the quarterback a lot outside of a couple.
Especially when you want to be a running team. Well, and the only thing about it is you mentioned this from the perspective of last week, and I don't know if we can do the just be like the Los Angeles Rams, man. Like, I don't know if we could do that. That is a very good running team as well as just one of, if not the best teams in the NFL right now.
That's true, but they also are on a 5-game losing streak in which they're averaging.
Who, the Cardinals?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're averaging giving up more than 35 points a game. That's not just the Rams.
No, you are.
They're giving up 35 points a game over the last 5 weeks. So then Caley was asked about, how you prepare for, getting this thing right.
I mean, we want to run the football better. I think, getting out and get back on track. And I felt like in the third quarter, we just couldn't really get out of our own way to start the drives. And, certainly we got to do a better job. I got to do a better job, coaches, players, everybody. But we just could never get going. I mean, the 3 and outs are, we don't want that. So starting better on first and second down, which we did not do. We did that in the first half. And we were able to move the ball and keep it going. But in the third quarter, it was certainly a lull. And drive starters, positive plays, fundamentals, playing with good fundamentals so we don't have any negative runs or anything like that, good protection. All those things really boils down to fundamentals, but getting off to the right start each drive is imperative for our success, for sure.
It's just fundamental football stuff in week 15 of the National Football League season, right? Yeah. That is where exactly I come back to the idea that, hey, there's not confidence. We still got the coaches talking about fundamental things to get this thing to place. So, yeah, especially also in a game where, with all due respect to the Cardinals again, I think your defense is going to give you even more ample opportunities. Like, this isn't the same. This isn't the same circumstance that you're talking about with, like, the magician that is Patrick Mahomes. Even though you were able to really limit him, he still ran for 60 yards, was able to pick up some first downs at times. I do wonder if the Cardinals are going to be able to, I feel like they're going to have some 3-and-outs or some instances where the ball is turned over quickly back to the offense. So I feel like you're going to have opportunities ahead of you. Like you're going to have shots and chances to go at this defense that, as you rightfully noted, is not great at stopping the football. That's allowed a lot of offense. If not this week, when is the question that we're ultimately asking, and it feels like never, right? Like this, you got the remainder of the season, which isn't the most difficult, but you've got the remainder of the season, then you're playing big boy playoff football, man. So you got to, if I show up here, you've got to be able to execute well. Like I don't even know what you'd be particularly afraid of in this instance, but also to be fair, I think that this would be an interesting challenge for you to see. Can you? Are you going to be good at getting up to the line? C.J. Stroud in particular, getting up to the line and diagnosing what that defense is bringing, especially if they're doing sim blitzes or trying to disguise what they're doing. This is a game where we need to focus on making sure that we get that right, because if you don't get it right here, you've got games down the stretch that are going to make it so that gets tough.
And you hit on the thing that I think is going to be very important to watch. How many possessions does the offense get? Because I think you're right. You can talk about the magic of Patrick Mahomes. There's been magic of Jacoby Brissett against this organization over the years. I don't think that's the case. Sunday, but
knock on wood. I need to knock on wood.
Good. I think you're going to. I think you're going to have a lot of 3-and-outs forced by the Texans defense, which means 9, 10, 11 possessions. This isn't going to be one of those where you only get a handful, here and there to try to make the most of it. You're going to get your chances, and if it doesn't work, then because we're talking about how this team moves forward beyond the regular season. And with this offense, if you're in week 15 and you can't improve it, then the hopes for the postseason have to be minimized.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Even though we're looking at a defense that we think could be a carrying type defense, we've talked about it a lot, right? The idea of the offense got to add in something. And this is a day where if you can't add in here, then I'm going to be pretty disappointed in what they have there. Will they be able to do it? Let's find out. Sunday, noon, right here. You'll hear this on Sports Radio 610. 9 a.m. is when things get started with Sean and Seth as Texas Countdown will get you ready for the action here at NRG Stadium. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, getting going on a football Friday, but there was actually some basketball. First time in a long time for your Rockets at Toyota Center, and the end of this game was an absolute mess. Was it an encouraging win? Let's talk about it next.
In the loop.
Can you think back to
Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Peggy has hit him big time.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
So what do I do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that. It's
my first. Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Friday to you in the great city of Houston or wherever else you may be listening. Appreciate you making us a part of your day. Us being John Lopez right there. I'm Reginald Atatula, and then Figgy Fig on the ones and twos.
With his hair down.
Yeah, with his hair down.
That's a big day.
Is it? I mean,
that's a big day.
It's notable.
Is it?
Yeah, you're.
Yeah, I was like, I wasn't gonna go that far, but it is notable.
It a little bit.
I don't really like having it down.
Really?
Because it get all in the way.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Whenever I'm trying to eat, it get all in the food and all that stuff. So I usually just have it up and out the way.
I think that's fair. Lopez.
That's a nice shirt you got on, Reggie.
Appreciate
You
it.
look like you about to go to church or something, man.
Going to a graduation here later today.
Nice.
It's graduation season, you know.
That was about to be my second answer. It looked like you on somebody's graduation.
I am indeed. Yeah. It's a weekend of graduations for you, boy. Going and appreciating and celebrating the folks who get something done. Hopefully, come Monday, we can do something similar for the Houston Texans offense in particular. And they can not just obviously do enough for them to win the game. I don't think that that's even very much this weekend. I think it's, however, the goals that they have are not just all right, enough so the defense can carry you over the line. I think that they want to be able to be legitimate contributors, and this is going to be a week where put up or shut up. Like, there should be an opportunity for you to show that you're a legitimate contributor to what this team at large is going to do. Now, away from that, though, we got an actual basketball game for the first time in half a week. It felt like, not even felt like, in actually
They're
half
back
a week.
from spring break.
Yeah, and then it's your favorite type of feel where it's like they have Thanksgiving break and then fall break. That's what it feels like the Rockets had. Like they had like 4 days off before this game. They'll have another 4 days off or something to that effect after this game. But in the midst of that, you had a 7 p.m. tip versus the Los Angeles Clippers where James Harden returned to the Toyota Center. And, I mean, the game itself was up and down, back and forth, but the end of this game was an absolute mess, John Lopez.
It was fun. It was wild. The ball was bouncing everywhere. Full disclosure, I was in and out, obviously watching some football as well. But I did catch the end, and, I actually, at the very end, before, so I wouldn't forget, I jotted down a few things. And
I jotted down the whole sequence.
You jotted down the whole sequence.
I needed to.
Go through it for us.
Oh, I don't need to go through the entire sequence now, do I? But it was the end was a mess, rather. And the question I have is just, was that an encouraging win?
Yeah.
Because, I mean, you got a win in a tough circumstance against a team that has talent, admittedly, even if they are underperforming their talent this season. With the Los Angeles Clippers, Kawhi Leonard, James Harden, and Ivica Zubac, who I saw him on the floor, and I was like, oh, yeah, I love watching him play. That size that he just demonstrates in the middle and his ability to rebound the basketball, which, as we know for this team, like the superpower is the offensive rebounding. And so I've seen people talk about this as some level of statement win, and that's the thing where I go, interesting, really? Because in the final couple minutes of this game, you had up and down where Alperen Sengun was going, they were putting the ball in his hands to end the basketball game. And I'm not saying putting the ball in his hands like get him in the top of the key. And he was walking it up. They're clearing out the space and going, hey, you versus that center over there, go do things. Some instances where he absolutely schooled Ivica Zubac. But then you had a play where James Harden comes over, steals the ball from him. They go the other way, and Zubac gets fouled. And then Harden gets a catch and shoot three to tie the game at 110. Then you get an instance where Reed misses a three, it taps around. And shout out to Amen Thompson, who had a fantastic game.
I'll get to that's one of the things.
The strong put back through the foul. You get another Ivica Zubac down in the paint. You foul him again. Yeah, they're only down 2. Jabari Smith Jr. gets fouled on the offensive fouls on an offensive rebound to get his 5th. They challenge this one. It doesn't go their way. So that's the coaching making challenging decisions.
Yeah.
Inbound comes in, and Kawhi Leonard, offensive foul. Thankfully, we're going the other way, so it doesn't hurt you too bad. Houston inbounds the ball. Holiday fouled. He goes to the line, and then only makes 1 free throw. You're not making your free throws down the stretch. That's another thing that shows up in this game because there's a couple of instances. Sengun also steps to the line a little later, only makes 1 or 2. Thankfully, the Clippers were more unserious in this game with Nick Batum stepping on the end line and he's trying to inbound the basketball. And thankfully, the Rockets end up with a 115-113 game without getting to all of the details of it. But was the Amen game the biggest thing of this for you? Was it the fouls and the way that this went from the officiating standpoint? Was the missed free throws? What was the big thing for you here?
The big thing for me, and you mentioned some people are saying, was this a statement win?
Yeah.
I want to know who these people are because it was a good win. Simply because of how they it against a team, which, by the way, you did get the best version of the Clippers. They were rested. They hadn't played either.
Yes, it's Saturday. Both teams last played Saturday.
In a while. It's an old lineup, so they probably benefited from the rest, significantly. I think it's the oldest starting lineup in the NBA.
It might be.
Yeah, it's up there for sure. So I would call it a good win, statement win. The only thing that you could maybe squint your eyes and talk about is Amen. That was my big takeaway. I think he had 8 assists, 1 turnover, which you can't ask for more than that. But they were missing threes like crazy. Ultimately, 12 for 34, I believe, is what the Rockets were. What were they on?
From three-point
range. They were missing threes.
They were 14. Oh no, that's wrong. 12 of 34. You're right. 35%, which. Not the worst for them, and I mean it's kind of surprising that they took 34 threes is really the bigger thing. Shout out to Aaron Holiday, who in addition to obviously being a professional point guard type player, he's kind of served as a spacer for this team, just a knockdown shooter because he's got real good range.
I know Amen missed a couple of corner threes that I can remember, but I thought he was really good overall. I would call it a good win because you got this thing when they were rested. They came with their best. You were at home. You finished all that. But I actually shout out to Jeff Van Gundy, who was on the floor. This was a JVG win. Don't ignore in victory.
Okay.
That's how I would look at it. Don't ignore in victory. They were rushing. And this is just something you watched every minute of this game. I'm guessing I watched the vast majority, especially the end, and it looked to me like they said, "We're going to rush Kevin Durant. We're going to get the ball out of his hands. We're going to make somebody knock down some threes." They did knock down, as I said, 12. But they missed a lot of open threes. Those are the ones where you're like, all right, how do we adjust to that? How do we make – I think they did with Şengün, as you talked about at the end of the game. I think they did. So it was a good win. There weren't any statements made in my view.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah. Well, I think that one of the things that people were annoyed by was the idea that Kevin Durant, outside of the third quarter, had a really lousy game in various ways. But I think that maybe the statement is this is not just Kevin Durant over here, which is one of those things that – I think we were anticipating, but as the season has worn on and we're about a quarter of the way through the season, surprisingly enough, there was a lot of instances, especially in the last few weeks, where you go, you're leaning a lot on Kevin Durant in what you're doing here. It felt good that you could get the ball to Alper Şengün, and it felt good just to have Amen be that dominant on the floor in a game, because it's been something that I've kept an eye on, or that's been, it's like, hey, this Amen Thompson thing doesn't feel as robust as it once did.
But it looked good yesterday.
Last night felt like that.
And he was the one that finished it, and he was the one that was scrappy and doing the men things at the end. No, it was good. Don't get me wrong on that, but boy, there were some things where I'm like, all right, if I'm Ime Udoka, I'm sure he's making note of some of these things and trying to make the adjustment.
But ultimately, you get the victory, right?
Yes.
16-6, you're back in third place in the West. That's the most important thing. But yeah, I don't know if I can call it a statement win, but it was an absolute weird finish. And I think, to be fair, we're here on the Houston side of things looking at the Rockets. If there's anybody to get more, more hate in this, the Clippers, they are just in an awful way. Like, I think, and I like Ty Lue as a coach. I think he's a very good one, but this looks like
don't get used to that.
This looks like they look like they're in an awful place.
He is
coaching-wise.
He is in some hot water.
They're just not organized down the stretch there, and that was telling in the way that this game ended. And maybe that's why this doesn't feel as big, because they did do a lot of throwing the game away over there from the Clippers side of things. But shout out to the Rockets managing to get a win. This is one of those ones that you can, even if you have some negative feelings toward it, you can feel a lot better about it because you got the win and you walk away from it.
And you out-rebounded the hell out of them.
You did, which that's
your calling card,
and that's a shout out to one Steven Adams, who we were talking about this the Mind the Game podcast where they have Steve Nash and LeBron James talking hoop. They were saluting the idea of Steven Adams and LeBron. LeBron went as far as to say he is on game plans. He is maybe the first thing that they look at on game plans is how do you contend with his rebounding. Because the reason why this Rockets team has a top 5 offensive rating in the league is not because they shoot the ball particularly well from deep. It's because they're getting second and third opportunities. And when you get a second and third opportunity, it's a layup, which is a high percentage shot, or you're getting fouled, which is a free throw, which is a high percentage shot, or you're getting a kick out three.
What were they on free throws last night?
They were 17 of 21, 81%.
All right, well, could be worse.
But they missed those ones that they missed.
At the end,
So those are some of the things that they're still working on and getting better at. But I think that it's probably encouraging that you can have whatever complaints you have about those parts of it, and they still manage to get victories in this way. But there you go. Houston Rockets, another win. Somebody said they don't like Şengün bringing the ball up. I like it in spurts, and he shows that he could do it, but he's going to need to grow. And I think that some of it also is I have tried to get myself to a place where I recall that some of this regular season is going to feel uncomfortable because they need to stretch themselves and find different ways to figure things out and find different ways to play basketball. I
like him with the ball in his hands in those situations.
I like it. There was instances where it's like, oh, well, that's a bad rep, a really, really bad rep. But I think the bad reps are necessary to help him get better so that when you get to the playoffs, if you do need to put the ball in his hands, you can feel confident that he has the experience and the comfortability doing it. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I imagine we'll chop up that game from a different perspective when we get a chance to sit in with B. Scott, who'll be in at the 11 o'clock hour. But before we get there, let's get to our question of the day, because apparently the city of Houston spends big money on a particular subscription. Are you familiar with this OnlyFans?
I see
thing?
people posting, go to my OnlyFans, go to my OnlyFans.
I bet you do.
I've never,
I bet your algorithm does take
Have you
care
ever,
of it.
well, we'll talk about it. I've never.
I'm sure. But just inspired by that, what makes you throw your money away? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about our vices next.
Ready? The
shotgun analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
Happy Friday to you. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Let's get to our question of the day here real quick. And let's have a little fun with it because apparently, where did you see this, in fact? Because I actually saw this, not this in particular, and because I saw it from a different publication that I think you did as well. But I guess OnlyFans decided to put out some like end of year wrapped, I guess, on some data that they have. Now, if you're not familiar with OnlyFans, it's a like direct to consumer like content creation website.
Yeah.
Where, if we're going to be honest, in the popular cultural context, oftentimes is people displaying their physical wares.
A lot of women on OnlyFans.
Yeah.
So I think just making the rounds. I think you sent us Reggie sent us a link as well.
Yeah.
Making the rounds.
It's about that time of the year too. You start getting a lot of end of year wrap ups.
Yes.
And so you start getting stuff like this. You probably get a Pornhub one. You start getting stuff like
you
that.
might get that. I don't know what you're talking about over here.
Oh yeah, it ain't gonna come across your internet.
Yeah. So
OnlyFans will.
Top 20 cities in the world. Top 20 cities in the world that have spent the most money on OnlyFans. Which, by the way, before we get to that, I'm not trying to be, whatever.
Jesus Christ over here.
No, exactly.
On In the Loop, Sports Radio 610.
Because curiosity it's piqued my curiosity as well, but I've never even clicked on it.
Pastor John Lopez.
Have you guys ever looked at what exactly? It's not
that hard to like photos, videos.
But it's not like porn or anything.
Well, there are instances where absolutely it is.
So I think OnlyFans was created just kind of like, not even for this reason. I think it was for people who like maybe workout people and stuff like that.
Direct, like legitimately. That's why I described it.
It's kind of
direct. Are you familiar with Patreon? How they do the same thing? It's like somebody has a podcast and you subscribe to our Patreon and you get it directly.
That's exactly what it was.
But it became.
Yeah, it became because of that reason. Mainly women and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Posting exclusive content.
I mean, I'm not going to say I haven't been curious, but I kind of know what it generally is, and I don't want, frankly, to our point here on the question of the day, I don't want to waste my money. I don't want to throw my money away.
Fair enough.
But apparently a lot of people are.
To the tune of $32 million in the city of Houston.
$32 million.
These girls out here making bank too, man.
Yeah. Ranked 11th in the world behind New York, L.A., London, Milan, Sydney, Chicago, Melbourne, Brisbane, Mexico City, and Paris. So where do you just throw it away?
Yeah, where's your money go? 713-572.
Take my money.
4610.
You probably know better.
It seems like there's at least a few people for whom OnlyFans will be the answer.
Yeah,
and I will say, at least personally for me, I will not pass judgment.
Yeah.
But I'm like in a place in my life financially where I'm trying to kind of stack. So I don't have a lot of this, but I find that for me, it is just food. Like it's not even like, it's not like stats type of stuff you could subscribe to, like PFF. Well, you know what? That's actually a great answer because that is some of it. And it's not just, subscribing to like NFL Pro so I can watch, all 22 or get statistics, FTN Fantasy. But it's just all the subscriptions because I like soccer. So that means I got to have Peacock. And I got to have Paramount Plus so I can watch those particular games, the games that show up there. And I got Disney Plus so I can make sure that I can watch this, this show that I like. And I got Netflix for me and my family because they love watching something. So it's like, that is a great answer.
Yeah.
It is all these damn subscriptions. That's where the money is.
Yeah, that's
where I throw my money away.
That's a common one.
Yeah, mine, as of late, it has been video games.
Really?
And it's crazy, too, because you'll think I'm just this hardcore video game type person. I will be in the moment like, ooh, I got to buy this game. Click. And it's so easy to buy now because you could just go to the PlayStation app. You ain't got to wait outside of a store.
And you just, boom, gone.
Yeah, I'm looking at it like Netflix, just going through different games. Oh, I've never heard it. Let me buy that.
Yeah.
Don't even play them or anything, man. They just sitting around. It's some game. I had this game, I think it's some type of Harry Potter game, Hogwarts.
Right.
Yeah.
I had that game for almost a year.
Oh, you haven't even so you
haven't even downloaded.
So you're like Sean, who's just like, I'll buy this and then hopefully I'll get to it.
Dude, I haven't even downloaded it, man. And I got it because it was on sale.
Yeah.
Because at first the game was like
it's on sale.
it was like $70, and then it became on sale. It was on sale for like maybe $40. I'm like, ooh, I buy that. I'll just be going through buying it and don't even be finishing the game.
Yeah. Mine is outside of fishing because I just burn money on fishing, but that's my life. I mean, that's what I love. But outside of fishing, like if I'm looking at a recipe or to make something, usually from another country, like in the next week I'm going to be making rocked medisterpolse. Have you ever had that?
That's not a real word, but
rocked
okay.
medisterpolse.
If you say so.
My Norwegian friends will know exactly what I'm talking about. It's a very unique sausage that you make with venison and pork and juniper berries and lingonberry jam and what's the other thing? Czechoslovakian curing salt. So
you see how he's trying to flex there? Because we didn't need the recipe.
No,
we really didn't.
That's my answer. Like, I don't just put salt. I go online and I buy, because that's what the recipe says, Czechoslovakian.
Are you the dude that buys?
I don't just use a substitute berry.
Do you buy just seasoning just for the hell of it?
And it stays in the pantry because
you're only making that one thing.
Yeah, I make it once or twice.
My wife got a whole pantry full of seasonings.
Yes.
She be going to this place called, I think it's Grano or something like that, overall for $45.
Yeah.
She just be in the whole shopping cart full of seasonings.
Yes.
I'm like, what you about to do with this?
Yes. Like you can go online and say, how can I substitute? What's a substitute for juniper berries? Nope. I go online and I buy juniper berries. It's just a sickness that I have.
be in there, salt, pepper, maybe a little slap your mama. Yeah, I'm good.
Nobody's making Cajun sausage. We're making Norwegian sausage.
I appreciate Alex on the YouTube page saying, spend my money on Texans swag and electronics. Yeah, man. Are you? Thankfully for me, I am not very much of a team gear guy. I'll throw it on here.
I
and
like
there,
T-shirts more than jerseys,
and even T-shirts.
Yeah.
I won't do a lot of those, so that saves me from that. The thing that I maybe got close to at one point, and I had to put myself on a little bit of a cap or a limit. Was I started for a minute there buying shoes, but I made it difficult on myself because that can go crazy very quickly. And I was like, if you find shoes that you like for under $100, you can get it. That's what I told myself.
Yeah.
Because, let's face it, a good shoe majority of the time, and I'm talking about sneakers, obviously, because you could probably find some just nice shoes for $60, $70. A lot of sneakers nowadays,
ones,
120, 100. You get the J's, $200, $220. So I'm like, if you can find yourself a deal for under $100, you can buy it. And then for a little bit, I was finding really good deals.
Yeah,
and it's like, oh, this is wasting a lot of money.
It's
here.
adding up. Are you guys see? When it comes to fashion, for me, it's more just utilitarian.
I never noticed
fishing shirts.
I thought you dressed so nicely.
Jeans, pullovers, that type of stuff. But my son loves to spend money on jackets. He's probably got 50, 60 different jackets in his closet. Like whether it's denim or leather or this or that. I'm like, why? You just get a jacket.
I used to be like that with hoods until I moved down here, and then I couldn't really wear them as much.
Yeah.
But back then, I used to have a whole bunch of hoodies.
You need
15 hoodies.
You need 3 or 4 jackets, period. He's got just everything.
Is the answer for the Texans defensive line?
Yes. Yes, it is.
They're just like, yes, I will take another defensive tackle. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it really is.
They're like, I will take another one of those.
I would like another one, please.
Yes,
I would like another one, please.
I will take another one. Someone on the text line said anything on Amazon for less than $30.
Just buy it.
Oh, that seems so dangerous. I can only imagine the amount of crap that I would have if it was just like, is it $30?
Yeah. Another one of mine is like the air freshener plug-ins.
You get those?
I spent way too much money on those.
Really?
Man. I had 15 of them, plug-ins in the house. They all over the house.
Man, your house smells like a floral arrangement.
Yeah. I want my place to smell like Abercrombie and Fitch as soon as you walk in, man.
Somebody said watch. I know a lot of people that do. They have
shout out to the watch collectors. A
lot of watches.
Probably about $20,000 worth of them. That's incredible.
Yeah. Cologne
is the one that people use.
346 says buying movies at home, cigars and bourbon. Oh yeah, you're squared away there. Shout out to Joel on the Twitch. Just coffee.
That's a good one.
There are coffee snobs, man. I've been to homes where they have like 17 different kinds of coffees. You know the other one? I was thinking about this when you talked about anything under $30. The Amazon thing, the whole picked for you. You know,
I don't know what that is.
You know, you click on Amazon, and based on your search history and whatever, they'll say picked for you. I click on that sucker every time. I'm like, oh, they picked it for me.
Yeah. And I'm trying to think about because I think a lot of people are starting to get to the old school cars comes in. Astros and Texans fitted. And someone else said I'll buy a $50 hat just that I absolutely don't need. I love those people that are just like, I don't know where to put all these hats. I started thinking about what's not only where's the thing that spends all your money, but the thing that you spend way too much on in that moment. And you know what the answer actually is for me? Because I have 6 of these sitting on that have not been used yet, not at all. Candles. I just have an ungodly amount of candles.
Yeah, I'm a candle guy too.
I have way too, and it's like, come on, do you really need having this many candles is a problem, and I haven't even started using.
A lot of people are in the same boat as Sean, who just texted us. Another one that he thought of. He gets, quote, I get snookered all the time on funny T-shirts off of Instagram. And once you buy 1 or 2, then all of them start coming up. Yes.
That's the real issue with social media. It's now that they have all your data and they're targeting you. They can figure out exactly what you're going to break out the credit card for.
The moment you pull up like some type of video.
Anything.
Yeah, you just I keep seeing golden doodles on my timeline now. Because I watched one video.
Yeah.
Somebody said everything people have mentioned is much better than going to or much cheaper rather than going to a therapist. Just enjoy life. You know what?
Yeah.
I like how you're enabling 409. I will also enable. Keep doing what you do. Oh, and shout out to the 832 because I actually would love this. They said they have a 1985 Land Cruiser that lives to consume my extra fun money. So I just keeping it going. I'm guessing putting the money in. But if you enjoy doing that, I imagine if it's just taking you money, that ends up being a lot less fun. And yes. Shout out to the collectible folks. So I said collectible action figures, and then the 832 football, baseball, basketball cards. I'm interested in 832. Do you collect people that you like, or are you doing this like investment wise where you're trying to, I'm getting this rookie because I think they'll be good? Because either way, that's a fun way of like being a part of your sports fandom is like, okay, I see that they drafted Jake Higgins. I'm going to get this, although I don't know if football cards are actually where the money is really, but it's like, I'm going to buy these Higgins cards because I think that he's going to be it. Or is it just like, I like these guys and I'm going to collect these and it's just for my fun? I'm interested.
Hey, the 281 said prostitutes.
All right. Well, that's where the segment ends.
Hey, get you an OnlyFans, man. Just go to OnlyFans.
And be
it's
careful.
a little more legal.
Yeah, a lot more legal, in fact, actually, if I have to check it. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where Thursday Night Football. I should have known that the NFC South would deliver in this way. Let's welcome in B. Scott to talk about that and more next.
The Drive. insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Oh, yeah, baby. It is indeed a Football Friday here in the Loop. So let's go around the NFL with none other than the man who has at least, 20 years of hair up on his head right now, Brandon K. Scott.
And you just let it flow.
Hey, hair definitely old enough to drink.
There you go.
Or close to it. Old enough to do some things.
You just got the
drive. Old enough to drive.
There you go.
You got peer pressured by Figgy and let your hair down. And that is one of the most impressive things I've seen lately.
Hey, not peer pressured, inspired.
There you go, inspiration.
I saw Figgy on the YouTube earlier, and I was like, man, you know what? Because I had my hair up at the time. I was like, you know what? That's not a bad idea.
let it flow.
Bad idea. Long hair.
Talk about getting it in your food, though. That is long.
Oh, no, I definitely can't eat like this.
Yeah.
No, whenever I eat again, I will be putting it back up.
Yeah, sure. I got to walk around with a little scrunchy just in case.
Yeah. On the wrist.
On the wrist, no meals with this.
I respect it. I respect it. I wonder what inspiration was necessary for the Atlanta Falcons to not Atlanta Falcon. I'm going to be entirely honest. Watching this game on Thursday night, you had Thursday Night Football in division in the NFC South. You had Falcons at Buccaneers. Buccaneers broke out the creamsicles, which I appreciated.
Very nice. Very nice
which was fun. The Falcons kind of had the Dirty Bird.
They had the old.
On,
I think it was even before that. I think it was that 70s look. Yeah, it was that 70s.
Yeah, because the Dirty Birds didn't have those red helmets.
Yeah,
fair.
They had black helmets.
This was back in the. I don't even remember some of the players back then. The old Tommy Novus days or something like that.
That is not a name that's going to refresh my memory there, John Lopez. I'm just going to be entirely honest with you.
Yeah, that's a deep cut.
Yeah. But the game, I mean, the Bucs are out to a 2-touchdown lead at a point in this game, and they absolutely crumble. Or maybe you say, Kirk Cousins did the thing that he does against the Bucs. The last 3 times he's played them, 3-0, I think 1,100 yards, 6 touchdowns and an interception, I believe, if memory serves. Or maybe it's 8. I need to actually double check this. But he go ham, they go ham, and knowing the Falcons, I'm like, the Falcons are going to find a way to mess us up. And they didn't. I thought they did when they missed the 2-point conversion to tie it up. They got the football back, went and scored the touchdown. Yeah. I don't know what the inspiration was, but shout out to the Falcons doing that. And also, shout out to Bryce Young looking up and finding himself on this Friday with his Carolina Panthers at 7 and 6 in the playoffs if it was to end today.
Well, that's the craziest part about it. The last part that you mentioned, that lo and behold now, it's the Carolina Panthers that could emerge as that division leader and go to the playoffs and all of that. Like that, I don't think that's anything that, even if you thought that the Panthers were going to be better, I don't think anybody had them winning that division this year.
Oh, God,
so yeah, of course not. Especially with Baker Mayfield and how he was playing earlier in the year. But I would say this: not only did the Falcons, it wasn't just that the Falcons didn't falcon. It was that it felt like the Bucs kind of falcon.
Bingo.
You know what I mean?
Bingo.
And so they benefited. It's like the Bucs beat them at their own game or lost at their own game.
Defeat from the jaws of victory.
Yeah, 14 in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, man. And did y'all see the biggest thing that stood out to me watching this game was Mike Evans, who we are all familiar with.
Terrific human being.
Galveston,
an amazing human being. I wouldn't say mild-mannered, but just a polite and good dude. He looked livid, like he was ready to kick somebody's ass on that sideline.
Why wouldn't he? That was a y'all-lost performance.
Exactly.
6 receptions, 132 yards.
In his first game back.
Yeah. And he looked that way, rightfully so. That stood out to me. It's like you did so bad that you got Mike Evans over here out of his element, and justifiably so.
The interesting thing to me about this game is, well, a lot, but 2 of the greatest human beings in the NFL went completely out of character in this game. Mike Evans, you just talked about, and Bijani afterward. Yeah, Bijani afterward. I was like,
we were actually talking about that game earlier this week.
Yeah,
he just said the name.
That was odd.
What game was it?
D'Amico called it hot ball. Yeah. Some people have called it smear and here is a homophobic
these
slur.
Are 2 of the greatest people. You want them to marry your daughter. Yeah. And I'm like, wow, both of these guys. And then talk about losing it. By the way, I got to fall on the sword here. Yesterday, I was sitting right here going, I think Tampa Bay, Mike Evans back, they might be a little on to something.
I wasn't going to do it. I wasn't going to do it.
so much. Huh?
And I went, holy. Then there was Todd Bowles post-game. And I gave Figgy a lot of work.
What do you tell them in the locker room after a game like this?
It's inexcusable. You don't make excuses. You got to care enough where the hurts. You got to care enough where the hurts. It got to mean something to you. It's more than a job. It's your livelihood. How well do you know your job? How well can you do your job? Well, you can't sugarcoat that. It was inexcusable, and there's no answer for it. There's no excuse for it. And that's what you tell them in the locker room. Look in the mirror.
That's not AI?
7 F-bombs. Hey. Yes. And I had to double check.
And he's F-bomb right. 7. He's bleeping
and
right.
What's crazy, Todd Bowles ain't the F-bomb guy.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Right, like, he's not that guy. Mm-hmm. And he even went further when he was talking about Baker wanting to take the blame last night. He said he could look himself in the mirror and be honest with himself. If everyone did that, we would figure out our problems real quick. Mm-hmm. That dude is calling out the entirety of the team all the way to the quarterback in a very direct way, which they should. They've lost 5 of their last 6. I think they've lost 6 of their last 8, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's been bad.
There are 2 ways to look at it, though, because he threw everyone under the bus, and he also said the coaches did their job.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We kind of get the Meek hard time. It's on me. Yeah. I think other coaches always say, hey, it's on me. I'm here. It's on me. Mm-hmm. But he did the complete opposite.
So is this like, hey, I got to look out for number 1 here, Dude,
they've lost all of these games like Reggie just mentioned. They falconed against the Falcons, and now they have allowed.
That's inexcusable.
They have enabled the Panthers to win a division, in the NFL. Like that, and so that just speaks to the opportunity that's in front of you. All these games, or that was in front of you, all these games that you lost, this game in front of this national audience against the Falcons, who falcon all the time, and you did that instead.
Yeah.
And now, like, it's the Panthers that are going to reign supreme in your division. That is inexcusable.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely the case. Can I also, real quick before we move away from this, mention one of the things that was also very odd and what was a very odd game, Kyle Pitts becoming the first tight end to have 3 touchdowns and over 150 yards in a game since 1996. That is a good for how many? 30 years, basically. And Kyle Pitts is not the person who I would have called to do that. Although, like, if you just take Kyle Pitts and you go player X with this talent, this capability, you go, yeah, Kyle Pitts should do it. Except Kyle Pitts has been one of the greatest disappointments.
Hey, how many people had him on their fantasy bench?
I can imagine.
Well, my underdog account was not happy last night. I'll put it that way.
Okay.
Look, but Kyle Pitts is one of those examples of when you say a thing and it's true, but like you get more information or new information and that thing is not true, but you still keep saying the old thing.
Yeah.
Like he was a disappointment, and it's starting to look pretty much like what people thought it would look like. It took way longer than it was supposed to, or way longer than we preferred. To the point to where you thought it was a disappointment and it looked like a disappointment. Maybe that part is disappointing, but that dude's gonna get paid at some point. Like somebody's gonna pay him a hefty amount of money to play tight end for them.
Yeah.
And I think justifiably so.
And they absolutely should. He has the talent, he has the capabilities. Although I will say the touchdown catch that he made that way harder than it needed to be.
Yeah, but that's how good he is.
Which one?
He's a really right.
Well, yes, that's fair. But the final one that ended up tying the taking them to being down 2 points at that point, where he is backing up in the end zone, and if he just grabs it the first time, easy touchdown. He bobbles it, and then we have to do did he get the cheek down first before his elbow hit out of bounds? It was like, what are we doing here, man? Just catch the football, brother.
But speaking of the Falcons, since we were on this game, like talk about disappointing. All of the investment that they've put in their weapons, you got Bijani Robinson, Kyle Pitts, Drake London, who didn't play in this game, but just overall, they've actually invested a lot. To their credit, Terry Fontenot and those guys have invested a lot in that defense, and they're just still the Falcons.
Yep.
I know they won this game, but my God,
they still look like the Falcons until they went and won it. It's kind of hilarious because one of the big Falcons things, and I will leave it here, I promise, is that they've been trying to, we got to get this defense better. Specifically, they've got to have better defensive line play. They got to be able to generate pressure. They have that now. And the rest of the defense is bad. It's kind of amazing that they finally did that. It's like they wished on it with the monkey paw. They're like, please give us a good pass rush. Okay, all right, it's gonna come with something. You sure? All right, so we continue around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. We mentioned the T.J. Watt thing that popped up out of nowhere yesterday, where all of a sudden he's in the hospital in Pittsburgh dealing with the lung issue. It seems, Lopez, that you were correct. It was reportedly a small hole in his lung.
Yep.
And the issue has been fixed. Now, it's not expected to be long-term. His status remains up in the air for Monday night. And I understand why we have to do this, but it is always fascinating to me that the words hole in his lung are there, and also status up in the air for Monday night. No, for me, the status would be very clear.
Ain't no status.
Incredibly clear.
Ain't no status.
No, I mean, what's up in the air about having a hole in my lung?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like if this
questionable.
Yeah, and now I'm seeing something that says he's unlikely to play.
Okay,
yeah,
very good.
Yeah, that fair. Yeah, very, very unlikely. You could even stretch that to very unlikely to play.
Yeah.
I mean, at that point, you're just lucky to be and fortunate to be, alive and healthy and well. A hole in that is scary.
My status would be the hell I am.
Yeah.
and I do go back. Sorry, Figgy, to the whole thing of, was it a trainer? Was it a trainer that gave him something and went a little too deep on the ribs or something? I mean, we haven't heard the end of it.
That sounds like a lawsuit.
Yeah.
But I'll just say, look, a hole in. I'm not getting on a Zoom call.
Yeah.
Much less playing football. Like you can't even get me on Google Meets, Teams, Zoom, Slack. None of that.
StreamYard. Any of it.
None of it.
So this weekend, a few things are happening. One, there's a few teams that have an opportunity to technically clinch playoff circumstances this week. That will include the Denver Broncos have an opportunity to clinch if they just get their free versus Packers, mind you, or also with a few other things that happen, but that's the clear way for them. The Patriots can go ahead and solidify themselves with a win. And I believe
the Chiefs can be out.
Yeah, the Chiefs can be officially knocked out. Those are the official things that I'm looking at here. Outside of that, though, you notice with the Phillip Rivers thing that has become such a big deal. I told you, I'm tickled by the idea that we are all going to be looking at this game with intrigue as if this is going to be a game that deserves intrigue. The Seahawks are maybe the second best, maybe the best team in the league, depending on how you view it. And the Colts are on a downturn with a quarterback they just picked off the street. This is a 2-touchdown line here, and we're like, ooh, I want to see what happens here. I feel like we know what happens here.
Oh, this is rubbernecking, right?
That's right.
Absolutely.
That's a great point.
I mean, we're rubbernecking. Like, I mean, you want to see the way you laid it out.
Yeah.
Seattle, great team. Phillip Rivers, he's going to play?
It's trending that he's going to start.
Like they're going to. I mean,
they're trying to keep that guy
on your practice squad for a reason.
Yeah.
They're trying to keep their cards close to the vest with the idea that Ryan Leonard might start because they're different quarterbacks. So I imagine you make defense or the other team have to think about it. It feels like
he's starting.
Yeah. It at the very least active. That is wild. Like when you get the news on, Saturday or today, whenever it comes out, we are elevating Phillip Rivers from the practice squad to the active roster. That is just going to be wild. And then from there, it is rubbernecking because as much as we don't want to see a 44-year-old man get broken, now that he's chosen to go out there and do this,
we're going to watch.
And Phillip Rivers is a likable dude. I don't think there's anybody that's got a bad thing to say about the guy. But now we're curious.
Yeah.
Are they going to break him? Is he going to break them? Like how is this going to go?
Yeah, that is very interesting. But that has also caused now a spate of various former players to let you know whether or not they will come back to the league. Exhibit A, Thomas Edward Patrick Brady. I think that's how his middle names go. Apparently he said, and you will not be shocked at all, who retires then unretires then is ultimately going to retire again. Who does that? That's ridiculous for Phillip to do that. Which I feel like talking kind of big fella. Seems you tried to play the 40.
I'm sensing
45?
sarcasm.
But he did say, I certainly could still play quarterback in the NFL. Stop that.
Yeah.
Stop it.
He'll be.
I think he believes it, and he probably could. But hey, cut that out.
Oh,
that's the one person that could, though, man.
Yeah. And he'll say that when he's 58, even when he can't. Yeah. But as Vicky said, he is probably the one person that if anybody could, that would be the one. If you could pull out a 42-plus-year-old quarterback that's retired and hadn't played in more than a couple of years, he would be the only one that would scare
He'd have
me.
to be with the Raiders.
If you're talking about age.
I'm just saying the only one that I would be like, they brought in that guy.
Yeah.
And just as context, because this one hit me real hard yesterday, the idea of Phillip Rivers being 44, it seems like, all right, we've seen quarterbacks play along, but it's quarterbacks. Do you know who is also 44 years of age? Speaking of letting their hair down, Troy Polamalu. is 44 years of age.
Man, it seems like he hasn't played in 15 years.
Because he hasn't played in like 15 years. That's why.
Wow.
That is the absurdity that's happening there.
Yeah. I mean, he's older than his coaches.
Oh,
you know,
his head coach.
Yeah. His coaches play call. He's older than D'Amico. Older than
without question.
A lot of guys.
Especially as the league continues to get younger with the coach staffs as well.
Yeah.
Exhibit B on players that are detailing what it would take for them to come back. Rob Gronkowski.
He couldn't come back.
I agree.
Yeah.
And
he's
so
just broken.
So does he. Well, I don't even know if he's broken necessarily.
He's pretty broken.
Well, but there's no protecting him like there is quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Like, and the only way to stop him is to beat him up.
Yeah.
Like, you got to just pound. And like, why would he want to do that at this point?
I don't know. But he said, I would maybe go back if a team was like, hey, can you give us some great looks on the scout team, and we're going to pay you a legitimate bonus like $1 million or something.
That would work.
Yeah. I love how reasonable and responsible Gronk was. Like he's like, I'll practice for $1 million. Other than that, y'all got it.
Yeah.
I'm looking for an angle.
I mean, literally the only way to take him down is to destroy him.
So how old is J.J. Watt? No, I'm just kidding.
I like him better calling games.
I should have known that was going to happen.
I like him better calling games. Got a good record with him calling games.
Yes.
So let's do that.
And he's been fantastic.
Yeah,
he's been phenomenal. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's around the NFL for this Football Friday. Coming up next is one of our favorite segments of the week. Let's get B. Scott's thoughts on what exactly? Well, you have to stick around to find out.
In the loop. Sports Radio 610. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
It's going down. H-Town, Hiram Clark,
B-Scott from Hiram Clark. B-Scott from Hiram Clark.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. And you hear the song, that means B. Scott is in the studio, and that B. Scott is going to bring us his thoughts.
I've lost the energy to be upset about the Texans offense not scoring a lot of points, not being a prolific offense.
Well, do you need like an orange or something? I can get you the energy.
But I feel like, and maybe I do, but I feel like I've reached a point of
too late
resignation, acceptance, and it's in part not just because of what we've seen, but also what they've said.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
And what they said seems to have, at least to me, backed up what we've seen. They're focused on playing, and I don't want to actually dismiss this as not being important to the whole overall operation. They talk about playing clean and eliminating penalties and mistakes and things like that, which are pretty obvious. But that's all it really feels like this offense really aspires to be. It doesn't really seem like they either want or feel like more is required of them. This is why I asked Nick Caley yesterday about how much what the defense is doing, game to game, series to series. How much is that approach in their play calling and overall strategy? And it seems like it does. It seems like it absolutely does. And when you talk about, or when you hear them talk about playing mistake-free football, that is, in effect, the offense. I've talked about this for the last couple of weeks of the best things that they do offensively are not turning it over and simply possessing the ball. Having the ball. That is their offense. Have the ball, don't turn it over, and then when you don't have the ball,
when you put it like that, it sounds so boring.
But it's the
What
offense.
you mean sounds. It is.
Let's have the ball. Let's not give the ball away. And then when we don't have the ball, we've got the best defense in the league. And maybe we score. Maybe we kick a field goal. Maybe we do nothing in the red zone. But at least we're going to have the ball, and we're not going to give the ball away.
And it's frustrating for two reasons. Number one, none of us expected anything like this from C.J. Stroud in the off. We expected going forward, big time plays, him being one of the better quarterbacks. I'm talking about even from 2 years ago. Last year, obviously, it went to bleep. So it's not. I think the expectation kind of make it feel worse, make it feel more frustrating. And the other thing that makes it feel frustrating is whenever they do make an exciting play, it's by chance.
Yeah.
It's total chance.
Well, so this gets me into my other thought, though.
Yeah.
One thing that I do find encouraging when I watch the offense, if there's anything, is that it does feel like, and this is different from how I felt earlier in the year.
Okay.
It does feel like they have playmakers, plural. Like it's not just a C.J. Stroud, Nico Collins thing, but I've got faith in obviously C.J. Stroud and Nico Collins, but in addition to Jaden Higgins, and of course Woody Marks, who did not have a great yards per carry game necessarily, not even necessarily, just not at all against the Chiefs, but I think has shown you a certain level of reliability, and I think we all feel like when his foot's right, he's an explosive player, where that's a legitimate weapon for you that you weren't necessarily using in that way earlier in the year when the offense was really bad. Now you are. And this Jaden Higgins thing is something that I've been high on for a couple of weeks and feel like it gets reaffirmed week to week. So those things, and of course Dalton Schultz has had a really good year. Maybe it's tailed off a little bit.
Yeah.
But I still feel pretty good about that, if that's going to be your third or fourth best weapon. So they at least have, even if they have a primitive and unimaginative offense and an offense that doesn't aspire to do much, they do at least have players that can do some things, some really good things. And we saw that with C.J. Stroud connecting with the rookie Jaden Higgins on some of those third downs, some of the plays that he made to Nico Collins. Like, they have an ability to overcome not having this light show of an offense.
No, I'm with you. I think that can be a little bit frustrating at times because it's like
it's awful.
You got bullets in the chamber, but you just don't want to shoot them. But I think I actually, in thinking about it and hearing you lay out your case, I think I actually joined you in that place at some point. because what did I talk about with the Chiefs is like, or the Chiefs game rather. It's like just because it feels like you don't got a lemon no more, don't think you got to gas it to 100 on the highway, right? Like I think that's kind of what they're thinking about. It's like, hey man, kind of keep it the speed limit, right? For this offense. And it's funny because you talk about the running game is very much where I've been there, because I'll hear someone like Mina Kimes say, I still don't believe this is a good run game. I'm like, oh, you missed the point.
They don't care.
They don't want it to be a good run game.
No, they don't care.
They want it to be
like literally.
They want it to be sufficient enough to get over. Can we move the ball a little bit and get past that yellow line that's on the TV or them sticks on the sideline so that we can do it again
and possess the ball.
D'Amico said,
and our guy doesn't fumble, right? So like we're just all the run game is. It's not to be explosive or to score per se. Even though Woody Marks, we were talking about this yesterday, how he wants to score on every play, it ain't happening.
No.
So they just trying to possess the ball.
No, they averaged I think somewhere around 2.6 yards a carry, 2.8, something like that, and then they carried the ball 30 times, and D'Amico said that was perfect. They literally used that. That was 30. Perfect. They're averaging 2.8 or whatever it was, 30 carries. Perfect. That's what they want to be.
Yeah.
They don't care. They don't care about the yards and the big plays and all that.
You know, a question I wish I had asked now that we're having this conversation. I actually thought about this earlier in the day, but instead of, or in addition to whatever we did ask, like I just want to know I could ask Nick Caley, D'Amico Ryans, and CJ Stroud this. Are y'all trying to score a lot of points or enough points?
The problem
you know the
is
answer to that.
The problem is
I mean, I think they would say a lot.
They're not going to take your questions seriously.
Yeah.
Not in that they don't understand what you're saying, but they're always going to be like, you're always trying to score a lot of points.
I would like to ask them privately, actually, now that I think about it. I would like to know their true answer to that. And I'm not saying, but I'd like to know the real answer to that.
All right.
What are we trying to do? Because it looks like they're trying to score enough points.
Yeah, by
not
a
lot of
man,
points.
I think you go, D'Amico will absolutely say enough, because he will come to the place of the game's it's about winning games here. We're trying to win football games. What is the here to win football games enough point? CJ would absolutely say a lot of points.
Oh, 100%.
I think that has been the internal battle, and that's crazy for him to say as if I know his internal battle, but if I had to assume what the internal battle has been for him this season, I imagine it's, I want to score a lot of points. They want me to score enough points. I have to come to grips with, I am the quarterback of a team that is slated to score enough points. And then Caley, I think he ends up being a little bit of a wild card, because I don't actually think I can read him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good point. Here's where the resignation comes from for me, though. Like to kind of come back to the original point. Is it not true that enough points works?
Yes.
You know what I mean? So like if they're going to keep winning, and the strategy is going to keep working, even if I don't like it, even if to some degree I don't think it's sustainable, that at some point it's going to bite you in the you-know-what. If it doesn't, and if it hasn't, I think that's where some of my resignation is coming from. Like, they've won however many straight now. They're going for their 6th straight win now, right? Like, they have a chance. If you look at their remaining schedule, you're not crazy to think that they could win out.
Sure.
Right? You could pick them to win every game going with this strategy. And so what am I really complaining about?
Well, because I was about to say, the thing that you brought up there is like, all right, but how do you know what's enough before going in? And I guess the thing that'll allow you to do that is when you have a defense where you go, oh, we can call it.
Yeah.
But you know when you ask, why is that? Because we're Americans, right? Like this is how we operate in the economic society that we have, is like, what's enough? I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm going to get some more just in case. Like that is how we operate in all facets of life. You can pull them up, right? You talk about earning money. I would like to, every year, how do I get this raise? Where do I get to it? Like when it comes to, stacking up whatever, it's like, all right, this is cool, but how do I get more? I think that also comes into play with us looking at the offense and going, I would like to have more just in case.
I'm resigned to it, and I think most people would be silly not to be resigned to it, simply because it's the stated goal from D'Amico Ryans from day one, week 15, and he just said 2.8 yards a carry, 30 carries, that's perfect.
Yeah.
How can you not be resigned to this is what they are?
Yeah.
Not only is this what they are, it's one thing if they're a team that wants to sling it around the field and this is what they are. No, this is what they are and this is what they want to be.
Yeah, and definitely earlier in the year, it felt like it wasn't as sustainable, because it's like, can you really rely on the defense to play like this? And then what happens? They go out there on Monday Night Football. That was after the bye week, right? Was that the game after the bye
Monday
week?
Night Football was after bye week. Week 5 bye week, week 6 in Seattle.
Yeah.
So you're coming off of a bye week, and then you perform like that.
Correct.
And so it's like, okay, so can we really rely? then you get more information. The defense actually is what we thought it was, or what it looks like. So now it looks like, you can rely on your defense to go out there and hold a team to less than 20 points, and as long as you score 20 or more, you're good. It would be interesting if the team was opposite. Let's say if the offense was the best in the league, historic even, and the defense was just, sometimes they're good, sometimes they're not. They're still kind of figuring it out and they're emerging. I think people would feel a lot better about that. Because we lean more toward offense. We're more entertained by it. And we think that is probably different from 34 years ago. We think that's the way to win.
Well, real quick, let me ask you what we talked about in the very first segment of the show today. If they can't get it going, if they can't, threaten the 30s in terms of points in this game, is that bad? I mean, because then they start playing playoff games. I mean, are they going to have a chance, a real chance?
Against this team, I agree with you.
Yeah.
No, that is bad.
Yeah.
I think this is the one, and it's not like, let's not pretend like we've never seen them score a lot of points. They scored a lot of points against
Jacksonville,
Baltimore. Jacksonville was just, San Francisco was just like 26, right, or something like that. But we've seen them score, right, and we've seen them make big plays. So, it would be a disappointment. It would be a disappointment and discouraging if they struggled against this. I do not believe that this defense is very good. Obviously, Budda Baker is really good, and they've got a couple of good players, but they have not been good. They've given up 40 points to all of their division opponents, right? And
good division, to be fair.
Very good division, the best division in football. But 40 points is 40 points.
But giving up over 35 in their last 5,
you should be able to put up more than the 23 that I feel like is required for you to win a game. Now, to be fair, back to the point, I think 23 should be enough.
Agreed.
But I'd like to see you be able to score more in the game, at least, just to tell me that the things that I feel good about within the offense are real.
Yeah, and I guess just to respond, or at least the notes that I took while I was listening to you, because you obviously make fantastic points. The one thing about it, if this was somewhat inverse, is it feels like offense is more stable. That sounds like a wild thing to say, but it feels like offense is more stable in this modern league, especially when you talk about the rules being geared towards it and so on and so forth. And then I think the one thing that I will say that it serves as like the little voice in the very back of my anxiety-built brain is the playoffs are a different beast. The idea that, okay, if this is a recipe that works, then what's the issue? Is that the playoffs end up being different, and you're talking about a smaller sample in that instance. One game and one bounce of the ball here or there, and now you're talking about an entirely different game, and you can't get it out the mud because your offense can't put it in another gear. That's the thing that is a question.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair.
Yeah.
That's what makes it dicey and kind of harder to believe in, but also it's kind of exciting too because you're doing it in a somewhat unconventional way, or maybe kind of in a throwback way.
Just constantly trying to walk a jack.
Yeah, do it.
Right?
Yeah.
Your defense is your partner. You like, let me see if I can walk this jack on the table.
Yes, exactly.
And it might even be a 10. Who knows? Who knows? We're going to see if we can walk it.
Yes.
And here's a game where you go, I know that they don't have no more face cards. Can I walk this 10?
Yes.
That's what this game is.
Yes.
I'm glad to have brought spades.
Yes. Of course you do.
It made me very happy. I think you could see the twinkle in my eye when I realized, oh, this is what it is.
The Texans are trying to walk a jack.
All right, you're the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping. Where I want to pick your brain a little bit about what the Rockets have been over this first quarter of the season, B. Scott. But then also, if you're a sports fan, we've talked about subscriptions. YouTube TV is trying to do something for you. We'll talk about all that next.
Ready?
need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit Tremfya.com.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin', where if I am to pull the curtain back, we are discussing card games right now. Actually,
that's a good question.
I'm going to crowdsource.
Yeah, let's source this.
713-572-4610. When it comes to just like commonly understood and accepted card games, what do you think is the one that people most commonly understand? 713-572-4610. I think the starting bid by one John Lopez is poker.
No, blackjack.
Blackjack, yeah.
Oh, blackjack over poker?
I think blackjack is one. Everybody knows 21.
Yeah, everybody.
Yeah, everybody knows. And then poker, probably 2.
Yeah, we came up with a pretty decent top 4 or 5, or maybe a Mount Rushmore.
I would say, correct me if you disagree, or tell me what you think. 21. Everybody's played 21. So
Blackjack's got to be number 1
or 2.
Yeah.
Then you said Go Fish, and I think that's a great answer.
Yeah, I think Go Fish has got to be right there.
Everyone has played Go Fish.
Go Fish.
And what do we have 4?
I think then we had spades.
I think that's where we tried to slide in spades, but I'm actually not certain. So I'm hoping that the crowdsourcing of this on the text line will help.
I threw Uno out there.
Uno's good
if it counts. Like
Hearts.
I don't know how to play hearts. I'm gonna be honest.
Really?
Don't know how to play hearts.
It's kind of like spades, right?
I might know how to play hearts. I just if you just say hearts, I'm like I don't. No,
it's like spades, but it's you doing hearts. Though.
Okay, all right. 713-572-4610. And just so it's clear that we weren't just talking about cards out of nowhere. If you didn't catch it at the end of last segment, I made a reference to spades.
Right.
Yeah. And that's why I was like, did everybody get that?
Yeah.
Not that everybody needs to get it, but yeah.
Does Texas Hold'em count as just poker?
That's poker.
Yeah, I think that's especially if we say poker, I think most times people are talking about Texas Hold'em.
Okay.
How many times are people like playing 5-card?
Back old school used to be that way, yeah. But mostly now it's because of TV.
Yeah.
It's Texas Hold'em.
Yeah. So blackjack, poker, Go Fish, and then spades and Uno are fighting there for 4th, I feel like.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. And they can 4 or 5. You can interchange them if you want.
Yeah, let me know if you have another one that you feel lands a little bit more squarely than some of those ones.
Old Maid.
Old Maid has made an appearance on the text board.
Old Maid into the chat.
That's another one, a kid's game. Everybody's played it.
Yeah, I feel like it has to be the kids' game. The earlier that you get to it, I think the more possibility that everybody gets in there.
Yeah.
All right. Rockets played yesterday.
They did.
I will ask you the same question that I asked John Lopez earlier because the ending of that was a mess. Was that an encouraging win for you?
It was not I would say that they won is an encouraging fact because winning in and of itself is a positive thing.
Agreed.
But if your question speaks to was their performance in and of itself encouraging, I would say no, is my answer to your question. That was not an encouraging performance, but it is encouraging that they can win in spite of themselves or they can overcome things. They're good enough to overcome things. They've got players that are good enough to, let's say, overcome a less than ideal KD night, right? Like that part is encouraging, right? KD cannot have his best night, but you're good enough between him and Thompson and Alperen Şengün, and then you got some stuff from your bench to be able to sort of carry the load. The parts of the game that I was really discouraged by and have been discouraged by over the last couple of games, obviously they won this one and they lost the one before this. It felt like years ago the last time they played.
That was all of Saturday.
Yeah, but still.
Against the Mavericks.
Yeah. But yesterday was Wednesday.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, come on. And so it's the defense and the turnovers. Turnovers, and then the defense is like sometimes here and there. Overall, they're an elite defensive team. I'm not questioning that.
Yeah.
But sometimes there are just lapses. Like against the Mavs, they were letting them get everything they wanted in the paint.
Yeah, man.
The defense early in this Clippers game was bad, and then it was bad again in the third quarter and in the second half before they kind of figured things out. So sometimes there are defensive lapses, and there are also turnovers that I feel like lead to really easy opportunities for the other team that kind of makes things harder for the Rockets than they're supposed to be.
Yeah, that's why I called it kind of a JVG win, because you can have a good win, and it was a good win.
That's a good way to put it.
It was a good win. There's no question about it, especially how you finished it, et cetera. It was also encouraging in parts, as you just laid out. But there were a lot of things that you do not ignore in victory. And are y'all the same way as I am? Like, this is one of the sloppiest teams in spurts that we've seen in recent years.
Because they don't have a initiator that you feel comfortable doing it consistently.
And they're not a sloppy team. In spurts, they do a lot of sloppy things, which I guess kind of makes them. It's kind of frustrating.
Well, it's the handling and the passing. It's not like it's a one-off or like like it's some kind of outlier. They have some consistently not so good traits when it comes to both handling and passing the ball. The simple task of dribbling and passing is sometimes not that great. Period.
Yeah, because I mean, KD, he had a rough game, but he's had some games that I don't know if you would consider them entirely rough, but they've been rough at least because he has the ball in his hands a lot, and now he's being asked to be a little bit more of a distributor. You have that happen. Obviously, Men has his goals of it. Also, you get into Alperen Şengün having those instances, and you'll have, even though he was able to flip it on his head yesterday where he comes out of nowhere and steals the basketball, you could see it happening in slow motion, which was really fun. That's happened to him. Maybe that's why he did it. He was watching film one day. He's like, you know what?
Yeah,
I should do that sometime. But I think that also all factors into those things showing up with the turnovers. And I don't know how much to be said about it. Like, you have to expect more of them, but I also feel like it is circumstantial because of the fact that they are finding where to initiate the offense and where to have engines without having a guy that is a definitive engine guy.
Yeah, well, I think this is where the Reed Sheppard conversation reemerges and becomes really important. How much can he develop as an initiator, an overall ball handler, and what can they do to mitigate the issues that he presents for you defensively? Because there's a balance here of him both needing to get better and I think also acknowledging and accepting that he's only going to probably get but so much better. But is that better going to be good enough?
Yeah.
And is the payoff on the other end with him as an initiator going to be enough for you to commit to it? Obviously, they're still doing the Josh Okogie thing. They're still doing the double big thing from time to time. And then sometimes Reed is in the start. Like they got 3 different iterations of a starting lineup. At what point do they feel like, if at any point, will they feel like Reed Sheppard can shoulder that load, if you will?
And what is kind of an interesting reversal of conversation points that I know myself and you have had, B. Scott, I think we've also had it here on the program, John. I saw something that I kind of like when Reed is on defense. And it's inherent to me.
I want to hear this.
It's not inherent to Reed, so
hey, where's Lovie Smith? Hey man, I want to hear this.
You're not going like it as much as it seems like you will. I think it forces the rest of the defense to dig in a little bit more and be more alert as to what they're doing because they know, oh, we got to cover for him.
That's not a bad thing.
Yeah,
especially considering how they play defense sometimes.
Yeah, and that's it. Because I've talked to you about it. I might have said something to you, John. It annoys me more than it absolutely should. Corner defenders will fall asleep a lot because they're over here like, I'm over in the corner. Y'all got that. Y'all playing 3-on-3. And I feel like when it's Reed, they're pulling in from that corner to help.
They're cheating a little more.
They're cheating in to try and make sure that you can't turn the corner as easily on him.
Yeah.
And I think that makes them a little bit more engaged.
Basically help defense.
Yeah, without question.
It was still just hilarious last night while I was at the game watching James Harden, who we watched for years, hunt the worst defender on the other team.
It used to be him sometimes.
And it used to be him sometimes. But that's what he made his living off of.
Yeah.
Trying to hunt the worst defender on the other team in the pick and roll and then cook him. And now he's on the other team hunting what a lot of us are hoping becomes the next point guard of the team. Just to see how it comes full circle there. It's like, oh, you know what? I've seen this before.
Yeah.
I used to like this track. I don't like it right now.
I don't like it as much anymore.
I don't like it right now. It's not a good feeling.
Yeah.
That's fair. All right, as we continue into what's popping, I did want to get to this real quick. YouTube TV is trying to do something for the people. I don't know if they're actually trying to do it for the people, but they're doing something that maybe ends up being beneficial if you're a sports fan. Apparently, they're launching a 10 genre specific packages, including a YouTube TV sports plan. So that will have access to NBC Sports Network, FS1, all the ESPN networks, and that is supposed to be like a bundle that you could buy inherently there. Does that intrigue you guys at all? Does that feel like that actually hits a niche that sports fans need?
Yeah, because not I've lamented against this because I've got all the apps and all of the, I'm just here for all of it, shamelessly. But I think for people that are just looking for the sports, this is the packaging that they're looking for because they don't if they're not like me and they don't have something else on Peacock that they like to watch, or something else on Prime Video that they like to watch, or something else on Apple TV that they like to watch, and so on and so forth, right? Or something else on Netflix that they like to watch. I mean, I'm going to run out of apps at some point, I'm sure, but I've been able to come up with one. Something else, each and every one of those services that I like to watch that's not sports related.
Right.
Not everybody does. And so if there's a way to consolidate this thing, I think that does make, at least for the consumer, that does make some sense.
I saw this a couple of days ago, and maybe this is me just being jaded because of what you just talked about. I saw it, and I'm like, okay, how are they going to try to get you? How are they going to try to get you with this? Is there going to be only bundles that one of which you're not even interested in? Is it going to be just one? Because clearly, it seems like they're doing a good thing here, and I'm like, color me a little skeptical.
I think they're going to get you because they're just going to keep jacking. They're going to introduce it.
Yes.
It's going to be one price.
Yes.
And then 6 months later or maybe a year later, it's going to be another price.
Because they're going to try to get you.
And then you're going to get real comfortable with it.
They just are.
For about 2 years, and it's going to be another price. And then it's going to be another price. And then you're going to be like, what the hell? I'm paying $150, or whatever it is.
No, you was close.
Whatever.
You was close. And I've been there, especially when you start talking about it. I don't know that there's a get you early outside of what you're talking about. And I don't know if it answers your question there, B-Scott, because they're not going to get all the Netflix or the Amazon Prime content. But what they will do is for someone who, I figure you might express this sometime where you're like, I'm not watching A&E, and I'm not watching Discovery, and I'm not watching Nickelodeon, so I don't want to pay for the entirety of YouTube TV and get the entire cable-esque range.
I need like 3 channels.
Yeah. And that's what they're trying to do here.
Give me Red Zone.
The full subscription for
ESPN,
YouTube
FS1.
TV. And that's what they're trying to do here with some of these genre-specific bundles. Maybe it ends up being useful. I think it'll be interesting to see, but is this something to keep on your radar? If maybe you're a YouTube TV subscriber and you're like, damn, I don't want all of this. Maybe they can give you that.
It would have been perfect if somebody like ESPN decided to, hey, let's use the app where you can actually watch ESPN channels. And I don't think you could do that right now.
That's what they're doing with the new ESPN app or like the.
They trying to do that now, but at one point they wasn't doing that. Like you would pay for the ESPN app and just only get a little bit of content on there, but I just want to watch whatever's on ESPN, and that's why I like Space City Home Network. What they're doing, they giving you that for a certain amount of money a month.
Selfishly, I am afraid that this is going to become just another thing that I have.
Yes.
Where there's like some overlap. Like I got all of these apps and I got a Fire Stick. So I got a lot of stuff twice.
Yeah.
And is this going to be like my third iteration of the same thing?
Quite possible.
Because it's going to be convenient in a way. Like, you know what? I already got this, but I can watch all of these together. Maybe 4-box them, 5-box them. I'm concerned about that.
It's very possible.
I'm just going to spend more money.
And that ties us back to the question of the day now, doesn't it? The games that people were coming with, war seemed to be a big answer.
War, how could we forget
war?
War?
Seems to be a big answer here.
Crazy Eights. And by the way, this all ties in because the Texans are, in fact, playing the Cards.
I see what you did there.
Yes.
Speed, Slapjack, Gin Rummy were some of the big ones that I saw.
Now I just want to play cards.
Yeah. Lopez is going to be here too, guys.
Well, I know what I'm getting you for Christmas. All right, B. Scott, we appreciate you as always jumping in, chatting with us. It's always a blast. Now we're going to send you off to do the other work that you do on any given Friday. But we will continue on here in the loop on a Football Friday. Coming up next, what is there to learn here, if anything, from this Cards matchup? Let us know what you think that you can learn from this Texans team in this Cards matchup. 713-572-4610, and we'll discuss it all next.
The Drive is insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Football Friday to you. We're having a blast on this Football Friday. Thanks again to B. Scott for jumping in with us. And hey, if you want to have fun on a Football Friday, first and foremost, stick with Sports Radio 610. That's a given. But then also, you can do it live and in person at and I was about to say Buffalo Wild Wings. That was yesterday. I forgot.
BB's.
Yeah, it's the BB's Tex Orleans in Tombo.
Yep.
Upwards inflection.
Yep.
So go out and see the fellas at the BB's Tex Orleans. And boy, they got some good food.
BB's is strong, man.
Very strong.
Yeah.
Like if I didn't have somewhere to be, I would be.
I usually go to BB's during crawfish season, but man, they got some really good food outside of the crawfish.
Red beans and rice.
Is that your personal recommendation?
Real good.
All right, there you go.
Real
Speaking of personal recommendations, man, y'all sure in on the idea of coming up with a nickname for this team, ain't you?
Oh, it's good.
Like we still got people trying to give us ideas for the nickname. I'm not gonna lie. Over the last 24 hours or so, actually we did it once. So over the last 23 hours, Swarmageddon just keeps coming back to me. I kind of like it.
You like Swarmageddon?
I kind of the Swarmageddon defense. Like,
somebody on Twitter, I wish I could give him credit, but he mentioned something. It was kind of tying to the Love Your Blue.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what about Love Your Swarm?
I don't mind it.
That would be a nice little poke fun.
Yeah.
At the Titans.
Who doesn't like a little pettiness?
Yeah.
Pettiness
at least
can be a good thing.
Maybe independent shirt company out here could put in Love Your Swarm.
Love Your Swarm.
All right.
With the H-Town Blue.
liking that.
I like that too.
And for some reason, I can just never get off of Slab City. I
like Slab City.
I like the way it sounds. It doesn't have anything to do with Swarm, but
somebody got to put it on a shirt.
Yeah.
Some independent company out there put it on a shirt.
Yeah.
The only thing I'm worried about now is that there's so many different possibilities that there's not going to be one established. You know what?
There will be.
I will go on
Absolutely,
record.
there will be.
This is the problem with the downsizing of local media all around the world, because there used to be that the local paper made the final call and we just kind of all got on board.
Yeah. We have the Ultimate Fan. We got the Ultimate Fan. Is he flexing? We got
we speak? Like on the phone?
Yeah.
Right
on
now?
The phone.
All right. Ultimate Fan, what's happening, man?
Go for it, Ultimate Fan.
Uh-oh.
Everybody knows your face and your muscles.
Yo.
You're on. Oh, well. He's probably lifting weights.
Good try.
There you go.
There we go.
Ultimate
Go.
Fan, you with us? All right, there we go.
What's up, brother?
Yo. What you got for us?
Oh, man. So I was sitting there thinking, right, I saw you guys' little scoop the other day on names for the defense and stuff, man. But, I'm all about the Swarm. I've just been about the Swarm. No, so instead of the SWAT team, you can call it the Swarm team. It's all good. But I did come up with something the other day. I saw Will was doing something, how they called him the Terminator, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's this unit in the movie that they came up with. I sent the information in, but they're called, they're legend, but a different IA from the Terminators called Dark Fate. I was like, man, that would be
Dark Fate.
Because your fate's gonna be dark.
Oh, dark.
Yeah, Dark Fate.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like it.
Well, we appreciate you calling it in, man. We appreciate you.
Absolutely,
doing that.
man.
Yes, sir.
We might,
hey, man. Love you.
Yeah, back at you, big fella. We might. The right answer might be something that doesn't have a lot to do with Swarm.
I don't know. It feels like it should.
It feels like it should, but I like stuff like that. Slab City. Love You Swarm. Well, that one has Swarm, but just something along those lines. Maybe something that we haven't really hit on. And to be fair, I'm glad we're doing this exercise, and feel free to keep them coming in. And we've been getting them on Twitter and all our social media platforms and direct messages. Some of them absolutely stink, which can be a good thing.
That is bold coming from you.
which can be a good thing, because then you eliminate. All right, we're not going down that road, gentlemen.
Don't do that. All right, let's turn back to this Cards game that's coming up on Sunday, Energy Stadium, where I imagine once we get out into these lots, see the Ultimate Fan amongst others, I imagine there'll be more conversations amongst various tailgates about the name that they're going to go ahead and champion in this race. But is there anything, or what is there to learn from this Cards matchup? Because I think that we feel confident in the Texans' ability to get a victory in this game. Although, as we were just talking about with B. Scott, maybe not on air, we were talking about it in the break. Because remember, was it a couple weeks ago, he did us the great favor of going through the playoff simulator and kind of seeing the games that you could and couldn't win and which ones were the most important, at least in our views. And this is one of those games that you could lose and be okay. Like, obviously, it wouldn't feel good by any means, but it would not sink by any means the aspirations that you have. However, still, it feels like you should win this game just based off of paper. And I would venture the statement, maybe it's too lofty, but I don't think so, that you will win this football game, right? But are there things to learn in this? Because any game is still an opportunity. You get on the field, and I imagine anybody in that building or anybody that's played football tells you, you get on the field, and it's still business. There's still opportunities. And so what is there maybe that can be learned about this team, even if you're not doing the will they win, will they lose?
Yeah, look, you mentioned it. What is there to learn outside of just like what we've been talking about earlier today and with B. Scott as he just joined us, outside of just like, hey, let's put a lot of points on the board. More specifically, I think, some of the things that you can learn really have a lot to do with your skill position players. Like we've kind of danced around Higgins, coming around.
Yeah.
Dalton Schultz. And as we were talking about this earlier, I was sitting here thinking, if you had to say who's the best, outside of quarterback, of course, who's the best skill position player on the offense this year? I think that's a hard question to answer. Who's having the best year? Because we know the expectations for Nico are high.
Oh, okay. It's like relative to expectations.
Yeah,
I was like, we really going to make this difficult?
No, relative to what we expect, because he's not hitting those expectations. He's not bad.
And I think that's mostly because of the rough start of the season.
Yeah.
More than anything.
So who's like, given your expectations is of the skill position players, I think that's what we can learn. And I'm looking at you, Dalton Schultz. I really feel like we are not giving Dalton Schultz enough, even though we've given him a lot of credit. Like, he has come in some big moments, and if he just becomes, in this offense in particular, like, when in doubt, Dalton, if he can become that guy, I think we can learn something from that maybe can spin forward into the postseason.
That's interesting, because Dalton has kind of, for lack of a better term, I was going to say kind of faded, but not necessarily. It's been up and down. His last 5 games, this is his reception, or rather his yardage total. 7 receptions, 53 yards, 6 receptions, 51 yards, a single reception for 8 yards versus the Bills, 7 receptions, 55 yards versus the Colts, and 3 receptions for 22 yards. All of these right around 7 or 8 yards a catch. And so I feel pretty confident in actually what he is. I don't know that I need to learn more, but am I missing something?
No, I'm saying we're learning that he is actually the weapon that you can use in this offense. I mean, he's had games of 7 receptions, 9 receptions, earlier in the year. He's been somewhat clutch on third down. Obviously,
actually, that's later in the year. Earlier in the year is somewhere about 5 or 6 every time.
Right.
He's had some instances later on with.
I say earlier from now, like in October. October, he had 9, and then in early November he had 7. I think Dalton Schultz, you might be able to learn. I mean, is he going to be your sort of escape hatch? I
actually don't know if I want him to be the escape hatch.
Well, in this offense, it's almost a good thing if he is.
No, I hear you, but because I think that he has served that role really well. Remember, we've talked about how for a good chunk of time, and as evidenced by the numbers that we were just citing, he does a great job of just sitting down in the zone and showing the quarterback his numbers. And here is 7 yards right here, just boop, popping right over the middle. Yeah. I kind of want some of that, and maybe this is just the joy of finding something new. You know how I'm still very much
kid-like. Well, that's the hope. The Higgins is where we're probably leaning.
That's exactly where I'm going. Yeah. It's like I want that to be. That's one of the things that I want to learn is there continued development, or is there like going to be more towards the idea of out of structure, or even sometimes in structure, Jaden Higgins being a dependable guy to go to, whether it's for a slant or in breaker, where he can use his body to shield a defender. You know how much I love that talent, especially for a 6'4" guy, and get the ball to him there, because that mirrors Nico nicely. But then also the idea of, if you do get to a place where something you talked about earlier this week, CJ does so incredibly well making plays out of structure. In fact, Nick Haley even talked about that yesterday in his availability. CJ's ability to do incredible things off script and out of structure. You need to have a partner to tango with. Nico Collins is going to be oftentimes really guarded. Even in that play, the 53-yard play where he comes back, there's 2 defenders on him. He just managed to get back, get the ball, and now he's off to the races with a Cade Stover block. I think that allows you, if you have Nico there, but then you also have Higgins falling in there, I think that allows you to give some more of those explosives that it feels like they're not gaming for in the structure of the offense.
I think that's possible, and I think it would be found money, really, at this point, even though he has shown development. But I'll go back to what we've talked about. We are in week 15. How much of a leap, is really Higgins going to make at this point, given the constriction of the offense? For me, someone like Dalton Schultz, dude, he might be pushing 80 catches this year, if not more, depending on the type of game that he has. But there's 4 games left. He's got 62.
Yeah, he's already got 62.
So I think that
so you're putting in 5 games for the rest. That feels very reasonable.
I said pushing 80.
No, but I'm saying, but that's reasonable.
Yeah,
five receptions a game is not entirely outside of the purview of what he has done to this point.
I think he could be, as I put it, kind of your escape hatch. You know what they like to do is run the ball. They like to get the ball to Nico. There are the off-script plays, but then there's also those where we need a catch now. I think Dalton we're learning. I say learn. I think we're learning that he's having a really good year and could be that guy. But I don't mind your Higgins, because I think if he can make that leap, then you're really onto something, with the passing game.
I think another thing that is stood to be learned within this game, someone texted in this, and I don't entirely disagree. Killer instinct, right? The notion of killer instinct, because even
on throat.
That is one of those things that I think you can get a feel for in this game. And it sounds very cliche, because it is kind of cliche, and I'll lean into that. But you can look at some of the games where even they got it done, and we were talking about it this week. This game versus the Chiefs felt like one of the first times where it's like, oh yeah, they're putting this one down.
Yeah.
And I feel like this is something I need you build upon. Well, need is probably heavy, but I think I would appreciate seeing them build upon is that notion of, it doesn't feel like, all right, we kind of got it done. It feels like, oh man, they absolutely dogged that opposing team, and I think that they have a great opportunity for that.
Anything to learn in the run game? Because I don't know what the heck by the way, we haven't mentioned the injury report. Of all the things we've seen in the injury report the last couple of days, Nick Chubb is the only one that we're really thinking is not going to play, right?
That feels right. It feels like we've gotten to the point in the season where there's a lot of vet days.
Yeah.
And D'Amico has mentioned this. I think it might have been on a coach's show, maybe not this week, but last week, talking about the concept of, at this point in the season, in order to preserve bodies, being less physical in practice and more mental. Like more mental type reps, and that's kind of what I have attributed some of these, especially like the Danico Autries of the world, that you go, consummate professional, they know what their role is, they execute their role really well.
Yeah.
Maybe just don't beat up on their body during the week. I imagine that a lot of that. But the Nick Chubb, that one is one where you go, hey, he's dealing with ribs. I know that that's one of those injuries that I go, I wouldn't want to deal with. But then I also go, that the depth problem is interesting, because I also don't want it to be Woody Marks 26 carries consistently. Not because he can't do good things with it, but I would like to lessen the wear that he takes.
Is this? I'm going to ask you guys both this, because I wondered this, and then I said, "What are you doing? That's just pie in the sky, bull crap." Could we see a little Cody Schrader? Maybe make a little hay?
I don't. And I feel bad because I should.
Because he is a ball carrier. He's not a blocker or a receiver like Ogunbowale. He made his hay at Missouri carrying, making yards, Let
me see if I can pull up the transcript, because I should have gotten the audio of it. But
he was a really good ball carrier in Missouri. Is that too pie in the sky?
I think it is a little bit, just off the strength of what they feel about Dare here. And I think Dare getting that little touchdown and salute to the blockers and all that stuff, I think they probably going to roll with Dare as the number 2 right now, unless it's just, not working out at all.
Yeah, I'm with you. This was Nick Caley's words. Obviously, I don't have the audio. Apologies on that. On bringing in running back Cody Schrader, he said, Cody, I got a chance to be with him a little bit in L.A., obviously, with the Rams. He's hardworking, smart, tough kid, great teammate. We'll give him an opportunity to go out there and compete and just bring him along and see where it goes.
Yeah.
He works really hard. He's got a good character, loves football, those things. We'll just take it day by day with him, really. Close quote. That sounds a lot like, he's here, we'll see what it is. That doesn't sound as intentional as we're going to put him in the game and give him an opportunity to tote the rock.
That's why, I was doubting my own thought, but I kept remembering him as last year at Missouri. He ran for 1,600 yards. He was a ball carrier.
I think this one is about trust.
Yeah.
I think, let's say he do get out there and make a good run, I think he got to build that trust because
they don't trust him like they do a Gumbo.
Oh, no. They trust Dare way too much. He got to go out there and, hate to put all this pressure on him, but he got to go out there and play to the point you can't take him off the field type deal.
And that's a huge word with this team. This team runs on trust. The America might run on Duncan, but the Texans run on trust. When in order to get out there on the field, they got to trust. Even Woody Marsh
had to earn that trust.
We were out here like, hey, man.
Yeah, he's looking pretty good.
There's a lot of Nick Chubb happening. Let's balance this out.
He had to earn that trust.
He sure did. And so, I imagine that he doesn't lose that trust. Not that he would so quickly. Appreciate you guys getting involved. There's a lot more things that you guys are texting in. I will try and respond or maybe bring some of those up because we still got plenty of show going on here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. But coming up next, you know what part of the show it is. It's time for our lunchtime confessions, and we will do that next on Sports Radio.
In the Loop. football breakdown is here on Sports Radio 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the Loop and The Drive on the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Richie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
A little bit of news here before we get into the confessions. J.J. Watt just tweeted less than 15 minutes ago. Yesterday, TJ had successful surgery. TJ Watt, his brother.
Surgery?
Yesterday, TJ had successful surgery to stabilize and repair a partially collapsed lung.
Wait a minute.
Yes. Suffered Wednesday after a dry needling treatment session at the facility. That's what I thought. That's what I thought it might be the whole time.
You did say
it had all the marks.
I wouldn't trust anybody ever again.
You're gonna put a needle between my ribs, huh?
But
you better do it right.
The rough part about it is in the profession like that where you are trading on your body, you have to trust professionals. You have to trust people.
You gotta tell me what to do.
You have to trust professionals.
I don't trust none of y'all now, man.
You have to trust professionals.
Somebody gonna come back with, oh, here's a needle. I ain't gonna put it in your lung this time.
Yeah.
No,
I do this all the time.
I would have PTSD.
It is one of those things that we don't give enough credit to athletes about, is the idea that they're trusting the most precious thing that they have, their actual corporeal form. Yes, I was being a jerk by using the heavy, the big way of saying it, but trusting their body and entrusting it to all these people because recovery is necessary with the schedule that they are on. They need to trust that these people are going to have their bodies in the best case, and things like this happen. The downsides are possibilities.
No, you're 100% right. If you're in that environment, you're making that money. You have to trust the professionals that are there.
Some of that stuff screwed up people's careers, though, man.
It just sucks. Yeah. It just sucks when they do it wrong.
I was talking, remember Garyon Conley? He's actually from Canton, Ohio. I got a chance to talk to him a couple years ago. And he'd been dealing with an injury, and he mentioned how he listened to a team official, I think back when he played with the Raiders, to get surgery. And that kind of messed up his career a little bit. And he's kind of had trust issues when it comes to... And we all think, hey, trust the team doctor.
Yeah,
like they get paid a lot of money.
Yeah,
but he was kind of like, man, nah, it ain't that pretty like that.
And this is why you say trust the team doctor. There's an inherent skepticism when you look at the what's the word that I'm looking for? But the incentive structure that is there because the team doctor worked for the team.
Yeah, he does.
Right.
Yeah.
The team's objective in a cold and crass lens of looking at it is to get you back on the field, which is not always inherently in line with the player's best interest, which is why trust matters a good amount in these circumstances, and you really need to have that trust between. And even then, when you have the trust, you can have instances like people messing up. Sometimes people mess up. And so this is why it's super imperative where, like something like the NFL report card, and maybe not the report card itself, but that feeling of, we want to be able to tell you we don't feel comfortable, and I think this is why it's important for the teams to be responsive because that trust factor also matters in all of this.
Surgery, partially collapsed lung, needling treatment.
281.
That is wild.
Astros team docs have entered the chat. Yeah, this is why it was also very important for them this offseason to go, we need to take a look at this because this is bad.
And sometimes that's why I don't really give a lot of pushback when you have players saying, hey, I want to get a second opinion or a third opinion because sometimes it's hard to trust that.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
So we spend a lot of time sort of pointing and laughing at team social media accounts that just stumble all over themselves, get fired oftentimes with something insensitive, just tone deaf, make mistakes. A lot of team social media accounts, shout out to the Dallas Mavericks and others, are just awful. Just awful.
Is that a reference to that time like a decade and a half ago?
But done right, social media teams can be one of the biggest assets to an organization and a person.
Strong agree.
That there possibly could be out there. And that person in this case, I watched it probably 15, 20 times. Cal McNair.
Let's go.
The left hanging video, if you haven't seen it, just search his name because Adam Schefter is tweeting about it, retweeting it. I mean,
and this was in Kansas City, right after the game. CJ's walking off the field, I believe, into the tunnel. He's high-fiving some folks, and Cal is at the end.
Yeah, and it's
oddly
so
enough,
awkward looking and just
in a trench coat, looking like Inspector Gadget. Also, but he has his hand up waiting for CJ.
I have never been an injector.
And CJ walked past him, and people were making fun of Cal.
Yeah,
and I'm pretty sure it is Cal's idea.
I've heard that. We'll find out. But
to make this into a video of content, and they did a great job.
It was perfect.
I'm sure the way that they wrote it out, the people acting in it, like staffers. I know that Christian Kirk and Jaden Higgins was in it. They had a good role in it. Everybody played their part to a T, and it was such a cool thing to see. Also, Cal, like seeing the development that he's had from somebody that maybe was a little bit uncomfortable in the media to being able to make fun of himself on this national stage.
Yes,
I think that was really cool.
And the last thing here, because I know we got other confessions, it always goes back to what I say: just own it. It was an awkward, funny, people saying, oh, no, or maybe even mocking you or whatever. And he's like, let's go. He said, let's go. Let's lean into this and have some fun with it. It was shout out to the Texans social media team. Perfect.
Yeah, I don't know that you could have done it any better. Shout out to the Texans social media team. And, of course, our guy, Cal.
These are my confessions.
I will also talk about the Texans and, of course, being the nerd. I'm talking about the coordinators talking. Matt Burke, he's a delight to listen to. Maybe I'm gushing too much about him of late, but I think he deserves it. And maybe that actually is why I felt the way that I did when, I don't even remember who, and I apologize, asked Matt Burke about the defense and kind of couched it in a way that I think we all would. It's not like you guys, the defense is pretty simple or whatever. And Matt Burke kind of scoffed at that. Like, he kind of was taking act almost. And you might say that because he's a little playful, maybe he was being playful. No. It felt like he kind of felt it was a little disrespectful. And it made me stop and go, have we been being disrespectful about this Texans defense? I legitimately felt bad in that moment. I was like, oh, yeah. Have we been being mean, talking about how they just line it up and run, right? Like, are we not giving them enough credit for the scheming that they do from the coaching side of this?
Yeah. I think you're well, based on his response, I think you're onto something.
Yeah, I legitimately felt bad in that moment. I was like, oh, he probably be hearing us like, damn, they don't think I do nothing around here. They think I just be telling Will to go get the quarterback.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
So last night, I'm sure everybody in here was watching the Thursday night football. I'm sure everybody in here was watching the Rockets game and all that stuff. I was actually watching something else, something totally different. I didn't even know this was on. Looked like Reggie was trying to guess.
No, I'm just trying to figure out. I have no idea.
Okay, so the Game Awards was on.
Is that the E33
here we go.
or whatever?
Yeah.
Huh?
E33 or something like that?
No, it's literally
Just
called the Game Awards.
Okay. I saw someone talking about something else.
TGA, as they call it.
Okay.
And this is pretty much an award show for the best games, the best storylines, and all this stuff. It was kind of a big event. It looked like it looked like the Oscars for video games. And I just tapped in it to kind of see, and it was premiering different.
And you were hooked.
I was hooked to it.
All in.
I got so hooked to the point I said screw Thursday night football. Wow. I said the Rockets. I'm like I check in on my phone, but I was sitting there watching it to the point, and I don't know if y'all ever watched shows like, because I've never seen it before, but I was watching it to the point where whenever they bring out an actress or actor to read something,
right?
I had no idea who they were, and I was like, I looked over to my wife. I'm like, you think they're British or American?
Oh, that's a good game. That's a good little bit you got.
Yeah, somebody's walking. I'm like, she's dressed. She's probably British.
And then you wait for
girl came up. What's up, California? I'm like,
dang it, I lost that bet.
And then there was another one where they did like a rapid fire awards, I guess kind of like a multiple choice type deal where they said, this game is the best game 2025, and they list all the games. I was trying to pick the ones I thought won. Went over. Over, man.
I always do that. We all do, but any of these award shows,
because I had no dog in the fight.
No idea. You never seen it, never played it. I'm like, I'll bet you that wins.
Everything can become sports if you really try hard enough. By the way, I also feel like because E33 is the name of the game that won Game of the Year at the Game Awards. So I called it the E33 Awards like a dummy. But no, that's honestly one of the things that we miss. At least I miss about like everybody being like a cable in a cable space, it's just stumbling onto something.
Yeah.
You know, just like, oh, I'm watching this thing that I never would have watched just because I stumbled into it.
What made me catch it was I saw somebody, I think somebody tweeted out the trailer for a new video game. And I'm like, oh, and it said premiered at the Game Awards.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, is that going
Game
on right
Awards,
now?
yeah.
So I think it was IGN that was streaming the whole Game Awards on YouTube. So I'm like, screw these games. I'm about to watch this. Let me see what's going on. I watched a lot of it too.
Sounds like you enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was pretty cool, man.
And to be fair, I enjoyed it through your lens of enjoying it. That sounded really fun.
Some of them games look good too.
I wish you would have texted. I'd have jumped in there too. Actually, that's a lie. I had 2 TVs going. I was
you
doing
ain't
a lot.
about to watch no game.
I was doing a lot. All right, there you go. Those are your lunchtime confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610 from the 8 through 2. Those big name gamers are making like $10 million per.
Yeah, man, they look like it too. They get up on that stage, different accents and all that stuff. They're just like, shout out to my whole team that helped me make this game.
Oh, they got teams.
Yeah, they had the whole squad in that audience. I'm like, dang, man, how you come up with this game?
I also feel like it's worth noting, you know, there's people making big money in a lot of different industries at the very, very tippy top.
Yeah.
If you feel like you can get there, cool. Otherwise, you're just gonna be in it.
Yeah.
You're just gonna be in it. But we appreciate you being in here with us here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's typically where we do our college football headline of the weekend. Regular season's over. That ain't gonna stop us.
No way.
What's the big headline for the college football weekend? As bowl games start and so on and so forth? Find out what John Lopez has for you next.
Ready?
Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us here on a Football Friday. And if you want to continue the Football Friday fun, I'm sure you do, it will continue at 2 p.m. with the Fellas of the Drive out at the BB's Tex Orleans in Tomball. Go say what's up to the fellas, get you some great food, put your name in the raffle in order to, or I don't know if it's a name situation, but get yourself a raffle ticket in order to win the prizes that they have. I think we still got tickets, man. I think there's still tickets to be won if you go out and hang out with the Fellas of the Drive. Plus, the ultimate prize, you get to hang out with the Fellas of the Drive. Say what's up to Ron and Clint, dap them up. Things of that nature. I think, are we still have glasses that we're giving out? Because all year long,
that I don't know.
The Football Friday has had the commemorative glasses of all the various different shows. So I can't even remember which show it would be on. But get the show glass and do what I usually try and get them to do. Get people to sign them. You know what I mean? That's always fun. But again, BB's Tex Orleans out in Tomball. Go hang out with the fellas. All right. We typically in this segment all fall long have done our college football preview presented by Wrangler. And in this instance, we go, there's no regular season left. There's no, college football when it comes to conference championship games.
Not so fast, my friend.
Not so fast. I love that. That's very nice. All right, so let's get the college football headline of the weekend, courtesy of John Lopez.
And that is, line this week is, dogs and cats sleeping together Saturday.
What? You have had a lot of sleeping together on your mind recently. Is everything okay at home?
Dogs and cats sleeping together Saturday because it is complete chaos that's happening in college football right now. Got you. A complete and utter chaos. First of all, we have, and by the way, there is news, I guess, breaking.
What, with Michigan?
Right now, we've had that nefarious affair ended with a firing. Obviously, all the seedy details. It has all the key words of like a good 30 for 30 or a made for TV drama. It has adultery. It has cover up.
Yep.
It has potential assault. Now, as some of the news, alleged assault, according to the charges today. It has self-harm. It has deception. It has institutional chaos. All the ingredients are there.
Show them at arraignment.
By the way, institutional chaos is something that I actually want to lean into further at some point because Michigan's feeling a little Baylor-y right now. Not exactly in the same way because, Baylor had a campus-wide issue when it came to the administration and their overlooking of sexual assault.
Yeah.
And you're not going to tell me different, and you can fight me if you really want to on that, and I will not back down on it.
Yeah.
Michigan's is not quite to that degree, but there's a lot of issues that institutionally that they should have easily been able to clean 100%. Up that have festered and been issues, whether it's Weiss up there, obviously Sharon Moore, you can go to Jim Harbaugh, even just in the athletic department, there have been some real issues that are happening there that you have to call into question what that institution is doing.
It is absolutely true what you just said because it goes back to the very important question that you have to ask institutional entities like the University of Michigan. You can go back to Watergate. What did you know and when did you know it? And I think they knew a lot and they knew it before, and so that's why it's going to be crucial for them.
Did you even see when it comes to just the Sharon Moore of this all that Ward Manuel reportedly knew that Sharon Moore had some mental health issues that he was dealing with in that moment? Yeah, Ward Manuel, the AD. Thank you, sir. And that he decided rather than going in with HR or any level of backup, he just went and fired him by his lonesome, which I don't know what the protocol is, and I don't purport to know what the protocol is. That feels like that is a protocol.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely. So there's that in terms of dogs and cats sleeping together Saturday. There are, and let's get this out of the way right now because we love this game. Actually, going here for the first time in a while, but that's not our fault.
Whose fault is it then?
Army Navy. I'll find someone. Army Navy this weekend, as well as maybe you didn't know this, a bowl game. We have a bowl game.
The Celebration Bowl is tomorrow.
Boise State, Washington. Pretty good game.
Oh, that's not the bowl game that I was thinking.
They have Boise State, Washington.
So you didn't want to shout out Prairie View, huh?
Is that tomorrow? I wasn't sure.
That is tomorrow.
Okay, well, that one too. I'm a big Prairie View fan. We've been talking about them a couple times this week. I'm quite proud of them. I have a really good friend that went there, and another longtime friend of the family that played there. So I'm really happy for Prairie View. Actually, Gerard Johnson's brother.
Oh, nice.
Marquise was a star at Prairie View A&M, and he's a strength and conditioning coach with Minnesota now. So yeah, I'm remiss not to mention Prairie View. Big fan. And
you didn't want to call the Boise State Washington game what it's actually called, which is
what is it?
Bucked Up LA Bowl.
Oh yeah,
at SoFi Stadium.
The Bucked Up Bowl.
I knew you'd enjoy that.
And Heisman
tomorrow
is tomorrow as well. 7 p.m. tomorrow night. Is that so?
We're locking in our thoughts here? Like it's going to be Fernando, right?
Yeah, it's Mendoza. Shout out to the Hispanic community and certainly.
You claiming him, huh?
Of course I am.
You were talking about him like you weren't
claiming Pavia too. How about that? My people might go 1-2. My people might go 1-2 in the Heisman.
Has that ever happened in history?
I haven't done the research, but no.
It's like I don't have to look at it. It's fine.
How about that? Shout out to my people.
Yeah.
Take that. Other stuff happening. Now, I didn't mention conspiracy with the Michigan thing. I think there's probably a sprinkle of conspiracy.
In what way?
Well,
am I missing something here?
The cover up and hey, don't plan this. Don't say this and that. But I think there's definite conspiracy here. Shout out to Notre Dame and its pathetic, embarrassing media tour by athletic director Pete Bavacqua, because we have the audio here. Let's play. And by the way, I get, Notre Dame fans looking at you, Sean, saying, what did you want him to do? Well, I would have been really, really upset too. In fact, when the Aggies were not invited, I believe it was the year before last, I was really, really upset. You don't go on a car wash national media tour saying silly things. You just make it clear we're not happy, as you're sure. But this is what Big 12 AD Brett Yormark said.
I will say this, and I'm a little outspoken about it. I don't like how Notre Dame's reacted to it. So, okay, I think Pete's his behavior has been egregious. It's been egregious going after Jim Phillips when they saved Notre Dame during COVID. We all knew, and it was very transparent. Hunter was very transparent about it. The chair, that as Notre Dame and Miami got closer together, head-to-head would be a factor. Okay, BYU lost. They became closer together, head-to-head, and made a difference in that decision. So I think he is totally out of bounds in his approach, and if he was in the room, I'd tell him the same thing.
Good for Brett Yormark. It was. I get you're going to be ticked off. You should be. You're going to say something, but this was just too much.
Yeah, but I think that this is in some ways not to absolve Notre Dame from clearly being petulant. I think we can be honest about that. I think that this is the nature of college football, which is grandstanding, the politicking is a lot about not just today but tomorrow, and I think that that's some of what's happening here as well, even though they do have that MOU in place that if they're top 12 they will make it in by hook or by crook. But I also think that this is also the current era of our world, is that making things bigger and bigger is part of it as well. So when you're complaining, it's not just good enough to tell a reporter or anything. You do the whole car wash. You make yourself big as if you are facing off against a bear, right? Yeah. And I think that that's what's happening here. I will say, though, I think that the big issue, and this is like a pet peeve of mine, so I am kind of taking the opportunity to go back to a thing I like talking about. The reason why this has become a big thing is not because the committee is ultimately wrong about the head-to-head decision there. It's because the previous weeks they had made terrible decisions. And that's inherently because every week we should not be ranking this.
No, you're right.
We should not be coming back, because the problem is also that the committee did not have consistent logic all the way through. But we shouldn't know whether or not they have consistent logic because they should do it once. Like, you should take the entire resume and rank it at that point. It should not be a week-by-week television show.
Good luck with that.
I know. I am fighting a quixotic mission to civilize. I recognize that. Like, it's not going to win. The money is there for the TV show, and I benefit off of it. I'm hypocritical. I'm talking about the show every damn week after saying that I don't think it should be there. But the fact of the matter is it shouldn't be there, because that's the reason why Notre Dame's mad right now.
Absolutely. Now, I did mention conspiracy, and you're probably asking yourself, where's the conspiracy? Well, the conspiracy with the Notre Dame thing is this, and I could absolutely see this happening. Apparently, Notre Dame is getting frozen out, reportedly.
Well, this is what happens when you make a stink of things. Everybody
big schools, for those who don't know, real quick. Big schools are not going to schedule them anymore. based on their behavior and other things.
Yeah, and to be fair, I understand that. Damn it, I understand that Notre Dame also is in a place where when you're independent, that becomes difficult, and they don't wish to be peer pressured into a conference, namely the ACC. Right now, they want to be able to do this thing historically that they've been able to do, and to be fair, it's also pretty lucrative for them. They have a separate TV deal with NBC that is not collectively bargained within the nature.
Yeah, but if you've been playing a bunch of Boise States and no more Michigans, no more
Right. This is the compromise that has to be made, and it's a delicate balance that they've had to strike for a long time, and they've managed to do it. But you put your head up above the line of the bunk, I guess, for lack of a better term.
Yeah.
And now everybody's looking at you like, I know you ain't talking. Yeah. I know you are deciding to be out here on your own, but once all the benefits of a conference are not now making a stink, we are not forced to schedule games with you. Yeah. And this is what happens when you make a stink. There's a possibility that there's blowback. This is blowback.
I'm really curious how much of a follow through there will be with all this. A couple of other things here on a chaotic, crazy weekend in college football. The coaching cycle is about to get really, really interesting.
Yeah.
And Kalen DeBoer holds the key to everything. If Kalen DeBoer, and I'm not saying he is, certainly not saying he isn't, because he's the odds-on favorite to get that Michigan job. If Kalen DeBoer gets the Michigan job, wants the Michigan job, it's going to be complete chaos in terms of not just Lane Kiffin possibly taking Alabama, but just everywhere. Because if it's not Kalen DeBoer, think about this from the Michigan perspective. The other reported candidates outside of Alabama's coach, who played in the national championship game at Washington and is pretty well regarded and not quite the fit that they wanted at Alabama, it seems like. Do you know who the other leading candidates are?
Odds-wise? I actually
right
don't.
here.
I've seen a whole bunch of names bandied about, but I don't know how the odds stack up.
Your choices are to try to go get, the Alabama DeBoer, or Manny Diaz, Jeff Brom.
Don't love those.
Lance Leipold. Leipold. And
he doesn't feel like he's big enough for that moment.
And Brian Kelly. Dude.
Brian Kelly's a good coach. The problem is, don't nobody like him. Yeah. And at a place like Michigan, that is not the answer.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I can tell you flat out, there is too much politicking and being the face of an organization at a larger scale. But you don't want Brian Kelly there.
No.
With all due respect to him.
Like, what's Michigan going to do? Like, we got to try to go get Kalen DeBoer. That's our only option.
That's the biggest option. There's some good coaches in there, and because I don't want to disparage.
Sure.
I like Lance Leipold. I think he's done a damn good job there at Kansas. Who are the other names that you were mentioning again? I'm sorry.
Manny Diaz.
Well, Manny Diaz, he has his ups and downs. He just won the ACC. Shout out to Duke.
Jeff Brom, good job at Louisville. Okay, but Jeff Brom?
Is Brom currently at? Is he still at Louisville right now?
I thought he was.
He went from Purdue to Louisville. That's right.
Yeah. What are you gonna do? You're Michigan. I'm sure it's breaking your heart, Figgy.
Yeah. I just hope they don't try to get Cincinnati or something. It won't nothing crazy go.
Well, that would be a huge buyout, and that might be the route they have to go, or any of those.
I don't think they're gonna go that route.
One more quick thing here, because it is absolutely worth mentioning. It's been a big college football story. SEC released its full schedule for next season yesterday. LSU at Ole Miss.
September 19th.
September 19th.
I remembered it. It's going to be a deal.
It's going to be a deal. Texas does not get Alabama or Georgia next year, so good for them. But 3 of their 4 final games are on the road, but they don't get Alabama, Georgia. A&M, on the other hand, woo, baby. They go to LSU, to Alabama, to Oklahoma, and a non-conference game against Arizona State.
Is that good?
It can be.
That's an easy schedule
for y'all,
man.
Light work.
That's light work for y'all.
Light work.
Y'all got this.
Of course we do.
Steamroll.
It didn't fit within the chaotic headline that you had for this college football weekend, which is, of course, presented by Wrangler. Did you see that UNC fired both the OC and the DC?
Yeah.
Going great there, Bill. Doing a great job out there, buddy.
Was it Bill or Jordan?
All right. It was clearly Bill.
Would you be surprised?
It was clearly Bill so that Jordan can be the offensive coordinator.
There we go.
This. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I'm silly, I know. All right, coming up next, let's do the damn thing. All right, the Texans-Cardinals game. Texans win because Texans lose. Because what are the factors that will determine not just who wins the game, but how the game plays out? Let's do that next.
The Drive. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right, big voice man. That is our names, and we are indeed in the loop. John, I'm disappointed in myself.
Why is that?
Just generally, it always happens. But also, in particular,
breaking news.
Yeah,
I actually is disappointed.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I got to do something better.
I haven't done everything. I have to do everything better, just like the Texans. We just need everything needs to be better. Execution, intentionality, all of that. But I have been slacking on my pimping in a very particular way for the last few weeks.
Mm-hmm.
The NFL has had the voting open for the Pro Bowl game.
Yes, they have.
And I have very minimally mentioned that. And I feel like it is my responsibility on this program to remind the good folks of Houston that voting for your Texans is necessary.
Got to do it for the people.
We talked about it. Top 10 at positions. Petrie, last I checked, was not top 10 in his position in Pro Bowl voting, which
do you have the latest?
Insane. I don't have the latest, but I do have a reminder that you got 3 more days to vote. It's the last chance to vote for the Pro Bowl. So go ahead and make sure you go vote the Pro Bowl. Don't be a logical voter.
Mm-hmm.
You have me, Reginald Atatula, as a logical person. I am giving you the freedom to not have to vote logically. Just stash it with Texans. Just full Texans card.
Oh, you're going there.
Press submit. You'll be all right.
Okay.
I mean, in a year like this, I think you are most vindicated in doing that type of voting.
So, Jake Andrews.
All right, you're really pushing me to my extent here. You're really pushing me to my extent. You know what?
it.
Actually,
that's a Sean Pendergast special.
That's exactly right. I didn't want to mention his name because I kind of bashed him earlier, and I like him.
Yes. You want to know why? Because I would love to see him play tug of war. Would you not?
Right.
I would love to see him at the Pro Bowl games. He deserves to have fun.
Can you go backwards in a tug of war?
Actually, you know what?
That's the whole thing. You're supposed to go backwards.
Yeah. I actually don't want to see him in the tug of war. You want to know why? I would like to see him nominally be a Pro Bowl player, but actually have to play football.
There we go.
Because the Texans are playing the Super Bowl. That's what I'd like more than anything. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm doing? You like it?
Got you.
But speaking of watching the Texans play football, that's what will happen on Sunday at NRG Stadium. I'm excited to get back to the stadium, man.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
Last time was that Buffalo Bills game, was it not? And that was
a Thursday.
And going into that game also, didn't know what to expect there.
Yeah.
Then we had a finish, but it was late night and we had to get to work. This is going to be one where we can luxuriate in the morning. Coming into the tailgating game after the game. It should be really fun. I'm excited to see everybody out there. But before we get there, let's do it. Texans win because Texans lose because. What are the matchups, factors that will determine if and how the Texans win this football game, Lopez?
Run the ball for more than 150 yards. Like run the damn ball.
How many carries is 150 yards in your guess?
2. No.
Just a couple of 75 yards, and we're done with the game right out the gate.
And the reason is, we mentioned this earlier. If you weren't listening, this is a defense in the Arizona Cardinals that gets gashed in the run. They gave up 249 yards and 6.9 yards a carry in their last game against the Rams. And obviously, you think Rams, Matt Stafford, of course. But, they have good running backs, as well. But you just give me 150. Just give me 150. I think they
150.
Just give me 150.
He's asking for a lot. Only 150 yards of rushing.
I'm not a greedy person.
Hey, I'm good with 90 yards.
Exactly. Well,
why not go for a cool 200,
Well, that would be 33 yards more, 43 yards.
Hey, I say go for a cool meal.
No, 33 yards more than they ever have in this season. They've run for 84, 87, 75, 77, 82. Come on, man. Just give me 150. That's not greedy. That's not asking too much.
It's a little greedy, but I'm okay with you being greedy.
Give me 40 points at this point.
That's right.
I'm okay with you being greedy. We talked about this earlier in the show. This is a day where offensively, show me how greedy you can be, right? And I don't mean in your disposition in the way that you go about offense, but in the execution and what you're actually able to get out of it. The process can remain the same. I want to see you actually put up production in this game. Now, of course, they could say to hell what Reggie wants, and I would have no recourse and no response. But I think that would be encouraging because this is a game where you have the best opportunity to put your best foot forward of the games that you have remaining offensively. And if you can't do it now, when? Someone did text in earlier in the program with a very fair question, which is, even if you are to get that, which offense shows that they can turn, they can put their foot on the pedal and they can actually go up to a higher speed. What's the confidence level that they can recreate that? And that is a real question. That's worth asking.
It's a real question, and it's a good question. My answer would be, what is the confidence level? Improved.
More than right now.
Yeah, more than right now. I wouldn't say, oh, baby, here we go. Greatest show on turf, all that stuff. But it would absolutely be, because you're doing what you're supposed to do. You're not, because if you run for 82 yards again and a 2.8 yard average, and you eke out a 19-16 win, well, then the offense clearly is a mess, because they're giving up more than 35 points a game their last 5 games, the Arizona Cardinals. So it might not be – it's better than going backwards, I'll put it that way, because if you have to eke out a win and scramble to get some points on the board, you're going backwards in my view.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I feel you there. Texans win because, Texans lose because here – I think it even feels weird to say Texans lose because, and especially when it comes to something that has to do with this defense. But when we talk about matchups, making sure Trey McBride don't get busy is objective number one, I think, defense.
He's the dude, right?
Like Trey McBride. And when we talked to Tyler Drake, Arizona Sports, earlier today, he made mention of the fact that dude loves getting the ball, especially with coverage, with double coverage. Like, he likes getting the football, and he's capable. He's one of the best, if not the best, tight ends in the National Football League right now. Since the start of November, he has not had fewer than 5 receptions, and he's not had fewer than 55 yards. Like, he what we are looking at from Dalton Schultz, like, hey man, he's giving you a nice little bit of something. That is bare bones basic for Trey McBride, typically getting 10, 11, 12, 14 yards per reception. This dude attacks downfield. This offense attacks downfield normally. Keep that in check, particularly with Trey McBride, but that extends to Michael Wilson, who's been Wilson? Have I mixed his name up in this moment? Because I immediately said and was like, that didn't feel right. Yes, Michael Wilson. All right, I was right. Number 14 on your stat sheet. He also has been a very, very underrated and good wide receiver. Keep those guys in tow, but really it probably starts with get after Jacoby Brissett, man. He's had a lot of sacks. This is a team that can generate sacks. Put that man on his ass.
Well, I started to think, because I think there's so many ways that the Texans can win because, if you will. Most of them are on the defensive side of the ball. Turnovers, whether it's turnovers or sacks or just, a bunch of 3-and-outs. We've seen it multiple times this year. I was trying to think of it like a lose because, and I was thinking of Jacoby Brissett, and I can't go there. I know he's had success against the Texans. He's beaten the Texans. We've talked about it. He's had this is his team this is the team that he has great games. I just don't feel like it's going to happen. Could bite me, could be a haunting thing, but I don't see Jacoby Brissett going off against this.
Yeah, I don't either. And that's one of the things that I think we learned is just how strong is that mysticism that surrounds him and his record versus the Houston Texans, because it would need to be real strong.
Was it 5-1?
8-1 record in games that he's had against the Texans. I have to check what the actual games started were. But I mean, he's 1,200 yards against the Texans in those games. A 92.4 passer rating in those games, which is nothing to sneeze at. But he ain't faced
that. Ain't happening.
He ain't
right?
faced this
right
Texans defense, and I think also the pressure that he's had to deal with this year, and that they haven't done very well handling, especially with both tackles seemingly not playing, or at least just the offensive line looking the way that it looks for the Arizona Cardinals. It feels like he's going to be under significant duress. Thankfully, it feels like the Texans have ticked up their turnover capabilities over the course of this season.
Big time.
So I don't see him having a good game, but if he manages to get the ball out and get to the ball to those guys in particular, Wilson, McBride, that is the chance that they have of getting after you. It's very, very slim, especially because, again, I talk about efficiency. How you feel about the Texans efficiency-wise, throw that over to the Cardinals, because damn near every metric I could find efficiency-wise, those teams are pretty damn mirrored in their way that they go about things.
Yeah, and I was meant. This is just sort of an aside here. I don't necessarily think it's a win because, but we've been talking about if you can't get the offense going, in this game, when will you? I also feel like if you can't get butts and seats for this game,
that is a great question.
When will you? It doesn't matter. I'm not saying it's not a factor in a win or a loss. It certainly helps the whole team. But you've won 5 games in a row. You are one of the it teams in the NFL right now. You have an all-time great defense. Safe to say, I feel. And if your ass sitting in that stadium for this one, it ain't never going to happen.
Just at all, not at the start, because at the start, it's going to be hard to get people in at the start of this one.
No, I'm talking about the start. I know where I live. I know where I live.
Come on, Lopez. There's so much to do in Houston.
If I was close to you, I'd put my hand on your shoulder and be like,
"You're all right,
Lopez." Traffic. Come on now.
Yeah, because we never have traffic. We don't know how to deal with
it's
that.
a bunch of stuff to do here in Houston, man.
Great tailgating. Oh yeah, sure. I'm serious. Start of the game.
I did have this little note that is kind of funny.
Mm-hmm.
The football fan bases that drink the most.
Mm-hmm.
This is actually a game of top threes.
Oh yeah?
Yes. The Arizona Cardinals fans apparently are the highest drinkers, have the highest overall share, at least according to, I believe, I'm seeing this per the Action Network.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, it's Action Network survey. 3,000 fans surveyed. It's a decent sample.
That's a good number. Yeah.
And yes, the Cardinals are first. Texans fans third when it comes to heaviest drinkers. I have a feeling that the tailgate and the parking lot's a good place tomorrow morning. I don't know how many Cardinals fans will actually be there. They can't even get people at State Farm Stadium there in Arizona. So I do wonder how many would travel. But I imagine the ones that will, they'll party with you.
The ones that are here are gonna try to get tickets.
I think so. At least I don't think it'll be a takeover. I will be interested, like you're mentioning, to see how the bowls actually fill up there at NRG Stadium. How about this one? Because I do think that this one is notable. This defensive line for the Cardinals, they got some players on it. I don't want to say that like they are an incredible defensive line, but one thing that Jonathan Gannon will have his defense do, however, they blitz. They will blitz. They're not incredible at pressuring necessarily, but they will throw blitzes, and they're usually designed blitzes and simulated blitzes and things of that nature that are, a little tricky.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's a Texans win because or lose because, but it's going to be an interesting matchup to me to see C.J. Stroud and obviously the offense, but I think C.J. Stroud stepping to the line and being able to accurately diagnose and set protections versus this defense. I think that'll be a little bit of a test that shows us something. I think that's one of the things that we can learn is just how far along C.J. is in that portion of operational pre-snap circumstance.
You hit it right there. It's not necessarily by itself a lose because, but it could certainly make things interesting and maybe even get there to that point. More procedure penalties. I mean, we forget that Chiefs game was ugly. It was ugly with pre-snap penalties and holding penalties and not getting to the. We've heard D'Amico and CJ and Kaylee talk about it all week. If it gets real close, you do have, as you mentioned, Calais Campbell, Josh Sweat. Budda Baker comes up, does his thing.
He plays at all three levels.
Yeah,
too. That's crazy.
So there are some issues that if it comes down to a one possession game. Man, then everybody's getting a little tight.
But I'll be upset.
Oh yeah,
if it comes down to a one possession game.
Well, I'll tell you right now. I think this is, and again, maybe I'm here Monday with my hat in hand, even though I don't wear a lot of hats in studio.
I'll bring one for you. Don't worry about it.
With my hat in hand.
Do you like beanies? I got
derbies. Can you give me a derby?
I'm not gonna call it that.
But I think this is going to happen. I think this Texans offense, I alluded to it yesterday, I think it's going to click. If it doesn't, we'll have lots to talk about. I can see them getting into the 30s offensively. You heard me correctly, 30s, maybe mid to high 30s, and win this game going away. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and go all in and say 38-13.
38? High 30s?
38-13.
Okay.
Texans.
All right. One more thing I want to throw in here. 346 with a fair point. Texans lose because special teams gives up 2 touchdowns. Texans win because offense and special teams score 2 touchdowns each. Oh,
there we go.
Okay. Special teams is an interesting thing. We don't talk about him a ton, but Frank Ross when he was at the podium, he was real energized in a different way, at least in my estimation, when it came to making sure to get this right special teams wise. And I would love to see what their special teams does in this game, how they're able to navigate this. And I think I'm going to be a little bit less adventurous than you here, although the possibility of the defense or special teams adding in some scores is interesting to me. I want to go 28-7, like real original football score. Maybe I'll throw in 31-7.
I said 38 in part because I have that much confidence in the defense doing its part as well. There might be a pick six. There might be a real short field. I think the offense is going to start to click, and I think the defense is going to do its part.
Okay. Or maybe I shouldn't go 7 because maybe they're just kicking
Would you
field
say
goals.
31-7?
Yeah.
Yeah, I get 2 field goals, 38-13.
All right.
Biggie, you got to get in on this.
This is very optimistic because I'm setting myself up to be mad at myself for 31 points.
I'm going to say 25-12.
Yeah.
See, that's a reasonable man over there. I've always said
4 field goals.
A reasonable man. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio.
Or they're going to
610.
score twice, but try to go for 2.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because you might have some pressure set upon them by the game getting out of hand. Hopefully that's the case, and we could just be enjoying the hell out of a Sunday at NRG Stadium. 12 noon Sunday at NRG Stadium. But if you just want to listen to it, we always got you here at Sports Radio 610. 9 a.m. is also a time to remember when Seth and Sean start their Texans countdown to get you ready for football on Sunday. All right, coming up next is that time where we hand things over to one Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, Big?
Yeah, I got a wild-ass DMV cheating scheme in Long Island. I got to tell you all about this. Plus, have you ever thought about what you would do if you was on a plane and it was crashing?
Oh, boy.
I try not to, but you know what? Guess we're going to think about it next.
A player got that right answer.
Okay, all right, let's figure out what it is next.
In the Loop. December 27th. There's no better way to close out your Christmas week than with two of college football's best at NRG Stadium. Hit up KindersTexasBowl.com now for tickets and more information. And hear the game exclusively here on Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Friday. Happy Friday to everyone out there. So this was considered one of the biggest DMV fraud busts in recent New York history. So authorities, I guess the authorities in Nassau County, New York, which is kind of Long Island.
Yeah.
They say 7 people, including 3 DMV employees and 2 sisters, have been indicted in a wild CDL exam cheating scheme.
Oh, I didn't know where you were going with
They were
this.
cheating on the CDL,
They had the whole
Got
little,
you,
they
got
had
you.
they had this all laid out. So let's go to ABC News with this story.
Deciding who gets to operate heavy rigs on our roads and highways is not something the New York Department of Motor Vehicles should take lightly.
Bypassing that safeguard is far from a harmless short. It's a dangerous threat to public safety.
But that's exactly what prosecutors here in Nassau County allege in a 51-count felony indictment against 7 different people, including a supervisor at this DMV in Garden City, Kenesha Middleton, and her sister, Jamie Middleton, allegedly taking at least 10 different permit tests for no-show drivers. You can see Jamie in surveillance pictures wearing different disguises, even fake facial hair, as she posed as a man who would be applying for a commercial driving permit. But she forgot to take off her fake nails.
I think it's pretty poor. The fingernails kind of gave it away.
So did another supervisor who acted as the whistleblower. Prosecutors say the defendants charged as much as $3,000 per permit test, 2 of them working these counters so they could wave the phony test taker through. 3 of the drivers who paid the fee ended up with commercial permits, but only 1 passed his road test. James Nurse, who ended up working here at the Town of Hempstead Recycling Center, where he spent over a year and a half driving a truck.
A government employee licensed only through a lie, driving a massive truck through our streets.
It is a very serious thing.
Without
it really
question.
is.
Dude, one of the riskiest things that we do as human beings that we don't think of it as such just because we're so comfortable is driving on these roads.
Yeah.
And it only gets riskier when there are people out here that just don't know what they're supposed to be doing.
It's a reason why it's a pain in the you know what to get your CDLs.
Yes, and
it's not just driving the car.
And can I familiarize you, if you're not already, with a little organization called the Teamsters? This is New York.
Yeah.
Like, they are very strict. They have a lot of muscle, so to speak. I'll put it that way.
Sure.
They will not mess around. And then the other part of this that I was thinking of as I was listening to this story is the only reason a lot of reasons that you could do this, but I think a big reason you would do this is if you have marks on your driving record. If you've got a DUI or you have some reckless driving or what, otherwise you'd just do it, right? You wouldn't pay $3,000 for someone else to take.
It's just kind of get by a little bit.
So and get by, and by the way, you're dangerous. You've been proven to be dangerous.
Yeah.
So it's a big thing.
Now the part that caught me was her dressing up as a guy with the mustache,
nice
and the facial
nails
hair.
though.
Yeah, but has some long, pretty nails.
Well, apparently they said that we've got people on the text line and the YouTube page that are like, not seeing it all the time. That's a little disconcerting, if I have to be entirely honest.
Yeah. No, it's wild. But they got caught, and they probably about to do some serious crime. I mean, some serious time too, because this is you messing with the government now.
Yeah, you are.
So that look like they're gonna be serving a little bit of time.
I do love that. They were like, yeah, the nails gave it away. It does feel like in that story, The only thing that gave it away was that, like, they were like, wait a minute.
Yeah, look at those hands.
We were about to let her through.
No, if you listen to the lady talking about it, it sounded like she was so pissed off. Like, look at you trying to be disrespectful. You ain't even had the audacity to even take your nails off.
Well, these are...
You trying to play me like a fool.
Enormous vehicles that you're just giving out some dude or woman with a...
Driving a garbage truck. And probably
in New York.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. So I asked y'all in the tease, have you ever thought about what exactly would you do if a plane was going down?
To be honest, I think everybody has at some point.
I have because of the critically acclaimed, I don't know if it's actually critically acclaimed, film from way back in the day entitled Chicken Run, where in case of emergency, put your head between your knees and kiss your bum goodbye.
Yes.
That's my plan of action.
Yeah. So apparently an NFL player feel like it's a way you can possibly survive this.
Oh, boy.
So Eagles wide receiver Devontae Smith, he got the answer to it. Apparently.
He was actually talking. I love Devontae because he doesn't find anything interesting. Well, not interesting, but he just doesn't talk about much. In fact, people were surprised because the media actually got him talking recently. And you want to know what about? His juicer that he just got. That was the thing. So I'm interested to hear him actually talk.
Yeah, here's Devontae Smith. This was actually on Hard Knocks.
Okay.
So they were in the little meeting room like they usually do, probably looking over film and all that type of stuff. And they got to talking about what would you do if the plane crashed. And here is what he had to say.
Plane go down, bird going down. That's why I say, why do they make us put seatbelts on the plane? It's over regardless. Hey, you want to know what I was thinking? Like, damn, like, okay, they going down. I'm trying to wait till they get close to the ground. I think you should wait till the plane, like, kind of gets low and try to jump off. And land on your feet, because either way,
on your feet,
well. So go and test your luck and try to jump off and see what happens.
Wait, Smitty, what do you mean?
Close to the ground, I'm trying to jump out.
But why? What you mean? What are you gonna do when you jump? Like,
land on my feet. So I'd rather do that than just sit here and be like, all right, count down my life right now.
How fast is that plane going down?
If you've ever...
just wait till it get low.
Aren't you going that fast too?
If you have ever for a moment doubted the belief in their own capabilities when it comes to athletes, he's like, I think I am capable of, when it's low, jumping out of an airplane. And not just jumping out and living. That'd be one thing.
Yeah.
Jumping out, landing on my feet. What now? What up?
That's like jumping off a bike.
Yes. So it's the old math problem, algebra problem. So if a plane is falling at 450 miles an hour and you are in the plane, how fast are you traveling?
I don't care about none of that math. I'm built different.
Just wait till it get low. And my favorite part was, why we wear seatbelts?
Yeah.
Which is over.
Well, there's actually something to that. Like, who cares?
Well, I think it's there's turbulence, and so you don't get
that's
thrown
the only
back.
reason.
You don't get thrown back and forth in the tube. I do love that he took. I don't even think this. I'm not sure if this actually works because I can't remember what the MythBusters episode actually landed with. Isn't the old idea of like jumping? Isn't that a elevator thought? Like if your elevator is falling as it gets near the bottom, you try and jump to like
save
heard yourself.
That, yeah.
He was like, work with a plane, right?
It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. We kind of around that time of the year where people are going to the playoffs in fantasy football.
Yep.
Lopez, are you in the playoffs?
I am not.
Oh, man.
I am not.
Reggie, you not playing, are you?
No, I'm not this year, although I think I've opened myself up again to maybe playing next year. I kind of got the FOMO.
Okay. So I ran across this story right here. Somebody posted this. I want to know if this is fair or foul. Speaking of cheating and all that stuff, cheating the system. So this guy posted this. 2 players in my league bench all of their players to force a tie and eliminate me from the playoffs.
I've heard that happen.
I tried to explain this is cheating and collusion, but they think they're just being smart. What do you think?
Okay.
Do you think this fair? Like, what if this happened in y'all league?
All right, so I'd be mad, obviously, if I were the victim. But I do think I need to know, does one of those teams not make the playoffs?
No, I think they...
Were they already both in the playoffs?
I think they both are in the playoffs.
Well, then they're just being a-holes.
Yeah, because I don't think it meant anything for them.
Like, if it helps you, okay.
See, what that person then needs to do,
because they both didn't play anybody.
right?
Yeah.
But what I think that person then needs to do is don't try and like get mad, get even. Just go and see if you could pick your spot with one of these dudes and be like, hey, what will it take for you to roll this out? And then when Monday Night Football comes, play that guy.
Yeah.
So that now it's not a 0-0 tie. Now it is a one-player performance to 0 win.
Yeah.
And I can get into the playoffs. See, if they want to go low, go lower.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I feel like now you need to get on your grind. Go make some moves, big fella. But I would be mad, yes.
Yeah, I've heard of that exact scenario, and I'm like, I don't know about that. What about the integrity of your league?
Sounds like somebody needs to fight. I'm not trying to advocate for violence. However, someone needs to recognize that there are consequences to some of these actions.
Yeah. I wouldn't know what to do. I would be kind of pissed.
Of course. Yeah.
It's the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. We was watching the Thursday night football. I actually tuned in towards the end when
it got fun. You didn't miss nothing.
The Bucks was completely collapsing because I thought it was over.
Yeah.
I think it was like what? I
14-point fourth quarter lead.
Yeah. I think that's when I tuned in and the Bucks was just collapsing.
Yeah.
So I got to see that part, and I also got to hear the final call of this game. So I want you guys to judge this call from the great Al Michaels.
And the kick is just inside the left upright. And there's a little celebrating going on in Charlotte, North Carolina, right?
Man, it was a preseason game.
Dude, I thought it was the end of the first half.
Yeah, that was bad.
And then he kind of threw me off with it's a little bit of celebration in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm like,
yeah, what happened there?
Brother, you in Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
And then I realized he was talking about, Carolina being in first place.
Yeah.
But that was dry. Honestly, even the celebration on the field kind of looked dry. Everything just looked so dry. I'm like, damn.
But adding nothing to the moment.
You can understand the celebration on the field. Yeah, Al has lost it, man.
Yeah.
And I feel weird saying that, but this isn't just this week thing.
Last year he was getting torched.
It feels consistently. You and I'm not huge into the broadcast. I'm here for the game, as I think a lot of us are. But it's hard not to notice that.
That was a hell of a comeback.
Yes.
Like throw the records out and all this other stuff. That was a hell of a comeback.
That was the best comeback of the year.
And
in the NFL.
I think the Falcons never had a comeback like that since 93? I think I seen 1993. And you just give us that.
You don't even have to go that. You don't even have to do the historical thing. It is the Atlanta Falcons that they came back and won a football game. That's a level of confidence that deserves.
Didn't they convert like a 3rd and 28 or something like that?
Yes.
On the way to doing it. And he's like, just inside the upright. Golly. I mean, you couple that with some of the other calls for just nondescript NFL games. This was an important one with a big comeback.
Yeah. I ain't know what he's doing. And then he had a couple games he called Bijan, Brian Robertson. And I'm just like, but
yeah.
Where's Brian Robinson playing now? Is it San Fran?
Yeah, I think he's San Fran right now. But I'm like, damn, that's all you got, man. I'm like, I guess maybe this game ain't that damn important then.
Yeah.
Look, Prime Video does a good job trying to make the game big in a lot of other ways. The booth has
it needs some help.
Yeah.
By the way, was it glitching for you again? Amazon always has issues. I've had a couple of glitches.
Welcome to the streaming world, baby.
Man,
baby.
But it seems like it's Amazon more than others.
It do. Yeah, it was freezing up a little bit sometimes. But
don't worry about it. You got that 2-day Prime. You'll live with it.
All right, just get you out of here on this. Just want to give a little thoughts and prayers and rest in peace to Jeff Garcia, not the football player Jeff Garcia.
Okay.
But the voice actor for Jimmy Neutron. Remember the cartoon?
Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah, but he had passed away, I want to say at the age of, he was in his early 50s.
Yeah,
for sure.
I think I remember that. He's the voice actor for Sheen, right? I remember this.
Yeah. So rest in peace to that man.
Man, Jimmy Neutron had a big run.
And that was one of the ones that went platinum in your house?
Yeah, and my kids, yeah.
Okay, very good, very good.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, Fig, for another fantastic edition of Mixtape. 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610. At the Figgy Fig if you believe that you've seen something that is mixtape worthy. All right, coming up next, we get ready to crosstalk with the fellas of the drive who are out at the BB's Tex Orleans out in Tomball, right off of Tomball Parkway. In fact, but before we do that, let's draft the weekend. And there is a fun one in the NFL slate. So let's see who gets what games. We'll talk about it next.
Ready?
Thank you, Figgy.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
Been a fun Football Friday to this point on Sports Radio 610, and it only gets more fun here in a little bit when we hand things off to the fellas of the drive. Ron T. Mill, Clint Ron out at the BB's Tex Orleans in Tomball. Hustle out, head out there, hang out with the fellas, get you something to eat. Definitely get you something to eat. If you don't get you something to eat,
you're missing out.
You are indeed missing out. But obviously, giveaways, things of that nature happening out there, and just general good times. So you want to make sure that you head out there and have a blast. Thank you to B. Scott for joining us earlier on in the program. We always appreciate when he can do that. It's very, very fun. What we're headed into is the weekend where there's a lot more fun. So let's go ahead and draft the weekend. A lot of games that I'd kind of like to talk about and kind of gear up our weekend of sports watching and viewing. And, of course, number one, as always, is going to be the Texans game. But actually, if we were really, truly ranking it, because of the nature of it being, like the 832 saying, probably it should be a virtual bye week. Now, of course, they're not going to take it that way. They're going to go in there and operate with a level of business-like nature to go and get their win, and you should.
Man, I'm scared to say that.
Well, the reality is, you could lose this game, and your playoff odds really don't take a big hit.
Yeah, now your odds of winning the division definitely would take a hit, which I'm still intrigued by the possibility of having a home game in the playoffs in NRG. But I think if you compared to some of these games on the schedule, I think you'd pick some of these games. And so with that, let's go ahead and pick those games. Who's supposed to be drafted first, gentlemen?
I think Figgy again, right?
I think, that sounds about right.
All right. So I'm going to go a little NFL. I want to see what Phillip Rivers do.
Yep.
It's such a sick
versus Seahawks.
We're sick people. We really are. Because this game, I believe it's 3:25 on CBS, one of those games that's going to be on CBS. This game is probably, in all likelihood, a massacre. Last time I checked, and let me make sure I'm right, 13.5 is the line in favor of the Seattle Seahawks. At home, a really good defense, really good offense. Mike McDonald's got them playing fantastic football. And a Colts team that has been going the other way, and in all likelihood is either starting Riley Leonard, a rookie quarterback who was fine and when he was called into duty, but he's not anything to write home about. And then 44-year-old Phillip Rivers.
That's it.
Those are
that's the answer right there. I get it, Figgy. I would have drafted that game too, and knowing that in the NFL this weekend, there's some hugely important games.
There are.
I just want to see what he do.
Yes. No, I'm not. I'm second guessing your pick there because
just imagine
I'd have done the same thing.
Just imagine if he go out there and throw for maybe, let's say, 250.
Yeah,
I ain't even gonna go crazy. Just 250.
Just a cool 250. Phillip Rivers, all we're asking for against that defense, 250 yards. That's all.
Yeah, the story will be a 44-year-old guy who haven't played in 5 years, got off his couch, or maybe put down the clipboard in this case, and threw for 250.
Yep. You or me?
I will go.
Okay.
Because I don't want to leave this to you. Give me a game that I believe is going to be the first leg of a two-leg decider of who's going to win the MVP in the NFL. Give me Bills at Patriots. That's also going to be a noon game, which will make it a little tough to keep track of. However, but yeah, man, I think this is going to be a very important game. If Drake May does Drake May things as he has done this year against the Buffalo Bills, admittedly not a great defense as we saw here, but if he's able to continue to put up the kind of numbers, the kind of play that he has, that's going to be one of those things that can help solidify him taking a step over, admittedly, Matt Stafford and getting an MVP. Now, I think the second leg of it is next week when the Rams play. Who do they play again? Because it's a really good matchup. And, of course, I forgot it right in the moment when I was going to say it. Next week when they play Seahawks. That's the team that they play next week. I think that Matt Stafford has the chance of ultimately finishing it off there. But this is the first leg of it. And if Drake May holds his own, I think this will be finish off the calling card for MVP season.
Yeah, no, you're right. And there are a lot of AFC games that have significant impact in the AFC and to the Texans. I mean, you can just go down the list. Jets at Jaguars even. If something crazy happens, could help the Texans. Chargers and Chiefs is big. A lot of AFC games. You mentioned Bills and Patriots. That could be big. But I'm going to go with an NFC game because I just want to be entertained. It's going to be in the afternoon window. Get home from the Texans and catch me a little bit of Lions and Rams. And that is the other leg that you were talking about in terms of the MVP.
I wonder if this one will have that same weight. Maybe it does. Like maybe it does have that same weight, this one in particular, versus the Lions. But, yeah, you're right. I think there's MVP ramifications here. I think also you just look at it, and this should be fun, right? Sometimes all you need on a Sunday is just what's the most fun football game?
Entertain me.
And the Rams have been a deeply and desperately fun football team. A lot of people are settling in on the Rams as the best team of football, and I don't think you could blame them for that. The Lions trying to find their footing, and they've done a little bit in that regard. This is going to be a real test for them there. Fit?
Yeah, this one is completely – this has nothing to do with anything, but I want to see the Browns and Bears. I want to see what Shador do.
Hey, Bears too.
Bears have been a pretty good football team.
Yeah, I just want to see. I think Shador had a really good game last game, and I just want to see how he bounced back from that. Is it going to keep going, or was that just flashing?
If he keeps going, we're talking about a huge story.
It's going to be an interesting situation.
You don't check in on Ken Carmen again if that's the case?
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I am. Well, I definitely want to check that game out.
No, I think that's a fair one. Absolutely. And see what Cleveland is doing. It's such a wild ride, that particular team, where they're going, how they're managing to balance all this out. I will pick this one just for the opportunity to get to a piece of audio here, John Lopez. Give me Ravens Bengals. Oh. It also matters to the Texans because who wins that the AFC North is going to be of some level of import. I don't know if it's the greatest import, but it is worthwhile to see what happens there. But we talked about the Joe Burrow, him sounding like he might not want to continue playing football in relatively soon, or maybe not want to continue playing for the Bengals.
Yeah.
Jamar Chase was in front of the media yesterday, and I don't know if he liked all of our conversation to that end.
I see him the same every day. To me, he loves football. You know what I'm saying? But that's a him question. I can't answer that for him. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day.
And I'm asking for your perspective. I'm not trying to.
I don't know. From what I see the same person every day. He comes to work. He loves work. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, he don't look like he's bummed to be here, But it's the same every day. Y'all know y'all be putting some clues together, boy, I swear. Honestly, nothing's wrong with a little emotion at the end of the day, especially coming back from an injury. The man loves the game. I think he loves the game. From what I've learned from him also at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? So I can't really say what he feels at the end of the day, but from what I see, man, he seems the same every day. He comes to work ready to play, comes to practice, the same guy. He helps me every day. It's no negativity in the building from him.
I like that. I guess it was a reporter laughing, trying not to laugh.
Yeah, that Louisiana came out.
It came out strong,
real strong.
Y'all putting clues together. I was like,
Does this give you any additional, insight into the way that you feel about the Joe Burrow audio?
Yeah, not really. I think from his perspective, he's like, he was legitimately like, I don't see any difference.
Yeah,
but that doesn't mean he didn't see the clip, and maybe that was just a side of Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow being the same every day is not like a happy, go lucky guy anyway. He's just sort of morose and straightforward.
Well, maybe not morose. That might be a little strong, but he can play along with his teammates and stuff. But yeah, he ends up being a little bit more straight laced than I think some other guys.
All right, give me Army, Navy, 2 p.m.
Pomp and the circumstance.
That's it, man. Can't miss it.
Even in Baltimore, man.
In Baltimore, and even if you're just not all the way plugged in, it's just on and it's cool, especially the pregame and the early game. And you got to have Army Navy.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I think some games that we did not end up selecting that are worth noting. Packers Broncos is going to be an interesting one. Again, looking at the Broncos, seeing if they can just what Bo Nix is capable of doing. In a circumstance versus a Packers team that's been better. And then, just seeing if the Broncos are going to keep pace and if they're ultimately going to get that bye. I think shout out to Prairie View in the Celebration Bowl tomorrow versus SC State. See if they can finish off a fantastic season. And if you're interested in a little college basketball, give me number 17 Arkansas versus number 16 Texas Tech.
Yeah.
Tomorrow at tomorrow at 11 a.m. That should be a fun basketball game, man. A couple of really good basketball teams and see what Texas Tech and Arkansas got going early on.
Ranked matchup?
Yeah, man.
What else you want?
I don't know. On a Saturday, just put that on. Gets to cleaning or doing whatever you got to do. That's another thing that you can look at. All right. Definitely a thing that you want to look at is the inside of the BB's Tex Orleans out there in Tomball. And I know that's exactly what is being looked at by the fellas of the drive, Clint, Ron, courtesy of D&M Auto Leasing. Fellas, what's it looking like, man?
It's looking good, baby. First time being out here at this BB's location, but it's going to be a good time out here as always. Get a little of that Cajun style there. I know I'm going to probably run into these red beans and rice.
Yeah.
To the gumbo they got here as well. So it'll be a good time out here. Got prizes for you to win. Academy Sports and Outdoor gift cards. You got potential future tickets to that Colts-Texans game coming up, and Tomball Ford in the building. You get you a free oil change at any kind of vehicle you have. We got a lot for you to win. All you got to do is get into that raffle box and have us a good time. And I'm listening to you all do your draft for the games every weekend. And is Phillip really playing?
I think he's starting.
It feels like it, man. It feels like they're trying to play it close to their vest, but I feel like you don't go through the rigmarole of what you're doing and not put Phillip Rivers out there, man.
That's just I mean, they can't be in that bad a space, man. Riley's got to get a couple. Is his knee that bad?
One would think.
Yeah.
I'm with you. Like, I actually don't hate the idea of Riley Leonard playing, but it just feels like all of the conversation has geared so much, even inside that building, towards Phillip Rivers.
Like, if Riley can go, he starts, right?
He wasn't that bad stepping in either. He wasn't that bad stepping in. He looked fine.
Right?
I don't know.
There is zero chance that Phillip Rivers pulls himself off the Hall of Fame ballot to come be on the practice squad and be an emergency quarterback.
Correct. Yeah.
I mean, this has got to be – Riley Leonard's knee's got to be so bad that he can't move, and so now you're looking at a rookie quarterback that's not –
Didn't he practice?
I think he may have practiced a little bit yesterday, but I'm talking about if he's going to play the run game, and even if it's not even designed, even if it's just his escapability, has to be a big part of what they're leaning into. And if he can't do that, unfortunately, you are more than likely better off with a 44-year-old that knows the offense, that at least has seen all these defenses that can spit the football out. I mean, it's more of a indictment on Riley Leonard with a bad wheel.
I feel like we at the turn at the Daytona 500, just watching it.
Yeah, it's a crash. You
watching
for a
the
crash?
crash.
Yeah, no, it's. I tell you, man, it's going to be fascinating to watch. Whether it's a crash or he has success, either way it goes, man, it's going to be a hell of a story.
I think
to Marcus.
I think they didn't think that Riley Leonard was going to start when they brought in Phillip Rivers, because you wouldn't even bring him in, and put that out there unless you were pretty sure he had to play.
I mean, I don't know what their practice squad looks like. I'm going to assume they've got another quarterback in the field.
They got Brett Rippon, right?
Well, yes, they do.
Brett Rippon, yeah.
And he's gotten snaps. I mean, he's played snaps in the NFL.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, talk about what those snaps are? Or?
It don't matter. It doesn't matter.
He had a really good game on Monday night for Denver several years ago.
Whatever it is, bumping up against a guy that's been coaching football and is overweight a bit right now. And that's the thing is you're sitting there with a quarterback situation with paying a guy on the practice squad that's got NFL reps and a guy that has been your backup all year long in Riley Leonard, and you're telling me a 44-year-old Phillip Rivers is a better option? That's clearly what they had to tell him to get his ass off that Hall of Fame ballot.
Yes.
They might be just in a place
he made
where
it to the semifinalists.
Yes.
He's got to wait another 5.
Oh, it's going to be great. I'm going to tell you, hey, y'all, Cam Newton mattered a horse.
He really is.
Cam, I saw first thing I saw on my social media was Cam was like, this is like a slap in the face.
But now, in all fairness, you don't like what they're doing. You don't. I mean, I know Phil knows the offense a little bit better, but I mean, God, he could do whatever they're going to plan to do with Riley Leonard.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, I think the biggest part if 44-year-old Phillip Rivers didn't know the offense like the back of his hand and have a very close relationship with Shane Steichen, he wouldn't have been the call.
Sure.
So I understand where people would look at it and go, well, why not Cam Newton? Well, it's pretty easy to tell you why. I mean, clearly Cam If he knows the offense, then we can have a conversation. But if he doesn't know the offense, then it's a no-brainer to go the other direction. But I can see where Cam feels a little bit slighted. Big picture, just overall in the NFL. Yeah. If Indy, an 8-win team, can give Phillip Rivers a shot, how can nobody give Cam a shot?
It also is worth noting that Indy is the place where Jeff Saturday came off the TV set to go coach.
This is true.
I feel like that also adds some level of context to this. Yeah. Speaking of context,
they're not scared to think outside the box.
Yeah, that's right. Speaking of context, 44-year-old Phillip Rivers, just to make you really feel it, you know who is also 44 years of age? Troy Polamalu.
Good for him, and he's doing Head and Shoulders commercials.
Yeah, he is.
He sure is. That one hit me yesterday. I was like, wait, what?
Like, how did the Colts put themselves in this position?
Oh, they did it by choice.
Like, how do you get from, all right, man, our starter Daniel Jones went down. I guess, but they've known that Anthony Richardson's been hurt for a minute.
Yes.
Like
they've known their backup. Like they know they don't have draft picks.
They knew they were one bad play away from we're Riley and Leonard and we're stuck.
Yep. Yeah, man. I don't understand how any team puts themselves in this. We talk about it all the time. I mean, there's good. Like, it may not be your prototypical quarterbacks, but I mean, there's quarterbacks that can get out there and get in and out of the huddle. Mm-hmm. And for teams to think they need to pull a 44-year-old guy off the Hall of Fame ballot is wild in today's game.
Hey, say that out loud, just out loud. Hey, man, we're blowing Achilles away from having to call Phillip Rivers. We're in the playoffs. Yeah. We're in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Makes you appreciate Davis.
That's got to be 7-8 calls down, doesn't it?
You would think so.
Well, fellas, I'm excited for a Football Friday here in the Drive. Lopez, have a fantastic weekend.
You too, big
I'll catch you on a Monday. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Again, appreciation to D&M Auto Leasing for the crosstalk. But right now, the Drive is live.
That's right, the Drive is live. And as we talked about it here with the fellas, we are live right here off Tomball Parkway at BB's. Come on out here and hang out with us as it's going to be a beautiful time on this Football Friday as we get you ready for this big matchup for the Texans as they will host the Arizona Cardinals coming up on Sunday. If you're on YouTube and Twitch, you can see the fellas, and you can see our guy Tyler Milner, who is holding it down back at the station. But good times out here. If you're in the building, like my guy who just got up and grabbed him a ticket and got in our raffle box, we've got Academy Sports and Outdoor gift cards. We've got Tomball Ford, a free oil change. Any type of vehicle you have, you can go get hooked up there. A little bit later on, you got a chance to win a pair of tickets to that Texans-Colts game at the end of the season that is continuing to look like it will be a big game. And for the price of Own the House, you can grab a commemorative glass of the Drive. I saw it right there. They got one of the Drive. They've got us in there, and you can go ahead and grab that for the price of nothing. Just walk on up and get you a glass right there and be a winner. So
boy, everybody's a winner. You got a real. Your beard is as full as Tyler's right there in that picture, man.
Yeah, I see
that
Courtney's
beard is
dad.
Really full. Courtney's dad.
See Clint, Tyler, and Courtney's dad right there. You can win that today.
Yeah, your fade's not real tight right there. I'll be honest.
Oh
with you.
man, he looked at that really.
You're not real lined up.
He really cracked up when he saw that. He really did.
He thought he done made the cut up, huh?
Yeah, he did. He said, "Boy, there it is." I mean, I've heard sometimes people's people get married long enough they start to look like each other. But damn, I ain't never heard people married long. People get married long enough they start looking like their father-in-law. So, but no, come on out, man. It's going to be a good time to be had out here. As we get you ready for this Football Friday. Clint, jumping out here, injury update on both sides. Kamari Laster had practiced all week. He returned to practice today and is expected to play on Sunday against the Cardinals. Nick Chubb was out there, Clint, but he was on the side, very similar to what we saw from Kamari Laster last week. He was out there on the side working with trainers. So hopefully this is a situation like a Kamari Laster did last week. That was what he did. Missed the first 2 days of practice and then worked on the side on that Friday, and then he was able to go. So hopefully Nick Chubb is able to go. And obviously, for him and his age, just taking off practice ain't the worst thing in the world to maybe keep some things. But we hope those ribs are all right, because as we talked about it, man, they don't want to just run Woody Marks crazy in this game. And if they happen to have the ability to use Nick Chubb, I think that'll be a big thing. But the big one there is Kamari Lassiter looks like he's going to go.
Well, look, I mean, keeping with Nick Chubb, I don't know that you want to risk him getting injured in this game, to be completely honest with you. I mean, your top two horses, I don't know that you really want either one of them in an NFC game that doesn't mean squat, really, relative to you getting into the playoffs. And I don't know that you really want to risk either one of them. Now, you've got to play them, obviously, because Dare Ogunbowale and Cody Schrader are the only two guys, I believe, that are options. I guess British Brooks could fill some role. But, I mean, if you really want to put your best foot forward, you got to play those guys to some degree. But, I mean, this is it's going to be an interesting week for the running back room and for the Texans offense of just how do they approach it? How do they handle it? What do they view this game in the big scheme of things being an NFC opponent? So, we'll see, but ribs are, rib. I don't know if it's cartilage, I don't know if it's obliques, I don't know if it's the actual rib. I don't know what's going on, but those are typically kind of finicky, injuries where, I mean, hell, it hurts when you breathe.
Yeah.
And clearly his hurts bad enough because he ran a football one time and then went to the sideline. His hurts bad enough for him to put him on the shelf in the first quarter of a game. So. And
he's going to take hits. Probably.
Yeah, he's going to get twisted around. Yeah. He's going to, he's going to, boy, that's iffy right there with Nick Chubb. It really, I mean, I hate to really push forward, but whoever the fourth back is, beyond Dare Ogunbowale could very easily get some good run this week in this game.
Yeah.
Assuming they know the offense, assuming they can handle the load, and the staff trusts them. I could see somebody that we hadn't seen get some run in this game.
Now the other side, there have been some players that have been ruled out on the other side for the Cardinals. Short-handed, they'll be without Marvin Harrison Jr. We knew Paris Johnson, their left tackle, would be out, but Marvin Harrison Jr. is officially ruled out, and Jalen Thompson as well. I think the Marvin Harrison Jr., not a major surprise. He's been injured, didn't play their last game, but I think that one's big because I think one of the big matchups in this game is how the Texans are going to handle Trey McBride, who is essentially their best threat. Wilson's a pretty good receiver, had a big game last week on the other side. But when you don't have Marvin Harrison Jr., I think we could see D'Amico get creative like he did last week. We saw a lot of Kamari Lassiter on Kelce last week. We're using a corner, which I thought was a really smart move by him and Matt Burke to do that. And Trey McBride is played as the best tight end in football this year. So I think that opens up more options for them to be able to use in that major matchup without a Marvin Harrison Jr. out there.
The interesting part there is what you're hitting on is does D'Amico Ryan stay, in structure and just be a quarters coverage team and nobody's traveling, nobody's matching up, they're just playing their defense. Does he start that way? And then if Trey starts to get off a little bit, then all of a sudden the adjustment is going to be either Stingley or Kamari bumps inside and handles him in more man situations. Or does he out of the gate just say, we're going to eliminate it right away. We're going to give him our best shot right away. I would imagine that he starts on the conservative side. I would imagine that he stays within structure of the coverages and what he wants to do, and then gets exotic if McBride becomes a problem or if the game dictates that. But, you're right. I mean, he's one of the best in the game, and boy, if he gets rolling, you could have a problem on your hands.
Yeah. So that's I think that's the big thing there. All right, as we look at this game, Clint, I feel like you maybe want to take a deep breath here, and maybe have some people take a deep breath here about the expectations for this offense. I'm guessing you're meaning specifically for this game coming up on Sunday.
Yeah, well, I just think we need to pump the brakes a bit of we've talked in the last couple of days about how the Cardinals defense has just been getting ran through. And while those numbers don't lie, I mean, you are correct. Those numbers are correct. But I look down there, and boy, you want to talk about how you push an average through the roof. Well, you play Seattle, We've seen how good their offense is. They put up 44. San Francisco, Kyle Shanahan's one of the best in the game. Purdy, I believe Purdy was playing in that game, or was that Mac? But 41 there. And then 45 to Matthew Stafford and Sean McVay. Those are the three of the last 5 games. Those are the three that pushed the average number, up through the roof. And so I just, we're not even in the same breath. We're not even in the same, remotely close on the same planet as those offenses are. And I think we're closer to the other two teams, Jacksonville, who scored 27 in overtime. 24. No, that's right, 27 in overtime. And Tampa Bay, who scored 20 in regulation to get by. I think we're closer to those two teams than we are the teams that have actually blown the top off this defense. And so I know I'm tempering my expectations for kind of how this offense comes out and what they are capable of doing, how well they produce, based off of kind of a second look of who's had success against this Arizona defense lately.
Yeah, 713-572-4610. You agree with Clint there? Do you think in this matchup, and I said it yesterday, the Cardinals have given up 35.5 points a game in this 5-game losing streak that they're in right now. Do you feel like we need to pump the brakes on the expectations for this offense? Like, I will say this to you, Clint. I don't know that I believe that they are going to have a great offensive game. I don't even know that I expect them to have a great offensive game. I'm just looking at it from the standpoint of, for this team, that the Arizona Cardinals are not what is not what the hope and the goal is for this team. Like, the hope right now, as you look at the landscape of the AFC, is, boy, they got a chance to make a run. They got a chance to make the run, and their offense has to come to the table to help them make that run. And I just look at it. This has to be a matchup in which we see some real signs of it.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Like, this has to be a matchup. I know I heard Brandon say that earlier on in the loop that maybe they should flirt with 30. I don't know that I'm putting a number on it, but I'm just saying this should be a game against this type of a defense, because you're going to face much better defenses in the postseason, and even with the Chargers coming up soon down the stretch. They've got to show some signs of life and not you feel like, all right, boy, 10-17 is where they're going to be without help. And that's just my thing is, I don't even know if they're going to do it. I don't know if they're going to put up 27 like the Jags did in overtime. But for me, if they're going to get where they need to get to, and the offense is going to play its role in it, this is a game, Clint, where they have to show some signs.
Yeah. No, look, I totally agree. I'm not disagreeing with the thought that they've got to improve on what we saw last year, and this is a team that you can do it against. I just, when we had that conversation yesterday, I was like, whoo, man. I mean, 35's a lot of points, man. They ought to just blow the scoreboard up. I mean, this is a real chance to score some points, the way they did against Baltimore back earlier in the season. Well, but I went back after going back and looking. I was like, I mean, those are 3 pretty good quarterback, play caller, offense schemes, that went out there and feasted on this defense. And the other ones that should really, I'll be honest with you, I mean, Tampa Bay, I don't know who was playing in that game, but Tampa Bay is typically an offense that can score some points. But, the offenses that are just kind of average to below average, they ain't scoring a bunch of points on this defense. And so my point is just, I know how I felt after that conversation. I just hope the Texans fans ain't expecting them go out there and just rattle off a boatload of points. Now, I hope they do. I just don't know if that's going to be the case.
Text line coming in, don't pump the brakes. We have a superstar quarterback. Showed the Texans have made small improvements offensively. Chiefs blitzed, Caley adjusted in the 4th. I don't really think he did. I don't. Like, you remember those possessions. Woody Marks put together a couple of really good runs. Like, I mean, they only completed 3 balls. He was under hell every time he dropped back, and the big pass he made was pressure right off the bat. So I don't know if that improved, but no, I just think it should. This isn't one of the premier defenses. Well, with the Clint in this game, though, if you're looking at how they should approach offense in this game, what are some of the things you would look for them in this particular matchup?
Well, I think first and foremost, you gotta take care of your for sures, right? You got to take care of what you know is going to help you play the best offensive football that you can moving forward the rest of the way versus AFC opponents as well as in the playoffs if you get there. So, look, you can't go completely away from trying to establish a run. You planted that flag that's going to be your identity. Now how they juggle, getting that run going while limiting Woody Marks and Nick Chubb, I think is going to be the number one priority. How do you do it without overworking those guys? Hell, you may be without one of them. So how do you do it without them? Which I think leads me into what I would like to see them do is get some guys going and involved that we haven't seen much of. You mentioned Jalen Noel yesterday, how much of a mystery that is. Keith Stover had really high expectations. Hell, that was coming from the head coach in the preseason. And he's come back and he's been in there a lot, but he's really been a non-factor. Get him more involved. I mentioned the Schrader kid that they just signed. Is this a game where all of a sudden Dare Ogunbowale takes the majority of the run and a Schrader or British Brooks or one of those guys never touches the ball because Dare Ogunbowale is going to be the emergency back, or do we actually see some other guys that can give us some life and be the answer if you do lose one of your top backs moving forward? So I think getting that run game going and getting some other guys involved in the offense, I think this is a week that you could see it happen. I think a couple of low-hanging fruit are – you cannot allow – we talked about it, the two most important things for this offense, I believe. One, you've got to get a quick game and screen game going. Got to. I don't care who you're playing. You've got to get that going. You got to commit to it. Whether it works or not, like a charm, you got to commit to it. And the other thing is you got to move Nico Collins. You got to move Nico Collins. This is – whether it's this game or one of the FC games, you cannot continue to allow defenses to take Nico Collins completely out of the game by simply pressing a corner and rolling a safety. You cannot do it. And then when they do that, you just leave him sitting out there and you never even move him to try to get him off the ball or try to get them out of that particular structure of defense. And so those two things absolutely have to change, man. And there's just no excuse for it. I'll be honest with you. I think it's a matter of survival moving forward. You know what I mean? You talk about this offense and how do you just get the most out of what you're doing right now, and the guys that are your go-to guys right now. The good thing is you can do that. You can protect your quarterback. You can protect your offensive line. And while doing it, you can get Dalton Schultz more touches. You can get Nico Collins more touches. You can get Jalen Noel involved. You can get these guys involved with that quick screen game, and they've got to get that rolling.
Yep. All right, coming up, key matchups in the game that you need to be keeping yourself abreast with, as I did that for you, Tyler. Key matchups coming up in this game. Thank you, Tyler. We'll do that coming up next.
I got the keys. I got the keys.
That's going to be a hot key.
In the loop.
Can you think back to the various twists and turns, the near misses that got them here? And now this Texans team not only controls their own destiny for the playoffs, they've got a good shot of winning the AFC South again, and they look like the scariest mofos headed into the playoffs.
It's Reggie Atatula and John Lopez, localizing your lunch break 10 to 2 every day on Sports Radio 610.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713, call Lee. 69 Southwest Freeway, northbound at Fannin. It's a stall that has a left shoulder blocked. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
Gumbo coaches' comments and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from BB's Tex Orleans off 249 in Tomball, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. That's right on a Football Friday here. And they continue to be big weeks. We are live here right off Tomball Parkway at BB's. Get on out here. Make your way on out here. The menu is great. I think, Clint, I'm gonna have to mess with some of this gumbo here. I feel like that's a place to start.
I'm going with the smoked boudin link and a bowl of gumbo.
Oh, you go?
I want to kind of venture off into something else. That catfish you was talking about sounds kind of tasty, but
it really does.
I'm just going to be honest with you, man. And then maybe a little later in the show, I may go. Well, no, I may go with some oysters. I may go with some oysters later in the show.
I was going to say, Clint, you would act like this is going to be your first round. First and only round, huh?
This is my appetizer.
That's your dismount here.
Boudin and gumbo. It's appetizer.
Yeah, it's appetizer. Yeah,
start the show. Just start the show.
Don't start with that gumbo myself, but. No, man, it's a good time out here. We'll start hooking folks up here soon. So if you're in the building or you're on your way, you got a chance to win multiple prizes from Academy Sports and Outdoors, Tomball Ford, tickets to the Texans and the Colts, courtesy of our good friends with the Houston Ford dealers. So bring yourself on out here. All right, Clint, there are in this game, right, there's obviously some matchups, some key matchups that we need to look after in this game, and we do this. We tend to do this each week when the Texans have the ball, Clint. For and maybe this is an NFC team that a lot of people may not know as much about. What are key matchups for you in this game when it comes to the Texans having the ball against that Cardinals defense?
Yeah, look, I think it's Nico. They got a rookie corner, Will Johnson. Remember, he was the
Michigan,
corner
they got injured.
Yeah, he slid because he was injured, but apparently a really good corner. I heard Casario talk about he's played a lot. There are other corners injured, and I believe he's out. So you've got Nico Collins versus Will Johnson, a rookie corner, and versus a backup corner on the other side. I think they're going to be able to do some things offensively, but I'm just, at this point in the season, I am dialed in on how they use Nico Collins. I'm going to tell you right now, this is as big a deal as we've got with the Houston Texans right now. If the Houston Texans are going to just camp Nico Collins out one side or the other and allow defensive coordinators to zero in on him and eliminate him by giving more attention to him pre-snap, that is going to be the death of us. That is going to be the death of us. If our offense scoring whatever little points we need to score with how good our defense is, if that's going to be dependent once you get in the playoffs or down the stretch here on Higgins creating separation or Kirk or Noel or 19 or you're just not going to be explosive enough unless 12 is a big part of it, and he cannot disappear for a half of a game like he did last week. So I think this week I'm leaning into that thought for my matchups, as well as you got a rookie over there. You got some depth corners that are going to have to play, and Nico just needs to be a big part of what they do.
Well, I think also, Clint, as you said in the first segment, it's Will Johnson for the first part of it, but it's also the alignment. I am going to guess we've watched teams do this all year long because, as you said, the Texans have just allowed it to happen.
That's right.
And it happened again really in the second half completely, where they just stack a safety right up over the top of Nico Collins and play press coverage right there, and then there's always constant help. And it seems to work to either take him completely out of the game or at least minimize his effect on the game. And that, I think that's a part of it, just that coverage. Is there going to be an adjustment on that, right? Because it isn't just one-on-one with the corner with Nico. It's the help.
Well, and here's the deal is, look, Nico can go out and have a good game that way, obviously. And he's a good enough player where he can get pressed all day long and get off the ball, and even with the safety over the top, now we're going to hold the football quarterback so we can get into the deep curl zones and so we can run the deep digs. And and we can run these different routes. So it just requires a little bit more from everybody on the field to getting the ball that way. It's a little bit more difficult on him. What I'm looking for is just some easier touches for Nico. Again, whether that's in the screen game, the quick game, if you move him, you're automatically going to get him a free release. You get him in the middle of the field some. You may get him on a nickel defender. They may switch it. You get them in chase mode instead of we're going to double this guy. We know exactly where it is. Now they're chasing and reacting, and you can create some opportunity that way with your big guy. I just hope that's what they do, because I'm telling you, Ron, there's just I love the complementary receivers that we have, the potential as a Texans fan. I'm like, yeah, Higgins is coming, man. Yeah, I like Noah. I mean, you know, I still have a little bit of hope for 13, but against better defenses, it's just going it shouldn't come down to that.
And that's the thing is, Clint, I think they will be all right in this game if Nico, like we take a look at the Ravens game, he didn't have that big of a game with 40, 50 yards or something like that, and they were able to spread it around. But if you potentially run into Mike Vrabel, gets his hands on you.
Last week in the second half?
Last week, yeah. But, we're talking the playoffs. You potentially run into Mike Vrabel. You potentially run into Vance Joseph again. And this, and this time he has Patrick Surtain, right? Like, you run into these teams that will have the ability to, apparently be able to take Nico out the game and make it tougher for the other guys around him. Can they, in games like this, show that they can move Nico around and get him out of that type of coverage and that they'll still be effective in that, so they can prepare themselves for the games that where that'll be really important, where you just can't have Nico Collins not be a part of, like Nico Collins not getting a catch or a target in a half of a game that you are struggling in a game that's tight, that you're struggling offensively, where you go 5 or 6 possessions with negative 2 yards, and he doesn't get a touch or target. There can't be a defense out there that can have.
Well, you got to make it you got to make it a lot more difficult than that, and maybe they will when they're not in a game where they feel like they've got control of the game. Maybe I don't know, but I'd like to see it this week some.
All right, what about when the Cardinals have the ball?
Well, this one for me is simple. It's about the Cardinals' interior offensive line versus a real thin spot right now for the Texans. No Tim Settle, no Foley Fatukasi. I mean, you're down, you're thin right there in the middle, and so it's not necessarily any one guy. It's just down the stretch here in the season. How does the Texans' interior defensive line? How do they stand up down the stretch in the last 4 ball games? And does the late season start to wear on some of these guys? Because here's what happens. When you've got guys that are asked to do more than play, because we've heard D'Amico talk about this rotating 8 defensive linemen.
Hey, Tommy Togiai is coming now.
That's it, Togiai. That's right, he is. But there's when you look at it, he wants to rotate those guys. So he's got a bunch of bodies in there that play fast and you need to rotate. Well, when you lose a couple of those guys, all of a sudden they're playing more, right? More mileage, more the load on those guys. Can they handle it down the stretch, or do they need to add guys to that rotation, right? That's going to be the spot with the Texans moving forward is no Foley Fatukasi, no Tim Settle. How do these guys hold up? And this will be a good week, I think, to see. Is there another guy that gets in the fold there?
Yeah.
I mean, Nico Autry's had a hell of a season. I mean, he gets in there and he either commits a penalty or has a monster play that changes the game.
Yeah,
so I'll take that. That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
I'll take it right now. And so you got some bodies, you got some pieces, but is it enough?
Yeah, I think they'll be fine, especially in this game up front. All right, C.J. Stroud said something that may explain some things. We'll tell you what that is coming up next, and I got to get Tyler's real true thoughts. His Aggies obviously have a huge game coming up as the playoff is going to get started soon, but maybe some bulletin board was thrown out. I got to get Tyler's thoughts on this. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Ready? The Texans are back at home in full control of their playoff destiny. Sunday afternoon.
even late at night. Twin Peaks, each drinks scenic views.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from BB's Tex Orleans off 249 in Tomball, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Let's go, baby. Here we are on a Football Friday live here at BB's and right off Tomball Parkway. Get on there, easy to get to. Pull in, pull up, and get you a ticket. Get yourself a chance to win some prizes. Grab you one of those glasses. You see our faces on the drive. You can grab that. That is free. You ain't got to get in it. You can just take that home with you and grab one of those on your way out. So yeah, hang out, have a good time with us as we'll be here until 6 o'clock. Great food. Might have to get started on a drink here. Now they're bringing out serious cups here. These cups are serious right here. What's the size right there? I'm gonna get by.
Are they putting drinks in that?
Oh, that'd be nice.
I think that's the water cup.
Man, I was in
that'd be borderline illegal right there.
I was in college in Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Shout out to Gentleman Jim's. Their famous drink was the 8-liquor ass kicker, and it came in a styrofoam glass about this big, and you just had people just strung out.
Yes, I guess so. The 8-liquor ass kicker.
That's what it was called, man.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I've ran the streets a lot in my time, but I get away from them.
I wonder if they still got it, but it was big. I mean, a cup this size, but styrofoam.
Golly.
They're lighting
we're
them
just
up.
destroying our body.
Yeah, we were. Yeah.
Oh. I think I never had no 8-liquor ass kicker, but I think the amount of Red Bull vodkas I drank when that was like just hit the scene.
Oh, you were on that hard?
Oh, we'd go out. I didn't even think about it. What an idiot! Didn't even think we'd be out all. I mean, I never was one. I'd show up early and stay late. I never was one to go home early. And I mean, we're banging Red Bull vodkas all night. To think now what that was doing to our bodies. How were we ever sleeping?
I don't know.
How did our hearts not blow up out of our chest?
I wasn't on that, but I was that Red Bull. I mean, how many were you banging out?
Oh, I didn't count. Who was counting? I had a little bit of that NFL money and all the freedom in the world. Hell, man, it was I damn sure wasn't counting them drinks or worried about that tab, and it was clearly I wasn't worried about my heart either. That wasn't very smart.
I had never been in that space, but I hear you.
I gotta believe though. That's probably the Red Bull vodka was probably safer than the 8-liquor ass kicker. I'll be honest with you. In a cup that size, that's.
Well,
I mean, that is dangerous right there.
Depending on how many of them Red Bulls you were banging through in one sitting at night. No, but no.
I thought that was cool as hell. Going up there and ordering that bull and goose.
That's what you call it.
Grey Goose was that thing. Well, they were selling that goose now.
Yeah, good.
And man, give me one of them. That's before they had all the taste, all the flavors of the Red Bull too. It was just that straight up bad for you stuff.
Did you ever run into that Incredible Hulk?
That's the one that had Hypnotic in it.
Yeah.
I call that Smurf water. Hey, we was drinking that on the rocks.
Ooh, yeah, we had oh boy.
They still make that?
I don't know if they
Hypnotic?
do. I do. That Hypnotic boy. That Incredible.
What did you put in that?
That was about a 2-year run there.
What were you putting in that? Something made it green, obviously.
Yeah. Well, I can't remember what else it was. I know was it brandy or something like that? But yeah, that little Urka jerk. That little E&J. Anyway, here, man. Get back in. What was you said? CJ said something that could maybe potentially explain maybe what's going on with this offense.
We got it. Tyler found it. We just I'll let you hear the audio. I think we've heard a lot over really all year, but I think it's really starting to sink into some folks because it's week 13, and what I'm alluding to is. When the head coach and the offensive coordinator, and we're talking about the offense here, when they're constantly talking about communication and breaking the huddle, getting to the line of scrimmage, I mean, all these really elementary things that you would think, 20 weeks into, which I know it's been longer than that, but they're 20-plus weeks into an installation of this offense. Like, that isn't part of installation. That is part of like how you operate. We talked a little bit about sense of urgency yesterday, and so when you start going, okay, well, what in the hell is going on here? You know, what is the dynamic that continues to hold this offense back? I think one thing CJ said, it was actually Wednesday, I believe, when he spoke. But anyway, when CJ spoke earlier after our conversation yesterday, I went back to it and I was like, this could be something right here. This is CJ Stroud when he spoke to the media a little earlier.
Yeah, it's a little bit of everything. I think, our play calls, aren't short and it can get loud. So, it's sometimes, getting in there, I'm yelling as loud as I can. And, we're super tight in the huddle trying to, hear everything. And sometimes, things just happen and, it sucks because, those sometimes take away big plays or stop momentum. So, it's something we got to get fixed. And, just me trying to communicate as best as I can. But yeah, I think, it's not always going to be easy. And, how you weather the storm, those things do happen. It's a part of the game, and hopefully you try to eliminate it. But, in a way atmosphere is when you're motioning like we are and, like, doing a bunch of shifts and, fast motions, like, we all just got to be locked into what we're doing. And, so, yeah.
Well, I think two things there, right, that stick out is C.J. Stroud at this point in time talking about, like, starting his response to, hey, man, what's kind of the struggles of the offense. Starting his response with, well, the play calls aren't short. That puts me in a spot where I go, okay, is CJ struggling with the verbiage of this offense? It's easy to call plays in a meeting room when you're practicing. It's easy to call plays when you're at home and there's no noise whatsoever. Even the coaches can hear each other, and you've got a comfortable environment. But where the problems come up are when you're on the road and all of a sudden there's some noise and there's some weather and there's, now all of a sudden you've got to know the offense like the back of your hand. You've got to be a super clear communicator in the way you say the play the first time. I mean, it's got to be very intentional of looking guys in the eyes and I mean, making sure you're saying everything very precisely and very clearly. And I just wonder if that is something
part of the what they talk about urgency, part of getting
and I'm not saying that CJ can't do this or can't do that. What I'm saying is you got Nick Caley over here who wants to have these play calls, wants to get as much in of every play call that he possibly can, and then you got CJ over here who's the guy in the huddle and having to actually execute it. That they got to find a comfort zone. This can't,
and it may be a perfect storm, Clint, because it may be. Obviously this is his first year calling plays.
Yeah.
It may be him also maybe a beat late knowing exactly what he wants to call and then getting it in, and then also combined with how long it is, CJ then getting all of that maybe that's an extra 5 to 7 seconds that they're losing,
which is too much. I mean, you get
gets you to the line of scrimmage at 10 seconds instead of 15 or 17.
Yeah, which then puts the offensive line in a position where they got to try to communicate what they're going to do offensively, and then all of a sudden the defense shifts, and now they're dictating, and you're in trouble, right? So, I don't know. When I heard that, I was like, that because there's several things that can go into it, and bottom line is this. I mean, Nick Caley has to find the comfort zone of his quarterback. If you've got to shorten play calls. If you got to go to the wristband more often, go to the wristband more often. And if CJ needs to make sure that he's enunciating and clearly communicating it, man, they have got to get that right. And I go back to the CJ conversation of where are we at 3 years into this thing. Right, I mean, at some point we've got to quit having these conversations. There's got to be more taking the bull by the horns with this offense, and I got ownership in this offense, and I know it. I know how to communicate. We're still talking about basic stuff, and that is the frustrating part. Can they better that by the time the playoffs get here? Because you got to go on the road, and I mean, look, New England, it's not Pat Mahomes, it's not. Joe Burrow,
New England and Denver, and
they're loud, man.
They're loud.
Oh, they're going to be loud. Buffalo. I mean, these places are going to be loud, and so you end up on the road in one of those places. This can't be. Well, our plays are long, and I'm doing the best I can to communicate them. Like there's got to be. We got to have.
Because I don't think we've heard that being an issue. Like. In the past, in his first 2 years.
Yeah, I'm
talking about the plays are long, like the verbiage.
Well, part of having more control at the line of scrimmage, like we talked about, part of having a quarterback that has more control at the line of scrimmage is he's going to have to say 2 plays in the huddle. However they couch that, he has to say 2 plays in the huddle, and then they alert it kind of. The only way he can do that is if he can get the original play call out. So, that's just the reality of football. And so they're going to have to figure that out or quit that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. Text line coming in. Hennessy and Hypnotic. I don't know how I lost the number of time, but it was some sort of a brand.
I think I may stop and get me some Hypnotic on the way home.
Get you some Hennessy with it, too.
I think my wife is young enough. I don't think she knows what the hell it is. Yeah. I'm going to introduce her to that Hypnotic tonight. What do you think?
Yeah, I have to tell you.
She's coming off a girls' trip. She probably ain't real interested in Hypnotic. She's about whined out, I think.
I have to tell you a story off air about an Incredible Hulk night. Maybe
hold on,
stop drinking it. Thought it might end one of my best friends' my relationship with his wife forever.
Hopefully, if Hughley came in the game,
he wasn't going to be allowed to go out with you ever again, huh?
I had to go out.
See you. Huh?
I didn't see them for a couple of years. My false court, but no, man, no, yeah, that does have to improve, man. That's got to improve. They've got to get much better.
Well, that's just a little. To me, that sheds a little light on, because I know everybody in Houston that's a Texans fan, at least one that's not blowing smoke, right? We're all sitting there going, okay, why do we keep hearing the same thing about communication and not getting to the line of scrimmage and not breaking the huddle quick enough, and like, what the hell is that all about? What's the problem? Well, I mean, there's your little peek behind the curtain.
Yeah. All right, coming up as we continue right here live on The Drive, we're out here at BB's right off Tomball Parkway. Make your way on out here. Clinton just got him some food. I need to order something with somebody to get me something going on here. That gumbo is looking really, really good. Great food, great drinks. We're going to start hooking people up with some prizes coming up in the 3 o'clock hour. Gift cards to Academy Sports and Outdoors. Also, Tomball Ford with a free oil change.
I got an extra one.
You got an extra one?
We got two oil changes.
Oh, we got 2 free oil changes to give away. Come on, man. We don't mess around on these football Fridays, and then you got a chance to win in the 5 o'clock hour. Your ass got to be here, but in the 5 o'clock hour, a pair of tickets to the Colts-Texans game at the end of the season. So come hang out with us and enjoy yourself on a football Friday.
By the way, I made a new rule when you were out last week. Was it last week or new week before? Made a new rule.
What's the new rule?
Every hour you can put another ticket in the bucket.
Boy, okay.
If you're here the whole show, you get 4 shots at 10 tickets.
Enhance their chances. Okay.
Absolutely. If you're here for 2 hours, you get two shots.
All right, not bad.
So I check my clock when 3 o'clock rolls around, which is about 6 minutes. Another ticket for everybody in the building.
Let's come back and continue to look at this game, and I just want to address something that I've been seeing all week about this game with the Cardinals. We'll discuss that next.
All right, y'all. It's holiday season. Christmas is right around the corner, and there's not a better spot than Academy.
222. KILT. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from BB's Tex Orleans off 249 in Tomball, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, here we are as we are back live.
Come on.
Some people are in here not knowing what they're walking into, but I know my man back there. He's got his red his red C.J. Stroud jersey. I know he came for a reason, baby. There you go. But you need to make your way on out here as well. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. We're at BB's right off Tomball Parkway. Great food, great drinks as we get you ready on this Football Friday. And you got a chance to win prizes and to alert to people in the building. We will start to hook people up as soon as this segment is over with some prizes. We'll give us our first winner coming up after this. We've got tickets. If you want to have a chance to win, get you a ticket, and you can enter our raffle and have a chance to win anywhere from 4 different gift cards to Academy Sports and Outdoors, 2 different oil changes. Tomball Ford, you can win a free oil change, 2 different ones to Tomball Ford, any vehicle you need. They will take care of you. And in the 5 o'clock hour, you got to be here in the 5 o'clock hour. There it is. You got a chance to win 2 tickets to the Texans Colts game coming up at the end of this. Did you just make a face like that wasn't a good – did you make a face when I said Texans Colts? No, I'm looking at you. Did you? Yes. No, okay. I was about to say, I said Texans Colts game. She made a face like, I was about to say, hold on.
Oh, who did?
She must have been she was in mid-conversation. I caught her in mid-conversation about something else. I was like, damn, that ain't good enough.
Guys right here. I was like, no. They're in it. They're in it.
Say that ain't good enough. But that's coming up in the 5 o'clock hour.
I should have known what you were talking about.
I looked over there, and as soon as I said it, she made a face like, ugh. And I was like, hold on. She must have been talking about something else.
Somebody must have gave her an old eight-legger ass kicker in that cup or something. Maybe got caught her by surprise, Chief.
that may catch you.
Ooh.
But no, that's coming up here throughout the show as we are live here on a Football Friday once again here at BB's. Shout out to our Houston Ford dealer. Shout out to Academy Sports and Outdoors. Clint, this is something that a lot of people have been texting in, tweeting throughout the week with this game coming up, because you're coming off of this big stretch, and we look and we say, man, coming up to it, there's the season. You got that 3-game stretch where you got the Buffalo Bills, who were thought to be a Super Bowl contender, at home. You go and play the Colts, who all of a sudden they were 8-2 to come out of the gates and were leading the AFC. You had them on the road. And then you had another game at Kansas City. You were looking at those 3 games. They've gone 3-0 in those games, won those games. They're in the playoffs, and they feel like the hottest team in the league, arguably. And now they're facing the Arizona Cardinals, a 3-win team that's struggling, that's ready to end this thing. They've benched their quarterback, and they've got some injuries to some top players. The question I've been getting, Clint, is, are you concerned at all for Texans letdown? I'm nervous about a Texans letdown. I'm nervous that, they are going to they're going to take their foot off the gas and they're not playing those top teams anymore, and they're coming home, and this thing could be them maybe overlooking or looking past a bad Arizona Cardinals team. Any concern with that?
I have none. I have zero concerns. The headliner with the Houston Texans is their defense. Defense travels. And if we're convinced of anything and sure of confident of anything with this team, it's that this defense is, it's damn near bulletproof. When you look, you just don't have anybody on the defense that's a wild card. Everybody's bought in. Everybody believes wholeheartedly in do your job. Everybody is on one string. Playing depth players at any position has never been a problem for DeMeco Ryans. And so I just think when everything you do and every game you play is headlined by your defense, I think it's going to be significantly more difficult to let the fan base down or let yourself down or let the organization down. Like I think this is, with our defense, man, we're going to be dead in the middle of every single game. Now, you can define letdown. Does a tight game versus the Tennessee Titans, is that a letdown? Is a tight game versus the Arizona Cardinals, is that a letdown? Maybe that's when I hear letdown, I think mess around and lose a game you shouldn't lose.
I think it also, you can look and see they're flat. Or they're, what I mean? You can look and see they're not playing with the same intensity level they were playing the previous game.
I'll go back to my original point then. I don't see this defense ever looking flat. Now, we may come away from this game and go, hey, the defense led the way, the offense sputtered and struggled and then had a good quarter here and we won a football game. But I just think our defense week in, week out is going to be – I think the only moment that I was like, man, what's the defense doing was the 14-0 start against Seattle. right? I mean, there's been some late game.
That was a punch in the face,
right?
Really.
Yeah, early on. There's been some late game kind of call it collapse, call it you gave up a play, somebody hit a seam with the Baker Mayfield scramble, the Bo Nix scramble, there's been some plays that were made. The Cam Ward, throw down to the 2-yard line or whatever they punched it in, to tie that game up and make it difficult. There's been some of those, but there's never been any just, whoa, man, this team is not dialed in. This defense is not.
I'm just saying we've seen it throughout the season. Like, we've watched the Packers roll into Cleveland this year and just get off to a weird start. Absolutely. And then never. We've watched them do. They did it with the Panthers.
We watched Buffalo come in here.
Yeah.
You've seen it with Kansas City a couple times probably.
Well, I just think they're just maybe just not as good as we thought. But but you've seen throughout the year you see it. Teams just just don't show up. Maybe the Bucs had a little bit of that last night. Just don't bring it like they have. Because the Texans have come out and they have been hyper focused and they have brought it in all 3 of these games. Straight up. Hell, last year against the Titans, that game they had no business losing to Will Levis at home. And the Titans, there was something off there. As someone texted in and said, one, the Texans don't even have a gas pedal on offense. The other one was, I don't think they laughed too hard at it. I don't think the coach will allow slippage, and this is a season where they had to get it out of the mud. Yeah, that's the thing is for me. Like, listen, I don't think D'Amico Ryans is perfect. Right, there are some things that I think are fair to have concerns about and things that people text in and talk about every week. I don't think his time management is great, all those things. But I do think he is great at having his guys ready and the emotional feel of that. I think he's excellent with that. And as you said, when you got a team where all of your dogs are led on defense for the most part, I think D'Amico Ryans does a great job having this team. All right, hey, you better come out ready. There ain't no I think he does a great job convincing them that Jacoby Brissett can get them, convincing them that hey, we can't let up. And to be honest, I don't know if this is like a team that has the ability to feel like we can just walk out there. Defensively, maybe a little bit, but I just don't think that's their makeup. But just have that we could just walk out here and win this game. So I just think D'Amico, that's one of the things that he's really, really good at is having his team ready right off the bat to get going. I would be shocked Sunday if they come out there and the intensity level or whatever feels different. If it visually looks like a drop off.
Well, yeah, no, look, I agree. I mean, when you look at what D'Amico and Nick Caserio have built, I think they found a certain type of player, certain personality type that they've got, a large chunk of this team consists of. When we talk about leadership issues or the communication, any kind of issues, it's always on one side of the ball. But when you talk about the team as a whole, I mean, I just think that this team has great leadership from the top to top all the way down.
Especially when it comes to that type of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, but really all of it is just, right now you're in the infancy stages of trying to put this offense together and figure things out, and C.J. Stroud's still young, and so some problems arise. But I think as a whole, I think you got a hyper-focused group across the board. And so, let down, man, in this situation, especially after an 0-3 start and kind of climbing out of that hole, I don't see it coming.
Yeah, now again, a letdown does not mean it may not be a close game. Like that, a letdown doesn't, because they the way they play, they play games where teams generally are in striking distance, just the way that they run things.
Yeah, but if you define a letdown right now by being a low-scoring game that the defense has to win,
I don't. That's how they play.
You can't. It's just. I mean, that's going to let you down, boy. You live in a tough life.
No, I think a letdown is you walk in there and you look in there like, man, they just don't have energy.
Yeah.
Or they're a bunch of penalties, a bunch of things. Like I just don't see that. I think the game potentially will be close.
Yeah.
Because I just think they play that way. But no, I don't think they're overlooking the Arizona Cardinals. I've seen that sent in a lot throughout this week. I don't think that's something, to me, I'll be floored if we walk in here and say, man, yeah, they just they just didn't match the intensity of the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah.
They came out flat. I'll be surprised if we do that. I do want this question. Someone said, or someone texted in, there's Ron asking a negative ass question. Here's one for you. Really, they're just questions that have answers to them. You can answer them however you want to answer them. And I will pose this to you and the people. The offensive line, was Sunday's game versus the Chiefs, was that a bad night or a potential bad sign for this offensive line, right? They gave up pressures over 65% of dropbacks, 3 sacks in the game, 30 carries, 2.6 yards for 82 yards. That was probably, especially in that second half, the most difficult performance we've seen from the offensive line, and there just seemed to not have many answers. Do you think they just had a bad night, or this is a potential bad sign?
No, I think it was a rough night. I think it was. I don't overthink the Chris Jones. I mean, he's the best at his position when he wants to be play any given play. So I don't overthink that one. When you struggle with the pressure looks like they do, that's not an O-line. That's not a physical ability. That's a top-down, having answers, not having answers, communicating. That's not necessarily an O-line problem. So, yeah, no, I would, if anything, I look at it as not a great day, but I don't overthink that Kansas City game from an offensive line.
Yeah, not yet.
I think they'll be fine.
Not yet. No, now if they have another week against a team that I don't think you would think they should struggle with pressure, if they have another week where we're seeing breakdowns with the blitz, then I think we're like, okay, that's a sign.
Well, yeah, that's an interesting thing. This is a good week for that. I mean, you're going to get some exotic looks defensively from a pressure perspective. One, because the Colts like to do it, and two, because you showed to be vulnerable to it last week. So you're going to get some of that. And I hope they get a lot of it this week, to be honest with you. I hope they get a whole hell of a lot of it, and they have answers.
And they have to.
And you put it to bed, right? So we'll see.
We'll see. I didn't. Again, like someone texted in and said, "Yeah, I'm scared to death of their offensive line. It's the first time I got nervous seeing the big fella." Again, like the big fella, I'm gonna assume when I hear big fella, I'm gonna assume you're talking about Trent Brown on the edge. Listen. Again, I would need to see multiple weeks of that struggle, right? I was concerned about Trent Brown and the speed rush going around him, and he got caught a couple of times. But I mean, if we look at the sample size, he's played, I don't know, four or five games here, however many it's been, and Sunday was to the first time, you really noticed, like, damn, okay. So well, you look at it, Ron. I mean, Chris Jones was the first individual player this year that's just been like game wrecker. Remember, we saw Josh Hines-Allen do it last year against Laramie Tunsil with Jacksonville. He did it some this year, the first game.
We saw what's big boy in Tennessee's capable of doing it. They held him down pretty
Jefferson.
good. I'm not worried about that. If we bump up against Kansas City again, then we can worry about it. But right now, I'm not worried about it. Chris Jones is a different.
Karlaftis got around there a couple of times. There was some speed stuff, but no. I would need to see multiple weeks.
I'm not overthinking the Chiefs game from an O-line perspective.
Yeah,
I'm not overthinking.
You're right. You got to give Spags and his ability to put together blitz packages that can be confusing. Someone did say, hopefully CJ doesn't start to continue to hold the ball as long as he did against the Kansas City defense.
Well, he's not deciding to hold the ball, guys. I mean, that's.
Did you feel that? Did you feel like he was holding too long? That was a part of the pressure.
Well, I don't. I mean, he may have held the ball a couple of times too long. I don't know. I'm not. But he's not.
It felt like it was getting there fairly quickly.
Look, I mean, that doesn't. It has nothing to do with holding the football. Like, he's snapping the football and not knowing what's coming, and he's having to just eat it or throw it away, and that's not him holding the football. It has nothing to do with CJ's decisions to hold the ball. It has everything to do with pre-snap having answers. And here's the deal. You've got to find answers more often, but they've got to find a way to keep him out of that position as often as they can, right? Call more screens. Call more quick game. Keep him out of that position so you don't end up in 2nd and 10 because he had to throw the ball away because you could. There's a good chunk of it is you can eliminate half of the issues by calling plays differently, right? You may still have the same communication, getting out of the huddle late, blah, 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 but let's let's try with our play calling to eliminate how many times you put him in that position, him being CJ or the center or whoever the hell's communicating. Let's do that, and then if that works, that's the approach. What we're talking about, you're not. I mean, this ain't a CJ hold. See, we don't have a CJ holding the ball problem.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. All right, coming up. This is just coming across some big news coming out of college football that we will alert you on. And are we seeing something changing right now in the league? And I think the Texans are a part of this. We'll discuss that next.
I tell you, there's a lot changing in this world, Ron. There's a lot changing with the Texans.
now for tickets and more information. And hear the game exclusively here on Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from BB's Tex Orleans off 249 in Tomball, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back. Congratulations to our first winner. And we will continue to hook folks up with gift cards from Academy Sports and Outdoors, free oil change to Tomball Ford, and obviously the big one in the 5 o'clock hour, Texans tickets to the game against the Indianapolis Colts. Gotta be here. Gotta put a ticket. If you do not have a ticket in the raffle box, you might want to come on up here and grab you one, so you can enter to be a winner. We'll hook somebody up as soon as this segment is over as well. So stay tuned with us. As I said on the other side, Clint, there's some college football news. This is getting crazy again. Kyle Whittingham is now decided to step down as the head coach of the Utah Utes. So another Power 5 job open, and Utah has been a top 15, top 20 program over the last.
Yeah, I mean, you want to talk about a coach in a program.
He's there 21 years.
Yeah, you want to talk about a coach in a program that flies under the radar when you talk about consistency and kind of that program living on maybe a tier higher than you would think, and always being in the mix. I can't speak for 15 years, but I mean, of late, the last 5 or 6 years, maybe even 10 years of covering college football, I mean, when you look at Utah, they're always in the mix late in the season. They're always on the cusp of being a playoff team, or on the cusp of, the back then it was the Pac-12 championship. And, a head coach that, when you talk about the better head coaches and the big-time head coaches in college football, a lot of times, he gets overlooked. But he did a hell of a job at Utah, man. I mean, there were several games that you would watch them coming out of the Pac-12, and typically Pac-12 teams, and even like today kind of Big 12 teams, is when you come out and you go play a Big 10 team or an SEC team, a lot of times you're punching up. A lot of times you don't quite have the same dudes. You don't have the same size roster. And I just remember, so many times that Whittingham, he had Utah punching up at a pretty good clip, man. Yep. And so, it's
21 years there. He said,
I like him as a head coach, Ron, but damn, I mean, if you're Utah, you're like, man, couldn't you pick a better time to step down?
You ain't lying. Right now, he said, this is the time. This time is right to step down from my position as head coach at the University of Utah. It's been an honor and a privilege to lead the program for the past 21 years, and I'm grateful for the relationships forged with all the players and assistant coaches who've worked so hard over this time. I mean, like, he's stepping down to step down, right?
Yeah.
This, you don't think this is a step down to get another job, is
I mean, I'm going to tell you.
That would be tough.
I mean, obviously, Michigan being open. I mean, I think.
I don't think that's where.
I don't think that's where he's going, but I'm just saying that would not. I mean, I wouldn't hate it for Michigan. I'm not a big Michigan fan, but I wouldn't hate it for Michigan.
They were 10-2 this year.
I'm telling you, man. Look down the list. Look down the list. I mean, I know they've had some bummer years, but look down that list, man.
It's a couple of 10-win seasons in the Pac-12 there.
They had one of them quarterbacks out there in the Pac-12 that seemed like he played college football for about 8 years.
They had Cam Rising injury.
That's him right there.
That
great all-time name, by the way.
Yeah, it is.
Great all-time name.
But this is just another coach. Michigan open.
Well,
Utah
you wonder if. I mean, it's bad enough this year in college football to where if you're him, you rethink, man, can I give him one more year? They gave me 21 good ones. Can I give him one more year to at least not put him out in the street when it's as bad as it is right now? Or is the succession plan right there in the house? Does he is he stepping down and giving one of his assistants, the head job at this point in time? That would make the timing make sense. But hey, man, sometimes you got to be selfish, and it can't be about the school, and you got to step down and be done if your heart's not in it. So we'll see which direction they go.
Yeah. So interesting.
Utah. Urban Meyer was up there at one point, wasn't he?
Yeah. Kyle, but that's how long Kyle's been there.
Since Urban left?
I believe so. 21 years. That's got to add up. Yeah, they've had a
He's
really
doing.
good program.
Urban's doing well at UNLV, man. Could he return to Utah?
Yeah. You mean
I'm not Urban. I meant
Dan.
Dan Mullen.
Yeah.
Did I say Urban the first time too?
Yeah, you said Urban.
No,
but was it?
Urban was at
He
Utah.
had Alex Smith. Yeah.
But that is not who I was talking to. Dan Mullen was the OC there.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Urban.
He went to Florida with him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's the latest. Another Power 5 job open.
Yeah.
You ain't lying.
Hell of a time, man.
Yep, with the transfer portal, I believe, closing January 2nd or opening January 2nd. That's tough timing as you sit there. All right. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You can jump in on this. Do you fellas think we are in the midst of a true changing of the guard in the AFC right now? Because for the last, I'd say, at least half decade, it's really been Kansas City, Buffalo, Baltimore, and Cincy a little bit, when Joe's not hurt. That feels like that's kind of been the rave. And now it feels like it's becoming Broncos, Patriots, and then the Chargers and the Texans are starting to make a move. Do you get the sense that this is to be a change? We're about to see these teams start to kind of take over the AFC, or do you think this is just maybe a kind of an odd year for those teams that have been at the top?
Yeah, no, I think it's just an odd year. Look, I'm not going to be the one caught doubting Pat Mahomes and Andy Reid. I don't believe that when I look at Buffalo. Yeah. I mean, on Buffalo, when I look at Buffalo, they may still have it this year, but I'm not going to doubt Josh Allen, whoever the hell's coaching there. Which McDermott's not going anywhere, but I'm not going to doubt that at all. Now they lose Joe Brady. They lose their offensive coordinator. He's one of the hotter head coach candidates again. At least that's what reports are saying. So you lose him. What does it look like? But I'm not going to bet against Josh Allen. Look, I think the two that are real chances to slip is Cincinnati. Joe Burrow is just one of the bigger stories right now in the sports world in terms of him not having fun anymore. And sometimes you just got to say, if you're not having fun, why am I playing this game? I mean, if I'm Cincinnati, I'm scrambling to try to figure out how I can keep that guy happy, right? And then in Baltimore, man, you got to believe that Harbaugh could be about ready to move on. He's been there a long time. And then, what does that mean for Lamar Jackson and company? I think those two teams are two you can keep an eye on. But Buffalo and Kansas City, I'm not ready to quite dismiss them yet.
What about those other teams? You think any of those teams, like the Patriots and the Chargers? I would say the Patriots, Chargers, and the Texans have the quarterback that I feel better about. If I'm completely honest, the offensive situation and setup for C.J. Stroud and the Texans, I don't think is on the level of the others.
Yeah.
But like the Patriots feel like, okay, they could. The Patriots and the Chargers with Harbaugh and Vrabel as the coaches there, and I think D'Amico matches that. They also have offensive situations with their young quarterbacks that you feel really good about.
Yeah, I'm not there yet with those guys. I mean, when I think changing of the guard, I think, okay, there's going to be another Pat Mahomes, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson come around.
They're about to be at the top of the division or the conference. I would say.
Yeah, look, those guys are really good players, but I'm not ready to say that they're going to upseat or be in the on the same tier as the guys we just that are slipping a little bit this year. So they still got a lot of work to do, including Houston. I mean, the whole group. To me, you mentioned, Denver and Bo Nix, and obviously you mentioned New England and L.A. and Houston. I mean, they got a lot of work to do to kind of not necessarily dethrone, but to establish themselves as the cream of the crop in the AFC.
Yeah, text line coming in. I think the Patriots and the Texans are the two teams that I could see jump to the top of the division or the conference. Yeah. Well, the Patriots is, if this Drake May thing is like it's real, it feels real. Hell, he might win the MVP this year.
Yeah.
That does, and we know Mike Vrabel's a really good coach, right? Mike Vrabel's been a really good coach and never had anything like what Drake May looks like he is. So that's one you could really see. And then the Harbaugh effect. I mean, we've seen Jim Harbaugh just win everywhere he has been. And Justin Herbert obviously is very, very talented. And they're going to make the playoffs even with all the injuries they have here. Yeah, I'm with you. The Ravens and the Chiefs, and obviously the Bengals too, but they feel like it's just been kind of a weird year of just like the Ravens went about 4 or 5 weeks with just like all of their best players out.
Yeah.
and just an up and down thing. So it's hard for me to think that they're not going to be at the top of their division, next year if Lamar is right. But it is interesting to start to see the flip because you look at it, Chiefs aren't going to make the playoffs, it looks like. They're outside looking in. The Ravens are outside looking in. And the Bengals aren't going to make the playoffs and Buffalo's the 6th seed. Right, like that's just not what we've been accustomed to seeing over the last half decade with this crew. All right, coming up, listen, there aren't many games coming up this weekend for our Saturday slate, but there is some college football stuff we need to look at and at least one game. We'll do that on our Saturday slate coming up next.
In the Loop.
Can you think back to the various twists and turns, the near misses that got them here? And now this Texans team
Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from BB's Tex Orleans off 249 in Tomball, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line coming through, Clint. Show this year's AFC is like the 2017 AFC. Blake Bortles, Marcus Mariota, a young Marcus Mariota, Andy Dalton had no business being in the playoffs all at once. The big boys will return next year. We'll see. I don't think that's. I'll give you Bo Nix. I don't think Herbert and Stroud and Drake May are in that camp. And by the way, let's not completely slander the Red Rifle. I mean, I know he's not great. I know he's not great. I'm not saying he's great, but they had a run there in Cincinnati where, with him and AJ Green, like we weren't sitting there looking at. We weren't looking at Andy Dalton the way maybe we look at Andy Dalton now, the one that got into a car accident, lost his job to Bryce Young. Like we're not looking at that. That Andy's a little different. Like he was nice, but I'm with you, Blake Bortles. Yeah, that came to a screeching halt.
Well, I don't think it ever got started, did it?
That 1 year. That 1 year it got started when they had them horrific uniforms. God, that 1 year it got started. Then it went down to I mean, in his crash, man, he was out of the league in like 3 years. Like not even backing up. Yeah, so at least Mariota's still here.
That's what most guys should do. When you top 5 pick and they bomb out, man, take that 3 years worth of millions and millions and millions and move on, man.
All right, I do want to get into a little bit of this some of the stuff that's going on in college football. I want to get to Tyler. I want to get Tyler's honest thoughts about this. Tyler, you gonna be there? Are you gonna be there?
I'm gonna be there officially, man. Cost me one of my kidneys on the black market, but I'm gonna be at Kyle Field for the first ever playoff game, baby.
Hey, give us a window. You don't have to give me the exact amount.
I'll give you the exact. You know I don't care.
Okay.
Well, I'm just saying, it was a little something because Tyler said, "Boy, these tickets."
Yeah. For him to let that guard down and start the conversation.
Before you give us this, what is this? Has this gone over the tickets to the UT A&M game last year?
Yes.
Because I thought that was a hot ticket. Okay.
Yeah.
Because you couldn't even stay in College Station no more. They had lost all the hotels. Where'd you have to stay?
Did you buy one for your wife too?
Yes.
Oh, so both of you. So you double dipped. They got you for 2. Okay.
Yeah.
This wasn't one where the old lady said, "Hey, look, you go ahead and enjoy it," and just.
I got to get.
Yeah, there's 4 of us going together.
Okay.
Oh my God! All right.
Well,
so let's hear it. Let's hear it. I got to get rid of these kids.
Freaking $1,200 a ticket.
A ticket.
A ticket. I mean, and they're badass tickets. I'm going to be enjoying the view. Trust that. They are amazing tickets. But, dude.
Well, where are you going? Tell me, where does $2,500 get you in Kyle Field at the college football playoff?
You might as well take it up.
By the way, well worth it.
Oh, yeah. I'm right in the action, man. Near the 50-yard line, down right on the field. First deck, one of the first.
So you didn't have to do
rows.
that, man.
Yeah, well worth it, man. Good for you.
First playoff game, man. Got to.
I mean, you can't go around calling yourself maroon money and then back down from that $2,400 it costs to get there now.
Yeah, you could.
True.
I think you could have done it for the ring.
Hey, Ron wouldn't have went for half of it.
Hell, I wouldn't have.
He'd be hanging off the damn top.
No, listen, Tyler. Me and you we're in a similar thought. I don't like to sit high, and
I'm a ticket snob.
And I feel like in my mind what I would have said for my for what I would have said for my budget, I would have had to sit there and watch that on television.
Ron's
$2,400.
Ron's budget doesn't match up with.
Oh, them bastards better not lose that game. Oh God,
hell no.
Oh, they better not lose. They better not do you like they did you last time. You paid all that money for that UT game.
You ain't lying.
And they pushed you to leave early, didn't they? Yeah, you got up and left that game before it.
Yeah, technically, yeah, but.
Oh, good for you, man. I'm glad you pulled the trigger, man. A good job? Are you going to stay there? Are you going to drive back and forth? Are you going to get drunk on Northgate? What's the deal?
He's not driving. He's not driving back and forth.
Yeah, I don't know what the plan is, but I'm not driving back. If we are driving back, and I will be on Northgate after we beat the hell out of Miami.
He don't drive from the station to.
If you're going to drop, there's 4 of y'all going, and you're going to drop $2,400 on tickets. I think y'all should get a Sprinter van.
I mean, how much is this? How much? No, ballpark this. You know Tyler, and you know his company. How much you think this weekend is? If we're starting at $2,400.
Oh, the whole weekend for him and his wife?
I mean, him and his wife. How much you think we're looking?
6.
Ain't nobody got no money like Texas A&M.
Jesus.
I mean, no,
probably a good guess.
5.
I think you're right. I think you're right.
Because there's no plane tickets involved. It's just hotel room.
It's still gas.
Think about a party bus. Though.
Well, gas ain't gonna put it. Gas ain't gonna put it.
Listen, when you're adding this,
$2,500.
I'm just saying when you're adding all this up, I'm just saying it's gonna build
up.
Well,
gas ain't gonna make the spreadsheet, right?
No, it is.
Can't put a price on memories, bro.
No, what spreadsheet you're talking about?
Hey, Chief.
God, I mean, drinking. You know they ain't gonna just do no bad dinner. They ain't going to.
Chief, get you.
Oh, Charlie's.
Get you a badass Sprinter van. Pick you up. Take you over to College Station. You could even if you didn't want to. I mean, if $2,400 is already pushing the budget,
might be onto something.
You could have done this with the McNairs if you. No. Hear me out. I bet you can do Sprinter van over there and back for as much as you can. What you and your wife are going to spend on Northgate and in hotels.
Again, I think you're pretty accurate with what you're laying out here. It might be the way to go.
You can wake up in your own bed.
Oh yeah.
You can ride in luxury, and you can split the cost with whoever the couple is that's going.
Yeah, see, I'm looking at this like
You're not even making the Sprinter van.
I'm just saying.
You didn't even buy tickets.
I'm just saying, Clint. If I'm Tyler personally, I'm looking at this as if I'm a mid-market baseball team. All right, if I bought the tickets for $2,400, he got to
save elsewhere.
I got to pull it elsewhere. Now, all right, maybe we're looking at this day's in.
So look, he hates how the Astros operate, but it's really him. It's exactly how he operates.
Yeah, but they don't have to. Okay, they got Tyler's money. I'm just saying, maybe we get to this place and we go do a run at Walmart because we can't do Target.
You're exhausted.
Maybe we do a run at Walmart and get us some food in so we can save on going out. Buy bottles of liquor there, probably a little cheaper at Walmart. I'm just saying, if we're going to spend $2,400 on tickets, who knows what this parking situation is going to be? I mean, I'm just saying we got to save somewhere else.
The party bus would save you parking.
Hey, Chief, you spend $2,400 on tickets.
Maybe it's not Sprite. Maybe it's
savings is out the window.
Maybe it's not Thunder.
Maybe it's not Dr. Pepper. Maybe it's Dr. Thunder.
We're going all out. We're going to remember every minute of this trip.
I just don't think we can go all out everywhere.
I mean, could you guys imagine?
I'm just saying.
Hey, could you imagine, Tyler? Could you imagine?
There's nothing wrong with a Quint.
I mean, could you imagine how awful it would be if me, you, and Ron were going to this game? If me, you, and Ron, and he paid $1,200 for a ticket, and us three we're going to go. Could you imagine how miserable he's going to make it the rest of the way?
I'm not going to make it miserable. I'd
end up spending so much money because I'd be trying to get him to have a good time and stop worrying about it.
We'd have to pay every tab just to keep him from embarrassing it.
No, I won't let you do that. I know what I'm ordering. I'm telling you, I'd be down there with little airplane bottles in there. I mean, we got to save somewhere. Let me hold a Pepsi Zero.
Ron's going to be drinking water at 1 a.m. on Northgate.
You're damn right. Or at least a little bottle. I got a small bottle of vodka in my pocket. But no, anyway, we still $2,400. Woo! Someone texted in. Gus said this looks like $6K if they win. A little over 7 if they lose.
Oh yeah, I mean you got to. I got to believe that's going to be a 7:30 game.
I mean, you got to get some.
What time is it?
Freaking 11 a.m., dude. That's a whole other conversation.
That's perfect. That's Sprinter van all day. A late game, I would have had to think about it. That's Sprinter van all day.
Yeah,
pick you up at the crib at 8 o'clock. Tell everybody to be at your house.
You guys go somewhere and get you a nice
pick you
brunch
up at the
somewhere.
Crib. No, pick you up at the crib at 8 o'clock. Get the Bloody Marys, Palomas, which I'm waiting for one, Jerica.
Yes,
I'm a mimosa guy.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, get that.
What did you just say?
He said, "I'm a mimosa guy."
Mimosas. What is the man in the group going to drink?
Mimosas. I love a good mimosa.
I'm talking about
my boy's a mimosa guy too. From what I know,
okay.
of him.
Mimosas, man. I like different types of juices. I don't like to just get orange juice.
Have that Sprinter van loaded at 8:00 at your crib. You get there an hour and a half early for a morning game. That's plenty of time to tailgate, maybe 2 hours if you want to plan it up that way. And then when you're done, man, you can be back at your house by the time that late game kicks.
I mean, you're making great points. You're talking me into it. I'm texting my friend right now.
He's making great money.
How old are you again?
Just turned 35.
So, I mean, you're 35. You're taking your bride. I mean, get on back to Houston, man. You don't need to go to Northgate. You don't need to be in Northgate at night.
Oh, no, I'm going to Northgate. Going to celebrate the victory the right way.
He's going there. It's add money. Just add money.
I mean, but if the game's at 11, can you get to Northgate and can you finish up at dinner?
I mean, that's a G at Northgate.
I mean,
easy.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm thinking it's going to be a late night on Northgate of celebrating, but
because in the Northgate thing, you got to think it's an 11 o'clock game. He's probably going to get arrested in there. And then get a second win and really get after it that night at Northgate.
Well, I'm just going to tell you that the Sprinter van is dangerous because you start drinking, like you start your mimosa trip at 8:00.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, but I'm a professional.
Well, Tyler, I've seen you. I've seen you a little inebriated.
Yeah, but I'm a professional.
Yeah, but he can pace himself.
Okay,
I think.
And I'm going to get hammered.
I think he'll
I'm not
get a break.
arguing that.
I think he'll get a break, and then he'll really load it up. I mean, someone texted in, "Show, quit being a tight ass. You only live once." Yeah, and then you wake up the next day, and them damn bills are staring at you in the face. That is the biggest crock of whatever you own my ass. You wake up the next day, and you still got that 12-year-old who's going to be 12 and trying to play basketball, and he's trying to play baseball, and then his sister's playing softball, and then the little one's playing baseball, and he's doing that, and they want a dog. And no, man, got to get these floors.
You should be out of the dog market.
I hadn't even told y'all. I hadn't even told y'all. I just had to get a new garbage disposal this week. Yesterday.
Did that set you back?
Man,
you got to be the most.
I walked in there, and it looks beautiful, but it looks expensive.
I mean, how did you see your garbage disposal? You had the doors open because you paid a couple $100 for it?
I went down there and looked at it. Wouldn't you check the garbage disposal?
No. Yeah, with a switch. Does it work?
No, you don't go there and somebody went in there and just put a new garbage. You're a liar. If somebody came in there and put a new garbage disposal in, you would go down there and look at it. You would take a look at it.
No, I would test it to make sure it works and then pay them. I would not look at it.
Yeah. Take a look at it. It looks expensive.
I feel like you've been buying a new home appliance or something like every month.
This homeowner stuff is for the birds.
Holy hell!
Telling you, man. Damn garbage disposal here.
It's karma. They know that Ron's going to lose sleep over that garbage disposal.
We could roll with that carpet for another 2-3 more years.
I'm going to the Aggie playoff game. Ron had to pay for AC disposal.
Yeah, I forgot. Yeah. I'm still struggling with that.
What did that garbage disposal set you back?
I don't need to talk about it, but
I mean, they're not even $200.
Whatever. I mean, the labor and everything. It's something that I wasn't ready for. You kidding me? Yeah. I'm still reeling over that entire furnace and AC unit that we had to put in.
Cost of living.
New water heater's probably coming up next month, Ron.
Yeah, water heater's next, bub.
Prepares.
Why would you all say that? You
start saving now.
What the hell you got coming up?
Well, I had to defend Hannah.
I'm about to go take these Air Max back.
No, you done wore them. You got dirt on the bottom. I can see it. I had to defend Hannah McNair beyond our show last night. Thanks to you, Ron.
Well,
thanks to you, Ron. I'm having in the Baytown. I'm trying to do a live broadcast from my hometown, and I got to defend Hannah McNair because you got them all worked up yesterday about Cal's video.
Well, just had to be honest.
Got a big game this week as well. What should the approach offensively be? Obviously, they got to fix some things, but this week against the Arizona Cardinals, what should the offense look like? Hopefully different. We'll discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Tell Ron he's not here so he doesn't get input.
Oh, holy cow.
Ready? The Texans are back at home in full control of their playoff destiny. Sunday afternoon, they'll take on the
Join over 1 million happy customers and shop Christmas holiday deals before they're gone at audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
This is ridiculous.
Speaking of, man.
I'm going to clap for this.
Speaking of, man, the wife's coming home from a 3-day girls trip tonight. Speaking of, man, it's going to be could be a good evening for you. We are at
what's for dinner?
Huh?
Nothing.
We are at BB's Tomball, y'all. BB's Tex Orleans up off 249 in Tomball. Come on through and hang out with us. As Ron says, we never come empty-handed. Sometimes we're a little light, but we are not empty-handed. We got Texans Colts tickets at in the 5 o'clock hour. We got several Academy Sports and Outdoors gift cards, and we got two, not one, but two free oil changes at Tomball Ford right up here in Tomball, obviously. So we got two of those to give away. We'll be giving away moving forward. And by the way, everybody in the building, it's 4 o'clock. Everybody gets another ticket. Everybody gets another ticket. If you've been, I'm telling you, every hour you get another ticket in the raffle. Some folks, I'm tired of sitting up here and watching folks come in, and they'll sit there for 2-3 hours, sometimes 4 hours, and they got just as many shots as that joker walking the door at 4:45. Nothing wrong with you walking the door at 4:45. We want everybody in BB's, but I'm just telling you, I like to reward the folks that are in for the long haul. Ron, what are you shaking your head about?
Nothing. I don't want to.
You still mad at Tyler spending that money?
No, that's Tyler's money, baby. I got mine.
The garbage disposal still got you.
I don't want to jump into you. You go ahead. Do your segment. The text line's trying to get to me right here.
It's all right. Well,
all right, I'll jump in here. I'm over this. Now I've seen this come through multiple times. Ron, you don't know how to change the garbage disposal. Somebody take away Ron's man cart for change. Let's not act like this. We're talking about changing a tire. I mean,
can't do that either.
I can't change a damn tire. I don't know. I'm not confident about the muffler, but I can change a tire. By a show of hands in here, men in here, hell with men, anybody. You know right now. All right, I gotta change out my garbage disposal. By a show of hands, you know exactly how to do that when you get home. You know exactly how to do that when you get home. Stop this text line.
Okay, now how many think they could figure it out?
I'm not. No, figure it out. But no. You tell me you don't know how to change the garbage disposal? Do you? This ain't no. Thank you. I need that drink.
He just he said all you got to do.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No. Let's calm down, man. Change the garbage disposal. Like, let's just what the hell we got plumbers for this? Get out of here.
The red carpet.
Act like this is like a tire. Change it. You act like this is just something that everybody knows how to do.
I do feel like that is something that.
A couple screws here, a screw there. Get out of here.
Well, with your
change the garbage.
The level of tightness that you are, I feel like that's something you should probably learn to do.
No. Listen, you keep calling it tight. I just measured. Listen. I know what I can and can't do. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah. Hey, washing machine's messed up. That ain't me. Garbage disposal. That ain't me. Like, I get out here and take my man card. I got my man card right here.
I feel
you can kiss my ass right there.
Well, just a little advice. If the washing machine quits working, I'd probably just go and take that to the appliance store. I don't advise you tear it.
I'm not going to tear it. It might be able to get fixed. You don't have to spend all your money.
Well, you can take it to the appliance store to fix it. A garbage disposal is a little different. You can handle that with your hands.
Yeah.
I'd like to see you down there squeezed underneath that sink, though, trying to get that thing up in there.
Yeah, if you can, YouTube it. No, you YouTube that. Yeah, okay. Go ahead and do that. Go ahead and do that.
What if Courtney comes home and your feet are sticking out of the cabinet down there trying
YouTube.
to
Get out of here, man. I know y'all crazy as hell.
Oh, that is great. Well, you never know what's going to get them fired up.
Don't call the plumber then.
The old garbage disposal got us fired up today. Well, look, there's a ton of reasons to make sure that you're listening to the drive on the regular. But I got a good one for you. Where'd Andy go? There he is. Weatherman Andy. If it's not the weather, it's traffic. Weatherman Andy wanted me to let everybody out there know it's going to be high 70s. High 70s on Christmas Day. If anybody's worried about a cold Christmas, it's going to be high 70s.
No, I want a cold Christmas. That forecast sucks.
That's one of the reasons. That's one of the great things I love being here.
I never disliked the warmth.
Christmas ain't supposed to be spring weather, man.
Well, take your ass to New York. Take your ass up north. Get that good cold. Go to Kansas City. You go hang with Ron.
Soft ass can't handle the cold.
But yeah, I didn't know. Ron and Andy were having a conversation about Christmas, and we got the forecast. Man, it's going to be 76 to 78 on Christmas Day. Appreciate that, Big Andy.
I mean, that is still like 13 days away, right? They already know all that.
That's kind of the point. Andy's got a 2-week forecast in his mind, I guess.
I shouldn't doubt he's the pro.
Yeah. Hey, Tyler, I don't know if
everybody knows how to.
I don't know if you saw it all. I don't know. You still worried about that garbage disposal?
Sorry, man. That just blew me away. I think you got to have a special tool. Go ahead.
I had to defend Hannah McNair beyond our show last night. Tyler, you remember Ron yesterday getting all personal about that Cal McNair's video?
Right. I didn't get personal.
I thought that video was so good, man. So freaking funny.
Everybody I've heard talked about it thought the video was funny. I don't laugh at that. That humor's not funny to me. That dry humor, that's not real funny to me.
You didn't like it either. She didn't hear you say that.
Ron really didn't like it.
I told you, man. I didn't like the way it had him look.
So based off our conversation, right? We get done with the show, and I sit down with some friends that have a kid the same age as one of the McNair's boys, and they play baseball against each other. And apparently Hannah gets a little mouthy at the Little League park.
Shocker.
No.
Exactly.
How about that?
Would have never guessed.
So, I mean, like, the questions you start – after that segment, man, and because it's right at the end of the show, the questions just started flooding in, man. Like, you like Hannah McNair? I said, yeah, I like Hannah. Why? Hannah's cool as hell. Why? What's wrong? She's a real – and I said, what happened? Little League Park. She got real mouthy at the Little League Park. Now, to be fair, I was talking to a very, very like family to me, and I used to go watch her play softball, so I know how her family acts. And then I've grown up with her and her brother and everybody else, so I know how we get down on that side of town. So I told her, I said, let's pump the brakes a little bit. Hannah would she'd fit in real good over here with the Baytown crowd rooting for their kids to Little League Park now. Yeah. All that chirping y'all do. But apparently so I had to talk her off the cliff, man. Everybody really loves Cal. Everybody in the group really loved Cal.
Mine was out of love, too.
Everybody loved Cal, man, but it was real questionable about what Hannah had been up to. Apparently Hannah she went off the rails at some Little League Park, I guess.
I bet she gets real good and emotional.
Sounded like it. I had to explain, look, man. They're from Montgomery County,
passionate,
man.
Passionate.
They're from Montgomery County, man. They'll get a little loose in Little League Parks now. Just
Oh yeah.
Hey, they got a lot in common with them Baytown folks. Now we all get loose at the Little League Park. My mom was the loudest one there all the time. I mean,
also shocked.
Dog cussing the announcer for mispronouncing my last name, like it's Brown or something. Like anyway, it was. It was wild.
By the
Hannah,
way,
I got you back.
I know you're transitioning, Clem, but by the way, happy birthday to Hannah tomorrow. Tomorrow's old Hannah McNair's birthday.
I'll be damned. Look at that.
Yeah.
Well, happy birthday, man. Hopefully we can get a win this weekend, and you and Cal can celebrate.
Happy 27th.
So don't be rude, Ron.
How you think Hannah and Cal celebrate a birthday?
Oh, he's on the grill for sure.
I'm gonna stay out of that one.
On a grill?
I'm gonna step out of that one.
Oh, I think everybody knows where you're going.
I'm just stepping out of it.
What, you think he grills at the house? You don't think they hit the finest restaurant in Houston?
Oh, they might do that too, but I'm sure it's
as you said. If they want a good steak, you know.
I don't think Hannah's settling for the grill. I think they're hitting some fine dining in the city.
Well, I'm sure she's listening. She may text.
Well, hopefully we can get a big win this weekend and everybody be happy.
Happy birthday, Hannah.
Oh, there you go, kissing up. There you go.
But trust me, it ain't kissing up. I'm just telling you, happy birthday. I don't think she thought I was kissing up last night, did she?
Well, look, we got to get a dub against the Cardinals. And what it looks like, I think, is a big part offensively this week. NFC game, I don't know that it has a ton of bearing, Ron, on the AFC picture and what our playoff picture looks like. I think the next 3 games are going to be the big ones, but it's a game that there's a lot of room for improvement for the offense. And I think the biggest question here, obviously, is what does the offense look like after last week's really second half, kind of struggle second half last week. Can this offense get on track before the playoffs to get here and before the defense hopefully they don't, but the defense may need a little bit of help at some point in time to get a lead and to get a win. This is an interesting week, Ron, because it comes down to what should the approach this week be. Obviously get a win, right? Obviously get a win. But I think there's a couple of things that they need to get their hands around. The problems that came up in the second half last week, I think have to change this week. And really moving forward in general. The defense's ability to take Nico Collins out of a game by just bringing a corner down and wrap safety at the top and him never moving, him never getting, really doing much other than cutting his splits, that has to come to a stop. That has to come to a halt. And all I want, like if you're fans out there and you're watching the Texans, before the ball is snapped, if they're moving Nico Collins in motion this week. I think it's one of those deals where even Nick Caley looks at it and says, we got to get it done.
Yeah, it's just unacceptable, Clint, to have a possession, it feels like, let alone an entire half that you don't have a target or a catch to Nico Collins.
I'm good.
Like that is almost hard to do.
I'm good with the possession. I got to see that my OC, as a Texans fan, I just want to see my OC realize, hey, man, that we need this guy more than just letting him be taken away. I understand the spread the football around thing, but there's going to come a time when you need your best player who's difficult to tackle, who can run every route in the book, we got to find a way to get the ball in his hands. And a big part of that is when you are struggling like you were in that third quarter, I see you, little fella. You're all right, Bubba. I see you. But when you are struggling in a quarter like that, and one way to get out of that funk is to find 12 and get the ball to him. And so that's one thing that I want. I don't care what the score is this week. That's one thing that I want to see more of from jump. I want to see 12 moving in motion. The other things, we talked a lot about it yesterday, Ron, the quick game and the screen game are absolute must this week. And I think they're must this week because it's got to become a bigger part of our offense. They're going to run the football and play defense. We're going to minimize the risk, and that's who we are. And I'm good with that. That's exactly who we are. And if you're going to do that, the best way to maximize the ball control offense, if you will, is to have a good quick game, good screen game. You got to make teams, if you can't protect constantly and good enough to let your receivers get downfield, we got to be able to stretch them sideline to sideline and make them defend us the 53 and a third or 53 and 2/3, whatever, however hell wide a football field is. They got to defend sideline to sideline. The way you do that is quick game, screen game, run game, and I think they've got to incorporate more of that quick and screen game in the mix here. And I think this week is a really, really good time to get that rolling.
Well, as we talked about yesterday, that has to start being a part of, you would think it is the natural thing in a passing game, one that you can slow down pressure in a pass rush if that's what you struggle with. And if you are going to be ball control, play through our defense, the other way to help it is sustaining long drives. And I think a way to sustain long drives is you're always, even with the quick game, you're always getting 5-6 yards, and maybe a missed tackle turns into a bigger play, but you're always ahead of schedule. You're always ahead of the chains, and that would help you keep the ball.
I think it goes hand in hand with that defensive-minded, run the football, control the clock mentality. But what you just said is the real reason, right? Is we have had we're 2 coordinators in with having real problems at the line of scrimmage, consistently picking up pressures. And one way you can quote unquote pick up pressures is screen game, quick game, minimize the opportunities for that pressure to get home. And so you look around the league, and just some of the more run oriented teams, some of the better play callers. I mean, there's a lot that gets done around the line of scrimmage in terms of getting the ball out of the quarterback's hands. And a lot of that is to not let the defense tee off, not let the blitzes get home, not let a Chris Jones ruin, drives and quarters of a game. So I think that just absolutely has to happen, not just because this is a bad Arizona team, but because I think they're going to need that moving forward to take some of the pressure off of our defense. I got a couple of things here real quick, Ron, that I don't know that I don't even know if it's realistic to ask. But I would love to see them establish the run and use some guys other than Nick Chubb and Woody Marks. Those guys have to play, obviously, to a certain degree.
We'll see about Nick Chubb,
At least one of them does. But we absolutely have to have those guys down the stretch, man. I mean, Woody Marks is the one you absolutely have to have, but Chubb, life is going to be hard for Woody Marks if we don't have Chubb.
So this is more you want to see those guys get a little bit of their load lifted, as opposed to you want to see somebody else see another weapon.
But I think if you go in there and you handle your business, you could. I want to see. I know who Dare Ogunbowale is, right? I want to see a British Brooks. I want to see this Cody Schrader kid that they signed. I mean, I loved watching him in college. I want to see if he's got a little something brings a little something to the table, so that we don't look up and in 2 or 3 weeks we're in the same situation to where, what are you going to do with the second string running back, right? So I would like to do that. And then when it comes to just overall offense, I'd like to see, you mentioned him yesterday, Jalen Noel get some run.
Yeah.
And I need to see Cade Stover be more a part of this offense.
Well, we got to catch it when he gets opportunities.
Yeah, man. It's like, whatever that one game when he had a couple of drops, it's like he hadn't had many opportunities since. We need Cade Stover to be part of this offense. And look, we're talking 2-3 catches. We're not talking about a double-digit catch guy, but a tight end that can put his hand in the dirt and do some things off of play action and is physical in the run game. He's going to be on the field. If we can get him some touches in the pass game, that would be big.
Yeah. All right, as we continue here on a Football Friday, we're live here at BB's right off Time Ball Parkway. make your way in here, as we'll be here till 6 o'clock. You got a chance to win prizes. We're going to hook somebody up as soon as this segment ends. If you have not put a ticket in our raffle box, you might want to do so. So let's do that as we continue. Some Rockets notes and thoughts. They had a win yesterday against the Clippers. Close, tight game. Got some thoughts on that one. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Look, when you or a loved one is injured in an accident, your life is turned upside down. And the bottom line is the insurance companies that you've been paying premiums to, they're not there to help you. They're
down is here on Sports Radio 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the loop and the drive on a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Hey, Houston fans, I am so happy.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from BB's Tex Orleans off 249 in Tomball, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as this Football Friday party is full effect as people are starting to get off work. And this is a great spot to start your weekend off. Amazing drinks. Shout out to Jerica, the bartender. Give her a hand and tip her up. She's making the hell out of them drinks. Oh, my fault. What's your name? Forever. Give her a hand, too. Both of them all. I'm about to get my ass kicked up here. See this stuff saying names, man. Trying to get it right.
Trying to give Jerica love, and forever you're going to be in trouble forever.
She made a hell of a margarita. So, but no, get on out here. Plenty of great food, great drinks. We're here at BB's right off Tomball Parkway, as it is a Football Friday, as we're getting you ready for that Texans-Cardinals game. I know we can go there, but the Rockets played. They got back on the court last night and played against the Clippers, and they got a tight game. A couple of thoughts from it. One, Clint, the space that the Rockets are in, you know, that life comes at you fast in a positive way. Just the reality of it felt like a disappointing win over James Harden, Kawhi Leonard, and Zubac. Like, that's where the Rockets are right now. Like, the Rockets are, man, we beat this team 115, 113. You could tell they was just they were a ton of intensity. And I mean, like Zubac had 33 and was good last night. But just the space that the Rockets are in right now, that the expectations of what they're supposed to look like night in and night out, that they're disappointed on a 2-point win over a team with those names. It is just crazy to see how quickly the Rockets have gotten to that point.
Well, how disappointing are the L.A. Clippers, man?
It's it's hard for the Rockets to get up for the Clippers. That's where we are right now.
But I turned the TV on. I didn't realize. Of course, I'm not following the Clippers, but I didn't realize who all they had that's healthy. I mean, if you'd had Chris Paul on that floor, I mean, they had 3 or 4 guys that are
going to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah,
90, but yeah.
And then you look up and Zubac had 33. I mean, I think that's. I didn't watch all of the game, but I that's what I want to hear from you is
6-19, the Clippers.
Well, yeah, no, I know how bad the Clippers are. Yeah, no, I've heard that with the whole Chris Paul saga. I heard how bad they were, but the Zubac last night was giving them hell now. Is that something that did you see anything in the Rockets there where he goes out and gets 33 that leaves you in a spot where you're like, hey man, we got to get better here, or did you think that basketball was basketball?
Yeah, he's a pretty good center, and obviously they probably wanted to slow down. Like you're looking at Harden and Leonard are the guys that you're probably looking at that you want to kind of tilt your defense towards. But I mean, Zubac is really good, and he gets gets a lot of open shots from Harden, especially in their 2-man game. But
the part that I was watching last night, Ron, they were making it a point to to feed him down there. When Şengün was down there, they were force feeding it.
Yeah, and Şengün's not a great defender. It has gotten better since Udoka's got here. He was giving it to Steven Adams too. Like a part of it was he had a really good night, and obviously they're probably trying to take away more perimeter, and we're okay with, like, they weren't doubling him. They were okay with him getting the ball and seeing what he could do down there. I think more is just on the offensive end. They probably wish they picked it up there. But no, man, it's just crazy to me where they are right now. By the way, Amin Thompson, I got to say, I love the way he's playing and the approach that they're taking with him. Sometimes you get cats in there like they can't shoot, And what they're going to do is they're going to prove to you that they can shoot. Or they're going to, well, I've worked on this in the offseason, and I'm going to prove to you that this is what I've got. He shoots it. I mean, he's not like Ben Simmons, who just hadn't shot about 5 threes since high school. But he shoots it. But he's not trying to change his game. Like Amen Thompson goes and plays through his strengths, and they play through his strengths, which is driving the ball, being around the bucket, second chance points. Right, he had a big putback late fourth quarter. I just love that they're not trying to change his game, and he's not trying to change his game. And his strength is going to the basket. His strength isn't shooting jumpers. His strength isn't shoot threes. He's working on it. You're hoping the next 2 to 3 years he improves on that. But this isn't a deal of like some guys trying to fall in love and prove that they can do something.
Yeah.
That their game's not ready to do yet. And with that, you look at it every night, he's filling up the stat sheet.
Yeah.
29 and 8, I think, last night.
Well, the beautiful thing about that, right, is that obviously KD brings enough stretching the floor and shooting to where you don't necessarily need Amen Thompson to be that lead guy there. But also, I mean, the others have shot the ball well. I don't know how well they shot it last night, but in general, they've shot the ball well and kind of compensated for, if need be, compensated for that lack of shooting that we talked about last year.
Yeah. No. So I just love someone text in. Disappointing win is crazy, my brother. 82 games, it's going to be like that. Let the center go and Harden or Leonard. I meant that in a way like, hey, the expectations are so different that you beat a team like the Clippers that has six. It's good. It's like it's such a different feeling and a thought process. They kind of walked away from the game like, we didn't play very well, but we still got the win. Whatever, on to the next. And I do have to say on the other side, Clinton Tyler, I don't know about you, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. I'm a bit blown away that James Harden is still this effective. Like I thought his game would age, well, he was never he's not like Russell where he's above the rim.
He's not an above the rim kind of guy, yeah.
But I thought he'd slow down. Like, he is clearly the best player on their team and has been that way for the last several years. And obviously Kawhi's been injured and stuff. But, I mean, he's still averaging almost 27, 8, and 5. I mean, and he plays every night. Like, I know the feeling that some people have with James. I know how you feel about him, Tyler, as the turd. But I'll be honest. I did not see James Harden still being – an all-NBA type player this late into the game. I mean, it is really impressive what James is able to do, that he still goes out there and is a big part of, like, he's being failed. Like, if they had somebody else out there, he's being failed, which is wild. He gets, as we talked about, he gets Zubac involved a lot more. It's just crazy. James is still, I mean, he's not obviously as good as he was when he was here, but
Tyler didn't have his under last night, did he?
I'm proud of Tyler. I saw those bets, and I was just waiting. Just
went perfect on football, though.
He had football. He would have done it. I just waiting. Yeah, Tyler had a big night last night, folks.
Did that fourth quarter save him? Not that it matters, but
I won pretty much wire to wire.
Did Kurt get you? Yeah, all right. I didn't know if Kurt. We knew Tyler had a good night. We got multiple texts. We got a two night text. We knew he had himself a hell of a day. All right, as we continue on this Football Friday, get you ready for this game. C.J. Stroud had something to say in his presser that kind of maybe offers up at least a potential understanding of something that's going on with the offense. And we're going to look at some of the key major matchups in this game against the Cardinals, getting you ready for the big game coming up on Sunday, Football Friday, right here live as we continue right here on The Drive.
All right, you're losing your hair, and you need a simple solution that works.
Nighttime sniffling, aching, fever. Best sleep with the flu. Medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from BB's Tex Orleans off 249 in Tomball, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. The Drive is live, and The Drive is live on the road here on a Football Friday. And it brings us here to BB's right off Tomball Parkway. And if you could hear that, the party is on, and you can be a part of this party as we're having a good time. We will be here till 6 o'clock, but it looks like BB's is a spot where you can get things started to start off your Friday night. So come on out here. Great food, great drinks. Still working on that one, huh?
Yeah, it's going to be a while.
Get that 8-liquor ass kicker right there.
Yeah, I mean, right after I got through talking to you about that 8-liquor ass kicker, I go ahead and get the biggest drink in the whole place.
Yeah, forever punished me on this one here. I went ahead and took mine on down. But no, man, it's a good time to be had out here. Tickets, again, in the 5 o'clock hour. You got a chance to win a pair of tickets to that Texans-Colts game coming up at the end of the season. So you want to get in here, put your ticket in a raffle box to give yourself a chance to be a winner. All right, Clint, C.J. Stroud spoke, and I know when you heard this, it really kind of jumped out to you and signaled maybe this is giving us some answers to some of the issues they may be having offensively that they keep talking about. We keep hearing that word urgency. Yeah. Here was C.J. the other day.
Yeah, it's a little bit of everything. I think, our play calls, aren't short and it can get loud. So, it's sometimes, getting in there, I'm yelling as loud as I can. And, we're super tight in the huddle, trying to hear everything. And sometimes, things just happen and, it sucks because, those sometimes take away big plays or stop momentum. So, it's something we got to get fixed. And, just me trying to communicate as best as I can. But yeah, I think, it's not always going to be easy. And, how you weather the storm, those things do happen because it is a part of the game. And hopefully you try to eliminate it. But, in a way atmosphere is when you're motioning like we are and like doing a bunch of shifts and, fast motions, like, we all just got to be locked into what we're doing. And, so yeah.
All right, what triggered your thoughts on that?
Look, I think the mystery here, and to me, and should be from a lot of people, but definitely from me, is why are we constantly talking about what seems to be the football 101 type things, right? And when we talk about the Texans not breaking the huddle and getting to the line of scrimmage in time for them to communicate and deal with pressures, it could be one of several things, right? It could be the offensive coordinator, it could be the quarterback, it could be the team not getting in there tight and guys not being disciplined enough and them lacking a sense of urgency coming and going between plays. It could be a lot of different things. So I think the coaches use a very vague term on purpose, but if you listen to what they're saying throughout the week and kind of read between the lines, I think you can start to kind of see a picture and find some possible reasons why. And I think here's the deal. When your quarterback starts his comments about like the struggles of the offense, when he starts the comments with, play calls aren't short, that tells me that the verbiage that is required for each play is either too much in general or it's too much for C.J. Stroud, right? And, that part of it has to be figured out. That's not a C.J. Stroud problem or a Nick Caley problem. That is a Texans offense problem, and they've got to come together and figure it out. Do you shorten the play calls up? Do you stay away from certain motions or shifts that make them longer? Like, what do you do to get to a point where this particular offense in 2025, they can communicate it, get out of the huddle, and get to the line of scrimmage, right? And that is, again, I don't know if it's too much verbiage offensively or is it CJ can't handle that much yet at this point in his career. He's not ready with this offense to handle that kind of verbiage. Whatever it is, that could be the reason why we're having these issues, and they've got to zero in on it and get it figured out.
If it is causing them to get to the line of scrimmage late, if it's causing them that's really disappointing where we are at this juncture of the season, right? Like, we're like this far along. It is disappointing that they don't potentially have a handle on that.
Well, the sense of urgency thing that they keep talking about really bothers me from that perspective. This very well could be like the ability to communicate to communicate clearly and in a way, in an animated way, is very, very important relative to this, right? What he's talking about. And CJ Stroud, has he mastered that? Right? Is he not only well versed enough in the offense, but has he mastered the ability to get in the huddle and keep eye contact and make sure he's enunciating in a way that everybody can understand every single word? If you can't hear it, you can read lips, kind of deal, if it's loud. Because the reality of it is it's easy to communicate and call plays and do these things when you're at home. There's no noise. Everybody on the sideline can hear, and everything's good, right? But if you're going to make a run in the playoffs like we all hope the Texans can and will, they're going to have to go to some hostile environments. And they're going to have to be able to communicate in those moments in an efficient manner, right? And you just look up and the great quarterbacks in this league very rarely are talking about and even acknowledging how long play calls are, right? And so whether it's that or the offense, they got to figure this thing out together to rob them, because they're going to have to go on the road, and it's going to be difficult again if they don't get it figured out. I think a really fascinating thing in our business, in our world, is to listen to D'Amico, like Nick. Nobody talks around their elbow to get to their mouth like Nick does, right? But to listen to D'Amico and go, okay, I know he's not lying because he's heated. He's heated right now, but he's using a very broad term. It could be this guy, that guy, or this guy. He just doesn't want to say specifically who it is.
Names, yeah.
Right? So then we go back and listen to each one of those guys talking. You're like, okay, now we got it. We got it. So it just seems like that may be a little bit of a peek behind the curtain of what's going on offensively with the communication issues.
Yeah, that's it, and that's got to be something that's got to be knocked out, because we hear them talk about we got so much room to grow and get better in.
Yeah.
Those are things that you can control yourself.
Yeah.
Like to
well, I think the biggest thing here is like just to realize, like, this is not a – a lot of people look at it here and like, oh, well, what are you saying, that CJ can't handle this or CJ? No, it's not. This is whoever the offensive play caller is for the Texans and CJ issue. Like, they've got to get to we all of us quarterbacks have strengths and weaknesses, right? And whether some guys need wristbands, some guys don't even want wristbands, right? Some guys want the coach to be out of their ear by the time it gets to the 15-second mark, whatever. Like, everybody has their preferences, and they've just got to settle in. This is not a CJ can or can't. It's just it's got to be a process that is flawless in order to eliminate it from being a problem when you get in the playoffs and you're on the road.
Yep. All right. How about some matchups, Clint? I'm looking at these. I'm interested in yours. I think a key matchup to me in this game, Clint, based off what we saw last week. I know Chris Jones was a real dominant force, especially inside against the Texans, and I would assume that was a Chris Jones thing. But I am curious to see the matchup with Calais Campbell. Walter Nolan looks like he's going to play those two guys in the interior against the Texans 3 on the inside, right? Titus is now the guard there, getting there, and Andrews and Ed, they had some rough moments last week. Now Chris Jones, when he's on a mission, can do that. But these two guys aren't awful. Like, these are talented players, one older, one younger. But I do want to see if they have a bounce-back week and can slow those guys down, because those guys could potentially give issues.
Yeah. No, look, I mean, there's no question about it. I mean, the interior of the offensive line is where you kind of have questions. It's crazy to think you got Ariante Ursary on the left side, and you got Trent Brown. You got an older dude and a younger dude, and they're holding their end of the bargain up pretty well. The struggles seem to come inside, and so
at least Sunday they did.
But I think overall, I think like Ed Ingram's been really good at guard throughout the season. But I think if you watch the film, Ed Ingram, it scares you a little bit in pass protection, and so. And as I've said before, there's nothing like when them guards center guard, when they get pushed into you, it's hard to have anywhere to escape to. So, yeah, I think this week, no doubt about it, Calais Campbell, and I love the Walter Nolan kid. I mean, you talk about a guy that flashes big time ability.
Real talent. Yeah.
So yeah, those guys stacked up on the inside there. Versus
Right, but he's like a quicker moving guy, kind of like
super athletic for an
Jones
interior
is,
defensive lineman. Yeah.
Yeah. To me, that's a big one I watch. Also for me, Clint, Trey McBride. He is I think this year has been the best tight end in football. And he's more than just, a tight end that you mess with. He is there, especially with Marvin Harrison out of this game. He may be their top target.
Yeah.
One, I'm intrigued to see how D'Amico and Matt Burke are going to decide to handle him, and then to see if that is something that they can minimize, because he's almost at 1,000 yards right now as a tight end. And can have big plays. I love what they did last week with Kamari Lassiter. I love the thought of putting him on Kelce many times. We saw that matchup a couple of times, and I wouldn't be opposed to doing that right now either. Is put one of your because what they would love to do is, hey, can we get a matchup with a safety or something like that, or a linebacker on them? Because those are matchups he can win. So to me, that's a big matchup in this game.
Yeah, what do they do? What do the Texans do with Trey McBride? He's a hell of a player. Another guy that when you talk about, tight ends in the league, he gets overlooked. I mean, obviously not by the people that cover the NFL consistently, but if you're just randomly talking tight ends, a lot of the times you don't think about Trey McBride, but he's definitely the one guy on that offense right now. I think that look, they're all good. They got several good guys, but that's the one guy on this offense that could cause some major problems if you don't keep an eye on him. So we'll see. Does D'Amico Ryan stay in structure and play just a quarters umbrella and kind of keep everything in front, letting his defensive line hunt? Or does he feel the need to, like you said, bring in Kamari Lassiter or Stingley Jr. to take McBride completely away from Jacoby Brissett? We'll see. It'll be interesting. I would imagine that's a counterpunch or that's an adjustment. I'd imagine they start out base, and then if it becomes a problem, that they go that route. That's what I would bet on, but I wouldn't be disappointed if they didn't go start from jump, because he's a hell of a player.
Yeah, Last week it seemed like they just said, "Hey, let's roll."
Yeah,
let's roll, and this is going to be because Kelce did hurt him a lot last. I don't love the thought of Azeez or even EJ Speed or Henry being the answers there. All right, big game coming up, and a lot of matchups there. As the Texans are favored pretty big in this game, and should have a good shot to go ahead and win their sixth straight. They really should win their sixth straight, but those are some of the key matchups you might want to be looking at as they get going in this game on Sunday. Coming up a little 5 o'clock fire, as we will take a look at the current injury report. The Texans, even the guys they did have injured, none are looking to be designated as out yet, but there are some questionable. We'll give you the latest of that. And when it comes to the Cardinals, they've got several guys that are going to be out of this game. A couple of important guys. We'll let you know the latest on that as well. And a little Thursday night football game last night. Boy, the head coach, he lost his mind afterwards. So we'll look at that a little bit. And big news to one of the best players in the NFL on defense. We'll also discuss that coming up next as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right, imagine needing to say.
The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Cal is a kick-ass racquetball player.
There's a hot link place that I used to eat at way back in the day.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. I see a whole lot of people in here who are off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. And the latest is we are live here on a Football Friday at BB's. Give us a hand again. Yeah, I'm going to make y'all keep clapping. We're here at BB's right off Tomball Parkway. Make your way on out here. It's 5 o'clock. It's a good time to get started. They've got a plethora of drinks. Forever is back there making the drinks. I need another strawberry margarita frozen, to be honest with you. I might have to get another one before we get up out of here. Clint is still nursing that drink he has over there.
Go ahead and bow your neck and get one of these man size.
I promise you'd be drunk a lot quicker than yours is.
A lot quicker. What'd you call me?
I didn't call you that now.
I thought it was funny.
I come a little harder. Come on out here, have yourself a good time. You still got a chance to win multiple prizes here coming up in the 5 o'clock hour, including tickets, a pair of tickets to that Colts-Texans game, the final game of the regular season. You got a chance to be in the building for that. All you got to do is grab a ticket, put it in our raffle box, and you can be our winner. And everyone in here will be happy for the person who is the winner. There will be no booing or any of that. Everyone will be happy for the winner. We have had issues before where others have booed and gotten upset because they weren't the winner. That's not what we're going to do here. We got a good group here. We're going to have a good time out here. But you can be a winner. Come on out here and get in our raffle box, and you can be a winner. All right, Clint. Injury report is out, and there aren't any players that are listed as out with their game status. There are 4 that are questionable, Clint, and it is none of them are Kamari Laster. He practiced today. He has no designation. It looks like they are just literally nursing him and not having him practice throughout the week and then getting in. He got in a little bit in the walkthrough today, but he does not have any designation associated with him. Neither does Woody Marks, I think, 2 of the guys you really look at. But Nick Chubb with those ribs, he's questionable. He did work out on the side today. He did not practice, but worked out with the training staff on the side. We'll see what that means. E.J. Speed is questionable in this game. I know that was somebody you thought low-key was somebody to look like. Look at Harrison Bryant, who I didn't know was still playing. I thought he was still injured. Maybe he's going to potentially get back. He is listed as questionable in this game. And then Justin Watson, who just started practicing again, he's listed as questionable. Sheldon Rankins, who did practice yesterday, he is good to go in this game. So it looks like the big ones to really look at are Nick Chubb, who I think is the one who may really potentially have some issues, maybe not playing in this game. And then, as you said yesterday, E.J. Speed to watch as he is listed as questionable.
Yeah, look, I think the Nick Chubb is something to keep an eye on. I would not play him. I mean, at this point in time, if he's questionable, yeah. I mean, look, you got to have him. You got to have him for the last 3 games, the AFC games that are going to mean a little bit more to where you end up in the playoffs. You got to take care of him, man. At the end of the day, it's not about him per se as much as it's about the workload of Woody Marks. I just don't think he's going to hold up being a 20-plus carry guy down the stretch. And so, you've got to have Nick Chubb spell him early in games, early in the second half, in order to make sure he's fresh in critical moments and critical situations down the stretch. You got to have Woody. So who keeps him, at a point, his carries down, his snaps down enough to where when the game's on the line, he's at his best.
We might see the Schrader kid then if
look, I think we're going to see a heavy dose of Dare Ogunbowale. I really do. I mean, I think that would be the on-brand thing for them to do. But I would love to see Schrader.
But you don't mind this week.
No, this is how. To me, this is exactly what Dare Ogunbowale's value is. I mean, this is how you should use him. Is hey, all right, somebody's injured, boom, bump him up there. You got a guy you believe in, that you trust, that you're confident will get the job done. And so, no, this is exactly how he should be used. Now, would I like to see Schrader get a couple of touches just to see if he's maybe a guy that down the road, if something does happen, to Chubb or Woody that he gives you a chance. Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see it. Hell, I'm here for it. Why not?
Yeah. All right. That to me is probably the one.
Hard to not smirk a little bit when you're talking about Chubb and Woody.
Well, I'm glad I don't have Tyler in front of me. That's I'm glad I don't have him to look at. By the way, on the other side, there are several guys that are listed as out in this game for the Cardinals. The big name, their safety, Jalen Thompson, with a hamstring. Their left tackle, Paris Johnson, he was declared out earlier this week. He is out. And then Marvin Harrison Jr., he is out with a heel injury in this game. Marvin Harrison, he was one that was questionable to see if he may go. He's going to miss another game this year. So they've got some key starters out of this game, which I think, and we talked about it a little bit earlier, I think the Marvin Harrison injury, that is big because it just gives them more options of how they can use their coverage, right?
Yeah.
Usually if they've got a couple of receivers when healthy, the Wilson kid who had a big game last week, he could be a handful. But now that you have, one of their other, Dortch is hurt too, he's on IR. Now you have another one of their other guys out of here. It kind of opens up possibilities for Matt Burke and D'Amico Ryans and what they can do in coverage. So.
Yeah, look, the Marvin Harrison and Paris Johnson, those two guys not being out. Obviously, the next man up is a downgrade. So, yeah, that's advantage Texans, no doubt.
With their defense. That is the latest there is the injuries. Pretty good shape right now for the Texans. Nick Chubb is really the only one you're really looking at that could be. But the Texans should be the more healthy team going into this game against the Cardinals on Sunday.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, more college football news, Clinton, and I think this is just kind of interesting because is this something that we're going to be looking at here moving forward in college football? Utah Utes head coach Kyle Whittingham, who had been there for 21 years, he is stepping down. He is expected to be succeeded by his defensive coordinator Morgan Scalley. Or Scaley, excuse me. I want it to be Scalley.
Oh, Scallywag.
Morgan Scaley, who their AD announced as the head coach in waiting on July 1st, 2024. But, Scaley will take over for Kyle Whittingham. But I wonder, is this something we're going to start seeing? Are we going to start to see coaches move more? Are we going to start to see these jobs and these openings come open more? Because it seems like, the leash is becoming shorter with teams and how they're looking at coaches, and it looks like coaches are more apt to say, hey, man, I don't know how much. Like Kyle Whittingham, nothing about him looks like he wants to shut it down. I don't know that 10 years ago at 66, he's a good-looking 66 years old. It feels like Kyle may be like, I don't know if I want to deal with this. Like Nick Saban got out. I don't know if I want to deal with everything you have to deal with to be a college football coach. And these guys may be out. And with that, we also see when you look at Brian Kelly, you look at some of these other places, your leash is a couple years, 2-3 years now if you don't get it done immediately.
Yeah, well, no. Look, I'm just happy for Utah that this wasn't a jump into the available coach pool and try to find a coach while what's going on at these other top universities is going on. Because
this is a little different than Michigan.
Yeah, you'd be hung out to try here. By the way, I mean, did you check the pronunciation there?
Well, it might be Scally, isn't it?
I'd go Scally all day long.
I don't want it to be Scally.
Why do you not want it to be Scally?
That can't be that man's last name.
Scalley. That's Scally all day.
That can't be that man's last name.
That's Scally, man.
He can't be living with Scally his whole life.
No, he's not living with Scally. They're either adding a wag or taking something off. You know what I mean? Oh, there's no doubt. Oh, Morgan.
Yeah, no, it's I didn't see that one coming. Obviously,
Did your folks use Scallywag?
No, yeah, we shortened it to just straight Scallies.
So, but that was the
we on a hunt for some Scallies. Scallies in the building.
Oh boy!
Yeah, any Scallies around?
Dad didn't say much, but old Mom she'd refer to a couple of them old gals you'd bring over to the house as Scallywags real quick.
Yeah, that sound.
Where'd y'all find them old Scallywags?
Oh, she uses that.
Mom, I'd say, Mom, they were from Crosby.
Yeah,
I'd put it on Crosby.
Yeah. All right, another opening. Well, they're expected to to have a success to be succeeded by Morgan Scallywag. But if not, the Utah job would be another Power 5 job that is open, but it looks like it will be filled. Kyle Winningham, man, 21 years over there at Utah.
Scally's been there since 2008.
Oh, Scallywag's been running there.
Good God, he's been there damn near as long.
It feels
almost
like
20 years.
That is so. That's in certain cases I understand, but like I'm concerned. I wonder if they should at least look at somebody outside of the program.
Why?
Like I always just like he been there since 2008. Like they know
exactly who he is, right?
I know they know exactly who he is, but I mean
they don't need to interview a bunch of people. They got their guy right there.
I'm just saying, if Scally was really good, like has he been just turning down jobs? Man, he been there since 2008, man. I don't know, boy.
Maybe he just likes Utah. Maybe Whittingham has always told him, hey, man, you're next in line. When I leave, I'm going to give you the job.
As Michigan knows, man, sometimes just iron within the plan.
Hey, well, look, Whittingham, look, he always told him, when I leave, I'm going to give you the job. Damn, he made sure of it. He picked a time when that was the best bet, no doubt, right?
Man, he got him over there like Queen Elizabeth. Damn, Charles, you ain't going to never be the king, are you?
Hey, Utah.
I'm going to ride this thing out.
Hey, Utah, I'm going to ride off into the sunset. Y'all go ahead and try to find somebody better than our defensive coordinator right now.
Yeah.
You want to. Michigan's open, LSU's open, Ole Miss found the guy, Florida's open.
Yeah, man, take that one. I got it. We got Scally right here. All right. All right.
What a man. What a man.
What a man.
5 o'clock fire.
Damn, that Tyler's good.
What a man.
Last night, the Buccaneers.
Y'all remember that song?
Yes, we do.
What a man. Who sang that? What a man. What a man. Who?
Who is it? Chicago. Whoa, no.
Andy.
Andy, that's.
No, this is. I said, what a man. What a man.
That's salt and pepper.
What a mighty good man. You're talking about Chicago.
Salt, pepper, and En Vogue. Ain't that salt, pepper, and En Vogue? I believe that is. Yeah, I can see.
I don't remember who sang that song.
Yeah,
I know he's jamming a bit.
Yeah.
Andy said Chicago.
Yeah, I didn't think that. Yeah, and he is rifling
with the old white guy answer.
And he is rifling through that phone too, boy. He is going to get. Look at that hand.
What a man, Andy. What a man.
Swinging that boy.
Salt and pepper.
Salt and pepper. Yeah, I feel like En Vogue is in there too, ain't there? Salt and pepper. Yeah, salt, pepper, and En Vogue, I believe, snuck in there too. But
Andy, there ain't no ER on into that, man.
You say, hey, we know what you meant, Andy. We know what you meant. The Buccaneers, they needed that game last night, and all of a sudden, Bryce Young and the Carolina Panthers are in first place in the NFC South. Ooh. As they lose at the end to Tyler's favorite player, Kirk Cousins, who brought them back. Kirk Cousins, who needs to get in a booth. I mean, if he short hops, he is now turned into Chad Pennington. No disrespect to Chad Pennington, but the amount of short hops I watched Kirk Cousins throw, and I thought Darnell Mooney was just going to quit in the middle of the field as he would get open, and he would have to either go low or he would short hop him. But he somehow found a way to bring him back. By the way, if you played against Kyle Pitts last night in the playoffs in fantasy, you are hosed right there. But the Falcons get a last-second win, but it really got started after the game. As head coach Todd Bowles. Todd Bowles always has that look of if looks could kill.
He's got a male RBF.
No, he looked like his.
What is the male version of an RBF?
Todd
Bowles.
he had like Todd Bowles had the look of his kids sit in church and they don't do nothing. They don't just say a word. Even if they thought about doing something, he looked like Todd looked like he ain't whooped any of his kids. He just looks. Because Todd looked like he might kill me. Like he might walk over and kill me. But he don't ever really show nothing. We heard last night Todd for the first time really uncork. Here's Todd at the podium after the game and count the F-bomb.
It's inexcusable. You don't make excuses. You gotta care enough where the hurts. You gotta care enough where the hurts. It gotta mean something to you. It's more than a job. It's your livelihood. How well do you know your job? How well can you do your job? Well, you can't sugarcoat that. It was inexcusable, and there's no answer for it. There's no excuse for it. That's what you tell them in the locker room. Look in the mirror.
Wow, dude.
Oh, that is so great.
I mean, Tyler, for you, because I want to see if we're on the same page. What was your most impressive cuss combination there?
Oh, I know that automatically. It was for sure the answer. Inexcusable.
When he swung that into the middle of inexcusable.
That's a professional cusser, boys.
Man, that is strong. Inexcusable. When he slid the F word in that word, like he spelled INFU. I mean, he just let it loose. That was fantastic. I mean, at some point, like you're like, I guess if you're like the owner of the GM, at some point you're like, all right, yeah, he's really leaning in. And then at some point you gotta get your stop sign up. Like, all right, hey man, after the fifth one, hey, let's calm down. Okay, all right, Todd. Like Todd's got to get fined for that, right? Like
sure, and I don't think he cares. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say he doesn't care.
Hey man, but
I absolutely love.
Honest to God, though, real quick, like what has happened to the Bucs?
He just told you. It's got to matter.
And Tyler, Mike Evans went off last night, didn't he? I think he.
He had a really good game for sure.
He came back, went off last night, and they were at full strength almost at the receiver position. I saw. What's the slot? Yeah, Godwin. He was involved. I actually turned it off. He got a third down conversion. I thought that was probably going to be all she wrote, and they ended up giving up that lead. I think the Falcons had 19 penalties in the game and won. Yeah, and
there was no shortage of flags. It was kind of wild at one point.
Yeah, they're 7-7 now.
Pete down at Oleg, didn't he? Fourth quarter.
Yeah,
had a 14-point lead in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, that was crazy. But yeah, Todd Bowles, boy, he just let that thing loose, and I guess, boy, what do you think he was like in the locker room after the game?
Very similar to what you just heard.
I mean, he's had some time to kind of stretch through that.
I think he stays.
And he's the scary one like that. He ain't raising his voice, get mad with it. He's just talking right here, like, I'll kill you right here,
Yeah.
and then I'll go eat lunch.
I love it.
I know you do. All right, is this something? Is this something that happened Sunday night? Is it a bad night, bad game, or a bad sign that could be something we need to pay attention to moving forward? We'll discuss that next.
Ready? The Texans are back at home in full. For tickets and more information, and hear the game exclusively here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from BB's Tex Orleans off 249 in Tomball, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. As we continue this beautiful Football Friday here from BB's Tomball Parkway. Still got time to make your way, and hell, they just getting started here tonight as they're going to get things going. By the way, if you're in the house and you haven't gotten one of our commemorative glasses, it's a photo of the drive, which is Tyler, Clint, and my father-in-law right there on the glass. You got a chance to grab that, take that home. You ain't even got to pull a ticket or win nothing with that. You just grab you a glass and take it home.
Just got to show up. Did we give both Tomball Ford oil changes away?
Yes, we did.
Did we give both of them away?
Got them away, man.
Oh man,
look at them up, man.
Look at that.
Yeah. My man was excited. My man who got that same big ass drink that you got, he won one of them.
There you go.
Yeah, and the family back there, they took home a Academy Sports and Outdoors gift card and
a free oil change.
Hey, man. Hey, look at them. I looked at them back there. They got their hands full, baby. Yeah, they gonna work that oil change. They gonna work that, baby. They look like that. Them parents right there, them two right there. They look like they can't wait till 9 o'clock gets here. These kids go to bed, baby. Let me get these kids in bed so we can kick it, baby. I know you can't wait. Get in here and get to bed. There you go. I'm telling you. Yeah, I'm with you. There's nothing like 9 o'clock hits.
8 o'clock at my place.
9 o'clock on the weekends for us.
Mine don't know the difference between the week and the weekend yet.
Yeah, get that 9 o'clock.
Stayed up till 9 o'clock last night. Mama's out of town.
Oh,
yeah.
She gonna be pissed.
Let them stay up.
Yeah. Why you do that, man?
Hey, man, look, because
that's what you want to do. You want to be the nice parent.
I don't.
That's what you want to be. You want to be the cool parent.
I'm the disparent. I'm the one that they don't. I mean, my little one still loves me, but the 4-year-old she don't want to snuggle with me. I'm chopped liver because I discipline her. But last night
I'm a bit surprised by that.
Well, I mean, I can't help myself. I don't want to be there. I don't want to.
I thought they would have you hook, line, and sinker anytime.
My 2-year-old does.
You can admit it. She got you.
My 4-year-old. I mean, boy, she pushes my buttons.
I told you, I said, you remember, this was a long time ago. I said, let me know the first time Liv really pisses you off.
She's done it several times. I mean, I feel bad. I snatch her up. I mean, on a nightly, I go home and I'm there 45 minutes before they go to bed, and I've got to discipline her 3 times. She's so mean to my 2-year-old. My 2-year-old's just such a little innocent, sweet, just – she'll be laid over in the corner, not messing with nobody, and Liv goes over there and picks on her, makes her cry.
And then you have to go pick on her.
My wife sits there like she doesn't see it. I'm like,
really?
Did you see that?
I felt like Lo would be the one getting after.
No, she'll get on her a little bit, but she don't. I think she just is. Mom's had them for 2 hours. At the end of the day,
your turn.
Mama may be checked out a bit.
She's off the clock.
But I got to go over there and snatch her up, and then I realize, hey, Clint, she's 4, man, relax.
And then she can get them tears going and get you. I know
she doesn't know. She cannot. She does not.
She can't. I've looked at Nicholas multiple times and said, I just want to let you know your tears are doing nothing for me.
No, that 4-year-old.
You're gonna go ahead and clean his room up.
She's gonna be the one that won't cry. She's gonna be the one that I can whip as hard as you want to, and she'll purposely not cry just so you don't think it hurts. That's her mentality. I mean, it is. Gotta have the last word. If I tell her to stop something, she's going to do it 3 more times before she stops.
So she's you.
She is my mother as well.
Yeah.
Me and my mother are identical, and then she is, yes.
And she's right. It's following.
Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah, well.
Just like, that's why my mother had to beat the hell out of me.
All right, hey, Clint, after this game, and 713-572-4610, you guys can jump in on this. Do you have concerns about the offensive line?
No.
Are you watching this game with some concerns? Because last week, at least for that stretch in the third quarter, really in the second half, anytime they dropped back to pass, it looked like last year. It looked like stretches of instant pressure. Even the plays that they completed passes on, it was CJ immediately having to evade pressure and making a play that you can't live on. So no concerns for you? You said, really?
No, I feel really good about the offensive line. Look, I think Chris.
You think
Jones,
it was just a matchup?
Well, Chris Jones whooped their ass in the first 2 drives and made it look worse and feel worse to all of us fans than it really was. And then when you look at what was going on with the blitzes, I mean, that's a game plan. That's a plan problem. That's an adjustment problem. That's a call problem. That's not a boy, our offensive line sucks problem.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just CJ should never snap the football with A-gap rushers and not having answers. I mean, he's snapping the football knowing that the guy nearest me is unblocked, and I don't have anywhere to throw the football. That's not an O-line problem. That is a scheme problem, OC problem, quarterback problem before you get to the O-line. And so, no, I'm not any less confident today than I was going into last week about this offensive line. I think they've shown tremendous growth. I think, for the most part, they're given a chance to make calls that know who they have. I think they get them. I think the guys around them, as we've said a million times before they showed improvement, the play caller and the quarterback has to protect the offensive line. And when they don't, it gets ugly. It gets really ugly. And when it's on the road where you can't communicate and it's on the road versus one of the best pressure defensive coordinators in the game, it's ugly, right? That's a Nick Caley, C.J. Stroud problem, not an offensive line problem.
Yeah.
Why? I mean, can I go back? I asked you this earlier in the week, and you looked at me like I was crazy. Why did he not call a timeout ever?
I guess they didn't want to waste.
I'm talking about CJ.
I know.
Well, this ain't a waste thing. This is a save my ass thing. Like when you're at the line of scrimmage, like I would call I'd call multiple timeouts and be screaming at the sideline.
You get down to one timeout in the second half?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
That's aggressive.
Yeah, no, I'm not like that's the scary part is the amount of times that we're snapping the football without the answer, knowing I'm in trouble immediately, and we're doing it anyway.
I just wonder, but for me, I wonder.
That's a sign of dysfunction. That's a sign of.
I wonder what was happening on the sideline in between drives. Like to me, that's to me where you I would think you would really get it
that's
together.
That's why I would call a timeout and go over there and talk to him about it. We find out immediately.
Man, D'Amico will have your ass. Now, CJ, you call one more damn timeout.
And let me
call one more. Get rid of it. It's a 10-10 game. You can't leave me with no timeouts.
I was in this situation. I got cut the next week, but my response would be, well, tell this fool to protect me then. That's what. The next week I didn't have a job, but that's basically what I would. That's how I'd go about it.
Was it Bill Parcells who did it?
No, it wasn't in the league. Hell, I didn't know.
Okay.
No, it was.
Okay.
Talking to your head coach that way in the.
Listen. I think just calling repeated timeouts is aggressive. But I just like
I'm not saying I'd rattle off all 3 of them, but I would just. The point is, I'd call a timeout and figure out what the hell's going on.
But to me, it's like the thing that is concerning, and maybe the offensive line is the wrong thing to say. I include the offensive line because they didn't run the ball great either. I just like all of that. But the whatever the game plan is to where that man dropped back to pass every time and he had pressure like immediately. Like damn near there was one throw in the second half and it was to Jalen Noel that it was on time and it looked like this is what we practice. All the other ones was look out, run to the right, throw it across the body, run backwards, take a hit immediately. If it's planned or whatever, like I'm hoping that was a one-game scenario and that this isn't something that we walk into on Sunday and we see Walter Nolan just rolling through by himself or linebackers and safeties and Budda Baker just running through their line. Whatever it is, like pressure and everything that they were facing in that second half, I'm not concerned yet, but if we see this continue, then it's like, all right, what's going on? Because now this is what you're going to face. CJ sit there, and we're going to get a lot of pressure now that we played that way. And if they get to the side, that's a part of, for me, Clint, you want to call timeout in the middle. They walked over to the sideline 5 times and came back, and it looked the same every time they came back. Like there was, as you said, there was not an answer. It was 3 plays, -2 yards, out, punt. 3 plays, -2 yards, out, punt. 3 plays, 2 yards, out. Punt. Like it was like every time we dropped back, it's like I got to get rid of it, or I'm. That's the part to me was like what is going on here? Hopefully this was just a Spags and Chris Jones thing. We'll see, but that was they just didn't have any answers at all. Someone texted Ron, it's the Cardinals, no concern. I hope so. I'm with you. That was tough to see. I don't know if it's the offensive line. I don't know if it's the game plan, whatever it is. Hopefully it changes. All right, our Friday finish coming up. We'll give our predictions, and you can text in right now, 713-572-4610. The Texans will win if they do what? And I just want to let you know, you're a sucker if you text in, score more points. All right, use your mind. The Texans will win if they do what? That's coming up next.
All right, check it out. If you're out there and you're dealing with allergy, sinus, and or sleep problems, maybe you or your significant other is keeping you up all night with some snoring issue, I got the answer. It's Dr. Matoran. He takes a holistic approach to your treatment. He specializes in quick in-office procedures. Andy, he'll get you back to sleeping your best nights and living your best life, baby. Give him a call right now, 713-665-8887. 713-665-8887. Or you can always get more information at drmatorin.com. That's drmatorin.com.
In the loop.
Can you think back to the various twists and turns?
56 gigs, $830. Eligible port in a new line. $100 plus a month plan with autopay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Let me get you out of the way, Tyler.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from BB's Tex Orleans off 249 in Tomball, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are winding down on this Football Friday, but a great crowd out here at BB's. They, as you can hear, man, you got to be a part of these parties every single Friday, every single Thursday. We're out around the city during the football season. It's always a great time. We appreciate everybody who came out. Congratulations to all our winners out here today as well. Shout out to our promo staff, our engineer, Andy. Shout out to you for keeping us on the air.
Weatherman Andy.
There he is.
It's going to be 76 to 78 on Christmas Day, y'all.
Yep. And somehow he knows that on December 12th. We love you.
Tyler said, it's in 13 days. I said, yep.
Andy got it.
Andy's on it now.
Yeah, yep.
Hey, Ron, can I tell the folks real quick, just one more thing I'd recommend at BB's?
Okay, sure.
The big old cocktails page in the drink menu, the Paloma Grande. I recommend one.
It's a good one, huh?
Not if you're in a hurry. If you're in a hurry, I do not recommend it. It's on the large side, but it goes right in line with that gumbo and that boudin.
A couple of people followed the suit with you.
That's right.
How about that? Right. That gumbo got us because I thought for sure we might make another order.
Oh yeah,
and maybe the drinks too.
I mean, hell, when you drink, that thing
took you down, huh? Yep.
You got no more room in the belly.
Yeah. Well, not yet. We'll get there. So it's only 5:43. But no, shout out also to Tyler, who has held us down back at the station doing things here. Shout out to the staff here at BB's. Give him a hand out here. The staff here at BB's, please tip your waitresses.
Jerica and Forever.
Jerica and Forever making the drinks over there as well. I better mention all of them. I thought Forever was going to go ahead and take me out right there.
Anybody off the list now.
Yeah, she stopped right there and said and gave me that name. Gotcha. But no, it's been a great time out here. Rebecca, who's the manager here, who's taking care of us. Great job as well. Great spot to be here. Text in 713-572-4610. The Texans, they will take care of business. They'll win this game if they do what? I like it. Somebody said if they just show up. All right. That's what I'm talking about. Confidence. 3-10 Arizona team, baby.
All right.
That's what I'm talking about. Real quick, before we jump into our Friday finish, any concern of a letdown coming off of these three big games against almost contenders?
Zero.
Yeah.
Zero.
Yeah, you expect to see the same
Well, I just think we're led by our defense, and our defense it's very, very convincing. Their brand, it's very convincing who they are and what they do and how they go about their business. And I don't think they're going to get scored on as a letdown. They may run into somebody that's got their number and a great game plan somewhere along the way. I don't think it's going to be this week, but at some point they may come into a situation like that. But when you got a defense that plays the way this defense plays, and all 11 players are on one string, man, and they are in lockstep, man. That is hard to break. It's easy for an offense to be a little bit off and the plan not be right, and you don't show up, and maybe one player doesn't carry his weight, man. When it's a unit on the defensive side of the ball, it's hard to break that. And so I don't have any concern about the not show up or the letdown of this team.
Yeah. I think D'Amico, that right there, I think D'Amico does a pretty good job of having his team ready for situations. Yep. I don't know that I've ever remembered, dang, man, they were sluggish. They didn't come out.
Not on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, well, yeah. Now, sometimes they may just be overpowered, but I hear that. All right, 713-572-4610. Friday finish. The Texans will win if they do what? Someone said, KD, the Texans will win if CJ runs 10 or more times. Whoa.
What?
That is aggressive.
Katie, what team you watching?
Been back 2 games.
I mean, my man been back off a major concussion, and we want to run the ball 10 times against Cardinals?
He said 50. Yeah, 10 times or more. You're right, yeah.
Nah, that ain't it. I'd prefer him not run it and not get hit. at all.
Yeah. All right. For me, Clint, I'll start it here with it. I think the Texans will win. Honestly, in this game, I think they are clearly the better team in this game. And usually in games like this, the clear better team has to help the other team to get wins, especially at home. If they minimize major mistakes, they should be good. If they minimize, not turning the ball over a bunch of times, which has probably been the best thing that they do offensively is to protect the football. No crazy turnovers, no blown assignments and big play things. I think they should be fine in this game. They're a better football team than the Cardinals. The Cardinals currently are on a 5-game losing streak, and in a lot of those games they've been blown out. And even though the Texans play different, if they just play their game and don't make a lot of mistakes, I think they should be in pretty good shape to win.
Yeah, I think it's fair. I need 5 sacks.
Yeah.
I need 5 sacks. I think when we won last week, I think the one thing that kind of gets lost is, you talked about it earlier in the week, I think the one thing that kind of gets lost is we won 20-10. We won by 2 scores, and we held Kansas City to 10 points. And Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter were ultimately – look, I know they played good games, but really, relative to what we're used to, they were non-factors. I mean, they relative to what we're used to and how they impact games, they just didn't do that, right? And not taking shots at those guys. I'm just saying you won by two scores and held Andy Reid and Pat Mahomes to 10 points, and your top 2 chaos creators were really kind of non-factors in the game. So I don't know if it means that they're going to win. I think they win anyway, but I think we need to get them back on track. So I need 5 total sacks out of the defense. How you like that?
5 total sacks. No, hey,
I need 5 plus.
I like
5
that.
plus.
Well, they're going to be going up against a backup tackle in the game. Now they went
quarterback
up against
that's more of a pocket guy than anything.
They went up against a 4th and 5th string tackle last week, and a couple. Yeah, I feel like we may see a bounce back game from Daniil Hunter.
Yeah,
who kind of fought it a little bit in that game. So no, I like that 5 sacks. All right, let's get some predictions in here. Let's start with Tyler. Tyler, where are you at? I know you got to win, but how bad do you think the Texans get over the Cardinals on Sunday?
Pretty bad. I think the Texans do what they should and take care of business. It is not lost on me that historically the Houston Texans have had serious problems with quarterback Jacoby Brissett. I am assuming, hoping, and thinking that finally comes to an end. Texans defense keeps doing what they do against this offense that the Cardinals have. And the Texans offense keeps trending in the right direction. I got the Texans winning on Sunday 27-13.
Man, you didn't have to bring up that Jacoby Brissett stuff.
Been thinking about it all week, man. Him and T.Y. Hilton haunted my dreams for a long time.
Hey, they get to 27, especially if they get to 27 and it's not like, the defense has scored 2 touchdowns. They get to 27, I think we'll be feeling a lot better about this offense if they're able to put up that amount of points. Where are you at?
26-10.
26-10? Yeah. Yeah, they may have a hard time scoring in this game. 26.
Yeah, I think that's the big deal here. Arizona's going to have a hard time scoring points.
Yeah.
And
who doesn't against this defense?
Yeah, and our defense seems to put us in some really good situations to move the ball 6 yards and get points. So I feel like we can get a couple of those this week too.
I got it Texans 20-13.
Is that what Tyler had? No, he had 27-13.
I got 20-13. It'll be a game to me that feels like the Texans are in control the entire time, but they just play games, and the way they play offense, especially in the second half, what we've watched, they tend to just play to end the game rather than to kind of step on somebody's neck. So it will feel like to me that the Cardinals are always in striking distance, but I think they get the win 20-13. And that they move winning 6 straight. So I think we all got the Texans winning this game. Someone else texted in 32-13. Hey, getting up big
Froggy,
points.
Huh?
Yeah, getting up big points. Yeah, I don't know if I'm more surprised about the 32 or the 13 in this game. All right, Tyler, who had him a night, folks. 5 for 5 last night, and even better with his overall bets. Big-time night last night. Let's see if he can continue to get things going. He is at 65% in the green this week. T. Mills' best bets. What you got this week?
I got 5 more. Got 5 more NFL bets for you. NFL Week 15 action for your Sunday of football, and here they are. First, regarding the hometown team, Texans, Cardinals, you just heard our predictions. I got over 41 in this ball game. Over 41. I think it's set a little higher if I remember right, 42.5 or so, but I teased it down. Over 41 Texans, Cardinals. Next, I got another over 41, but it's between the Chargers and the Chiefs. I got over 41 in that one as well. Got an under. Lions are going to be traveling to take on the Rams in L.A. under 55 for that game. Next, give me the Jets and the points. Jets plus a big number, 13.5. They're going to be in Jacksonville taking on those Jaguars. And then the Buffalo Bills, I got in a pick 'em.